Legend has it that in a remote corner of the continent exists a sect known as the Divine Immortal School. Here, one finds mentors of astonishing strength. Here, an endless array of cultivation resources abounds. Here, comprehensive services cater to one's physique and bloodline, ensuring your ascension to divinity. In this sacred enclave, there are no miracles beyond your imagination, and nothing is impossible. Countless powerful emperors and elite figures converge upon the Divine Immortal School, yet they can only humbly kneel before its gates, awaiting their summons. A myriad of celestial maidens and saintly women linger at the threshold, yearning to become the master's esteemed consort. Chapter 1. The Master of the Immortal Sect. In the realm of Xianlan, within the Radiant Sun Empire, lies the illustrious Xingyao Mountains. As the largest mountain range in the empire, it is home to a myriad of mystical beasts and countless coveted spiritual herbs, drawing innumerable cultivators to seek there. Fortunes that it is rumored that within these mountains, one can discover numerous ancient and enigmatic ruins. Youth, I perceive extraordinary potential in your bones, a once-in-a-millennium talent for cultivation. Would you care to join my immortal sect? With our guidance, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. In a valley of the Xingyao Mountains, Wang Feng smiled broadly at the stout figure before him. His features were strikingly handsome, with chiseled features that would leave any woman who beheld him in awe. Are you attempting to swindle me? The stout man, known as Li Qing, clutched his bundle tightly, eyeing Wang Feng warily. You insult me, young man. As the esteemed leader of a sect, I would not concern myself with such trifles. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's suspicion lessened somewhat. After all, who would expect a sect leader to stoop to petty deception? However, one cannot overlook the entrance fee. Just as Li Qing contemplated whether to join, a voice echoed again in his ears. Are you still claiming you are not trying to swindle me? Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Wang Feng with a fierce determination, as if ready to fight at any moment should Wang Feng attempt to touch his money. I ask you, did you not come to the Xingyao Mountains in search of sect to join? Wang Feng pressed on, undeterred by Li Qing's wariness. Indeed, my mother always said that cultivation paves the way for a brighter future and the possibility of finding a wife. Precisely. With formidable cultivation, who would fear a lack of partners? Therefore, here I stand, the sect leader personally inviting you. What are you hesitating for? Money is but a fleeting material possession. Is it more important than the opportunity to become stronger or to find a spouse? Wang Feng exclaimed, clapping his hands as if emphasizing the gravity of the situation. His demeanor suggested that not joining his sect would be an immense loss. Could you perhaps introduce your sect to me? Li Qing asked timidly. Under normal circumstances, the prospect of being accepted into a sect would leave Li Qing overjoyed, especially as a mere mortal. Yet, this peculiar individual, a sect leader personally recruiting him, seemed like a fantasy he had only dared to dream of. Our sect, known as the Immortal Sect, is aptly named. Once you join, we provide comprehensive services to ensure your ascendance to divinity. Wang Feng replied enthusiastically, his smile widening. Is that truly the case? Li Qing regarded Wang Feng with skepticism. Although he was a mere mortal, he understood that the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Surely it could not be as simple as Wang Feng suggested. Absolutely. If you fail to attain divinity, I will refund your entrance fee in full and release you from the sect to seek another. What do you say? Wang Feng asserted, thumping his chest earnestly. Well, very well. Convinced by Wang Feng's words, Li Qing figured he had little to lose and decided to join the Immortal Sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, activating the Supreme Sect system, and earning one summoning opportunity and one lottery chance. As Li Qing's words fell, a clear voice resonated in Wang Feng's mind, relieving a heavy weight from his heart. This system had brought him to this world, and, rather than granting him invincible powers, it had imposed a 3-day deadline to recruit a disciple to activate itself or face annihilation. Had it not been for this gullible fellow, he might have been doomed. Wang Feng could not help but feel a lingering sense of dread. This system was far from benevolent, threatening annihilation at the slightest misstep. Master, here, this is all I possess. Li Qing reluctantly handed his tightly clutched bundle to Wang Feng. Rest assured, I shall ensure you become the brightest talent in this world. Wang Feng replied with a warm smile as he accepted Li Qing's offering. Master, where's our sect's residence? Li Qing asked, filled with hope. He could hardly believe he had so easily joined a cultivation sect. In Xianlan, although cultivators were numerous, they were still rare compared to mortals. Every mortal yearned to become a cultivator, yet the path was not easily trodden. Otherwise, he would not have laboriously carried all his belongings to the Xingyao Mountains in search of enlightenment. Follow me. Wang Feng waved his hand and turned, striding into the valley. Li Qing hurriedly followed. Master, is this truly our sect's residence? Li Qing exclaimed incredulously at the sight of the thatched cottage before him, feeling as though he had been deceived by Wang Feng. No, he had indeed been deceived. Upon hearing Li Qing's exclamation, Wang Feng's mouth twitched. Just a day prior, he had been thrust into this world and pressured by the system to complete the task of recruiting a disciple. With no established sect residence, he had hastily constructed a thatched cottage to serve as a makeshift base. Throughout the day, he had encountered other mortals seeking enlightenment in the Xingyao Mountains, but most had fled upon seeing his humble abode, snatching away their money. Li Qing was the only one who had not bolted at the sight of the thatched cottage. Great wisdom lies hidden in simplicity, my stout friend. Do not judge by appearances, Wang Feng said, standing with an air of mystery. As long as our sect can teach you to cultivate, that is all that matters. Why concern ourselves with the dwelling? Indeed, I trust you, master. Li Qing nodded, his expression earnest. How could this gullible fellow be so easily swayed? Seeing Li Qing's unwavering faith left Wang Feng somewhat astonished. He was still a mortal himself, unsure of how to cultivate, much less teach. You have journeyed far to reach the Xingyao Mountains. Take some rest now. Wang Feng could no longer bear to deceive Li Qing further and wave his hand dismissively. Yes, master, system, display our sect's attribute panel. Wang Feng thought to himself as he watched Li Qing's retreating figure. Ding. Host attribute panel as follows. Host, Wang Feng. Cultivation level, none. Physique, none. Bloodline, none. Established sect, immortal sect. Sect disciples. Li Qing. Gazing at his attribute panel, Wang Feng felt as if he were a product devoid of qualities, lacking everything. How could he claim to be a leader? Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the task. Recruit 10 disciples. Reward: 5 summoning opportunities and 5 lottery chances. Upon hearing the cold voice echo in his mind, Wang Feng's lips curled slightly. Recruiting a single disciple had taken considerable effort. How could he possibly gather 10? By the way, system, what are summoning opportunities and lottery chances for? Wang Feng inquired, recalling the reward for accepting a disciple. Previously, the system had appeared without disclosing its functions, merely instructing him to establish a sect and recruit a disciple to activate its capabilities. Summon. Opportunities allow for the invocation of formidable beings from the heavens, who may join the sect established by the host to assist in instructing disciples. The chance to draw prizes enables the host to win gifts, including the physical attributes and cultivation levels of the summoned strong beings. Once obtained, these can be utilized by the sect's disciples or the host themselves. Is it truly that powerful? Wang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. Goodness, if the summoned beings are sufficiently strong, and he draws their bloodline attributes, nurturing disciples, or using them himself would be nothing short of extraordinary. System, summon forth a mighty being at once, preferably an invincible one, Wang Feng declared, his posture straightening with eagerness. He could hardly contain his trepidation upon his recent arrival in the Starry Mountain Range. Had it not been for the relative safety of the outer region, devoid of numerous, monstrous beasts, he might have already met his end in his mortal form. Encountering even the weakest of the beasts here would likely render him nothing more than a meal. Moreover, having finally taken on a disciple and boasted about it, he could not afford to delay in summoning a powerful ally to bolster his standing and safeguard his life. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have summoned the Lord of Baiyun City, Yi Guqing. Would you like to view his attribute panel? Let's take a look. Wang Feng responded eagerly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. How could he not know the illustrious name of Yi Guqing? He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in summoning a grandmaster of the sword path, Yet, Wang Feng remained uncertain of Yi Guqing's true prowess in this world and how it compared to other cultivators. Ding! The attribute panel for Yi Guqing is as follows. Name: Yi Guqing. Cultivation level: Peak of the Marquee Realm. Mystical technique: Celestial Ascension, Peak of Heavenly. Quality: Mystical weapon: Flying Rainbow, Peak of Heavenly Quality. Amazing! Truly worthy of Yi Guqing. Upon viewing the attribute panel, Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement. While he did not fully grasp the extent of the Marquee Realm, he certainly recognized it to be far superior to his own mortal state. The very mention of the Marquee Realm suggested. Exceptional prowess. System: Where is Yi Guqing? Wang Feng inquired anxiously, scanning his surroundings. Why Yi Guqing will arrive shortly. Please be reminded. Host: The summoned beings share a karmic bond with you and, under normal circumstances, will not betray you or the sect. However, should you compel them to act against their principles, there remains a significant possibility of betrayal. Thus, caution is advised. Every summoned being is a living entity. Please treat them with respect. Isn't that obvious? As a model youth, I would never force anyone against their will. Besides, do you truly believe that my humble physique could compel Yi Guqing to undertake actions he opposes? Wang Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, clearly bemused by the system's admonishment. He was not foolish enough to reach such extremes. Chapter 2. The Residents of a Small World. Sect Buzz. In the valley, Wang Feng, who awaited the arrival of Yi Guqing, suddenly sensed a tremor in the fabric of space. Alarmed, he hastily concealed himself behind a tree, peering cautiously in the direction of the disturbance in the void. Before Wang Feng's astonished gaze, a figure emerged from the ethereal realm, clad in garments as white as snow, with long hair cascading gracefully. Even from a distance of 10 meters, Wang Feng could perceive an air of aloofness and an overwhelming sword intent emanating from the figure. On this moonlit night, atop the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, a sword descends from the sky, akin to a celestial being. Gazing at the slowly descending figure, Wang Feng could not help but recall this phrase. The celestial being referred to Yi Guqing, not only for his otherworldly demeanor, but also for his signature technique, celestial descent, which he had crafted. This technique, as pure and unblemished as the azure sky, struck with a brilliance and swiftness that was profoundly enigmatic. Yi Guqing, I have encountered the sect master. As the figure in white landed gracefully, he turned towards Wang Feng's direction, offering a slight bow and softly speaking. There is no need for such formalities. With Yi Guqing joining the Divine Immortal Sect, we shall undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Wang Feng hastened from behind the tree, addressing Yi Guqing with a beaming smile of satisfaction. Yi Guqing stood quietly, revealing no excitement in response to Wang Feng's words. His inherent pride was unmistakable in that moment. Observing this, Wang Feng did not dwell further. He understood that Yi Guqing embodied such pride that, in his realm, the only individual worthy of his acknowledgement was the solitary figure of Shimin Chue Shui. System: ISNT, there's still a chance for a lottery draw? Let me partake as well. Wang Feng thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the lottery opportunity, hoping it would bring him joy. Noticing Wang Feng lost in contemplation, Yi Guqing gradually approached him from behind, standing guard with his sword, resembling a sentinel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 10% of Yi Guqing's cultivation. Please choose whether to use it yourself or grant it to a disciple within the sect. The chilling voice resonating in Wang Feng's mind filled him with immense excitement, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Heaven, in your mercy, I shall finally become a cultivator. He unconsciously filtered out the latter part of the system's message, thinking, what good is it to elevate a mere disciple when I, the sect master, remain immortal? System: what realm can Yi Guqing's 10% cultivation elevate me to? Wang Feng inquired silently. It can elevate the host to the initial stage of the resonance realm. The cool voice echoed in his mind, leaving Wang Feng perplexed. Until now, he remained unaware of the specific cultivation realms in this world. He queried once more, System: how are the cultivation realms delineated in this world? On the Xianlan continent, Cultivation involves the enhancement of one's essence, classified into foundation establishment, mystic veins, spirit communication, mystic general, resonance, nobility, mystic sovereign, and so forth. Each realm is further divided into 4 substages: early, mid, late, and peak. Ah, I see. Wang Feng nodded in understanding, exhilarated. With Yi Guqing's 10% cultivation, he would ascend directly from a mere mortal to the resonance realm. How formidable indeed. System, extract cultivation. As Wang Feng's voice resonated, a formidable force surged within him. This power continuously refined his physique, transforming his meridians and sculpting his body into that of a true master at the entry realm. After a considerable duration, this force gradually subsided, and Wang Feng ascended from an ordinary mortal to a top-tier expert in the entry realm. At this moment, he felt invigorated, especially as he sensed the immense power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the might of a cultivator. He was no longer a useless individual. Heaven knows how exhilarated Wang Feng felt at that instant. Ding! The system presented the option to conceal his cultivation. Did the host wish to hide his strength? Without hesitation, Wang Feng nodded. Although he had leaped into the entry realm and stood alongside formidable figures like Yi Guqing, he was acutely aware of the depths of this world. There are always stronger beings, and the adage of playing the fool to catch the tiger held true. Master, who is this? At that moment, a trembling voice interrupted, prompting Wang Feng to turn his gaze. He saw Li Qing staring in terror at Yi Guqing. To Li Qing, Yi Guqing resembled a divine, sword radiating a chilling aura. A mere glance sent shivers through him. This is Elder Yi Guqing of our immortal sect, Wang Feng replied nonchalantly, fully aware of Li Qing's trepidation. Although Yi Guqing emitted no discernible aura, he was not someone a mere mortal like Li Qing could gaze upon without fear. Disciple Li Qing pays respects to Elder Yi. Li Qing, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly bowed respectfully to Yi Guqing. In comparison to Wang Feng, Yi Guqing embodied the essence of a true cultivator. In response to Li Qing's salute, Yi Guqing acknowledged him with a haughty nod. Seeing this, Li Qing dared not utter a word, standing obediently to the side. Earlier, as he rested in his thatched hut, the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Even the most humble sect of cultivators would not merely reside in a thatched hut. Thus, he increasingly believed he had been deceived by Wang Feng. However, upon encountering a figure of Yi Guqing's stature, all his doubts were swiftly quelled. Master, someone approaches. At that moment, a sharp glint flickered in Yi Guqing's eyes as he spoke to Wang Feng. It matters not. Let us observe, Wang Feng replied, narrowing his eyes and gesturing dismissively. After Yi Guqing's words, he too sensed the incoming presence. After all, he was now a master of the entry realm, and he detected that the approaching individual possessed limited cultivation. Instantly, he felt at ease. He would not forget that the system required him to recruit 10 disciples. And thus far, he had only acquired 1. Given the current circumstances, anyone could become a candidate for his sect. Behind the 2 individuals, Li Qing's eyes shimmered with a hint of envy as he silently mused. This must be the extraordinary ability of a cultivator to perceive 1,000 miles at a glance. I never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable sect leader could possess such formidable strength. Joining this immortal sect is indeed a wise decision. How fortunate I am. Before long, Wang Feng and his companions spotted a woman clad in a white gauzy dress, her body stained with blood, staggering towards them, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. If I can't escape today, I shall ensure the demise of those treacherous fiends, she vowed silently, clutching her wound, her beautiful eyes flashing with an astonishing intensity of hatred. It was hard to fathom that such an ethereal being could harbor such profound animosity. This young lady appears to be in a hurry. She must have encountered a formidable foe. Join our immortal sect, and you shall find safety. At that moment, a voice reached her ears, causing the fleeing woman to pause momentarily. Following the sound, she beheld 3 figures approaching her slowly. The leader was extraordinarily handsome. Though he emitted no discernible aura, His demeanor commanded respect and caution. Beside him stood a sword-bearing man clad in white as snow, exuding an aura that made her heart tremble, as if facing a radiant divine blade. Despite the looming crisis, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her upon seeing Wang Feng and his companions, as if their presence could shield her from danger. Since escape is uncertain, I might as well take a chance. With a determined bite of her lip, she halted her flight, bowed to Wang Feng and the others, and inquired, "Greetings, esteemed seniors. May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing her words, a smile tugged at the corners of Wang Feng's lips. He had not anticipated that this woman, so focused on fleeing for her life, had failed to notice them. Initially considering to let her go, he was surprised when the system task was activated, prompting him to speak up and retain her. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the task. Recruit this woman into the sect. Task reward: a small world sect residence." Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Wang Feng assumed the demeanor of a high-ranking figure and calmly declared, "I'm the sect leader of the Immortal Sect." The Immortal Sect? At Wang Feng's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Fei Wu's eyes, though she could not claim to know every sect across the entire Xianlan continent. She was aware of most within the Radiant Sun Empire. Yet, she had never heard of the Immortal Sect. Could it be an obscure sect? She pondered. But this thought was quickly dismissed as the sword-bearing man beside Wang Feng left her utterly captivated. She could not believe that someone of such caliber would belong to a lesser sect. Is what the sect leader said true? Fei Wu fixed her enchanting gaze upon Wang Feng and asked, realizing that she could not escape the pursuit of her enemies. She had no choice but to take a gamble, hoping that these individuals could indeed aid her in fending off her formidable pursuers. "Indeed it is true. Join my immortal sect, and I shall ensure your safety," Wang Feng replied, casting a glance at Fei Wu with a calm demeanor. At this moment, with his current level of cultivation, he could easily discern that the woman before him had reached the pinnacle of the spirit communication realm. In comparison to Li Qing, an ordinary mortal, she was indeed far superior. Even without a task assigned by the system, Wang Feng would have taken it upon himself to recruit this woman into his sect, for she appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age and had already attained such a remarkable level of skill. Truly a prodigy of legend. "Greetings, esteemed Elder Wang Feng. I, Fei Wu, wish to join the celestial sect and humbly request your protection," she said, biting her lip as she bowed respectfully. Although she was uncertain whether Wang Feng could withstand the formidable enemies pursuing her, she had no alternative but to place her hopes in him and his companions. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting Fei Wu and completing the system task. Reward: a small world sect residence." The moment Fei Wu agreed, a cold voice resonated in Wang Feng's mind. "What is a small world sect residence?" Wang Feng silently inquired. "Yes, host. The small world sect residence comprises a complete palace necessary for a sect, situated within a small world created by the system. This small world has been established above the Xianlan continent. Please select the entry point for the small world." The dispassionate voice in his mind ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Feng's eyes. Indeed, the system had proven to be quite considerate, alleviating his concerns regarding the modest state of his sect's residence. "Let us designate the entrance within that thatched cottage," Wang Feng pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. After all, he had personally constructed the cottage. Though it appeared humble, it symbolized a part of his emotional journey since arriving in this world. Furthermore, its simplicity resonated with his low-key personality. Once the entrance to the sect residence was established, Wang Feng turned to Fei Wu and said, "Now, tell me about your circumstances." Since Fei Wu had become a disciple of his celestial sect, it was his duty as the sect leader to look after her affairs, lest she feel neglected. "Yes, esteemed leader," Fei Wu replied, bowing respectfully to Wang Feng before continuing with clenched teeth. "My full name is Ling Fei Wu, the eldest daughter of the Ling family in Yari Empire's Yaofeng City. During an excursion for training, I encountered Lin Yuni, the young lord of the Changlin Marquis House. Initially, I had expected him to be a dashing gentleman befitting his title, but to my dismay, he sought to covet my beauty and intended to humiliate me. I fought desperately and managed to escape his grasp. Upon returning home, I thought this incident had ended. However, the following day, Lin Yuni arrived with powerful allies from the Changlin Marquis house, slaughtering my family under the pretext of my defiance. Had it not been for my father's fierce protection, I might not be standing here before you today. Yet, even so, I have been relentlessly pursued for thousands of miles by Lin Yuni and his formidable allies, all for the purpose of dragging me back. Aside from the disciples, not a single member of the Ling family, comprising hundreds, has survived. The disciple does not expect the sect master to seek vengeance on their behalf. Rather, they simply hope the sect master can protect them from being humiliated by such treacherous scoundrels. If possible, in the days to come, the disciple will personally avenge this blood feud. Rest assured, you are now a disciple of my mortal sect. As long as our sect exists, no one shall dare to bully you. A flicker of fierce determination ignited in Wang Feng's eyes as he spoke softly. At that moment, an overwhelming fury surged within him. He never anticipated that such scum existed in the realm of cultivation. The so-called young Lord Lin Yuni of the Changlin Marquis had already become a dead man in Wang Feng's heart. He understood that this cultivation world was merciless and governed by the law of the jungle. Had he not encountered this situation, he would have kept to himself. However, since it involved his sect's disciple, he would not let anyone escape retribution. Otherwise, how could he face the mantle of being their sect master? Previously, as a mere mortal, he had to tread carefully, but now, endowed with a system, he still needed to maintain a low profile. Yet, the saying goes, if one does not betray me, I shall not betray them. If they betray me, I shall eliminate all who do. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Ling Feiwu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Wang Feng would be intimidated by the name of the Changlin Marquis and would not dare to protect her. Now, Wang Feng's demeanor reassured her completely. However, what Ling Feiwu did not realize was that Wang Feng was entirely oblivious to what the Changlin Marquis represented in the Radiant Sun Empire. Whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, several sharp sounds pierced the air, followed by a sinister laugh. Feiwu, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Return with me, and I may spare your life. 7 formidable figures suddenly descended into the valley, their gazes toward Ling Feiwu filled with disdain and mockery. Lin Yuni, I have joined the Immortal Sect, and with the sect master here, you have no right to act with impunity. Ling Feiwu stepped forward, her voice laced with fury, her eyes directed at Lin Yuni, brimming with hatred. Were it not for this man, she would still be the esteemed young lady of the Ling family, cherished by her parents. How had she fallen so low? Upon hearing Ling Feiwu's furious shout, the 7 individuals finally noticed the presence of Wang Feng and his companions. However, with just a glance, they displayed a hint of contempt, revealing no sign of spiritual energy fluctuations. How could one so weak claim to be a sect master? I did not expect you to possess such beauty and cunning. But do you truly think you can intimidate me with these 3 insignificant ants? Lin Yuni snickered coldly. If it were someone else, they might have been intimidated by Ling Feiwu. But who was he? He was the young lord of the Changlin Marquis in the Radiant Sun Empire. And while he may not control everything, there was no one he dared not provoke, save for the highest echelons of power. Moreover, he had already instructed his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. These 3 bore no trace of spiritual energy, clearly mere mortal insects that Ling Feiwu had inexplicably gathered. If you do not wish for these 3 ants to perish because of you, then obediently return with me, and perhaps I shall bestow upon you the rank of consort. Lin Yun declared, gazing down at Ling Feiwu with a fierce arrogance. In response, Ling Feiwu turned her gaze towards Wang Feng, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. She was uncertain of Wang Feng's strength, nor did she know if he could withstand Lin Yun, but at that moment, he was her sole beacon of hope. Wang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes as deep as the abyss, exuding an aura of a sage, yet he remained motionless, contemplating whether to intervene and test the limits of his newly acquired strength or to allow Yi Gucheng to take action. The 7 adversaries had all reached the realm of Xian General, with the strongest among them having attained its pinnacle. He had only just ascended from the realm of a mere mortal to that of an entry-level sage. Although the system assured him there were no adverse effects, he had never practiced before and could not fully grasp the power he wielded at this moment. Were it not for Ling Fei Wu and the others' presence, Wang Feng would have undoubtedly allowed Yi Gucheng to take command, using these 7 as a means to hone his skills. Yet now, with his 2 newly acquired disciples present, it would be unbecoming for him, as their sect leader, to engage in a trivial exchange with mere Xian generals. As Wang Feng pondered, Lin Yun became increasingly convinced that Wang Feng and his companions were nothing more than ordinary mortals, casually summoned by Ling Fei Wu. These insignificant ants, unaware of the heaven's might, shall be eliminated, and Ling Fei Wu shall be captured. Lin Yun sneered, his words laced with a chilling intent to kill. His patience had reached its limit. He no longer wished to indulge in a game of cat and mouse with Ling Fei Wu. To dare offend the young Marquis is to court death. In your next life, open your eyes wide. Some existences are not for mere mortals to provoke. Suddenly, one of his subordinates surged forward, hovering before Wang Feng and the others, shouting furiously, "Today, let you commoners witness the might of the strong." An overwhelming aura emanated from him, shaking the very fabric of the void. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Feng, his hand poised to strike down upon Wang Feng's head, intent on reducing him to a mere pulp. Gucheng, sensing the fierce energy radiating from this assailant, Wang Feng remained utterly unfazed, not even glancing at the approaching threat as he exhaled lightly. Buzz! As Wang Feng's voice fell, the sword in Yi Gucheng's embrace trembled, and a blinding light flashed, compelling all present to instinctively shut their eyes. When Lin Yun and the others reopened their eyes, they beheld their subordinate still poised to strike Wang Feng, while Wang Feng and his companions remained unchanged. Lin Yun's brow furrowed as he barked, "What are you dawdling for? Do not hesitate to eliminate this ant." Boom! As Lin Yun's command echoed, the subordinate was instantly torn asunder. His body cleaved with such precision that not a drop of blood was spilled. Hiss! Upon witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Lin Yun and his companions collectively gasped in shock, nearly petrified by fear. A formidable expert of the Xian general realm was inexplicably slain. Such a feat could scarcely be accomplished even by a master of the prime ministerial realm. Could it? Could it be that he is a marquis? Lin Yun's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he spoke tremulously, his eyes filled with terror as they regarded Wang Feng. Only a marquis could so effortlessly and without a trace eliminate a being of the Xian general realm. Yet, a marquis is no trivial matter. Within the entire Radiant Sun Empire, marquises are unparalleled powerhouses. Even his father, the Long Lin Marquis, is merely of the marquis realm. At this moment, Lin Yun felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself, for the presence of a marquis is not something even his father would dare to provoke lightly. How unfortunate he was to encounter such a master of the marquis realm. Predecessor, I, being blind to your grandeur, shall ensure that my father, the Long Lin Marquis of the Radiant Sun Empire, prepares a generous gift for you upon my departure. Lin Yun bowed deeply, his body bent at a 90-degree angle, his voice quavering. Lin Yun's unexpected display of reverence left Ling Fei Wu and Li Qing in a state of shock. Just moments ago, he had been brazen and arrogant, exuding an air of invincibility, yet now he appeared utterly subdued. Ling Fei Wu was merely taken aback by Lin Yun's drastic change in demeanor. She could somewhat comprehend his fear, for even she felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her heart. Although she had placed her hopes in Wang Feng, she had not anticipated that he could dispatch a formidable Xian general realm expert with such supernatural prowess. Indeed, while Xian general realm might not hold much weight in the imperial capital of the Radiant Sun Empire, throughout the entire empire, such individuals are considered to be of considerable standing. Strength is lacking, yet thoughts abound. A mere Long Lin Marquis is but an ant in my eyes. Wang Feng's gaze was devoid of warmth, his words brimming with confidence. He then gestured to Yi Gucheng, signaling him to subdue the group. Chapter 4. In this life, I have no regrets in joining the Immortal Sect before Lin Yun could fully grasp the situation. He and his subordinates felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the snowy figure before them, bearing down upon them like a vast ocean, nearly suffocating them with its weight. "Wait, predecessor, I meant no offense. I beseech your forgiveness." Lin Yun was genuinely frightened. The terrifying pressure was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a stark contrast to the unchecked arrogance he had previously wielded. He had never imagined that the mere mention of his father's name, which had always granted him unimpeded passage, would have no effect in the presence of this individual. "Fei Wu, come here." Wang Feng cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Yun, ignoring him entirely, and beckoned Fei Wu over. "This Lin Yun's destruction of your Ling family shall be left to your discretion as a means of collecting interest. In due time, I shall accompany you to the Long Lin Marquis's residence to seek justice." Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Fei Wu's lovely eyes suddenly glistened with tears, her entire form trembling slightly as she fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Yun and his entourage. The vendetta of her clan runs as deep as a blood sea. If this grudge remains unavenged, she would be unworthy of being the eldest daughter of the Ling family. As Lin Yun and his companions heard Wang Feng's words, their faces turned as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling with fear. They frantically summoned the power within them in an attempt to break free from the terrifying pressure. Yet their efforts proved futile. This oppressive force relentlessly subdued them, rendering their bodies seemingly uncontrollable. "Lin Yun, you annihilated my Ling family. Did you ever contemplate this day? You, who sits high upon your throne, believing that your status as the young lord of the Changlin Marquis grants you the ability to cover the heavens with a mere hand. Did you ever foresee this moment? You pursued me across thousands of miles, tormenting me like a cat playing with a mouse, mocking my plight. Did you ever think it would come to this?" Ling Feiwu roared, her voice, once as melodious as a lark, now hoarse with rage, her entire being radiating an astonishing killing intent. Had it not been for Lin Yun's deliberate torment, deriving pleasure from her suffering, she would have long been captured. Now, as their roles reversed, it could only be described as the cycle of fate, an eye for an eye. With a swift motion, Ling Feiwu seized a branch from the ground and plunged it fiercely into Lin Yun's heart, withdrawing it only to thrust it back in again, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. In that moment, Ling Feiwu embodied none of the elegance expected of a lady. Instead, she resembled a madwoman, frantically wielding the branch as if to unleash the fury and hatred that consumed her. This scene startled Li Qing, who stood behind Wang Feng. He had never anticipated that this beautiful, ethereal junior sister could display such madness. "Let her vent her emotions," Wang Feng sighed, retracting his earlier intention to intervene. Gradually, Lin Yun's eyes lost focus as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Ling Feiwu withdrew the branch and, under the terrified gazes of Lin Yun's subordinates, proceeded to slay them one by one. Once formidable figures within the small cities of the Radiant Sun Empire, they were now dispatched with ease, akin to mere ants. After vanquishing Lin Yun and his companions, Ling Feiwu calmed her emotions and approached Wang Feng and Yi Guqing, kneeling on one knee and respectfully declaring, "I am grateful to the sect leader and Elder Yi for aiding me in avenging this blood feud. I have no regrets about joining the Immortal Sect in life. I am of the Immortal Sect, and in death, I shall be its soul." Ling Feiwu had initially considered herself fortunate to escape with her life and dared not dream of avenging her family's blood feud. However, she had not expected the sect leader to directly assist her in eliminating the primary perpetrator so soon after her induction into the Immortal Sect. She believed that as long as she remained within the sect and diligently practiced, one day she would undoubtedly cleanse the Changlin Marquis in retribution for her family. Though Lin Yun was the chief villain, had it not been for the Marquis's instigation, he would not have dared to so easily obliterate the renowned Ling family. Father, mother, esteemed uncles and aunts, I, Feiwu, am fortunate to have encountered sect leader Wang Feng and joined the Immortal Sect. I hope your spirits remain unextinguished and bless me in my cultivation, enabling me to avenge this blood feud. As he gazed upon the kneeling Feiwu before him, Wang Feng let out a soft sigh, extending his hand to assist her to her feet. This young girl should not have to bear such profound enmity at her tender age. Given that they had crossed paths, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? Ding! Congratulations to the Sect disciple Ling Fei Wu for slaying astonishing expert, earning 300 Sect points. Ding! Congratulations to the Sect disciple Ling Fei Wu for slaying astonishing expert, earning 300 Sect points. Ding! After Ling Fei Wu had vanquished Lin Yun and his associates, the cold voice of the system echoed repeatedly in Wang Feng's mind. However, at that moment, he chose to ignore it and focused intently on Ling Fei Wu, speaking with earnest gravity. Our sect can provide you with an excellent platform for cultivation. Whether you can become a true powerhouse ultimately rests upon your own efforts. But remember, having joined our immortal sect, your back is protected by us, and you can rely on us. We fear no one. Should there be blood feuds, even the mightiest among men shall be swiftly dealt with. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Fei Wu remained silent, yet a warm current surged within her heart. Following the annihilation of her family, this immortal sect, which she had only joined less than an hour ago, and its leader, whom she had only just met, instilled in her a profound sense of belonging and reliance. You are, after all, a practitioner of the sword path. At that moment, the aloof Yi Guqing, akin to an iceberg, spoke up, his sharp gaze fixed on Fei Wu. Yes, Elder Yi. Ling Fei Wu responded quickly, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. In contrast to Wang Feng's gentle approach, the proud Yi Guqing evoked a sense of fear within her, though it was more a feeling of reverence than dread. Without Elder Ye's assistance, she would not have been able to easily defeat Lin Yun and his companions. Would you be willing to take me as your master? As Yi Guqing's voice echoed, not only was Ling Fei Wu taken aback, but even Wang Feng was momentarily stunned. Upon summoning Yi Guqing, Wang Feng had been elated but did not expect him to cultivate disciples for the immortal sect, given Yi Guqing's notorious aloofness. Yet now, this proud figure was taking the initiative to accept an apprentice? Seeing that Fei Wu remained in a daze, Wang Feng felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, "What are you hesitating for? It is exceedingly rare for someone like Yi Guqing to take an apprentice. This opportunity is more precious than flowers blooming from stone. And yet this girl stands there foolishly, respectfully greeting my master." At Wang Feng's urging, Ling Fei Wu came to her senses and hurriedly knelt, bowing her head in a gesture of apprenticeship, fearful that Yi Guqing might refuse. Yi Guqing nodded, lightly waving his hand, a gentle force enveloping Fei Wu and lifting her up. This scene ignited envy in Li Qing, who stood behind Wang Feng. He had witnessed Yi Guqing's formidable prowess firsthand. Even though he was unaware of the significance of Lin Yun and his associates within the cultivation realm, the ease with which Yi Guqing subdued 7 cultivators struck Li Qing as immensely impressive. How could he not envy this girl, who had entered the path later than himself? For becoming a disciple of such a powerful being? Follow me. I shall tend to your injuries. Subsequently, Yi Guqing cast a glance at the sorrowful Ling Fei Wu and spoke, not waiting for her response, before turning towards the thatched cottage. Observing this, Ling Fei Wu glanced at Wang Feng, and upon receiving his nod, she painfully dragged her wounded body to follow Yi Guqing. Watching their departing figures, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He was eager to see to what heights Ling Fei Wu could ascend under the guidance of the sword god. Yi Guqing, "Master, shall I take my leave as well?" A naive voice interrupted Wang Feng's thoughts. He glanced at Li Qing and waved his hand, saying, "With your figure, it would be wise to shed a few pounds. Go and tidy up around the thatched cottage. It must be kept clean, for it is the residence of our immortal sect." "Yes." Li Qing's lips twitched at the command, and he replied helplessly, feeling that since Ling Fei Wu's arrival, he had been somewhat overlooked. Previously, the sect master had showered him with praise, treating him like a treasure. But now he was simply dispatched to sweep the grounds. What use is the sect value? After Li Qing departed, Wang Feng's eyes flickered as he inquired. He had intended to ask earlier, but the moment was not conducive to such inquiries. Now he finally had the opportunity to delve deeper, sensing that the sect value would be pivotal for the advancement of the immortal sect. Ding! The sect value allows the host to exchange for lottery opportunities. 1,000 sect values grants 1 lottery chance. Additionally, the sect value can upgrade the system. 10,000 sect values can elevate the system to level 2, which will concurrently advance the sect's level to level 2. Upon hearing the cool voice resonating in his mind, Wang Feng nodded and continued. What benefits arise from upgrading the system and the sect level? Ding! Enhancing the system level enables the host to summon more formidable beings and divine treasures. Furthermore, elevating the sect level will unlock the capacity to accommodate more disciples, and the host can examine the attributes of the immortal sect. Examine the attributes of the immortal sect. Without hesitation, Wang Feng commanded, surprised to discover the existence of an attribute panel. Ding! The attributes of the immortal sect are as follows. Sect. Immortal sect level. Level 1 sovereign. Unique Wang Feng. Entering the realm. Elders. Maximum of 5 Yi Guqing. Peak of the Marquis realm. Disciples. Maximum of 10 Li Qing. Mortal. Ling Fei Wu. Peak of the Spirit Connection realm. Sect residence. Small world. System. If the sect level is not upgraded, can we surpass the limits? Upon viewing the attributes panel, Wang Feng furrowed his brow and inquired. No, the host is urged to diligently acquire sect value to elevate both the system and sect levels. The cold voice resonated in his mind, causing a flicker of helplessness to cross Wang Feng's face. With such restrictions in place, he must continuously strive to gather sect value. Chapter 5. The body of the mysterious spirit turtle. Wang Feng's eyes glimmered as he inwardly pondered. What methods exist for acquiring sect value? Regardless of whether it is to summon more formidable beings or to expand the heavenly sect, he must continuously acquire sect value. Wang Feng firmly believes that one day he will transform the heavenly sect into the soul sanctuary within the realm of cultivation, compelling all other sects to revere it. Ding! Method of acquiring sect value 1. Complete tasks issued by the system to randomly obtain sect value. The greater the difficulty of the task, the more sect value will be acquired. Method of acquiring sect value 2. Slay incoming enemies. The stronger the enemies defeated, the more sect value will be obtained. Method of acquiring sect value 3. Recruit top-tier prodigies or extraordinary beings with unique abilities to join the heavenly sect, which will also yield sect value. The greater the abilities of the recruited prodigies or extraordinary beings, the more sect value will be gained. The cool, resonant voice echoing in his mind brought clarity to Wang Feng. He had not anticipated the multitude of ways to acquire sect value. However, he pondered system. How can Ling Fei Wu, having cultivated to the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm at the tender age of 18 or 19, not be considered a top-tier prodigy? Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to speak up. Although Wang Feng had only recently arrived in this world and was still somewhat ignorant of cultivation, he understood well the immense difficulty of reaching the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm at such a young age. In this realm of cultivation, the average person typically begins foundational training at the age of 10, and even though Ling Fei Wu is the eldest daughter of the Ling family, attaining such a level after merely 14 or 15 years of training would already be extraordinary. Achieving the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm in such a span is truly the mark of a genius among geniuses. Ding! Though Ling Fei Wu possesses commendable talent, she lacks a special constitution and has not comprehended the essence of the path, thus failing to qualify as a top-tier prodigy. The chilling voice that resonated in his mind left Wang Feng astounded. So Ling Fei Wu does not qualify as a top-tier prodigy? My goodness! Is the threshold for top-tier prodigies set so high? System, what of me? Do I qualify as a top-tier prodigy? Wang Feng emphasized the word host, for he was at least in the manifestation realm, and at the tender age of 20, he should certainly be regarded as an exceptional talent, even if his cultivation had been hastily elevated. Just barely. What does just barely mean? Is it yes or no? Wang Feng's expression shifted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. The host's innate talent is ordinary, yet due to being the master of the system, he could be considered a top-tier prodigy. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was immediately filled with a sense of incredulity. Is this meant to be a compliment? After a moment of contemplation, he secretly inquired, what about Li Qing's talent? Currently, Li Qing, though merely a mortal, is the first disciple of the heavenly sect, and his standing is crucial to the reputation of the sect. Wang Feng needed to comprehend his abilities thoroughly in order to devise a plan for Li Qing's advancement. Otherwise, if the sect's eldest disciple were to venture forth only to be overshadowed by disciples from other sects, how could the heavenly sect command respect from the great sects of the world? Ding. To assess Li Qing's talent, it will cost 100 sect value points. Does the host wish to proceed? Goodness, how exorbitant. 100 sect value points just to assess a mortal? Proceed. Despite the pain coursing through him, Wang Feng spoke without hesitation. Ding. Disciple Li Qing has been ranked among the pinnacle prodigies. What? Is this a joke? That rotund fellow, who wheezes just from walking, can be considered a top prodigy? Upon hearing the chilling voice resonating in his mind, Wang Feng's face contorted in disbelief, overwhelmed by shock that he let slip an expletive. This system does not err. Disciple Li Qing possesses the yearning turtle immortal physique, though it has yet to be activated. At this revelation, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. The first disciple he had reluctantly accepted, initially just to fill numbers, turned out to be a hidden treasure. What is the yearning turtle immortal physique? It is an extraordinary and rare constitution, granting absolute defense and eternal life. Once fully realized, as long as one is not killed, they age not while the world ages, persisting through decay with an inexhaustible lifespan and formidable defenses. Even if the heavens were to crumble, they would remain unscathed. Hiss! The system's voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, causing him to inhale sharply, his pupils widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the portly Li Qing possessed such a formidable constitution. Once the yearning turtle immortal physique is cultivated to perfection, it becomes nearly immortal. The sole drawback is susceptibility to being killed, yet the physique's terrifying defense ensures safety. Perhaps lacking in offensive power, but with an endless lifespan, one could eventually overpower their foes through sheer cultivation. System. What is the method to activate Li Qing's yearning turtle immortal physique? With this thought, Wang Feng stifled his excitement and inquired. He had resolved to cultivate Li Qing at all costs. At that moment, he gazed at Li Qing in the distance, diligently sweeping the ground, filled with fervent determination. Endure blows. The concise voice in his mind left Wang Feng momentarily stunned. The activation of the yearning turtle immortal physique requires enduring blows, continuously stimulating the bloodline within through external impacts, thus awakening the physique. Armed with this explanation from the system, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. While he might struggle to find some unparalleled treasure to activate Li Qing's physique, enduring blows, that was a simple task. He had already devised a series of plans to awaken Li Qing's potential, such as having Ling Feiwu spar with him, or using him as a training dummy to hone his own strength. As long as he didn't accidentally kill Li Qing, given the terror of the yearning turtle immortal physique, he would likely emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Li Qing, sweeping in front of the thatched cottage, tightened his clothing, inexplicably sensing a chill creeping over him. He shivered and quickened his pace to ward off the cold. Excellent, excellent. Wang Feng glanced at Li Qing from afar, nodding in satisfaction. He had initially worried that Li Qing, as the senior brother of the ascension sect, might be unable to bear the weight of the title. But it seemed his concerns were unfounded. With Li Qing's formidable physique, coupled with his rigorous training, Wang Feng could easily envision the tremendous upheaval he would unleash upon the Xianlan continent in the future. Just as Wang Feng was lost in contemplation, a tremor rippled through the surrounding void, causing him to furrow his brow and turn abruptly towards the thatched cottage, his eyes suddenly sparkling with revelation. Although his understanding of cultivation was limited at this moment, as a master of the resonance realm, he could not overlook the peculiar phenomenon unfolding before him. To his astonishment, Yi Guqing's assistance in healing Ling Feiwu had led her to a breakthrough. At that moment, a vortex of profound energy began to coalesce above the thatched cottage, drawing in the ambient essence from the surroundings, with the entire cottage serving as its epicenter. Li Qing, who had been sweeping the ground, was taken aback and hurried over to Wang Feng, his voice tinged with trepidation. Master, what is happening? Do not be alarmed. Your junior sister Feiwu, is undergoing a breakthrough. Wang Feng reassured him with a wave of his hand and a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's initial shock subsided. Yet a flicker of envy glimmered in his eyes. Since joining the Immortal Sect, his junior sister had not only been taken under the wing of the formidable Elder Yi, but had also made significant progress in her cultivation. While he remained an ordinary mortal, the thought cast a shadow over Li Qing's expression as he feared for his status as the senior brother. Do not despair. Tomorrow, our sect will guide your cultivation. Given time, surpassing your junior sister Fei Wu is not beyond possibility, provided you can withstand the challenges, Wang Feng remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Li Qing. Thank you, master. Rest assured, Li Qing can endure. Li Qing exclaimed, his eyes brightening with excitement as he patted his chest in assurance. Bang fem, observing Li Qing's spirita da mano, smiled knowingly, feeling a sense of anticipation for Li Qing's future endeavors. Meanwhile, above the thatched cottage, a formidable tempest of profound energy swirled, shaking the surrounding void, a clear sign of a breakthrough to the Xian general realm. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of cultivation, Wang Feng was unaware that the tremors accompanying such breakthroughs were easily perceptible to powerful beings. As Wang Feng and Li Qing awaited Ling Feiwu's successful breakthrough, 500 miles away in the valley, a sudden flash of light appeared. The radiance descended upon a small hillside, revealing a robust, middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, his face adorned with a mysterious pattern that rendered him strikingly fearsome. To think that upon my awakening, I will be graced with a meal from the Xian general realm. It has been ages since I savored such delicacies. How delightful! A sinister smile escaped the man's lips. After centuries of slumber, fortune had favored him with a meal delivered right to his doorstep. Let him complete his breakthrough. Then, the feast will be truly exquisite. To become sustenance for me, even a mere Xian general, is indeed a privilege. The middle-aged man, with a pair of crimson eyes, gazed towards the valley, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bang! As his words fell, the man in the blood-red robe stomped his foot, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the valley. The small hill beneath him erupted violently, crumbling into a cascade of debris. At this moment, the man in the blood-red robe was invigorated, eagerly anticipating the delectable sustenance that awaited him. As a formidable dark demon, he held no reservations. Should the Xian general dare to resist, he would certainly demonstrate the prowess of his kind. In the eyes of the blood-robed man, the soon-to-breakthrough Xian general was already a sumptuous meal, and no one could snatch it from his grasp. Those who dared to attempt such folly would find only a path to death. He even awaited the arrival of challengers, relishing the prospect of securing more sustenance. Chapter 6. The great demon of Xiansha, while waiting for Ling Feiwu to break through, Wang Feng was not idle. He secretly murmured, "System, I wish to spend 1,000 sec points for a lottery." Initially, after Ling Feiwu had dispatched 7 individuals, including Lin Yun, he had garnered a total of 1,200 sec points. After spending 100 points to probe Li Qing's qualifications, he was left with 1,100 points, perfectly sufficient for a lottery. Presently, his immortal sect was in dire need of revival. Although Yi Guqing, a peak noble realm powerhouse, was present, relying solely on him was not a sustainable strategy. Thus, he hoped for a fortunate draw, to acquire treasures or Yi Guqing's martial arts to enhance his own strength. Ding! The host has spent 1,000 sec points for a lottery. Congratulations! The host has obtained a random summoning opportunity. Upon hearing the cool voice resonating in his mind, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of joy. His luck was indeed remarkable, having drawn a summoning opportunity. He promptly declared, "System, activate the summoning chance." Ding! Congratulations, the host has summoned the sword god, Shimin Chue Shui. Would the host like to view Shimin Chue Shui's attribute panel? View. As the clear voice echoed in his mind, Wang Feng trembled with excitement. He had not anticipated summoning Shimin Chue Shui, the one true rival of Yi Guqing. If Yi Guqing was the immortal among swords, then Shimin Chue Shui was the deity of swords. Both had reached a profound state of devotion to the sword, embodying the essence of swordsmanship. Had it not been for the constraints of the martial arts world, the swordsmanship potential of Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui Shui would undoubtedly surpass this. Wang Feng eagerly anticipated the heights these two sword immortals could achieve in this realm of cultivation, where they could freely elevate their abilities. Ding. The attribute panel of Shimin Shui Shui is as follows. Name: Shimin Shui Shui Cultivation. Mid-stage Xian Emperor Realm Xian Technique. Huawang Sword Path, Peak Royal Grade, Xian Weapon. Black Sheath, Peak Royal Grade. Upon viewing Shimin Shui Shui as a tribute panel, Wang Feng was astounded. In his estimation, Shimin Shui Shui was on par with Yi Guqing, if not slightly inferior. After all, during their climactic battle atop the Purple Forbidden City, Yi Guqing's celestial strike could have vanquished Shimin Shui Shui. The demise beneath the sword of Shimin Shui Shui was brought about by Yi Guqing's resolute acceptance of death, entrusting the glory of his swordsmanship to Shimin Shui Shui, thus creating the legendary tale of the sword god vanquishing the sword immortal on the night of the full moon atop the Forbidden City. Confused, Wang Feng inquired, system. Logically speaking, Yi Guqing should surpass Shimin Shui Shui, correct? Ding. The Shimin Shui Shui summoned this time is the true master of swordsmanship. Having achieved great mastery after the decisive battle atop the Forbidden City, after this confrontation, Shimin Shui Shui's sword techniques ascended to new heights, reaching a state where the sword exists not in the hand but in the heart. His very being became the sword. As long as he exists, all things in heaven and earth may serve as a sword. He comprehended the true essence of the sword path, truly attaining the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Feng was suddenly enlightened, realizing the rationale behind it. Indeed, it was commendable that his immortal sect now had a master at the Xian Huang realm in residence. Nodding with satisfaction, Wang Feng reflected that a master at the Xian Huang realm is a rare and formidable presence throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire, seldom found outside the imperial family. Buzz. At that moment, the once flickering, astonishing phenomenon above the thatched cottage gradually settled, and the immense vortex of Xian Qi surged into the cottage, followed by a wave of Xian Jiang realm aura emanating from within. Sensing this aura, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, discerning from the energy alone that Ling Fei Wu's foundation was exceptionally robust. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Disciple Ling Fei Wu has broken through to the Xinjiang realm, rewarding 1,000 Sect points. This was indeed a profitable turn of events. The cool voice resonating in his mind amplified the smile upon Wang Feng's face. In the midst of his exhilaration, Yi Guqing appeared before Wang Feng, accompanied by Ling Fei Wu, who was equally elated. She approached Wang Feng respectfully, bowing and proclaiming, "Thank you, Sect Master, for granting Fei Wu this opportunity. Without you, Wang Feng, without Yi Guqing, and without the Immortal Sect, I would have perished and never attained my current Xinjiang realm prowess." At that moment, Ling Fei Wu had completely embraced the Immortal Sect as her home. She vowed to live her life for the Sect. She had thought her heart had died with the fall of the Ling family. Yet this Immortal Sect, this Sect Master, this Master, had reignited her spirit, filling her with hope for the future. Follow Elder Yi closely, and in time, I hope you will elevate the name of our Immortal Sect, Wang Feng remarked, pleased by Ling Fei Wu's demeanor. Yes, Sect Master. Guqing shortly. Your old friend will arrive, Wang Feng added, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Guqing. Buzz. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Yi Guqing's formerly proud gaze ignited with brilliance. His sword trembled in his hand, and a fierce battle intent enveloped him. Hiss. I initially thought there was only one morsel at the Xinjiang realm, but it seems there are a few more ants to contend with. At this moment, a voice of extreme arrogance echoed through the valley, causing Wang Feng to furrow his brow and look in the direction of the sound. Beside him, Yi Guqing stood with his sword in hand, the blade trembling slightly, under the gaze of Wang Feng and the others. A towering figure clad in a blood-red robe suddenly materialized above the valley, exuding an air of haughty defiance, even without a hint of power emanating from him. Wang Feng still felt an overwhelming pressure. He sensed that within this person's physique lay a terrifying force, capable of flattening him into a mere pancake with a single burst of energy, which made Wang Feng quite anxious. System, analyze this person. A cold voice resonated in his mind, informing him that to merely ascertain the cultivation level would cost 10 Sect points, while a complete background check would require 100 Sect points. Momentarily taken aback, Wang Feng decisively opted for the latter, declaring, spend 100 Sect points to investigate his complete background. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. The immense pressure this individual exerted compelled Wang Feng to act cautiously. He even doubted that Yi Guqing could triumph over this figure. Thus, gaining comprehensive knowledge was imperative. The voice returned. This person is the dreaded demon Xianxia, who wreaked havoc upon the Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Xianwang realm. However, after a battle with the Emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire 1,000 years ago, he was defeated and severely wounded. Though he did not perish, he was sealed away by the Emperor and has only just broken free. His current cultivation stands at the peak of the Marquis realm. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Feng's back. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable being. Fortunately, the demon was not at his peak. Otherwise, even the renowned Shimin Shui might find it difficult to withstand him. The pinnacle of the Xianwang realm represented the true apex within the Radiant Sun Empire. However, while Wang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety, he remained composed. Although the peak of the Marquis realm was formidable, Yi Guqing could contend with him. And with the impending arrival of Shimin Shui, subduing this demon would be more than feasible. Wang Feng relished the prospect of striking down a fallen foe. Who are you, daring to trespass upon my immortal sect? Depart at once, or I, Elder Yi of the Immortal Sect, shall ensure you find no place to bury your remains. At this juncture, Li Qing, standing behind Wang Feng, stepped forward and bellowed at the demon Xianxia. With his nose held high, he exuded an arrogance that surpassed even that of the demon. Unaware of the true strength of Xianxia, he believed that since Yi Guqing had vanquished the previous 7 formidable beings, this one would surely be no exception. Thus, he felt it was his moment to shine. After all, as the senior disciple of the Immortal Sect, he could not allow his junior sister to outshine him. Despite being a mere mortal for the time being, he excelled at hurling insults. Unbeknownst to Li Qing, as his words echoed in the air, Wang Feng, the venerable leader of the Immortal Sect, stood in a state of bewilderment. His face bore an expression of incredulity as he gazed at Li Qing, astonished to discover that his first disciple possessed such audacity, daring to berate a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm while being merely immortal. Even Yi Guqing, typically composed, revealed a flicker of astonishment. Casting a glance at Li Qing, feeling the weight of Wang Feng and Yi Guqing's scrutiny, Li Qing's pride swelled, interpreting their attention as a mark of recognition from the sect leader and Elder Yi. He seized the moment, bellowing once more, "You insignificant ant, daring to wreak havoc in my immortal sect, truly ignorant of death. Kneel and await your demise." Remarkably, although Li Qing was but a mortal, the fervor he exuded at that moment was undeniably formidable. Brother, this individual's aura is not inferior to that of our master. Ling Fei Wu, unable to tolerate the unfolding scene, gently tugged at Li Qing's sleeve and whispered. Having ascended to the Xian general realm, she might not precisely gauge the strength of the dark demon, yet she could discern that this individual was on par with their master. Their master, a pinnacle warrior of the sovereign realm, suggested that this person was at least of similar stature, if not equally matched at the zenith of the sovereign realm. Ling Fei Wu sensed a distinct aura emanating from Yi Guqing in the presence of this formidable foe, a stance indicative of confronting a formidable adversary. What does that mean? Li Qing inquired, momentarily dazed as he turned, his voice barely above a whisper. This person is at least of the sovereign realm, possibly possessing the same prowess as our master. Upon hearing Ling Fei Wu's words, Li Qing's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Had it not been for Ling Fei Wu's support, he might have found himself on his knees. Goodness, I just insulted a being of at least the sovereign realm. Huh, the immortal sect? What obscure sect have you crawled out from? Yet you, this ant, possess an intriguing boldness. Despite your insignificance, your audacity is worth savoring. Chapter 7. The sword of Shimenche Shui. Despite Li Qing's brazen reprimand, the dark demon of Xianchai did not erupt in fury. Instead, a mocking expression danced across his visage as he regarded Li Qing. The dark demon exhibited remarkable tolerance when faced with his sustenance, and after being sealed for so long, to toy with a mere ant was an amusing diversion. Upon hearing the dark demon's words, Li Qing felt his body weaken further, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He wished to chastise himself, lamenting his failure to express himself appropriately, cursing his own loose tongue. The dark demon, I advise you to depart while you can. Breaking your seal is no trivial matter. Do not provoke those you ought not to anger. Wang Feng, disregarding Li Qing, narrowed his eyes and addressed the dark demon in a grave tone. Oh, you recognize me? Wang Feng's words immediately captured the dark demon's attention. A look of surprise crossing his features as he jested, never expecting that after a millennium of being sealed, someone would still know him. The dark demon who ravaged the Radiant Empire 1,000 years ago. How could our sect be unaware? Wang Feng smiled faintly, his demeanor exuding an ethereal quality that even the fearsome Xianxia demon could not help but regard with interest. As Wang Feng's words lingered in the air, Ling Feiwu, clutching Li Qing, trembled slightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of terror. Though she might not have fully grasped the extent of the Xianxia demon's infamous reputation, she was well aware that among all cultivators in the Radiant Sun Empire, none were oblivious to the dread that accompanied the name of the Xianxia demon. A millennium ago, this demon wreaked havoc across the Radiant Sun Empire, plunging it into darkness until the Emperor was compelled to intervene personally, sealing the demon away. Had it not been for that decisive action, the Radiant Sun Empire might not have survived to this day. Ling Feiwu was taken aback to learn that this formidable demon had broken free from the Emperor's seal and had appeared within their divine sect. Casting a glance at Yi Guqing, she felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain whether her master could withstand such a terrifying foe. She understood well that the Xianxia demon was a being at the pinnacle of the Xianwang realm, a full level above her master. Despite being sealed and weakened, its power was not something an ordinary monarch could hope to rival. Since you are aware of my identity, are you not afraid? The Xianxia demon wore a sinister smile, the demonic runes stretching across its face quivering slightly, instilling a profound sense of dread. What do we have to fear? If you dare to act, we shall make you relive the sensation of being crushed. Wang Feng responded with an unflinching grin, exuding an air of reckless confidence. Though his face was calm, an unmistakable aura of arrogance radiated from him. Huh, ridiculous. How amusing it is for mere ants to challenge the heavens. I shall demonstrate to you the power that stands equal to the heavens. At Wang Feng's words, the Xianxia demon erupted into a maniacal laugh, its eerie cackle resonating throughout the cosmos. Suddenly, it fixed its gaze on Wang Feng, eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Its imposing form unleashed a terrifying might, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Boom! The overwhelming force emanating from the Xianxia demon swept across the expanse. A tempest so ferocious that it shattered surrounding trees into splinters, enveloping the world in a cloud of dust. An immense pressure descended upon Wang Feng and his companions. Buzz! Just as this dreadful force was about to descend upon Wang Feng, Yi Guqing appeared before him in an instant. In a heartbeat, an aura of swordsmanship, as if capable of cleaving the heavens, surged forth, slicing the Xianxia demon's terrifying might in twain. The sharp and piercing intent of the sword made even the Xianxia demon's pupils constrict. At the pinnacle of the monarch realm, even the Xianxia demon felt a tremor of astonishment. It had not anticipated that hidden within this secluded valley lay a formidable being at the apex of the monarch realm. Having assumed these individuals were mere ants easily crushed, instead, a lion had emerged from the shadows. Moreover, the Xianxia demon could distinctly sense that Yi Guqing was no ordinary pinnacle monarch, The terrifying sword intent radiating from him was enough to instill fear even in its heart. Yet, such circumstances cannot deter me, though I must admit, the prowess of your humble sect has taken me by surprise. The grand demon Xianxia suppressed the tumult within his heart as he gazed at Wang Feng, his tone tinged with mockery. Despite being a pinnacle figure of the Xianwang realm, even if his current cultivation had waned to that of a peak marquis, he would not cower before Yi Guqing. With a thunderous roar. As the grand demon's words fell, a dense, inky mist erupted from his form, swiftly coalescing into a colossal claw that lunged towards Yi Guqing. This terrifying appendage blotted out the sun, casting a pall over the entire valley, while the immense pressure visibly warped the very fabric of the void. Although he sensed Yi Guqing's formidable strength, the grand demon chose to strike as a means of probing. Only by truly gauging Yi Guqing's capabilities could he determine his stance towards this modest sect. At this moment, having only just broken free from his seal, he was cautious of attracting the attention of an old adversary, which could jeopardize his precarious situation. In the face of the grand demon's monstrous claw, Yi Guqing narrowed his eyes, a surge of transcendent sword intent enveloping him, ethereal yet piercingly sharp. He deftly unsheathed his sword, a flash of brilliance slicing through the air like a comet, cleaving towards the massive claw. The blade's radiance tore through the void, revealing slender fissures in space itself. With a resounding clash, the two formidable forces collided amidst the anxious gazes of Ling, Feiwu, and Liqing. A powerful wave of energy surged outward, obliterating everything in the valley, even splitting the mountains asunder. The sole structure to remain unscathed was the thatched cottage meticulously crafted by Wang Feng. Though it appeared ordinary, the cottage had been fortified by the protective enchantments of the sect, as he had designated it, as the entrance to their hidden abode. Not even the mightiest of battles between peak marquises could disturb its sanctity. However, the grand demon remained oblivious to these subtleties, his crimson gaze fixated upon the sword light, his heart racing. In that fleeting moment, the blade severed through his strike, hurtling towards him. Despite the diminishing force of the sword light upon reaching him, rendering it almost imperceptible, it still left the grand demon astounded. Though that strike had not been his full power, it represented at least 80% of his strength. Such might would typically be insurmountable for even a slightly stronger peak marquis. Yet, Yi Guqing had effortlessly shattered it, implying that his prowess was undoubtedly unmatched beneath the Xianwang realm. Little did I anticipate, within this seemingly humble valley, lay a figure of your caliber. After the great demon Xianxia failed with a single strike, he retracted his hand, his crimson eyes fixated on Yi Guqing as he spoke in a low voice. Although he possessed the capability to unleash even more formidable powers, even to the extent of vanquishing Yi Guqing, he refrained from exerting his full strength. Should he do so, the old man would inevitably sense his broken seal, leaving him with no choice but to flee. It was not worth plunging himself into such peril for mere provisions. Yi Guqing remained silent, standing with his sword held aloft, exuding an unparalleled arrogance akin to a divine sword transcending the mortal realm, cold and proud, yet undeniably sharp. Beside Yi Guqing, Wang Feng's eyes glimmered with a spark of insight. He leaned towards Yi Guqing and whispered, "Do you have confidence in restraining this demon for a while?" From the words of the great demon Xianxia, Wang Feng discerned a hint of retreat in his demeanor. However, he did not wish to allow the demon to depart so easily. Since they had already engaged in conflict, it was imperative to keep him at bay. His concern was not for himself or the immortal sect, but rather for the disciples who might face retaliation from this great demon during their training expeditions. Better to eradicate the threat entirely. If they could merely delay until Shimin Chui Shui arrived, with his cultivation and formidable combat prowess, subduing this demon would be a trivial matter. As Wang Feng spoke, Yi Guqing did not respond, yet the sword intent emanating from him intensified, transforming him into a veritable divine sword, radiant and awe-inspiring. Boom! Just as Yi Guqing prepared to confront the great demon Xianxia, a chilling sword aura suddenly materialized from a void, striking down with fierce velocity. Under the horrified gaze of the great demon, It pierced through his very being. At that moment, a figure clad in white robes, bearing an oddly shaped black scabbard and long sword, abruptly appeared in the void. Upon his emergence, the entire atmosphere resonated with a profound sense of solitude. He brought his fingers together, forming a sword, a drop of blood suspended at his fingertips. With a gentle flick, the blood drop seeped into the ground, vanishing without a trace. In that motion, his pallid visage was revealed, eyes reflecting an endless loneliness. Upon this figure's arrival, an overwhelming battle intent surged within Yi Guqing, causing his sword to tremble incessantly. His gaze was fixed intently on the figure. At that moment, in Yi Guqing's eyes, the world contained no one else but that singular presence. Wait until you break through to the Xianhuang level, then we shall fight. The figure, sensing Yi Guqing's sword intent, saw a flicker of light emerge in his previously lonely eyes and spoke softly. As his words echoed, the tumultuous sword aura emanating from Yi Guqing gradually subsided. He cast a lingering glance at the figure before falling silent. I have met the sect leader. Shimin has arrived late. Following this, the figure gracefully moved before Wang Feng, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 8. A year as packed at this moment, Ling Feiwu, standing behind Wang Feng, beheld the figure that had appeared before him. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and her charming face was etched with astonishment. How could a being, at the very least a prince-level entity, and at the pinnacle of its power, a great demon of the Xianhuang realm, be so effortlessly pierced? What kind of celestial sect had she unwittingly joined? The celestial sect truly lived up to its name. Amidst her overwhelming shock, Ling Feiwu's heart surged with excitement. She had never anticipated that she would inadvertently become part of a reclusive and mighty sect. Wang Feng looked at the figure of Shimin Chue Shui before him, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Elder Shimin, your timing is impeccable." Wang Feng himself was astonished at the formidable strength of Shimin Chue Shui. Just moments ago, the flash of sword light had caught him off guard. Indeed, Shimin Chue Shui was worthy of being called a sword god. How could this place harbor a being of the Xianhuang level? Not far away, the Xianxia great demon clutched his chest wound, murmuring in disbelief. His previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by a state of utter disarray as blood stained his front. The Xianxia great demon had initially thought it incredible to encounter a prince-level being at its zenith, let alone a being of the Xianhuang realm, and one so powerful at that. The strike from Shimin Chue Shui had left even him, a former pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, unable to react. In truth, he felt that even at his prime, he might not have been able to withstand Shimin Chue Shui. Had he inadvertently provoked an ancient and hidden sect? How else could such a powerful entity appear in this remote region of the Xingyao mountain range? Our sect offers you two choices. First, join the celestial sect. Second, we shall have Elder Shimin and Elder Yi besiege you. Upon Shimin Chue Shui's arrival, Wang Feng straightened his posture, regarding the Xianxia great demon, whose expression fluctuated between fury and dread with an air of indifference. Wang Feng had always held disdain for the so-called dichotomy of good and evil within the realm of cultivation. There was never an absolute good nor an absolute evil. Some who appeared righteous were often more malevolent than demons, while others who seemed wicked harbored their own steadfast principles within. The Xianxia great demon, though seemingly arrogant, displayed an adherence to norms without revealing any particularly remarkable traits, though it was possible he simply failed to recognize them. Nevertheless, Wang Feng was unconcerned. If the Xianxia great demon truly was a figure of widespread ire, he could accumulate the sect's merit from him and dispose of him later. If not, then the celestial sect would gain yet another former pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, a prospect too advantageous to overlook. You are shameless. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the Xianxia great demon's expression shifted dramatically. He glared at Wang Feng, his voice booming with rage, his crimson eyes fixed intensely upon him, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. How could a dignified Xianxia great demon, once a figure of terror throughout the entire Yaori Empire a millennium ago, be cornered in such a manner? Even his old rival, the emperor of the Yaori Empire, had never possessed such audacity. At this moment, the great demon of Xinsha felt as if he were a tiger fallen into the plains, being bullied by dogs. Moreover, how could they so brazenly declare such an attack at any time? Although the cultivation realm adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest, it still follows certain rules. Unless faced with insurmountable forces, practitioners generally uphold the tenets of their path. How could someone like Wang Feng, a dignified sect leader, be so shameless? Hearing this, Wang Feng merely smiled in silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the great demon of Xinsha, unmoved in the slightest. Flanking him on either side stood two formidable sword gods, each radiating a distinct and potent sword intent that reverberated through the void, simultaneously shaking the very core of the great demon of Xinsha. As he observed the fierce, sword energies emanating from Wang Feng's companions, the great demon trembled with rage. If it were merely Yi Guqing alone, he might harbor some trepidation, but he would not be afraid. What truly instilled fear in him was Shimin Chue Shui. The sharpness of his sword was unparalleled, his strikes elusive and intangible. Even he could not discern the origins of Shimin Chue Shui's swordsmanship. The recent thrust that had pierced him made it evident that Shimin Chue Shui had attained a realm where the sword was but an extension of his will, capable of perceiving the essence of all things as a blade. This state of understanding was only achievable by those above the realm of the Xian Emperor. To grasp such a terrifying sword path at the Xian Emperor level was to be deemed invincible within that realm. Even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against Shimin Chue Shui, let alone now. Should he be besieged by both Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Guqing, his demise would be inevitable, especially since Yi Guqing was no ordinary peak monarch. However, the thought of joining the Immortal Sect stirred within him a sense of unwillingness, particularly under the pressure exerted by Wang Feng. The great demon of Xinsha, despite his stature, would rather meet death than be subjugated. Observing the resolute intent emanating from the great demon, Wang Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke again. "We are aware of your lofty pride. How about this? Join our Immortal Sect for 1 year, and if you find yourself unwilling to stay after that time, you may depart at your leisure." At this moment, Wang Feng's primary objective was to persuade the great demon of Xinsha to join the Immortal Sect, thereby accruing valuable sect points for recruiting powerful individuals. Secondly, he sought to discern whether the great demon was truly malevolent. If so, he would eliminate him. As for the 1-year agreement, Wang Feng was indifferent. If the great demon were indeed wicked, he would not last a year. Conversely, if he were not malevolent, Wang Feng was confident he could make the great demon willingly remain in the Immortal Sect within that time frame. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. Upon hearing Wang Feng's proposal, the resolute demeanor of the great demon of Xinsha softened. His expression shifted continuously. Though Shimin Chue Shui was formidable, he had once stood at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm. If he were to unleash his full power, the possibility of grievously injuring himself to escape was considerable. Yet, even if he survived Shimin Chue Shui's blade, his eruption of strength would inevitably be sensed by that old adversary. In such a scenario, the aftermath of his injuries would be far worse than joining the Immortal Sect. Moreover, a year did not seem entirely unacceptable. Is it not a place where one can peacefully recuperate and regain their peak? Wang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the abyssal demon, speaking with an air of indifference. As his words lingered in the air, Yi Guqing and Shimin Chue Shui, standing beside him, suddenly emanated a fierce and overwhelming aura, their swords trembling slightly, as if eager to be drawn and taste blood. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words and sensing the terrifying sword intent from Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Guqing, the abyssal demon clenched his teeth, as if striving to crush the frustration within. He then turned to Wang Feng and, with resignation, stated, "I shall consent to join your celestial sect for 1 year." Just 1 year was tolerable for him. However, the notion of willingly remaining in the celestial sect for that duration, as Wang Feng suggested, elicited a scoff from the abyssal demon. What ist? He was the formidable abyssal demon, a peak sovereign, a being that instilled fear throughout the entire Radiant Empire. How could he be so lacking in ambition? Very well. Since you have chosen to join my celestial sect, you must comply with any tasks assigned to you during this year, provided they are within your capabilities. Of course, should your old adversary detect your presence, this sect will assist in shielding you for that year. Wang Feng replied, a satisfied nod acknowledging the abyssal demon's words. The latter acquiesced, finding this arrangement akin to a transaction, one he could accept. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting the abyssal demon, earning 10,000 sect points in a random summoning opportunity. At that moment, a cool voice resonated in Wang Feng's mind, causing him to tremble with surprise. He had not anticipated such generous rewards for recruiting the abyssal demon into the celestial sect. Clearly, he must seize opportunities to recruit strong individuals in the future. Wang Feng understood that the system valued the qualifications of the strong rather than mere cultivation levels. While the abyssal demon currently stood at the peak of the sovereign realm, he had once been at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, endowing him with insight and prowess that far surpassed that of an ordinary sovereign. The abyssal demon's combat strength was not something any typical peak sovereign could rival. Contemplating this, Wang Feng momentarily set aside thoughts of rewards and turned his gaze back to the abyssal demon. What did you mean by rations earlier? With the rewards now in hand, he felt emboldened to clarify. If this demon truly posed a threat to humanity, Wang Feng resolved to eliminate the menace today. Ahem, it is merely a quirk of mine, a way to frighten others, not an actual craving. Though I am a demon, I have not descended into madness to that extent. Furthermore, given my qualifications, I have no need to cultivate such demonic arts. The abyssal demon replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. System, is what the abyssal demon claims true? Wang Feng could not simply take the demon's word for it and discreetly inquired of the system. Indeed, the chilling voice resonating in Wang Feng's mind caused the corners of his mouth to twitch. He cast a speechless glance at the Xianxia demon, thinking, come on, you are a formidable demon of great renown, once standing at the pinnacle of the Xian Emperor realm. Do you really need to intimidate others to satisfy your own ego? What kind of audacious individual resorts to such tactics? Perceiving Wang Feng's peculiar gaze, Xianxia made a concerted effort to maintain his composure and uphold his identity as a great demon. Were it not for the fear that Wang Feng might take offense at the matter of sustenance and strike him down, he would resolutely refuse to divulge the truth. Meanwhile, as Wang Feng conversed with the Xianxia demon, Ling Feiwu and Li Qing, who stood behind him, were starry-eyed with admiration, gazing at Wang Feng in awe. To think he could persuade a being of such stature as the Xianxia demon to join the immortal sect with just a few words. What extraordinary prowess! At that moment, in the hearts of Ling Feiwu and Li Qing, Wang Feng's figure loomed larger than life. They regarded him as the true powerhouse of their sect. Chapter 9. The world's most stunning beauty. After gaining some understanding of the Xianxia demon, Wang Feng had no intention of delving deeper. Excess can be counterproductive, and after all, there was still a year ahead. A year may seem brief, yet can stretch indefinitely. If the Xianxia demon were indeed malevolent, it would be revealed in due time. Wang Feng harbored no concern about his inability to suppress the Xianxia demon. Even if the demon were to regain his peak strength within that year, it would only serve to strengthen the immortal sect. Such confidence he possessed. Wang Feng waved his hand and declared, "Let us proceed." "Master, where to?" inquired Ling Feiwu and Li Qing, bewildered, as they noted that before them stood only a modest thatched hut, the entirety of the immortal sect. "I shall take you to the true residence of my immortal sect," Wang Feng replied with a proud glance at Li Qing and Ling Feiwu, asserting that his sect was not a shabby one, merely discreet in its demeanor. Upon hearing this, both Li Qing and Ling Feiwu trembled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Would they finally witness the true splendor of the immortal sect? Xianxia demon also revealed an expression of intrigue. Indeed, he had inadvertently entangled himself with an ancient, hidden sect. After all, how could a mere thatched hut house beings of the Xian Emperor and Marquis realms? At that moment, Xianxia felt a surge of anticipation, eager to discover what this so-called immortal sect truly was. Subsequently, Wang Feng led everyone into the thatched hut, which instantly became crowded. Ling Feiwu, Li Qing, and Xianxia Demon all turned their expectant gazes toward Wang Feng. Open, under the expectant eyes of the three. Wang Feng's expression grew serious as he let out a low roar. A purple-golden token materialized in his hand, adorned with intricate and arcane symbols. The front bore the characters Immortal Sect, while the back displayed the words Sect Master S Order. Buzz. As the token emerged, the space within the thatched hut trembled violently. And soon, to the astonishment of the three, a portal materialized in the hut. What precisely is this Immortal Sect, whose abode lies within a hidden realm? Upon witnessing that ethereal portal, the visage of the great demon Xianxia was beset with astonishment, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. This is a concealed domain, an extraordinary sanctuary for a sect of such formidable repute. In the Xianlan continent, hidden realms are exceedingly rare. Only those of the Emperor Xian realm and above possess the might to unveil such sanctuaries. Each emergence of a hidden realm heralds a tempestuous storm, for within these realms lie treasures and legacies bequeathed by Emperor Xian powerhouses, inciting frenzied pursuits among cultivators. Yet, the great demon Xianxia was unprepared for the revelation that the Immortal Sect had directly claimed a hidden realm. This signified that the Immortal Sect must have been established by beings of the Emperor Xian realm and possessed their inheritances. In that moment, Xuanxia's heart raced. He suddenly perceived his accession to the Immortal Sect not as a humiliation, but as a fortuitous opportunity, the legacy of an Emperor Xian powerhouse. If he were to obtain it as the portal to the hidden realm opened, Wang Feng stepped through first, followed closely by Yi Guqing and Shimin Chui Shui. The three stunned figures of the great demon, Xianxia, quickly regained their composure and hastened to follow. Upon entering the portal, Wang Feng felt an immediate shift in the scenery, and soon he and Yi Guqing found themselves standing upon a vast plain. Wang Feng lifted his gaze and was struck with astonishment. The three who followed him, including Xianxia, stood agape in disbelief. Before them, at a distance of several dozen meters, loomed an imposing stone gate, towering hundreds of meters high, adorned with swirling clouds and intricately carved with the three characters of the Immortal Sect in resplendent purple gold, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. Yet, this alone was not sufficient to overwhelm the great demon Xianxia. Beyond that stone gate lay a series of white jade steps, each tier floating in the air, ascending higher and higher. Following the steps, they beheld a magnificent palace complex concealed within the clouds, reminiscent of an otherworldly sanctuary, its mere sight evoking profound awe. Standing at the base of this stone gate, even the once peak-level Emperor Xianxia felt diminutive, gazing towards the Immortal Sect's abode, akin to a celestial paradise. And he could not help but exclaim, "Immortal Sect, the name is indeed fitting." Among them, the only ones unshaken were Yi Guqing and Shimin Chui Shui. For in the eyes of these two sword-centric souls, everything aside from sword was but fleeting illusion. After a brief moment, Wang Feng furrowed his brow. Though this sect's abode appeared resplendent, he sensed something was amiss. Ah, yes, it was the absence of profound energy. Logically, the essence of Xuanqi within this microcosmic realm should surpass that of the outside world. However, Wang Feng perceived that the Xuanqi within the sect's abode was exceedingly thin, even less concentrated than in ordinary places outside. System, what is the matter with the Xuanqi within this microcosmic sect's abode? Furrowing his brow, Wang Feng pondered silently. For cultivators, the absorption of mysterious energy is paramount to enhancing their own abilities, and the concentration of this energy is crucial. If the concentration at this small world sect's location is merely at this level, how can he swiftly develop the celestial sect? Ding! This small world sect's location is a creation of the system and does not incorporate the essence of the spiritual veins. The secret realms above the Xianlan continent are established by those of the mystic emperor realm, who typically seize spiritual veins and integrate them into the realms they create to enhance the energy concentration within. To elevate the energy concentration of the sect's location, the host must capture spiritual veins after breaking through to the mystic emperor realm or obtain them through a lottery draw to incorporate into the Sect's domain. The cool voice resonating in his mind left Wang Feng momentarily speechless. Given his current state, breaking through to the mystic emperor realm would not be an easy feat. This meant he would have to rely on constant lottery draws to acquire spiritual veins and enhance the energy concentration of the Sect's location. Curse the system. It incessantly exploits his Sect's resources, leading him from one pitfall to another. Shaking his head, Wang Feng temporarily set aside the issue of energy concentration, hoping for good fortune in the upcoming lottery draws to win spiritual veins. Spiritual veins, born from the natural evolution of heaven and earth, embody the quintessence of mysterious energy. Once integrated into a location, they can elevate the energy concentration severalfold. Consequently, the more powerful a sect is, the greater and more advanced the spiritual veins it possesses. Spiritual veins are indeed the foundation of a sect. With determination, Wang Feng led the group forward, ascending the white jade staircase towards the Sect's location. As they stepped upon the staircase, Ling Feiwu and Li Qing were filled with excitement, their expressions gravely solemn, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Even the fearsome demon Xian Sha felt a sense of restraint upon treading the white jade steps, as though he were approaching a realm inhabited by celestial beings. The higher they ascended, the more palpable an invisible pressure became, compelling even the most unruly of demons to behave. Moments later, an awe-inspiring grand hall loomed before Wang Feng and his companions, soaring nearly 1,000 meters high, entirely crafted from white jade. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings of unknown divine beasts, evoking a profound sense of reverence at first glance. Surrounding this magnificent palace were various pavilions of differing sizes. While these structures lacked the grandeur of the hall, they equally exuded an air of mysterious antiquity. You may freely choose any of these pavilions for residence. Wang Feng indicated towards the structures, addressing Xian Sha and the others. After selecting your dwelling, you may explore the celestial sect's location, but do not venture into the forbidden areas without permission. At this moment, with so few members in the celestial sect, the vastness of the residence felt rather accommodating. However, once the sect flourished, regulations would need to be established. Understood, Sect Master. The great demon Xinsha and Ling Feiwu, along with Li Qing, promptly bowed in response to Wang Feng's words. After witnessing the terrifying power of the immortal sect, the great demon Xinsha had gradually come to accept, albeit subconsciously, the reality of joining the sect. The very presence of this sect's stronghold exuded an aura of formidable might, leaving no room for the great demon Xinsha to entertain any ulterior motives. Wang Feng then made his way directly towards the imposing palace before him. Upon stepping into the grand structure, Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui vanished in a flash, reappearing in the two closest pavilions that flanked the palace, one to the left and the other to the right, standing guard over Wang Feng's domain. The three of them, the great demon Xinsha included, were visibly excited as they began to select their own pavilions. As Wang Feng pushed open the grand doors of the palace, he was immediately enveloped by an ancient and profound aura. His gaze swept across the hall, where a magnificent throne was prominently displayed at the highest point, accompanied by 20 chairs, 10 on each side. Despite their grand size, these chairs occupied less than 1/10 of the hall's vast space. Wang Feng stepped forward and seated himself upon the majestic throne, surveying the entire hall, and a surge of ambition ignited within him. He envisioned a day when the hall would be filled with powerful beings of the Xian Emperor realm. System, activate the random summoning opportunity. He silently commanded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have summoned the master of the flower-transferring palace, Yao Yu. Would you like to view her tribute panel? The icy voice resonating in his mind sent a shiver down Wang Feng's spine. He had not anticipated summoning such an ethereal beauty, revered both as a goddess and a specter. He recalled a man's description of Yao Yu. She is a deity, a ghost, but certainly not human. Even though Wang Feng understood that characters summoned from the system posed no threat to him, he felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of Yao Yu. Chapter 10. Apologies, Brother. Nonetheless, overall, Wang Feng was quite pleased with the summoning of Yao Yu. As the immortal sect grew increasingly powerful, the management of the sect became paramount, and Yao Yu's ability to oversee the vast flower-transferring palace was beyond question. Though her demeanor was aloof and regal, Wang Feng was confident he could still maintain control over her, constrained as she was by the system. View Yao Yu's attribute panel, he declared without hesitation. Ding! Yao Yu's attribute panel is as follows. Name, Yao Yu. Title, the world's most enchanting beauty. Master of the flower-transferring palace cultivation. Early stage of the Xian Emperor realm mystical skills. Mingyu technique. Flower transference. Peak of royal grade. Mystical weapon. Blood-illuminated brush. Peak of royal grade. Gazing at Yao Yu's attribute panel, Wang Feng felt a jolt of exhilaration. She was indeed the foremost female expert of her time, undeniably powerful. Most importantly, he understood that the combat prowess of characters summoned from the system could not be solely gauged by their cultivation level. Both Yi Guqing and Shimen Shui far surpassed their cultivation ranks, and Yao Yu would likely be no exception. Buzz, as Wang Feng marveled at the moment. The void within the grand hall suddenly trembled, and immediately thereafter, a figure clad in white descended gracefully from the ether. Her garments flowed like wisps of cloud, as if carried by the wind. Her attire, as pure as freshly fallen snow, framed long hair that cascaded like a silken waterfall. She exuded an enchanting elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon beholding her visage, Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the beauty of Yao Yu, who seemed to possess an innate allure that captivated all who gazed upon her. Yao Yu, I have met the sovereign. A melodious and ethereal voice echoed throughout the hall as this otherworldly figure lowered her head before him. Wang Feng could not help but feel a surge of pride swell within him at this moment. There is no need for excessive formalities. From now on, you shall serve at my side, Wang Feng remarked, appraising Yao Yu with a nod. Yi Guqing and Shimen Shui were both deeply devoted to the sword, and their paths, stained with bloodshed, were not suited for companionship at his side. The presence of the great demon, Xianxia, might be appropriate, yet relying solely on him was a source of unease for Wang Feng. His slight frame could not withstand the might of Xuancha's strike. Yes, sovereign, Yao Yu replied respectfully, her expression remaining as impassive as ever, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Listening to her voice, Wang Feng felt a complex mix of sentiments. It was cold and unyielding, yet possessed a delicate beauty. Had Yao Yu not been so frigid and unrelenting, her stunning visage and enchanting voice alone would surely incite a fervent pursuit from men across the realm. However, if she were to lose that edge, she would no longer be the Yao Yu he knew. Please, take your leave for now. When I am to venture out, you shall accompany me, Wang Feng instructed, despite the unsettling chill her beauty instilled in him. Understood. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu offered a respectful bow, and in an instant, her graceful figure vanished without a trace. As Wang Feng collected his thoughts after her departure, he began to delve into his own cultivation, familiarizing himself with the power coursing through his being. Meanwhile, having exited the main hall of the sect, Yao Yu casually sought out a nearby pavilion to reside in, just as Xianxia emerged from an adjacent building. How curious. Is this celestial sect not an ancient hidden power? Why are there so few strong practitioners? Where are the others? Logically, an ancient hidden sect should not consist of merely these few individuals. A hint of perplexity crossed Xuancha's countenance as he murmured to himself. Wang Feng had allowed them to select their own pavilions, and Xianxia took no offense, choosing one after another. Yet, while appearing to sift through pavilions, he was in truth probing the depths of the celestial sect. To his astonishment, he found that these pavilions were all vacant. Even the larger halls stood empty. If the celestial sect were indeed a hidden power, it could not possibly consist of so few individuals. Either the sect was nothing more than a facade, truly inhabited by only a handful of practitioners, or the remaining strong members were still in slumber, yet to awaken fully. Xianxia, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding hidden sects, recognized that typically such entities would retreat from the world with their practitioners entering a deep slumber to conserve their lifespans, awaiting the arrival of a glorious era before they would awaken once more. Those so-called reclusive sects, which appear to be hidden from the world, are in reality still active within the mainland and do not truly qualify as genuine secluded sections. In contrast, the Immortal Sect, in the eyes of the great demon of Xianxia, represents a true reclusive sect, evoking a sense of extraordinary allure. As he pondered this, the great demon of Xianxia made his way towards the loft where Yaoyue resided, lost in thought as he approached the entrance. He presumed this loft, like the previous ones, to be devoid of inhabitants and, without a second thought, intended to push the door open and enter. Suddenly, as the great demon of Xuanxia's hand grazed the door, a terrifying aura erupted from within the loft. At that moment, the door swung open on its own, and a radiant palm imprint surged forth, striking him with an overwhelming force, much to his astonishment. The impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing onto the distant floor, which shattered upon contact, causing the earth to tremble. Dare to intrude again, and you shall meet your demise. A chilling, ethereal voice echoed from within the loft, ringing in the ears of the great demon of Xianxia. Following this, the door closed automatically, restoring the loft to its former tranquility. As though nothing had transpired, another formidable being at the Xianwang level, the great demon of Xianxia coughed up blood, his complexion pale. Yet in that moment, he was oblivious to his injuries, his gaze fixed in horror upon the loft, as tumultuous waves of realization surged within him. His previous doubts dissipated in an instant. It appeared that, indeed, as he suspected, the powerful figures of the Immortal Sect were in a deep slumber, yet to awaken in full. This particular being must have only just stirred, disturbed by his intrusion. The thought caused the great demon of Xianxia to break into a cold sweat. He realized that his earlier explorations of those lofts were tantamount to courting death. At that moment, a genuine reverence for the Immortal Sect blossomed within him. A sect capable of summoning Xianwang-level experts at will was not one to be trifled with. It would be wise for him to remain cautious. Otherwise, should he provoke an even stronger entity, he might not even comprehend his own demise. Within such a brief span, the Immortal Sect had revealed two formidable Xianwang-level experts, and he had no doubt that there existed powerful beings beyond that, at the Xuanzun level. Looking down at his grievously wounded body, a bitter smile crossed his face. On the left side of his chest lay a sword wound, while the right bore the imprint of a palm. The great demon of Xianxia, a figure of considerable renown, had been decisively subdued upon his emergence. A truly humiliating experience. The most frustrating aspect was that he dared not retaliate, instead retreating to a secluded corner to tend to his wounds in silence. With this thought, the great demon of Xuanxia's spirits plummeted, and he refrained from further probing into the lofts, opting instead to occupy an uninhabited one. The following day, within the main hall of the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng summoned Ling Feiwu, speaking with a tone laden with meaning. Feiwu, you have only just broken through to the Xianjiang level, and your cultivation has yet to solidify. Correct? Indeed, Sect Master. However, the Master has already devised a series of plans to solidify Feiwu's cultivation. Ling Feiwu gazed at Wang Feng with admiration, softly speaking. Indeed, however, the purpose of your visit is to convey a matter of importance. Wang Feng nodded and said, secretly astonished. It appears that Yi Guqing truly intends to take Ling Feiwu as a disciple. The usually aloof and cold Yi Guqing is showing such diligence towards Ling Feiwu. Please, Master, I shall not hesitate to give my life for it. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, a serious look flickered across Ling Feiwu's delicate face, and she quickly responded. It is not that grave. I wish for you to assist your senior brother Li Qing in his training. Wang Feng waved his hand and explained. Master, but I am merely at the Xian general realm. How can I instruct senior brother Li Qing? Ling Feiwu was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. What I desire is for you to engage in sparring with Li Qing, and it would be best to bring him close to the brink of death. So long as he does not perish, you may strike him as you wish. At first, Ling Feiwu was inclined to agree with Wang Feng, but the more she listened, the more she felt something amiss. A shiver coursed through her delicate frame. Is the master truly this ruthless with his disciples? Does he harbor a penchant for cruelty? Seeing Ling Feiwu trembling, her face paling, Wang Feng realized she had misunderstood and hastened to clarify. Though your brother Li Qing is immortal, his physique is extraordinary. It simply remains dormant. Once activated, it shall astonish the world. To awaken your brother's physique, external stimulation through impact is essential. Upon hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Ling Feiwu nodded in understanding, though she remained somewhat skeptical. What kind of physique requires torment for activation? If you do not believe me, you may try it. As long as you do not kill Li Qing, even if he sustains severe injuries, he will soon bounce back to life. Yes, master. I shall go assist senior brother Li Qing. Ling Feiwu, no longer hesitating, respectfully bowed to Wang Feng before departing the grand hall to seek out Li Qing. Ling Feiwu held unwavering trust in Wang Feng's words, yet the situation felt exceedingly peculiar. Thus, she resolved to test this theory. If it proved true, as the junior sister, she would certainly spare no effort in helping senior brother Li Qing activate his physique. Watching Ling Feiwu's retreating figure, a flicker of profundity glimmered in Wang Feng's eyes as he murmured, Li Qing, I hope you can endure. Once you activate the turtle spirit Xian immortal physique, you shall be qualified to secure your position as the eldest senior brother of the immortal sect. What brings you here, junior sister? In the attic where Li Qing resided, he looked at the suddenly appearing Ling Feiwu with a puzzled expression, inquiring, Senior brother, I beg your pardon. Ling Feiwu did not answer directly, but clasped her hands in greeting and softly spoke. Then, with a surge of Xian energy within her, she extended her delicate hands and struck fiercely towards Li Qing. Chapter 11. Lingyun's sect caught off guard by Ling Feiwu's strike. Li Qing had no time to react. Even if he had, he could not withstand it, and he took the blow directly, his face turning a deep shade of red. Bang! Li Qing was abruptly propelled backward, crashing onto the ground at a distance, causing the entire loft to tremble. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing at Ling Feiwu in disbelief. Junior sister, you. He could hardly fathom that Ling Feiwu would strike at him. Could it be that she coveted the position of the senior brother? Was she intent on usurping him? Little did he know, at that moment, Ling Feiwu was even more shaken. She did not respond to Li Qing's words, but murmured, The sect leader was indeed not deceiving me. Senior brother truly possesses a formidable constitution. Though Ling Feiwu had refrained from exerting her full strength during that last blow, she had still unleashed 1/10 of her power. As a formidable practitioner of the Xinjiang realm, even that fraction of her strength was enough to easily vanquish a mere mortal. Under her careful control, it should have rendered him incapable of rising. Yet, Li Qing managed to stagger to his feet after merely spitting blood, although wounded. He was not gravely hurt. Senior brother, Feiwu is doing this for your own good, Ling Feiwu remarked, her face illuminated by a fleeting smile as she playfully blinked. You strike me, and yet claim it's for my benefit? Junior sister, you must be unaware that the plump ones are quite astute, Li Qing retorted, his expression shifting between anger and confusion as he scrutinized Ling Feiwu. He pondered how to resolve the current predicament. Aside from seeking the sect leader, he had no other recourse. However, as a mere mortal, how could he escape from his junior sister's grasp? Senior brother, the sect leader mentioned you possess an unparalleled constitution and instructed me to spar with you. As long as you do not perish, anything goes, Ling Feiwu exclaimed, noticing Li Qing's lingering doubt. En parallèle de constitution? How could I, Li Qing, be unaware of such a thing? Have I offended the sect leader in some way? Li Qing glanced at Ling Feiwu, speaking cautiously. You truly possess an unparalleled constitution, Ling Feiwu replied, exasperated yet earnest as she addressed Li Qing. Is that so? Without a doubt. His eyes brightened at Ling Feiwu's sincere expression. Then why am I still a mere mortal? Shouldn't an unparalleled genius cultivate as easily as drinking water? Because your constitution has yet to be activated. And how does one activate it? By being struck. If it weren't for Ling Feiwu's serious demeanor, Li Qing might have suspected she was jesting or seeking a pretext to pummel him. Was it true that his junior sister was indeed coveting the position of senior brother? Bang! As Li Qing contemplated, Ling Feiwu did not forget her purpose for being there. In an instant, she appeared before him, delivering another blow that sent him soaring once more, crashing into the ground in the distance. Junior sister, should we not call upon the sect leader instead? Li King lamenta, fearing that if this continued, he might truly be beaten to death by his junior sister. The sect leader is concerned that an inadvertent strike might end your life. Hence, I have been entrusted to refine you. Ling Feiwu replied with a playful smile, her tone gentle. If one were to disregard the swirling energy in her hands, the sweet smile and gentle voice of Ling Feiwu would undoubtedly captivate Li Qing. Ah, junior sister, be gentle, have mercy. Spare me. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted within the loft where Li Qing resided, a sound poignant enough to bring tears to the listeners and stir the hearts of those who heard it. Coincidentally, Wang Feng, who had come to the loft to ascertain whether Ling Feiwu was putting forth her utmost effort, was met with this lamentation and wore a satisfied smile. With such a supportive junior sister, Li Qing was bound to awaken his potential and become an unparalleled genius. Content. Wang Feng turned and returned to his own sect's hall. Less than 1,000 miles from the valley where the immortal sect was located, there stood a towering peak known as Lingshao. Atop Lingshao peak lay a series of palatial structures, their grandeur enough to elicit exclamations of awe from any who ventured there. This cluster of palaces was the revered abode of the Lingyun sect, renowned throughout the outer regions of the Xingyao mountain range. While the Lingyun sect might not be well known across the entire Radiant Sun Empire, it was undoubtedly a significant force in the vicinity of the Xingyao Mountains. At this moment, Chun Feng, the sect leader of Lingyun, who had attained the realm of a manifestation expert, sat solemnly upon the throne, scrutinizing the numerous elders of the sect gathered below. Sect leader, the demon sealing conference is imminent, yet Chun Xian has not yet broken through to the Xian general realm. I fear that our Lingyun sect may not secure a place on the demon sealing list this time. Elder Qiu Wanfeng stated gravely, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Upon hearing Elder Qiu's words, the expressions of the Lingyun sect elders grew serious. The demon sealing conference is of utmost importance. Our Lingyun sect must strive to compete. The demon sealing list is crucial for our potential entry into the Radiant Sun Academy. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity, Chun Feng replied, casting a glance over the assembled elders. However, this time, the decree stipulates that only the younger generation may participate in the demon sealing conference, unlike in previous years. Within our Lingyun sect, aside from Chun Xian, who has reached the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm, there are no other disciples of the same caliber to contend with the prodigies from other major sects. Elder Qiu Wanfeng expressed, his face betraying a flicker of anxiety. Hearing this, the expressions of the Lingyun sect elders, including Chun Feng, the sect leader, turned grave, their eyes reflecting a weighty concern. Chun Xian, the son of Chun Feng, had reached the pinnacle of the spirit connection realm at the tender age of 19, marking him as the foremost among the younger generation of Lingyun sect. However, in the grand scheme of the Radiant Sun Empire, he could hardly be deemed among the top prodigies. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently in the vicinity of the Xingyao mountain range? Chun Feng inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting in his eyes as he sought for a solution. The Ling family of Yaofeng City was annihilated by the Longlin Marquisate, and the eldest daughter of the Ling family fled to the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range, pursued by the young Marquis of the Longlin family, with the outcome still unknown. Elder Qiu Wanfeng responded, his expression shifting at the revelation. The affairs of the Ling family are entangled with the high-level intrigues of the Radiant Sun Empire, matters beyond our humble capacity to influence. As for the eldest daughter of the Ling family, she has become a harbinger of misfortune. To provoke her is to invite calamity. My Lingyun sect must steadfastly avoid any association with her. Chun Feng's gaze sharpened, and he spoke solemnly, recognizing that each noble lord of the Radiant Sun Empire is at least a formidable figure at the sovereign level, not someone that ordinary sects like theirs can afford to provoke. A sovereign-level powerhouse could easily obliterate the Lingyun sect. Indeed, Wan Feng is well aware. When the eldest daughter of the Ling family fled to the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range, I instructed the disciples of Lingyun's sect to investigate. However, upon the appearance of the young lord of the Changlin Marquisate, I promptly withdrew our disciples to avoid inciting the ire of the young lord. Well done. Although the young lord of Changlin is a libertine, he is greatly favored by the Changlin Marquis. This young man has a capricious temperament. Once provoked, it is akin to a bone-eating worm from which one cannot escape. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chun Feng nodded in agreement and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "There is one more peculiar matter." "Oh, pray tell." Chun Feng's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Wanfeng. In a small valley less than 1,000 miles from our Lingyun sect, a presence of the profound general level was sensed yesterday. According to our disciples' investigations, this aura may belong to someone who has just attained that level. Xiao Wanfeng spoke earnestly, not daring to be negligent. Could it be that a young rogue cultivator has found an opportunity in the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range, and thus ascended to the profound general level? Upon hearing Elder Xiao Wanfeng's words, Chun Feng's entire being trembled, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he spoke gravely. Aside from rogue cultivators, it is rare for disciples of major sects to break through in the wild. After all, reaching the profound general level is of utmost significance. A moment's carelessness could lead to interruption and the loss of a breakthrough opportunity. Therefore, any disciple of a major sect, upon sensing an impending breakthrough, would certainly return to their sect, seeking protection from their stronger peers to ensure a secure ascension. Alas, the disciple at that time did not dare to approach and merely sensed the aura from afar. Elder Xiao Wanfeng shook his head and replied, "This prodigy, appearing at the outskirts of our Starry Mountain Range, represents an opportunity for our Lingyun sect. Given Chun Xian's aptitude, even with our vigorous support, it is unlikely he could attain the profound general level in a short time. Perhaps we could have this unfamiliar genius represent our Lingyun sect at the Demon Sealing Conference and thus secure a position for us." Chun Feng suddenly rose, his eyes aglow with brilliance, speaking with fervor. The elders of the Lingyun sect in the hall were likewise shaken, their eyes radiating excitement. "Master, this course of action is indeed feasible. Indeed, while the young generation at the profound general level may not be top-tier prodigies, securing a place on the demon sealing rankings remains a possibility. Truly, it is heaven's assistance to our Lingyun sect." The elders present fervently debated, as if the one who had broken through to the profound general level was already a disciple of their Lingyun sect. "Master, what if that individual is already affiliated with another sect?" The Grand Elder Xiao Wanfeng, however, did not share the optimistic outlook of many other elders present. With a solemn expression, he inquired, "If he is a disciple of a major sect, then it is acceptable. However, if he belongs to a minor sect, we shall take him back and annihilate his sect, ensuring that he remains with our Lingyun sect." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, a glint of ruthless determination flickered in Chun Feng's eyes as he replied in a low voice, "In this ruthless realm of cultivation, how can one establish themselves without being merciless?" Indeed, Grand Elder Xiao Wanfeng clasped his hands in acknowledgement, his demeanor devoid of discomfort. As if it were a matter of course, such occurrences are exceedingly common in the Xianlan continent. Sometimes, the emergence of prodigious disciples from minor sects does not bode well, but rather heralds disaster. "You shall personally handle this matter," Chun Feng remarked, casting a narrowed gaze at Xiao Wanfeng, emphasizing his directive. Chapter 12. Our Sect. The most distinguished in the Divine Immortal Sect, the system activated, utilizing 10,000 sect points for 10 draws. Within the main hall of the Divine Immortal Sect, Wanfeng sat upon the sect master's throne, contemplating inwardly. Presently, he possessed over 11,000 sect points, reserving a little over 1,000 for a grand draw to enhance the sect's strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 1/10 of Yaoyue's cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Yi Guqing's self-created sword technique, Tianwai Feixian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 1/5 of Shimen Chuyue's cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shimen Chuyue's profound technique, Huaguang sword art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 2/10 of Yaoyue's cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Yaoyue's profound technique, Mingyu skill. Even as Wang Feng's words faded, the system's cold voice resonated incessantly in his mind, causing an even broader smile to grace his face. In these 10 draws, aside from the second, fourth, and sixth draws which yielded the profound techniques of the three, the remaining draws all granted him their respective cultivation levels. Wang Feng felt that his own cultivation was somewhat lacking. Thus, acquiring the cultivation levels of 3 individuals at least at the peak of the Marquis realm would greatly assist him in elevating his own strength. Overall, the expenditure of this 10,000 Sect points was indeed worthwhile. System, infuse the acquired cultivation levels into my being, Wang Feng silently commanded, having no intention of bestowing these newfound powers upon Ling Feiwu or Li Qing. As the Sect master, he recognized that he himself was not yet sufficiently powerful. How could he possibly impart his cultivation to his disciples? Only when the drawn cultivation could no longer enhance his own would he consider sharing it with them. He understood that as the Sect master, he represented the greatest authority of the entire Divine Immortal Sect. Boom! As Wang Feng's declaration resonated, a surge of terrifying power suddenly manifested from the void, rushing into his body and causing him to tremble. This overwhelming strength coursed through his form, refining him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the Marquis realm, rewarded with 1,000 Sect points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating to the initial stage of the Xianwang realm, rewarded with 5,000 Sect points. 2 chilling sounds resonated in Wang Feng's mind, causing a sudden transformation in his demeanor, as an aura of a sovereign enveloped him. Indeed, he had now attained the mastery of the Xianwang realm. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction and murmured to himself. Although he had previously felt immense joy at summoning Yi Guqing and others, the fact that he, as the Sect master, was only at the initial stage of the Ascendant realm had significantly diminished his prestige. Now, as a true powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm, he finally matched the stature of the Sect master of the Divine Immortal Sect. System. Bestow the acquired profound techniques upon this host. Wang Feng declared once more. At present, despite having reached the initial phase of the Xianhuang realm, he was arguably the weakest among them. He possessed the cultivation of the Xianhuang realm, but lacked the corresponding profound techniques and combat experience. It was only with the techniques from Yi Guqing and the others that Wang Feng could genuinely embody the identity of a Xianhuang realm expert. Boom! As Wang Feng's words echoed, a multitude of memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him and causing his entire being to tremble. A faint sword intent began to emanate from him. In that moment, visions of Yi Guqing's self-created flying immortal from beyond appeared, alongside scenes of Shimin Shui cultivating the Huaguang sword Dao, and Yao Yu practicing the Mingyu skill. These 3 images seemed to forcibly embed themselves into Wang Feng's memory, inflicting a splitting headache. Even now, as a master of the Xianhuang realm, he found it difficult to bear the weight of these colossal memories, whether it was the flying immortal from beyond, the Huaguang sword Dao, or the Mingyu skill, each ranked at the pinnacle of the royal grade. To assimilate 3 such profound techniques simultaneously was no trivial matter. This highlighted Wang Feng's lack of understanding of cultivation. After all, his elevation had been akin to a sudden enlightenment. Otherwise, he would not dare to accept these 3 techniques so recklessly. Time passed unmeasured before Wang Feng gradually calmed himself. The sword intent that he had coalesced finally took shape. Had it not been for the system's shielding, it would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of Yi Guqing and the others. Phew, that was close to being fatal. Wang Feng sighed in relief, cursing under his breath. The mere recollection of that painful experience sent shivers down his spine, and he vowed never to tempt fate in such a manner again. Though immensely painful, it was undeniably worthwhile. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. The 3 profound techniques were now indelibly etched in his mind, as if he had cultivated them for countless ages. Despite never having wielded them, he felt he had grasped the essence of these techniques fully, With these three techniques, coupled with his solidified foundation, Wang Feng was confident he could contend with a mid-stage Xianhuang realm expert. After spending several hours familiarizing himself with his surging cultivation, Wang Feng summoned Yao Yu and the great demon Xianxia. This marked the first time the great demon Xianxia entered the main hall of the Immortal Sect. As he beheld Wang Feng seated majestically upon the throne, a profound sense of reverence unexpectedly welled up within him. Though Wang Feng's aura was not overtly displayed, an enigmatic presence surrounded him. Coupled with the opulent splendor of the throne, he appeared as a celestial king, exuding immense authority. The great demon Xianxia pondered the formidable nature of the Immortal Sect, an ancient and reclusive sect where even the elders were formidable beings of the Xianhuang realm. What kind of terrifying entity could the leader of such a sect be? Perhaps, despite his youth, the leader was indeed the most concealed powerhouse within the Immortal Sect. I pay my respects to the sect master. With this thought, the great demon Xianxia did not dare to be negligent and respectfully bowed to Wang Feng. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat. Observing the great demon Xianxia's demeanor, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction and gestured towards the chairs below. Thank you, Sect Master. Upon hearing this, the great demon Xianxia did not hesitate and promptly sat down. Although he harbored respect for Wang Feng, he was a peak expert of the Xianhuang realm and was not so submissive as to be unable to move. Buzz! As the great demon Xianxia settled into his chair, Yao Yu's figure gracefully appeared, sending a chill coursing through him, causing his entire body to involuntarily shudder. Stealing a glance at Yao Yu, he quickly averted his gaze, his face filled with trepidation. Just one look was enough for the great demon Xianxia to recognize that this extraordinary beauty, akin to a celestial fairy, was the very one who had once cast him out with a mere wave of her hand. Despite her breathtaking beauty stirring something within even his dark heart, he dared not gaze upon her for long. He was acutely aware that this enchanting woman was not only chillingly aloof, but also remarkably ruthless. He had been expelled without so much as a chance to step onto the pavilion, and they were of the same sect. If she could treat a fellow sect member with such severity, one could only imagine how difficult it would be to approach such a stunning beauty. Greetings, Sect Master. After bowing respectfully to Wang Feng, Yao Yu took a seat directly opposite the great demon Xianxia. Although the latter realized that Yao Yu's gaze was not directed at him, he still felt a profound discomfort. The pressure from this extraordinary beauty was overwhelming, even for someone of his caliber. Although he knew that Yao Yu was merely in the early stages of the Xianhuang realm, and thus weaker than he was at his peak, the formidable aura she exuded made him feel an inexplicable sense of dread. The reason I have summoned both of you is to accompany me on a journey. Once Yao Yu was seated, Wang Feng wasted no time and spoke directly. He was well aware of his task to recruit 10 disciples. Having only taken in 2 thus far, he had 8 more to go. Moreover, to ensure the growth of the Immortal Sect, disciples were absolutely indispensable. In the present day, with Li Qing's physical constitution activated, the presence of Ling Fei Wu suffices for the time being. Within the sect, the formidable sword masters Yi Gucheng and Shi Men Shui stand guard, allowing him to feel at ease as he ventures forth to recruit disciples. Indeed, Sect Master, upon hearing Wang Feng's words, both the Grand Demon Xianxia and Yao Yu responded in unison. However, the thought of following Wang Feng alongside Yao Yu left Xianxia feeling quite uneasy. While Yi Gucheng and Shi Men Shui exuded an air of coldness and pride, they did not instill fear in Xianxia. It was Yao Yu, whose cultivation was evidently inferior to Shi Men Shui, that truly unnerved him. Simultaneously, as Wang Feng, accompanied by Xianxia and Yao Yu, stepped out of the small world-s sect residence and into the thatched cottage, the esteemed elder Qiu Wan Feng of Lingyun sect appeared in the valley where the cottage was situated. Indeed, this very valley exuded the aura of an early-stage Xianjiang realm expert. Perched upon a massive stone, elder Qiu Wan Feng surveyed the entire valley. After a meticulous perception, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he murmured to himself, as a master of the entry realm, even after a day or two, He could still sense the residual aura lingering in this place, though he was unable to detect the presence of any being surpassing his own cultivation. What is a thatched cottage doing in this valley? At that moment, Chiao Wanfeng became aware of the cottage's existence, a look of skepticism crossing his face. He then moved gracefully, landing before the cottage, scrutinizing its entirety. Divine Immortal Sect. Chiao Wanfeng gazed at the crooked characters inscribed above the thatched cottage, a sneer forming on his lips as he shook his head. In this day and age, even the most insignificant creatures dare to establish sects. Truly, the ignorance of a frog at the bottom of a well is laughable and ungrateful. Chapter 13. The Demon Sealing Convention at this moment. With a mocking expression directed at the thatched cottage before him, Chiao Wanfeng's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. His Lingyun sect, the largest sect on the periphery of the Xing Yao mountain range, would never dare to adopt the title of Divine Immortal. Yet here, a mere thatched cottage, claiming to be a sect, brazenly flouted such audacity, utterly unaware of the peril they courted. However, at that very instant, a chill ran through Chiao Wanfeng's body, as though he sensed a pair of dreadfully terrifying eyes fixated upon him, a sensation akin to having one foot already in the abyss. Boom! In the next moment, to Chiao Wanfeng's horror, a palm imprint shot forth from the thatched cottage with a speed so terrifying that he barely had time to react, instantly crashing into him. Bang! A surge of immense power struck, sending Chiao Wanfeng hurtling backward, crashing into the ground far away, causing the earth to shatter into pieces. A human-shaped crater appearing in the aftermath. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Chiao Wanfeng's mouth as he struggled to rise from the pit, his expression one of sheer astonishment. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of three figures slowly emerging from the thatched cottage. At the forefront stood a young gentleman clad in resplendent attire, flanked on his left by an enchanting beauty of unparalleled grace, and on his right by a robust man whose face bore a menacing black mark, rendering him exceedingly fearsome. These three figures were none other than Wang Feng, Yao Yu, and the formidable Xian Sha. Wang Feng gazed at the disheveled and gravely injured Chiao Wanfeng, shook his head, and sighed. For it was the first time he encountered someone as reckless and oblivious to danger as Chiao Wanfeng. Just as Wang Feng and Yao Yu had barely materialized within the thatched hut, they were met with Chiao Wanfeng's scathing remarks. Before Wang Feng could muster his anger, Yao Yu had already unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in the current predicament. Wang Feng bore no resentment towards Yao Yu. After all, a person as loquacious as Chiao Wanfeng deserved whatever punishment he received. Even if it meant his demise, it would be justifiable. In truth, had Yao Yu not acted, Wang Feng himself would have intervened, for he could not abide anyone daring to insult the sect he had founded, the Immortal Sect. Beside him, the Xian Sha, with an icy glare filled with malice, also regarded Chiao Wanfeng with contempt. Had Yao Yu refrained from action, he would have certainly stepped in, for despite having only temporarily joined the Immortal Sect for a year, he was resolute that no one could belittle it as long as he remained. Moreover, as his tenure within the Immortal Sect lengthened, and he unraveled its secrets, the desire to remain permanently had begun to blossom within him. Even now, he remained unaware of the true depth of the Immortal Sect, yet he felt it was a hidden gem worthy of his allegiance. Who are you? Why do you dare to attack me? Chiao Wanfeng, stifling his bodily pain and suppressing his inner trepidation, fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Feng and the others, demanding an explanation. Although he had been severely injured by Yao Yu's strike, he failed to discern the profound cultivation that had accompanied it, assuming instead that he had been caught off guard by an ambush from Wang Feng and his companions. Fuming with indignation, he could hardly fathom how, as the esteemed Grand Elder of the Lingyun sect, he had been ambushed and gravely wounded. The news of such an event would be a stain upon his honor. After all, he was a Grand Elder of the Lingyun sect. How dare these individuals launch a surprise attack on him? Did they truly believe the Lingyun sect was a mere plaything? Despite his belief that he had been ambushed, Chiao Wanfeng recognized that those capable of inflicting such a severe injury were not to be underestimated. Thus, while his tone was accusatory, it bore an undertone of weakness. Were it not for the backing of the Lingyun sect, he would have begrudgingly accepted his fate, for even in the face of an ambush, there was wisdom in biding one's time for retribution. However, as a grand elder of the Lingyun sect, and given that the Lingyun sect was a prominent force in the vicinity of the Xingyao mountain range, he felt emboldened. He was confident that once he invoked the name of the Lingyun sect, these individuals would not dare oppose him. In the expanse surrounding the Xingyao mountain range, it was the territory of the Lingyun sect, where their word was law, and none would dare challenge it. This body? A mere figure in the realm of the ministerial dares to call itself this body? I never anticipated that in this age there would be those even more arrogant than I was in my time. Upon hearing Qiu Wanfeng's words, the formidable Xianxia demon, standing beside Wang Feng, spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Wang Feng waved his hand, prompting the Xianxia demon to retract his mockery, adopting a respectful demeanor as he stood beside Wang Feng. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, gazing down at Qiu Wanfeng, and spoke in a deep voice. "What is your name? Why do you dare to insult my divine immortal sect?" "Divine Immortal Sect. Are you from that insignificant sect?" Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, Qiu Wanfeng momentarily faltered, instinctively responding. He had not anticipated that the one capable of inflicting such grievous harm upon him with a mere slap was from a sect he had previously dismissed as inconsequential. How could this be? A sect dwelling in a thatched cottage could not possibly harbor such strength. The one who had injured him must be at least a peak Xinjiang realm practitioner, or perhaps even in existence in the realm of the ministers. "Speak." Wang Feng's eyes narrowed further as he gestured dismissively, indicating that this individual, even in such dire straits, remained irreverent, truly deserving of retribution. "Yes, Sect Master." The Xianxia demon's countenance turned icy upon hearing Wang Feng's command, and he turned to Qiu Wanfeng with a sinister grin, cracking his knuckles as he strode purposefully towards Qiu Wanfeng. "What do you intend to do? How dare you? I am the Grand Elder of the Lingyun sect. If you lay a finger on me, my Lingyun sect will ensure that you cannot live nor die." However, the Xianxia demon paid no heed to Qiu Wanfeng's protests. Towering at over 2 meters tall, he seized the heavily injured Qiu Wanfeng as though he were but a chick, dragging him a considerable distance away. "What Lingyun sect? I have never even heard of it. A mere small sect dares to mock my divine immortal sect? You are truly asking for death." As the Xianxia demon extended his broad hand toward Qiu Wanfeng, the latter desperately channeled his internal energy, striving to escape the demon's grasp. Yet in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, for he sensed that his unleashed power, upon making contact with the Xianxia demon's hand, dissipated as if sinking into the vast ocean, causing not a single ripple. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, the valley resounded with the thunderous sounds of fists meeting flesh, coupled with faint cries of distress. "Stop! Stop! I will speak." Hearing this barely audible plea, Wang Feng raised his hand, signaling the Xianxia demon to cease. The demon, complying, dragged Qiu Wanfeng back before Wang Feng, leaving a trail of blood upon the ground. Gazing upon Qiu Wanfeng, whose visage resembled that of a pig, Wang Feng could hardly bear to look. With a soft sigh, he remarked, "Had I known it would come to this, why not simply answer my inquiries? You could have avoided this suffering, truly a wretched soul. Did you even grant me the chance to speak? I merely reacted instinctively. And look at the state I'm in. What do I possibly say?" Internally, Qiu Wanfeng seethed with rage at Wang Feng's words, but he was powerless to voice his anger, his face already swollen beyond recognition. "The sect master has permitted you to speak. Do so without delay." Upon observing Qiu Wanfeng's lingering hesitation, the great demon Xianxia narrowed his eyes and delivered a sharp slap to Qiu Wanfeng's head. This very blow afforded Qiu Wanfeng a moment to catch his breath. The force behind Xuancha's strike was not merely playful. He infused a surge of pure energy to slightly heal Qiu Wanfeng's battered body, for in his current state, he would have been rendered speechless. "I am Qiu Wanfeng, the esteemed elder of the prestigious Lingyun sect, which resides on the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range. I have come to this location to investigate the presence of a Xinjiang realm aura that had previously emerged within this valley." "What is your purpose in probing the Xinjiang realm aura?" Upon hearing Qiu Wanfeng's words, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Wasn't this aura merely linked to Ling Feiwu's recent breakthrough to the Xinjiang realm?" Wang Feng had not anticipated that what he initially deemed a trivial and thoughtless act would involve a disciple of his own Divine Immortal Sect, thus heightening his concern. With the impending Demon Sealing Conference, our Lingyun sect lacks a single disciple at the Xinjiang realm to contend for a position on the Demon Sealing rankings. Consequently, we are compelled to seek out talented disciples externally to bring back to our sect. Faced with Wang Feng's inquiry, Qiu Wanfeng dared not withhold the truth and candidly replied. He was genuinely intimidated by the great demon Xianxia. Each of his punches seemed to reverberate not only through his flesh, but also to hammer upon his very soul, subjecting him to profound torment. The Demon Sealing Conference? The Demon Sealing Rankings? Were these? Wang Feng asked, his face a mask of astonishment. "You're unaware?" Qiu Wanfeng was taken aback by Wang Feng's confusion. However, upon reflection, he understood that it was not surprising for a raucous and disrespectful minor sect to be oblivious to the Demon Sealing Conference. "Speak," Xuancha's piercing gaze commanded, causing Qiu Wanfeng to tremble. He quickly continued, "The Demon Sealing Conference is an event spearheaded by the royal family of the Yari Empire, encompassing all sects within the empire. It can be regarded as a grand occasion held once every decade. The purpose of the conference is to suppress and seal the great demon Xianxia, who wreaked havoc across the Yari Empire a millennium ago. Despite being sealed, the great demon exudes an aura of pure demonic energy, contaminating the very locations of his imprisonment. The Demon Sealing Conference thus gathers powerful sect members from across the empire to slay the demonized beasts affected by this malevolent energy, thereby diminishing the great demon's strength. However, this time, the edict has specified that only the younger generation of disciples may attend, compelling all sects to fervently cultivate their disciples and scout for untapped talent in the wild to secure victory in the Demon Sealing Conference. Upon hearing Qiu Wanfeng's account, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Wang Feng's eyes as he cast a meaningful glance at the trembling great demon Xianxia beside him. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Lord Chonglinham. This old fellow remains so cautious after all these years. The great demon Xianxia muttered with a cold chuckle beside Wang Feng, though the chilling glint in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. "How did you escape the seal of the Emperor Yari?" Wang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the formidable Xianxia demon beside him and inquired softly. He had not anticipated that the Emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire would harbor such apprehension towards the Xianxia demon. After sealing the demon, the Emperor had even gone so far as to organize a grand demon sealing conference, aimed at diminishing the demon's power. However, the irony struck Wang Feng as he thought about the grandiosity of the ongoing conference while its true master was absent, prompting a wry smile. It appeared that the Xianxia demon, who seemed docile within his immortal sect, was, in fact, a creature of considerable complexity. Wang Feng regarded the Xianxia demon with a knowing glance, pondering the implications. To instill such trepidation in the ruler of a vast empire, to the extent of hosting a demon sealing conference every decade, suggested that the Xianxia demon was far from the simple being it appeared to be. The demon scoffed inwardly, recognizing that the old fool was utterly oblivious. For years, it had not devoted its energies to healing, but rather to the creation of a unique technique for creating avatars. What was sealed away was merely an incarnation of its essence. Upon hearing Wang Feng's question, a smirk of derision appeared on the Xianxia demon's face as it disdainfully replied. When initially sealed by the Radiant Sun Emperor, the Xianxia demon had understood the Emperor's ruthless nature. It was clear that he would not rest until the demon was utterly eradicated. Any attempt to heal or break free from the seal would only provoke the Emperor's fear further, resulting in the likelihood of its demise. Thus, the Xianxia demon had opted to remain in a state of weakness, thereby diminishing the Emperor's wariness, while secretly devising a method to escape the seal. Ultimately, it succeeded in creating its avatar technique and had recently managed to evade the Emperor's binding. Wang Feng was hardly surprised by the Xianxia demon's triumph. When a peak Xianhuang realm powerhouse dedicates nearly a millennium to mastering a single pursuit, success is inevitable. Those who can transcend the Xianhuang realm are seldom ordinary. Yet, Wang Feng felt a flicker of curiosity about what extraordinary capabilities the Xianxia demon possessed to elicit such fear from the Radiant Sun Emperor. Given the Emperor's vast dominion over the Radiant Sun Empire, his cultivation must be unfathomable, at least at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, if not stronger. Among those at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, some are astonishingly powerful, while others may falter against adversaries of equal standing. In the expansive territory of the Radiant Sun Empire, it seemed implausible that only the Radiant Sun Emperor stood as a peak Xianhuang realm powerhouse. Yet, all other formidable beings were suppressed under his might, demonstrating the Emperor's terrifying prowess. The fact that he regarded the Xianxia demon with such concern only deepened Wang Feng's intrigue. Thus far, he had been unable to discern any extraordinary qualities about the demon. Nonetheless, while curiosity lingered in his heart, Wang Feng refrained from pressing further. As long as the Xianxia demon did not act against his principles, it remained a member of his immortal sect and, as the esteemed sect leader, he would not pry into the privacy of his own disciples. What, then, is the demon sealing list? Wang Feng turned to Qiu Wanfeng, continuing his inquiry. The demon sealing list is a record from the Demon Sealing Conference, ranking individuals based on the number of demonized beasts they have vanquished. The higher the ranking, the greater the treasures bestowed by the Radiant Sun Emperor, along with immense prestige, potentially allowing one to hold a position within the Radiant Sun Empire. Historically, the list has been dominated by the older generation of formidable beings. However, this time it exclusively features the younger generation, with no elder participants in this conference. Qiu Wanfeng, feeling the weight of the moment, spoke up without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes glimmered with a flicker of excitement. A contest among the youth? This spectacle was one the Celestial Sect could not afford to miss. Yet, Wang Feng's true intention was to send Ling Feiwu and Li Qing out for some practical experience, thereby promoting the reputation of the Celestial Sect. By doing so, he could avoid the incessant need to personally recruit disciples. As the esteemed leader of a sect, he believed he must maintain a certain dignity. A few personal appearances might be acceptable, but over time, even the mightiest sect will be looked down upon if they resorted to such measures. The true great sect could incite a frenzy among the young prodigies throughout the Radiant Sun Empire with just a single word, and he was confident that the Celestial Sect would eventually reach that level. Wang Feng glanced at Qiu Wanfeng and inquired about the time remaining before the Demon Sealing Conference. Less than a month. Less than a month? That is ample time. Wang Feng murmured, his eyes narrowing. Esteemed sir, you must have gathered what you needed. May I take my leave? Qiu Wanfeng asked, fear evident in his gaze. He never imagined that he, the esteemed elder of the Lingyun sect, would find himself in such a predicament. At that moment, a torrent of hatred and malice surged within him towards Wang Feng and his companions. Yet he dared not show it, terrified of facing the wrath of the Xianxia great demon once more. Tell me, if you were to find a young prodigy at the Xianjiang level, what would you do? Wang Feng asked, his gaze piercing through Qiu Wanfeng. I would bring him back to the sect. And then? Qiu Wanfeng fell silent, hesitating and unable to respond. Speak. The command rang out sharply, causing Qiu Wanfeng to tremble. He muttered, if it were someone from a lesser sect, I would annihilate their sect and sever their path. Ah, such is the character of the great sects of the Radiant Sun Empire, more demonic than I. The Xianxia great demon scoffed, amusement dancing in his expression. Though he was a great demon, he prided himself on never having crossed moral boundaries. The so-called calamities wrought by demons were merely the consequences faced by the vanquished. Execute him. Without casting another glance at Qiu Wanfeng, Wang Feng turned and departed with Yaoyue, yet a chilling remark echoed in the ears of the Xianxia great demon. No. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, a sinister smile crept onto the Xianxia great demon's face as he slowly approached Qiu Wanfeng. In the depths of Qiu Wanfeng's despairing gaze, a hand descended upon him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the Xianxia great demon slay a powerful being at the Xiang level, earning 500 sect points. After vanquishing Qiu Wanfeng, the formidable Xianxia demon hastily followed Wang Feng, whispering into his ear, "Master, having already established enmity with the Lingyun sect, why not directly invade their domain?" Wang Feng, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "The Lingyun sect, capable of such tyrannical acts, is hardly virtuous. Moreover, should they learn of my slaying of their esteemed elder, our divine immortal sect may find itself beset with troubles. Eradicating the root of the problem is essential for survival in this ruthless cultivation world." Subsequently, Wang Feng, accompanied by the Xianxia demon and Yao Yu, set forth towards the Lingyun sect. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of the Radiant Sun Empire, within the Longlin Marquisate, the burly and robust Marquis Lin Tianxiong sat upon his throne, while the elderly steward, Wang Lao, stood attentively below. "Wang Lao, why has young Master Yuni not returned yet? Has he taken so long to eliminate a remnant of the Ling family?" Lin Tianxiong inquired with a furrowed brow, displeased. With the demon sealing conference approaching, he wished to harness Lin Yuni's potential during this time to bring glory to the Longlin Marquisate. "Rest assured, my lord, I have dispatched someone to inform young Master Yuni. He is likely indulging in distractions and may be on his way back now." Wang Lao responded respectfully. "It appears I have been too lenient with him. Day in and day out, he shows no ambition. Among all the young scions in the Radiant Sun Empire, which one is as inept as he?" Lin Tianxiong remarked coldly, discontent evident on his face. Were it not for the fact that he had only this one son, he would have considered remaking him entirely. "My lord, please do not be angered. Young Master Yuni is merely playful, and his talents are quite extraordinary. Sooner or later, he will come to understand your earnest intentions and strive for excellence." The steward replied with a gentle smile. "Relying on this boy to amount to anything? I cannot even fathom when that day will come." Lin Tianxiong's words, though laced with frustration towards Lin Yuni, also revealed an undeniable affection. "Oh, my lord, news has arrived. Likely young Master Yuni, fearing that you may be anxious, has sent word back to report." At that moment, Wang Lao noticed a tremor within his robe, swiftly producing a token while addressing the Marquis with a smile. "At least this boy has a conscience, recognizing my worries," Lin Tianxiong declared proudly, his eyes betraying a hint of indulgence. "Let us see what the communication talisman reveals about what he has to say." "Very well, my lord." As the steward's consciousness delved into the talisman, his entire body trembled violently, and a flicker of terror flashed in his aged eyes. His hand, clutching the talisman, shook uncontrollably as he knelt before the Marquis, stammering, "What could cause such alarm? What has that boy done now?" Lin Tianxiong's brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. He understood his loyal steward, who had served him for centuries, and knew that only matters of great significance could provoke such distress. "Young Master Yuan, he has perished." The old steward quivered as he spoke, his voice laden with trepidation. He was acutely aware of how deeply the Lord of Changlin cherished his only son. Yuan Yi was, without a doubt, the sole weakness of the Lord and an unassailable taboo. Boom! The moment the steward's words fell, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Tianxiong, momentarily shaking the entire hall. His eyes narrowed slightly, and although he exhibited no outward signs of rage, the temperature within the hall plummeted, causing the old steward to involuntarily shiver. Chapter 15. The arrival at Lingyun's sect, what transpired? The Lord of Changlin, Lin Tianxiong, gazed at the old steward with an emotionless countenance, his voice a harsh command. The cold indifference in his demeanor made the steward tremble uncontrollably. In all the centuries he had served the Lord, this was the first time he had witnessed such a display of unrestrained fury. Young Master Yuan Yi was slain in the course of pursuing the eldest daughter of the Ling family at the outskirts of the Xingyao Mountains, where only his remains were discovered. Who was responsible? It remains unknown. Aside from young Master Yuan Yi's corpse, 6 attendants who accompanied him were also found. However, the eldest daughter of the Ling family was nowhere to be seen. Though the steward did not explicitly state it, Lin Tianxiong understood the implication behind his words. His eyes narrowed further, a glint of coldness flashing across them. He had never anticipated that the annihilation of a mere Ling family could lead to the demise of his only son. Summon the Changlin army. I shall personally retrieve Yun Yi and exact vengeance upon those who brought about his death. Lin Tianxiong's voice rang coldly. Upon hearing Lin Tianxiong's words, the old steward trembled. Astonished at the Lord's resolve, he quickly interjected, "My lord, without the emperor's decree, the Changlin army cannot be mobilized." Having served Lin Tianxiong for hundreds of years, the steward was well aware that while the army was ostensibly under the Lord's command, its true allegiance lay with the supreme emperor. Without the emperor's support, how could Lin Tianxiong have cultivated the army to such formidable strength? Though the Changlin army might not be ranked among the elite forces of the Radiant Sun Empire, it was nonetheless a renowned military establishment. Comprising 500 soldiers, each was a master at the Xinjiang level, and 10 generals were at the realm of the prime minister, their prowess rivaling that of several mid-tier sects within the empire. With my only concern now lost, what else do I have to fear? Lin Tianxiong glared at the old steward, his eyes glimmering with unmatched frost, causing the steward to shudder and hasten to mobilize the Changlin army. Moments later, the old steward appeared at the Lord's estate, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers clad in crimson-scaled armor. As these warriors entered, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped the entire estate of the Lord of Changlin. "We pay our respects to the Lord." A thunderous proclamation resonated throughout the estate. "Follow me." Yes. Without uttering a word, Changlin Jun followed Lin Tianxiong and soared into the sky. The old steward observed this scene and sighed softly, "My lord, it appears you have touched the emperor's forbidden scales this time. Even if there are justifiable reasons, upon your return, you shall not escape punishment." As the old steward lamented, the dignitaries of the Radiant Sun Empire surrounding the Changlin Duke's residence were also stirred by the Duke's unusual actions. What transpired? How could the Changlin Duke dare to mobilize the Changlin army without permission? Investigate this matter for me. What grave issue compelled the Changlin Duke to commit such a serious transgression? After this, the Duke shall bear the consequences of his actions. At the gates of Radiant Sun City, Commander Li Qingchen of the Imperial Guard, a master among nobles, patrolled as usual. Standing atop the city gates, he gazed upon the thriving and prosperous imperial capital, feeling a surge of reverence. Under the leadership of the exalted emperor, the Radiant Sun Empire had flourished year after year. Suddenly, a sound slicing through the air interrupted Li Qingchen's reflections. He focused his gaze and was taken aback. With a swift motion, he levitated into the air and sternly declared, "Changlin Duke, your unauthorized mobilization of the Changlin army is a grave crime. Do you dare to step beyond the imperial city? Do not deceive yourself. Depart at once." The arrivals were none other than the Changlin Duke and the Changlin army, eager to avenge the Duke's son. "Commander Li, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please step aside. I owe you a favor." Lin Tianxiong suppressed the tumultuous rage within and spoke gently to Li Qingchen. "Under normal circumstances, I would be more than willing to accept a favor from the Changlin Duke. But at this moment, I must decline." Li Qingchen replied sternly. He could not fathom why the Duke would dare to mobilize the army without authorization and venture beyond the imperial city. The nobles of the Radiant Sun Empire are permitted to enter and exit the capital freely, but to do so with an army requires the emperor's decree. Otherwise, it is akin to treason, and the Duke's actions were indeed a grave offense. My only son has perished. If I cannot bring him back in glory, how can I call myself a father? If I cannot avenge him and dismantle those who harmed him, how can I bear the title of father? Li Qingchen, you too are a father. You should understand my sentiments. If your son were to die, would you remain this calm, standing here and conversing with me? I am aware that my actions betray the emperor's trust, but my only son has died. I feel as though I am already dead. After I retrieve Uni and avenge him, I will surely kneel before the emperor to plead for forgiveness. A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Tianxiong's face as he shouted angrily at Li Qingchen. His roar echoed at the city gates, startling all present. Gasp! Someone dared to kill the Changlin Duke's son? No wonder the Duke has gone mad. Indeed, who in the entire imperial capital does not know that Lin Uni is the Changlin Duke's only forbidden scale? Who could possess such audacity? Merely a fool who knows not their own mortality. To hold Lin Yunyi captive might instill fear in the Duke, but to kill him will only drive the Duke to madness. At the entrance of the city, the formidable figures were taken aback upon hearing the furious roar of Lord Changlin, exchanging startled glances and murmuring among themselves. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Qingchen, was equally astonished by the heart-wrenching cry of Lord Changlin, who had seemingly succumbed to madness over the death of Lin Yun. Instantly, he fell into silence. As Lin Tianxiong had articulated, being a father himself, he could empathize with Lin Tianxiong's almost frenzied demeanor. If someone dared to take his son's life, he too would likely descend into a similar madness. In the realm of cultivation, familial bonds are both precious and fragile. Some treasure their kin as sacred, and should they be harmed, they would be driven to madness. Others regard their family as inconsequential, even capable of inflicting harm upon them. Both he and Lord Changlin belonged to the former. "Do not provoke me to act," Lord Changlin bellowed as he noted Li Qingchen's continued silence and indifference. No one could thwart his desire to reclaim his son. Let him go. The loss of his son has rendered him irrational. Though he has offended, it is understandable. He shall return to seek an audience with me. Just as Li Qingchen hesitated in his turmoil, a voice, grand and authoritative, resonated in his ears, causing him to shudder and respectfully bow towards the direction of the Radiant Sun Palace. Witnessing Li Qingchen's state, Lord Changlin too felt a tremor of anxiety. There was no one besides the sovereign who could elicit such a reaction from Li Qingchen. "Go ahead, and upon your return, seek the emperor to atone for your sins." Li Qingchen then turned to Lord Changlin, stepping aside to clear a path, speaking in a solemn tone. "Thank you, your majesty. Tianxiong bears guilt. Once I retrieve my son, I shall present myself before the emperor to accept any punishment willingly." Hearing Li Qingchen's words, Lin Tianxiong let out a quiet sigh of relief, then turned towards the Radiant Sun Palace, bowing respectfully and murmuring, "Though my interactions with Yunyi have been few, I have watched him grow. Please ensure he is well presented upon his return. I would not want him to lose face." Observing Lin Tianxiong's demeanor, Li Qingchen sighed softly and responded, "Thank you." Lin Tianxiong nodded, then gestured grandly, leading the Changlin army out of the imperial city, charging fiercely towards the Starry Mountain Range. A storm of blood and fury was inevitable. Li Qingchen gazed at the direction in which Lord Changlin and his entourage had departed, shaking his head with a light sigh. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, having arrived at Ling Yun's sect, remained unaware of Lord Changlin's wrathful approach towards the Starry Mountain Range. Yet, even if he had known, Wang Feng would remain unfazed. He surveyed the towering Lingxia Peak, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although Lingxia Peak exuded an imposing presence, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of his own celestial sect's abode. Upon arriving at Ling Yun's sect, Wang Feng did not foolishly announce his presence as if to provoke the entire sect. Instead, he, along with the formidable Xianxia demon and Yaoyue, concealed their auras and gracefully descended to the foot of Lingxia Peak, advancing with measured steps. This marked the first occasion since Wang Feng's arrival in this world that he encountered Sect. Naturally, his curiosity was piqued, especially since he had recently established the Immortal Sect himself. It was the perfect opportunity to observe how others manage their sections. Suddenly, Wang Feng furrowed his brow as he heard the sound of a whip cracking emanating from the direction of a cluster of simple houses. After a moment's contemplation, along with the great demon Xianxia and the Moon Inviter, made their way toward the source of the noise. His intention was not to meddle in others' affairs, but rather to gain a deeper understanding of the Ling Yun sect and its reputedly tyrannical nature. Although he comprehended the principle of eradicating threats at their root, as a traveler from Blue Star, maintained a flicker of compassion in his heart. How could he justify the slaughter of so many individuals? The trio followed the sounds until they arrived at a house with its door wide open, allowing them to witness the events unfolding in the courtyard. Even if the door had remained shut, their cultivation levels would have enabled them to sense the happenings within. In the courtyard, a young man clad in humble robes was mercilessly whipping a frail figure curled up on the ground. The cruelty displayed by the young man caused Wang Feng's brow to furrow deeply. The young man had reached the realm of Xianmai, while the victim was merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. How could such a weakling withstand the brutal lashings of a Xianmai expert? If this continued, the frail figure would surely meet a grim fate. Li He, how could you be so incompetent? I asked you to deliver a pill to Senior Brother Yi, and you managed to be late. Do you even know who Senior Brother Yi is? He is the foremost expert among the outer disciples of our Lingyun sect. If you delay his breakthrough, can you bear the consequences? The young man berated as he continued to lash out at the curled figure. Do you realize that because of you, I received a scathing reprimand from Senior Brother Yi? Useless. Mere servant disciples are nothing but trash. With each word, he struck the frail form with increased ferocity, producing a series of sharp cracks. The once weak figure was now drenched in blood, prompting Wang Feng to frown even deeper from outside. Was it truly justifiable to inflict such punishment for a trivial matter? This was Wang Feng's first stark encounter with the brutality of the cultivation world, where the strong preyed upon the weak. Indeed, it was not mere rhetoric. While he felt a pang of sorrow for the frail man, he had no intention of intervening. He was not a do-gooder. There were countless tragic figures in the world, and if he were to aid each one he encountered, he would soon find himself overwhelmed. His sole purpose for approaching had been to witness the unfolding events. Yet he had stumbled upon such a brutal scene. It was evident that even the outer disciples of the Lingyun sect could be so arrogant, revealing that the sect was not virtuous by any means. Just as Wang Feng shook his head, preparing to leave with Xianxia and the Moon Inviter, a cool voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering an extraordinary talent. This unexpected announcement sent a jolt through Wang Feng, leaving him with a look of perplexity on his face. System, where can the unparalleled genius be found? Wang Feng surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the two individuals in the courtyard, only the three of them remained. Could it be that one of those two in the courtyard was the unparalleled genius? Ding! The unparalleled genius in question is none other than Li He, a mere errand disciple of the Lingyun sect. The cold voice echoing in his mind sparked a glimmer of brilliance in Wang Feng's eyes. He halted abruptly, turning his gaze towards the beaten Li He, a look of astonishment dawning upon his face. Is this truly an unparalleled genius? Wang Feng saw nothing extraordinary about Li He. How could an unparalleled genius be so easily bullied by a mere outer disciple of the Lingyun sect? System, why is Li He referred to as an unparalleled genius? Wang Feng pondered in confusion. Ding! To investigate Li He's origins, 1,000 Sect points are required. Upon hearing the cold voice in his mind, Wang Feng's lips twitched. This system is becoming increasingly unscrupulous. Investigation. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, if the system acknowledges Li He as an unparalleled genius, he must indeed be exceptional. A mere 1,000 Sect points is trivial. As long as he can bring Li He into the sect, everything will be regained. One must understand that even figures like Ling Feiwu could not be recognized by the system as unparalleled geniuses. It is evident how challenging it is to attain such a status, and now, before him stands one. How could Wang Feng possibly let this opportunity slip away? Yet, he must comprehend why Li He is deemed an unparalleled genius. He could not discern any remarkable traits in Li He, and the fact that Li He endured such humiliation without retaliating spoke volumes about his temperament. If one's character is lacking, even unparalleled talent would not warrant acceptance. His celestial sect does not wish to be engulfed in turmoil by ungrateful or petty individuals. Ding! Li He's original name is Li Changgong, a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm. After an unexpected demise, a fragment of his soul merged with a supreme treasure, allowing him to be reborn as the current Li He. The reason he endures such humiliation without retaliating is twofold. First, to conceal the secret of his rebirth, avoiding attention from powerful figures who might uncover his true nature. Second, does the host truly believe Li He would not retaliate? A dignified Xian Emperor in rebirth, even if he wishes to remain hidden, would not allow himself to be bullied. Anyone who has ever bullied Li He mysteriously disappears the very next day, all without the Lingyun sect being the wiser. The explanation resonating in his mind left Wang Feng in shock. He glanced at Li He with newfound insight. Indeed, he had been too naive. One cannot judge a book by its cover. He saw only the humiliation Li He suffered without retaliation, failing to perceive the ferocity lurking beneath. At that moment, Wang Feng was astounded. He had not anticipated that this Li He before him was a reborn peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm. Such power is formidable, akin to the might of the Radiant Sun Empire. Yet before such a strong figure, he appeared as insignificant as an ant, easily obliterated. Moreover, after the system's elucidation, Li He's disposition strikingly aligns with Wang Feng's character. To protect his secret, the formidable Li He, a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm, endured humiliation from a mere outer sect disciple, refraining from retaliation, biding his time to exact vengeance and conceal his true self. Such remarkable forbearance, coupled with a ruthless nature, deeply impressed Wang Feng. Upon his reincarnation, Li He's residual soul merged with an unparalleled treasure, resulting in a meteoric rise in his aptitude, surpassing that of his previous incarnation. Merely a year after the awakening of his residual soul, he has already ascended to the realm of the entry phase. The chilling voice echoing in his mind ignited a fierce brilliance in Wang Feng's gaze. It was no wonder that, as a former peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm, he remained oblivious to Li He's true cultivation level. Had it not been for the system's probe, he would have assumed Li He was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Possessing the strength of the entry phase, Li He's power was even more formidable than that of the strongest at Lingyun's sect, and his ability to remain concealed was truly alarming. Indeed, he was a former peak powerhouse of the Xian Emperor realm. Once, Li He had attained the terrifying cultivation of the peak Xian Emperor realm. Now, with his renewed aptitude, his future was beyond speculation, truly deserving of the title of a peerless genius bestowed by the system. At this moment, Wang Feng had resolutely decided to bring Li He into his fold. For only within his immortal sect could Li He, this hidden dragon, find a proper sanctuary. With this thought, Wang Feng wasted no time, leading the formidable Xiansha demon and Yao Yu towards the courtyard. "Who are you?" The young man who was whipping Li He furrowed his brow upon seeing the three of them and barked loudly. However, as soon as his words fell, he trembled, a glimmer of brilliance exploding in his eyes as if he were entranced. At that moment, the breathtakingly beautiful figure filled the heart of this outer sect disciple of Lingyun's sect, as if he beheld the most exquisite existence in the world, his soul utterly captivated. Wang Feng disregarded the outer sect disciple's admonition and strode directly to Li He, looking down at the curled-up figure before him, stating calmly, "Come with me." This simple phrase resonated in Li He's ears, causing him to abruptly lift his head, his entire being trembling. Who is this person? Even my Imperial will cannot uncover any information about him. With this thought, Li He refrained from responding to Wang Feng. He merely glanced at him before hastily lowering his head again, curling up tighter, his expression betraying boundless terror. "Stop pretending. I know your origins. Come with me, and I will ensure your safety." The again resounding indifferent voice sent a tremor through Li He, who suddenly raised his head to meet Wang Feng's gaze, eyes glinting with a fierce light. His earlier fear vanished in an instant, and an inexplicable aura enveloped him, as if he were a legendary beast awakening from slumber. The formidable aura emanating from Li He caused both the formidable demon Xiansha and the enchanting Yao Yu, standing beside Wang Feng, to tense up, their gazes fixated on him, their eyes glimmering with intensity. However, the presence of Li He was fleeting as he turned his attention to Wang Feng. His eyes, profound as black holes, were utterly mesmerizing. "What qualifications do you possess?" A voice emerged from Li He's lips. Despite his disheveled appearance, drenched in blood, he exuded an extraordinary aura that was deeply moving. "Only because our sect is aware of your origins." Li Changgong. Upon hearing Li He's words, a smirk curled at the corners of Wang Feng's mouth, his expression enigmatic. Boom! As Wang Feng's words echoed, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Li He, surging towards Wang Feng like a tidal wave. This overwhelming might seemed to envelop the heavens and the earth, yet it was solely directed at Wang Feng, leaving the others untouched by its dreadful force. However, within moments, Li Hei's pupils constricted. Wang Feng stood his ground, unyielding against the pressure, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Good. Li Hei regarded Wang Feng with a deep gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. He was uncertain of Wang Feng's identity, but the mere fact that Wang Feng could withstand a fraction of his ethereal imperial might and was aware of his background was sufficient for Li Hei to consider following him. If he did not discern Wang Feng's intentions, Li Hei feared he would find no peace. Will you resolve this yourself, or shall our sect assist you? Wang Feng cast a sidelong glance at the outer disciple of Ling Yun's sect, who was gazing dreamily at Yao Yu, and addressed Li Hei. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Hei remained silent, his figure suddenly appearing before the outer disciple of Ling Yun's sect, lifting him effortlessly. Li Hei, you possess great audacity. The outer disciple, caught in Li Hei's grasp, turned crimson, struggling frantically. Alas, no matter how he thrashed, Li Hei's grip remained unyielding. Crack! A glint of ferocity flashed in Li Hei's eyes, and with a surge of strength, a sharp sound resonated through the courtyard. The outer disciple's head drooped lifelessly, and with a thud, his body was unceremoniously discarded by Li Hei. Wang Feng cast a meaningful glance at Li Hei, but said nothing, turning to leave with Yao Yu and the formidable demon Xianxia. Since the system had not yet issued a prompt, it indicated that Li Hei had not truly joined his immortal sect. It seemed that further measures would be necessary to welcome this reincarnated being into the fold. Chapter 17. Teasing Yao Yu. Death as liberation. Observing the retreating figures of Wang Feng and his companions, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Li Hei's profound gaze, silently trailing behind them. Sensing Li Hei's pursuit, Wang Feng smiled subtly, choosing not to rush into recruiting him. He resolved to communicate with Li Hei gradually after addressing the matters concerning Ling Yun's sect. Chen Xian was in a foul mood today. As the esteemed senior brother of Ling Yun's sect, he had been reprimanded by his father in front of numerous elders, accused of not exerting enough effort and failing to break through to the Xinjiang realm. This left the Ling Yun sect in an awkward predicament, especially with the impending Demon Sealing Conference, as there were no disciples to shoulder the responsibilities. Accompanied by a few sycophants, Chen Xian strode along the main path of the Ling Yun sect, his ominous aura causing many disciples to steer clear of him. It was evident to all that Chen Xian was in a volatile state, and no one dared to provoke his ire. Senior brother. At that moment, an unclear utterance from a disciple further aggravated Chen Xian's already irritable mood. He slapped the disciple on the head, scolding, "Useless, speak clearly." The chastised disciple, too afraid to retaliate, pointed ahead and said, "Senior brother, look, what is worth my attention in this Ling Yun sect?" Chen Xian retorted, slapping the disciple once more. Yet despite his words, he turned his gaze in the direction indicated. Upon doing so, Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of wicked light flashed in his eyes, and his entire being trembled with excitement. Is there truly such beauty in this world? He murmured, captivated by the enchanting figure before him. She seemed to consume all his attention, and in that moment, he desired nothing more than to embrace her. Straightening his robes and smoothing his face, he donned a self-assured, affable smile and approached the alluring silhouette with purpose. Might I inquire where this esteemed junior sister is headed? I am the senior brother of Ling Yun's sect, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to confide in me. I can resolve any matter within our sect. Wang Feng watched Chen Xian, whose arrogance was palpable, and he couldn't help but smirk. What audacity it took to provoke Yao Yu. Beside Wang Feng, the formidable Xianxia demon regarded Chen Xian with pity, as if sensing the impending misfortune that awaited him. Chen Xian's eyes were fixed intently on Yao Yu, his gaze ablaze with an intensity that was almost unbearable to behold. Yet, to his astonishment, beneath his warm smile, the captivating woman raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. With a crash, Chen Xian was sent sprawling across the ground, the impact shattering the earth beneath him and sending debris flying. Once handsome, his face was now swollen and disfigured, with streams of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Senior brother, How dare you harm the senior brother of Lingyun's sect? You are courting death. Such a transformation occurred so abruptly that Shin Xin's lackeys only just reacted, hurriedly rushing to his side to assist him. Several others glared at Yao Yu, their bodies brimming with suppressed energy, poised to seize her, awaiting Chun Xin's command. How dare you lay a hand on this young master? You are truly overstepping your bounds. Chun Xin, supported by two disciples, was engulfed in fury, his enraged gaze fixated on Yao Yu, struggling to articulate his words. Within Lingyun's sect, his word was law. No one dared to oppose him. This woman had the audacity to treat him thus. It was tantamount to courting death. He had intended to approach her with the grace befitting a gentleman, but now he could not be held accountable for his actions. Seize her. I shall make her wish for life to escape and death to come. Having uttered this command with great difficulty, he continued to stare at Yao Yu, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of conquering such a beautiful woman, despite the pain coursing through his cheeks. Yes, master. Upon hearing Chun Xin's words, his followers responded with reverence, their faces twisted into sinister grins as they began to encircle Yao Yu. Unable to contain himself, Wang Feng felt a chilling aura emanating from nearby, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he sighed softly. These individuals were seeking their own demise. He could not be blamed for their folly. Even he, the lord of the Divine Immortal Sect, did not dare to provoke Yao Yu. This group was certainly courting death. Was Yao Yu someone to be trifled with? Boom! As Wang Feng's words fell, an icy aura erupted from Yao Yu, the ambient temperature plummeting to freezing levels, sending shivers through all present. Subsequently, Yao Yu's delicate fingers came together, tracing several swift lines, unleashing bursts of radiant light. Those disciples who had been approaching her abruptly halted, their eyes wide with terror. A sudden breeze swept through, and several heads rolled to the ground. Bang! The once excited Shin Xin, upon witnessing the severed heads, was struck with fear, collapsing to the ground with a thud. His body trembled, not from previous exhilaration, but from sheer terror. While his lackeys were not exceptionally powerful, being early-stage disciples of Lingyun's sect, they were dispatched with such ease that he could hardly comprehend when they had been killed, filling him with dread. How dare you kill disciples of Lingyun's sect? Chun Xin's voice, quaking with extreme fear, finally overcame the pain that had rendered him nearly speechless. Puff! However, just as Chun Xin's exclamation pierced the air, a flash of light sliced through, and blood gushed from his neck as his eyes widened in shock. He fell straight down, utterly unprepared for death on his own territory. As the chief disciple of Lingyun's sect, his future had been bright. How could he possibly meet such an end? How could he die? Regrettably, it is too late for Chun Xin, whose consciousness has plunged into an abyss of darkness. Alas, Brother Chen has been slain? My goodness, how audacious this woman is, daring to assassinate the esteemed senior disciple of our Lingyun sect within its very confines. A grave calamity has unfolded with Chun Xin's demise. The sect master is bound to be furious. Those who have dared to act with such arrogance within our sect will undoubtedly meet a most tragic end. From a distance, the disciples of Lingyun's sect are in uproar, some seething with rage at Yao Yu's insolence. Others tremble in fear, realizing that Chun Xin's death will surely incite turmoil throughout the entire sect, while yet others were expressions of malicious delight, their gazes towards Chun Xin's lifeless form filled with intense hatred. Among these disciples, several figures tremble in fear before abruptly fleeing the scene. In stark contrast to the shock and terror of the Lingyun disciples, Wang Feng and the great demon Xian Sha remain remarkably composed. To provoke, Yao Yu carries a mere death sentence. Wang Feng is acutely aware of her ruthless nature. Behind Wang Feng, Li He is equally moved, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he gazes at Yao Yu. Is it possible that such a formidable figure has emerged in the periphery of the Starry Mountain Range? And to have a supreme, emperor-level expert by her side. Li Hei's penetrating gaze is fixed upon Wang Feng, silently contemplating. Previously, Yao Yu had not revealed any trace of her aura, which had prevented him from discerning her cultivation level. However, despite Yao Yu's overwhelming annihilation of Chun Xian and others. Even he, a former pinnacle expert of the Emperor realm, has sensed her formidable presence. This ignites within Li He an insatiable curiosity about Wang Feng and his companions. Having lurked within the Lingyun sect for so long, he knows well that no supreme emperor-level experts exist within this sect or even throughout the entire periphery of the Starry Mountain Range. Moreover, in such a modest locale, a supreme emperor-level expert would be sufficient to dominate the area. Even the Sunlight Empire would treat such a figure with utmost respect. Yet now, such a powerhouse is seen dutifully accompanying Wang Feng. This peculiar situation even stirs Li Hei's emotions. Could this individual be a scion of an ancient family? Li He schemes, casting a deep glance at Wang Feng, silently speculating. Who dares to harm my son? At this moment, a voice resonating with fury reverberates through the heavens. Following this, several figures abruptly descend from the sky, standing before Wang Feng and the others. My son, Chun Xian, as the sect master Chun Feng lands. He is met with the sight of Chun Xian lying motionless on the ground. A tremor courses through him, and his tiger-like eyes glisten with unshed tears. He approaches Chun Xian, his robust hands gently caressing his son's face. He has but this one child, although he had scolded him earlier that morning. It was merely the pressure of the Demon Sealing Conference that had caused his agitation. In truth, he had been quite pleased with his son's progress in cultivation. However, he did not anticipate that in just a fleeting moment, he would find himself separated from Chun Xintian by the realms of existence. It was you who killed my son? Chun Feng suddenly raised his head, his fierce eyes glinting with a menacing intent, fixated on Yao Yu. His imposing figure exuded an overwhelming aura that caused the very air around him to quiver. Like a wrathful lion, Chun Feng instilled fear in the hearts of many disciples of the Lingyun sect. It was the first time they had witnessed their leader in such a frenzied state. His blood-red eyes seemed to devour the very essence of life, rendering anyone unable to meet his gaze. In the face of Chun Feng's accusations and his palpable murderous intent, Yao Yu remained remarkably indifferent, not even glancing at him as she stood beside Wang Feng, arms crossed, seeking death. The scornful demeanor of Yao Yu ignited the already raging fury within Chun Feng, prompting an explosion of violent energy from his entire being. The fierce might, at the peak of the early stage of the Ascendant Realm, erupted from Chun Feng, sweeping across the Lingyun sect and causing a tremor throughout. Every disciple felt the terrifying power imbued with an overwhelming rage. What has transpired? Why is the sect leader so furious? Do you not know? Our senior brother Chun Xian was slain within our Lingyun sect. What? How could this be? Who is audacious enough to disturb the peace of our domain? Whispers of disbelief circulated among the disciples of the Lingyun sect. Some were infuriated, for their sect was a major power on the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range, and the audacity of anyone to challenge them was seen as a grave affront. Despite some disciples harboring disdain for senior brother Chun Xian at that moment, nearly all of them united in righteous fury against the one who dared to provoke their sect. On the path leading to the Lingyun sect, Chun Feng's blood-red eyes fixated on Yao Yu. In that instant, her beauty lost its significance. She was no longer a stunning beauty in his eyes, but a bitter enemy responsible for his son's death. With a growl, he reached out, his broad palm gathering immense shit, the terrifying fluctuations distorting the very fabric of reality, radiating brilliant light from his palm. Boom! As Chun Feng struck, a formidable wave of power surged forth, akin to a cataclysmic tide, rushing toward Yao Yu. The immense sheet coalesced into a colossal handprint in the void, crashing forward with unmatched might. Witnessing Chun Feng unleash such a terrifying force, the faces of the disciples present gleamed with pride. This was their sect leader, a renowned powerhouse throughout the entire periphery of the Xingyao mountain range. While filled with pride, the disciples cast glances at Yao Yu that were tinged with regret. They could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary beauty, so rare in the world, would commit such a foolish act that offended their esteemed Lingyun sect, leading to her impending demise. From the moment they first laid eyes on Yao Yu, every disciple present was utterly captivated. Even the female disciples were enraptured. Yet, This stunning woman was now on the brink of death at the hands of their sect leader, which was truly lamentable. A woman like Yao Yu, akin to a fleeting blossom, was indelibly etched in their minds. Even as she approached her end, they would likely never forget her exquisite visage throughout their lives. Among those gathered, only Wang Feng, the great demon Xin Sha, and Li He maintained their composure. A cold smirk even graced the faces of Xian Sha and Li He. For how could a mere peak practitioner in the initial stage of the resonance realm dare to confront a master of the profound emperor realm? It was a blatant disregard for one's own life. As the terrifying palm imprint of Chun Feng was about to descend upon Yao Yu's delicate form, her beautiful eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. A surge of formidable energy radiated from her, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding realm. This fierce and terrifying aura transformed in that instant into a razor-sharp sword, cleaving towards the massive palm imprint. Boom! The fearsome imprint, capable of unsettling any master of the resonance realm, disintegrated like paper upon contact with that aura, shattering explosively. The overwhelming, profound energy dissipated into countless stars, scattering throughout the heavens and earth. The once turbulent realm was restored to tranquility in that moment. How could this be possible? When this scene unfolded, Chun Feng's pupils widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity, and his exclamation reverberated throughout the area. The many disciples and elders of Lingyun's sect stood dumbstruck, rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not dreaming. Hiss! A collective gasp escaped the lips of these disciples and elders, their hearts roiling with tumultuous waves. Just a moment ago, they mourned the impending loss of such a transcendent beauty, and in the next, it seemed as though the heavens were playing a cruel jest upon them. Their sect leader, a peak practitioner in the initial stage of the resonance realm, renowned throughout the outer regions of the Xingyao mountain range, had unleashed a wrathful strike that was effortlessly nullified by this enchanting woman without her even lifting a finger. What an unfathomable event this was. Who on earth are you? After the initial shock, Chun Feng forcibly suppressed the fury boiling within him. His gaze fixated intensely on Yao Yu as he inquired. The sheer magnitude of Yao Yu's power rendered Chun Feng hesitant to act recklessly. He understood that his previous strike had been devoid of mercy, yet despite this, it had been effortlessly countered by Yao Yu's mere aura. Such strength was far beyond his capacity to confront. The pain of losing a child nearly drove him to madness. Yet the terrifying prowess of Yao Yu allowed him to regain a semblance of rationality. However, Yao Yu paid no heed to Chun Feng, remaining silently beside Wang Feng, utterly unmoved. Her frigid, aloof demeanor was laid bare at that moment. In truth, Yao Yu was merely awaiting Wang Feng's command. Until he explicitly ordered the execution of Chun Feng, she dared not take the initiative to eliminate him. Despite her icy arrogance and ruthless disposition, she was acutely aware that Wang Feng, having summoned her, was an unparalleled being who held sway over her very existence. In the past, she had never encountered anyone she feared, but now, Wang Feng had become the sole entity she dreaded. I cannot believe you are truly this formidable. Chun Feng's ire was ignited by Yao Yu's haughty stance. He even imagined that her prowess was not as formidable as he had presumed, merely a facade of bravado. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a fierce wave of might, channeling all his strength into his palm, which erupted in a brilliant radiance. He struck with tremendous force, conjuring a more terrifying imprint than before, hurtling towards Yao Yu. Finish him. Upon witnessing Chun Feng's renewed assault, Wang Feng gestured dismissively, his tone indifferent. He had initially intended to spare Chun Feng in order to glean insights about the Xingyao Mountains and the entire Radiant Sun Empire. However, given Chun Feng's blatant lack of awareness, what purpose did he serve? In the vast expanse of Lingyun's sect, there was no shortage of individuals to inquire, even if none possessed the knowledge Chun Feng did. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, a chilling aura radiated from Yao Yu's exquisite form, the terrifying coldness crystallizing the air around them into sharp, icy spikes that glimmered ominously, sending shivers down the spine. Then, with a graceful flick of her delicate hand, she unleashed the ice crystals, which shot forth with unparalleled sharpness, rending the very fabric of the void and revealing numerous minuscule rifts in space. Boom! Before the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the ice crystals viciously collided with Chun Feng's palm strike, the horrific sharpness obliterating his attack, and then surged relentlessly towards him. The dreadful brilliance piercing through the air, even from a great distance, causing Chun Feng's skin to sting, as he beheld the terrifying ice shards hurtling towards him. Chun Feng's expression transformed in alarm, fear flickering in his eyes. He summoned his internal power, enveloping himself in a protective barrier, while retreating frantically, desperate to evade the encroaching ice. However, his struggles were in vain. The ice crystals, moving with lightning speed, penetrated his body, shattering his protective aura in mere moments. Puff! Chun Feng's pupils dilated in shock as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lowering his gaze, he noticed several gaping wounds on his chest and with bloodied fingers. He pointed weakly at Yao Yu, attempting to utter something. Yet, before any words could escape his lips, darkness enveloped his consciousness, and he collapsed lifelessly. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, and the ground where Chun Feng fell shattered into fragments, stones scattering in every direction. In the air, crystalline petals floated as if bidding farewell to the master of Lingyun's sect, a paramount figure on the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range. The sect leader is dead. What shall we do? As numerous disciples and elders of Lingyun's sect witnessed their pillar of support reduced to a lifeless body, terror etched itself onto their faces, their entire beings trembling with fear. They collectively retreated several steps to alleviate their inner turmoil. At that moment, the breathtaking beauty of Yao Yu only instilled dread within them, devoid of any previous exhilaration. Their leader was a pinnacle master in the early stages of the transformation realm, yet he had been effortlessly slain by this stunning woman, without even the slightest resistance. To what extent must this enchanting figure possess her strength to achieve such a feat? Their greater concern was that, having killed Chun Feng, Yao Yu might pursue them next. If even their leader could not withstand her, how could they possibly defend themselves? Master, you dare to kill the leader of Lingyun's sect? The thousands under my command shall never forgive you. In that eerie silence, an elder of Lingyun's sect lunged at Chun Feng's body, growling with eyes ablaze with hatred, as though he wished to devour Yao Yu whole. Kill him, Wang Feng remarked indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at the elder. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu pointed a finger, and a glint of cold light flashed. Instantly, a void appeared at the elder's brow, piercing through his entire head, blood gushing forth as he collapsed onto Chun Feng's corpse. Lingyun's sect is hereby disbanded. Henceforth, there shall be no Lingyun sect within the Radiant Sun Empire. Should you desire vengeance against my sect, you are always welcome to try. Wang Feng surveyed the surrounding disciples and elders of Lingyun's sect with an emotionless gaze. His detached words sent a shiver through the spines of the Lingyun disciples. Chapter 19. A twist of fate. The two blood-soaked corpses lent considerable weight to Wang Feng's proclamation, causing every disciple present from Lingyun's sect to tremble with fear. Even those who felt deeply reluctant to see Lingyun's sect dissolve dared not utter a word of dissent. Wang Feng's indifferent gaze swept across the assembled disciples. He had initially intended to annihilate the entire Lingyun sect, leaving no survivors. However, considering that some disciples were inherently good-hearted, he deemed it too cruel to eradicate them all. Furthermore, given the insignificance of Lingyun's sect, they posed no threat to his divine immortal sect. Wang Feng remained confident in this belief. Should they ever become a threat, he would not hesitate to eliminate them entirely, for he would not allow a flicker of compassion to jeopardize the safety of his own disciples. Subsequently, Wang Feng chose not to linger any longer within Lingyun's sect, departing directly with Yao Yu, the great demon Xianxia, and Li He. If our sect discovers that the Lingyun sect has not disbanded, it will be as formidable as this stone. A voice, cold and devoid of compassion, reverberated through the heavens and the earth, followed by a swift flash of icy brilliance. In an instant, a massive rock within the Lingyun sect shattered with a resounding crash. The explosive fragments send a jolt through the attending disciples of the Lingyun sect, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. If even their sect leader could not contend with this individual, how could they, as mere disciples, dare to defy Wang Feng's words? Were they truly to disband without question? An elder of the Lingyun sect, his face twisted in reluctance, spoke up, his eyes glinting with malice. Previously, when Wang Feng was present, he dared not utter a word, but now, with Wang Feng absent, his thoughts began to race. Could it be that their sect would truly dissolve at the whim of this person? Such a fate would tarnish their reputation in the outer regions of the Xingyao mountain range. Furthermore, this elder was the strongest in the Lingyun sect, second only to sect leader Chun Feng and the Grand Elder. With both of them absent, he held a significant chance of ascending to the position of the new sect leader if the Lingyun sect remained intact. But what would it matter if they did not disband? With such a ruthless disposition, if they continued to uphold the Lingyun sect, they would undoubtedly face retribution from this individual, leaving them with no escape. Another elder's countenance darkened as he spoke. As elders of the Lingyun sect, none wished for its dissolution. Their esteemed status as elders of a moderately renowned sect was a privilege they cherished. Otherwise, their cultivation at the Xinjiang realm would hold little weight throughout the entire Daylight Empire. And only in the vicinity of the Xingyao mountain range could they wield their influence through the Lingyun sect. After the elders' words, the Lingyun sect elders fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, what could they achieve against such a force? No matter their reluctance, they could not withstand the might of this individual. Should they attempt to sustain the Lingyun sect, they would surely face annihilation during the inevitable reckoning. Esteemed elders, until we meet again. During this moment of silence, several disciples of the Lingyun sect bowed to the elders and spoke. These disciples could hardly withstand the intimidation of Wang Feng's final words. To them, the threat was clear. The Lingyun sect was destined to disband, and prolonging their stay would only be a futile endeavor. After these disciples spoke, a wave of uncertainty washed over other Lingyun sect disciples, gradually planting the seeds of departure in their hearts. Do you hold such disdain for our Lingyun sect? That individual merely issued a threat, and you all wish to leave immediately? The strongest elder of the Lingyun sect observed the anxious disciples, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light as he snorted disdainfully. What purpose would it serve to remain? With that individual's threat looming, the Lingyun sect is fated to dissolve. A bold disciple mustered the courage to respond. Now, the Lingyun sect was akin to a family facing extinction, and with the elders' diminished authority, those disciples wishing to leave felt emboldened. Such audacity! Could this elder be questioned by a mere disciple, such as you? In an instant, the elder, already brimming with fury due to Wang Feng's threats, erupted in anger. A tumultuous wave of profound energy coalesced into a formidable fist imprint, hurtling towards the disciple with unrestrained might. The overwhelming force swiftly subdued the disciple, as the fist imprint pierced through his very being. When the dreadful power detonated, it obliterated the disciple's body, scattering flesh and blood, causing the area to resemble a rain of crimson. This unforeseen turn of events sent shivers down the spines of the other disciples who had intended to flee, forcing them to retreat several steps and collapse onto the ground, their faces pale with terror. Where is Elder Chun Feng? Just as the elder was about to utter a word, a resonant voice akin to the tolling of a great bell reverberated through the skies above Lingshao Peak. Following this, a multitude of shadowy figures descended upon the peak, casting a dark shroud over the scene. As these figures arrived, an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a colossal mountain engulfed Lingshao Peak, subduing the many disciples of Lingyun's sect, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Several elders of Lingyun's sect widened their eyes in shock, quaking in fear. To their perception, most of these figures were formidable beings at the level of Xinjiang and above. The one leading them was particularly inscrutable, his mere gaze sending tremors through their very souls. Esteemed predecessors, may I inquire the purpose of your arrival at Lingyun's sect? The most powerful elder of Lingyun's sect respectfully bowed to the towering man at the forefront, his voice trembling. The humble and reverent demeanor starkly contrasted with the ruthlessness he had displayed moments before towards his own disciples, as if he were a different person entirely. "Are you Chen Feng?" Lin Tianxiong, the Long Lin Marquis, cast a cold glance at the elder and spoke in a deep tone. The group that had descended upon Lingyun's sect consisted of Lin Tianxiong, seeking vengeance for his son, accompanied by his formidable Long Lin army. Although the Marquis of the Radiant Sun Empire seldom traversed the starry mountain range, he possessed a thorough understanding of it. He knew that to find the murderer of his son, he must seek out the local overlord within the starry mountain range. Nay, the sect master of Lingyun's sect, Chen Feng, has perished. The imposing demeanor of the Long Lin Marquis instilled further reverence in the elder, who promptly replied, "I ask you, do you know who killed my son?" Upon hearing the news of the sect master's demise, the Long Lin Marquis displayed no sign of emotion, directly inquiring. The mere existence of Lingyun's sect was inconsequential in his eyes. Even the sect master held no weight before him. His sole desire was to uncover the identity of his son's killer. "May I ask who the esteemed predecessor's son is?" "I am the Long Lin Marquis of the Radiant Sun Empire, and my son is Lin Yuni." "What?" gasped, as the words of the Long Lin Marquis echoed. Both the elder and the disciples of Lingyun's sect were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide in horror as they gazed at the Marquis. They never anticipated that a dignitary of the Radiant Sun Empire would descend upon their Lingyun sect. In the majestic Starshine Mountain Range, the Lingyun sect appears to reign supreme, commanding respect and instilling fear. However, in the eyes of the higher echelons of the Radiant Sun Empire, they are nothing more than insignificant ants. Even a mere marquis possesses the power to easily obliterate the Lingyun sect. What fills them with dread is the audacity of someone who would dare to assassinate the son of Marquis Chonglin, who indeed possesses such audacity to strike against the offspring of a noble. The elder of the Lingyun sect, after the initial shock, displayed a countenance that fluctuated between despair and determination. Gritting his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. "My lord, I know the identity of the one who has slain your son," he proclaimed with a bow of utmost respect to Marquis Chonglin, his body trembling slightly with tension. "Speak." A voice imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace reverberated, akin to thunder, striking deep into the hearts of those present. Previously, our Lingyun sect had learned that the young Marquis Yun had entered the Starshine Mountain Range. Yet we dared not disturb him. Little did we expect that he would fall victim to that individual. This person is indeed heinously culpable. That individual had recently visited our Lingyun sect and, upon arrival, had directly slain our sect leader. In the entirety of the Starshine Mountain Range, only he possesses the audacity and the capability to eliminate young Marquis Yun. The elder nearly bowed his head to the ground, struggling to suppress the tumult within his heart as he spoke. "Who is this person?" Marquis Chonglin inquired, his gaze icy and voice sharp. He could perceive the elder's inner turmoil and understood that the elder likely sought to leverage him for vengeance against the sect leader. However, he was indifferent to such motives. His singular focus was to uncover the murderer of his beloved son. As the elder had articulated, the Lingyun sect was the most prominent within the outer realms of the Starshine Mountain Range. The audacity of that individual to slay the sect leader upon arrival speaks volumes of his reckless disposition and formidable strength, making him the prime suspect in the murder of his cherished son. Marquis Chonglin preferred to err on the side of caution, unwilling to overlook any potential perpetrator responsible for his son's demise. Of course, should that individual prove innocent, the elder of the Lingyun sect, along with the entire sect, would face the full brunt of Marquis Chonglin's wrath. The individual did not disclose any name, shrouded in mystery, and we had never encountered anyone like him in the outer regions of the Starshine Mountain Range. However, upon his departure, he commanded our Lingyun sect to disband. Should we fail to comply and continue to make our presence known, he would undoubtedly reveal himself. Upon hearing Marquis Chonglin's words, a flicker of joy illuminated the elder's previously bowed face as he struggled to contain his excitement, envisioning the success of his scheme. Should he succeed, not only could he annihilate that individual through Marquis Chonglin, but he might also ascend to great heights alongside the Marquis. Yet, in that moment of fanciful imagining, he felt as if his own head had disconnected from his body, crashing heavily to the ground, deprived of any chance to draw another breath. Chapter 20. Lihe enters the celestial sect. Ants dare to scheme against me. Observing the dismembered body of the elder from the Lingyun sect, Lord Changlin scoffed softly, contemplating that if it were merely a matter of using him to eliminate the sect's master, his fervent desire for vengeance would allow him to overlook it. However, the elder's audacious ambition to leverage his might to reconstruct the Lingyun sect was nothing short of delusional. Witnessing the elder's grim fate, the other elders and numerous disciples of the Lingyun sect trembled in fear, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of inciting Lord Chonglin's wrath. Previously, the defeat of the Lingyun sect's master by Yao Yue had instilled great fear, yet it paled in comparison to the terror that Lord Changlin evoked. After all, Lord Chonglin's reputation as a powerful figure within the entire Daybreak Empire was deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. You shall proceed as previously instructed and draw out that individual. Lord Changlin nonchalantly pointed to an elder of the Lingyun sect, speaking with indifference. Yes, my lord. I shall exert every effort to bring forth that person. The elder, suddenly taken aback, felt a surge of joy. He never anticipated such fortune would fall upon him. He promptly bowed respectfully to Lord Changlin and spoke with a trembling voice. Observing this, Lord Changlin said nothing further and directly led the Changlin army to occupy the Lingyun sect's main hall. Upon witnessing Lord Chonglin's actions, the attending elders of the Lingyun sect felt no anger. Instead, they were filled with elation. After all, it was Lord Changlin, and his presence in their sect was an honor, particularly as he temporarily resided among them. Have you all heard Lord Chonglin's decree? The elder appointed by him proclaimed with a proud glance, sweeping over the gathered elders and disciples. Please, Elder Lin, guide us on how to proceed. We shall certainly adhere to Lord Chonglin's commands. Despite their disdain for the elders' pompous demeanor, the Lingyun sect elders spoke with respect. Meanwhile, the disciples who had hesitated to leave the Lingyun sect chose to remain, reassured by the protection of such a formidable ally as Lord Changlin. The thought of their sect facing annihilation seemed impossible. They were destined to grow ever more powerful. Thus, how could they bear to depart? Let it be announced that the Lingyun sect is being re-established. All disciples shall fervently propagate the news of our reconstruction throughout the Xingyao Mountains, drawing out that individual. Elder Lin declared with a cold smile, his voice resonating with authority. With Lord Chonglin's backing, the fear instilled by Wang Feng and his cohorts dissipated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming desire for vengeance against them. In their eyes, as long as Lord Changlin stood as their protector, even the strongest adversaries like Wang Feng would meet only a dead end. Before the empire's higher echelons, any individual powerhouse was merely an ant. Indeed, upon hearing Elder Lin's words, the disciples of the Lingyun sect collectively felt a jolt of determination and responded respectfully. At that moment, both the disciples and elders of the Lingyun sect were filled with exhilaration as they envisioned a prosperous future for their sect. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, accompanied by Aou and others, returned to the front of the thatched cottage. As he descended, he turned to Li He with a light smile and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Are you willing to join my Divine Immortal Sect?" Divine Immortal Sect? Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li He's eyes flickered slightly, filled with confusion. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered such a sect. However, a hint of scorn emerged in Li He's heart. Even as a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm, the sect he established did not dare to claim the title of Divine Immortal. How could a small sect in such a remote area presume to adopt such a name? Instantly, Li He's perception of Wang Feng and the Divine Immortal Sect plummeted into the negative. Indeed, by joining my Divine Immortal Sect, you can regain your peak and even surpass your former glory. Wang Feng nodded, his voice imbued with immense confidence. How could a mere sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Li He scoffed, his face replete with disdain. Young man, I advise you to speak respectfully to the sect master. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience what it means to wish for death. Witnessing Li Hei's demeanor, the formidable demon Xian Sha beside Wang Feng immediately widened his eyes, barking a stern admonition. However, what astonished Xian Sha was the moment Li Hei's gaze fell upon him. It felt as if an overwhelmingly terrifying presence was scrutinizing him, causing his very soul to tremble. The ferocity he had previously displayed instantly dissipated, leaving him with his head bowed in silence. Even if you were a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm in your past life, you are merely at the incarnation stage now. If my sect truly wished to eliminate you, unless you recklessly disregard all consequences, you could never escape. As for the extraordinary treasure you possess, we are well aware of it. If we had ulterior motives, it would suffice to merely leak the news of that treasure, and you would undoubtedly meet your end without a proper burial. Upon hearing Li Hei's acerbic remarks, Wang Feng remained unperturbed. Instead, he regarded Li Hei with an enigmatic smile. His words not only profoundly shook Li Hei, but also caused Xian Sha and Yao Yu to tremble. Yao Yu, fully alert, emanated an aura as frigid as the icy depths of the abyss, standing resolutely by Wang Feng's side. A reincarnation of a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm? Xian Sha's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Li Hei harbored such a formidable identity. No wonder a single glance from him had sent chills down his spine. A peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm. During his prime, even he would have felt like an ant before such a being utterly powerless. Even now, despite Li Hei's diminished powers, Xian Sha remained wary. For who could ascertain what hidden trump cards Li Hei had left for himself before reincarnation? The trump cards of a peak expert of the Xian Emperor realm would likely be beyond the reach of even genuine Xian Emperor experts to contend with. Who exactly are you? Li Hei's profound gaze fixed intently upon Wang Feng, emanating an indescribable aura of dread from his frail physique. In this valley, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the oppressive tension palpable enough to make even the formidable Xianxia demon and the powerful Yao Yu uneasy. Our sect, the Celestial Sect, may currently be obscure, but given time, we shall undoubtedly command respect across the heavens. Wang Feng proclaimed with an air of pride, his entire being suffused with an inspiring energy at that moment. As his words lingered in the air, he regarded Li Hei with steely resolve, asserting, "Our sole intention regarding you is to have you join the Celestial Sect. As for the treasured artifact you possess, it holds no significance in our eyes." While the treasure that Li Hei bore might compel others to risk their lives for it, to Wang Feng, it was of little consequence. The system he wielded was the true treasure of this world. What if I refuse? Li Hei's eyes narrowed as he responded, his voice low and measured. At that moment, he found himself uncertain of Wang Feng's true capabilities. Although he wished to dismiss Wang Feng as a mere clown, he was acutely aware that Wang Feng was well informed about his background, even possessing knowledge of the artifact he carried. Such awareness was not the purview of an insignificant jester. Since his reincarnation, Li Hei had believed himself to be well concealed. Even those close to him in his past life presumed he had perished rather than undergone rebirth. Wang Feng, a complete stranger to Li Hei, seemed to know him entirely, rendering Li Hei unable to summon any anger. As Wang Feng had articulated, unless Li Hei was prepared to disregard everything and unleash his former trump cards, he truly could not hope to subdue Wang Feng and his companions. The mere presence of that Xuanhuang-level powerhouse was already a considerable challenge, and should he resort to desperate measures without securing a victory over Wang Feng, the consequences would be far beyond his capacity to bear. Rest assured, our sect shall not harm you, but I cannot guarantee the confidentiality of your information. Wang Feng remarked with a slight smirk. Although his tone bore no hint of threat, his words posed the gravest peril to Li Hei. Li Hei's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Feng, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura radiating from him. In that moment, Wang Feng felt as if a dreadful specter was scrutinizing him, akin to death beckoning him forth. Nonetheless, within the intensity of Li Hei's stare, Wang Feng remained remarkably composed, betraying no signs of distress. "I shall join your celestial sect for a decade. After 10 years, I will depart, and you must not disclose this arrangement." Should you refuse, then let it be a matter of mutual destruction, Li He declared, casting a deep glance at Wang Feng. Wang Feng's serene demeanor instilled caution in Li He. He had just exerted a fraction of his Xian D-level pressure, and even that slight exertion was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Yet Wang Feng remained unfazed, an indication of the depths of his strength. Furthermore, with the downfall of the Lingyun sect, he was in dire need of a tranquil sanctuary to restore himself. A decade's time would suffice for his recovery, and when the moment arrived, he would return to avenge the indignities he currently faced. Very well, our sect agrees. Upon hearing Li Hei's words, Wang Feng nodded in affirmation. He was unaware of Li Hei's intentions. Even if he were, he would regard them with disdain. In 10 years, he could only imagine the heights to which the celestial sect would ascend. By then, even formidable beings of the Xian Emperor realm might find themselves unworthy of joining his esteemed sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting an extraordinary talent. Reward: 30,000 sect points, 1 random summoning opportunity. As Wang Feng's words echoed, a crisp voice resonated in his mind, causing him to shudder with excitement. A satisfied smile graced his face. The risk he took in confronting a reincarnated being of the Xian Emperor realm had proven worthwhile. This reward was undoubtedly the most generous he had received thus far. It seemed that in the future, he should strive to recruit only those of exceptional talent to further elevate the celestial sect and secure even greater rewards. Chapter 21. A sword's radiance chills 19 states. Xian Sha, you shall temporarily guard this place and gather intelligence for our celestial sect. With great restraint against his desire to draw rewards and summon, Wang Feng addressed the formidable demon, Xian Sha. Presently, the celestial sect stronghold was situated within a small world. Without anyone stationed outside, they risked becoming isolated from vital information. For instance, had it not been for the fortunate arrival of the elder from the Lingyun sect, he would have remained oblivious to the grand event of the Demon Sealing Conference, thus missing many opportunities for his sect. Although the system ensured the strength of his disciples, he still needed to seize the opportunities that arose. Yes, Sect Master, Xian Sha responded earnestly, not daring to be negligent. Seeing Xian Sha's respectful demeanor, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. After spending time with Xian Sha, he found it hard to reconcile this courteous figure with the notion of a demon that ravaged the Radiant Sun Empire. How could one be so respectful and yet feared? Subsequently, Wang Feng, accompanied by Yao Yu and Li He, entered the stronghold of the celestial sect within the small world. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the celestial sect's abode, Li He trembled, his eyes widening in astonishment, particularly when he truly comprehended the vastness of the small world housing the celestial sect. A tempest surged within his heart. While Xian Emperor realm beings could indeed create small worlds, Li He was certain that even during his past life as a pinnacle Xian Emperor, he could not have fashioned such an expansive and intricate realm. In that moment, Li He was profoundly moved by the celestial sect's profound foundation, and his previous underestimation of the sect swiftly dissipated. Perhaps this was an ancient, hidden sect unbeknownst to the world. Li He mused, his perception of Wang Feng shifting subtly. To ascend as the leader of such a concealed and formidable sect, Wang Feng must undoubtedly possess depths beyond mere appearances. Coupled with Wang Feng's keen understanding of him, Li He, a reincarnated being of the Xian Emperor realm, began to view Wang Feng as an enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. You may freely choose an attic for your residence, and above you reside a senior brother and a senior sister. Subsequently, our sect will introduce you to one another. Wang Feng gestured towards the attic shrouded in mist, addressing Li He. Li He nodded silently, having already accepted the reality of joining the immortal sect, and the extraordinary nature of this sect piqued his profound interest. Observing this, Wang Feng paid no further attention to Li He and proceeded directly towards the main hall of the immortal sect, while Yao Yu cast a fleeting glance at Li He before vanishing into thin air. The immortal sect? To dare to bear the name of immortals, I must discover the mysteries that lie within. As he watched Wang Feng's departing figure, Li He narrowed his eyes and murmured, with his words hanging in the air, Li He also moved, ascending the seemingly sacred ladder towards the Immortal Sect. Upon entering the main hall of the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng could scarcely contain his eagerness. System. Display the attribute panel of this sect leader. Ding. The host attribute panel is as follows. Host. Wang Feng cultivation. Early stage of Xianhuang realm physique. None bloodline. None mystical techniques. Heavenly ascension. Mingyu technique. Consort art established sect. Immortal sect value. 43 800 unfinished tasks. Recruit 10 disciples. 410. Gazing at his attribute panel, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction and then commanded, display the attribute panel of the Immortal Sect. Ding. The attribute panel of the Immortal Sect is as follows. Sect. Immortal Sect level. First sovereign. Only Wang Feng. Early stage of Xianhuang realm. Elders. Maximum of 5 Yi Guqing. Pinnacle of Wanghe. Shimin Shui Shui. Mid stage of Xianhuang. Yaoyu. Early stage of Xianhuang. Disciples. Maximum of 10 Li Qing. Possessor of the turtle spirit Xian immortal body. Ling Fei Wu. Early stage of Xian general. Li He. Reincarnated Xian emperor. Xian Sha the great demon sect residence. Small world. As he surveyed the attributes of the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng felt a surge of urgency. He needed to recruit disciples swiftly to elevate the sect to the second level. Otherwise, even if he were granted a summoning opportunity, he would be unable to call forth formidable beings. However, he was no longer the disheveled newcomer he once was. He could no longer recruit individuals to join the Immortal Sect indiscriminately. Though the sect's numbers were few, their strength was by no means insignificant, and if unleashed, they could potentially shake the entire Radiant Sun Empire. Thus, Wang Feng became more discerning, no longer recruiting disciples so casually. Although he could draw lots to obtain bloodlines and enhance his disciples' qualifications and physiques, his resources were not to be squandered lightly. For Wang Feng, the recruitment of disciples hinged primarily on their character, followed by their innate abilities. Among the 3 disciples he had accepted, while their qualifications could not be claimed to be unrivaled in the world, their character was surely among the finest. Only the eldest disciple, Li Qing, had room for improvement in terms of qualification. The others, like Ling Feiwu and Li He, were individuals of resilient character. As for the 4th disciple, he is currently classified by the system as the Great Demon of Xiansha. However, Wang Feng does not intend to regard the Great Demon of Xiansha as a disciple of the Immortal Sect. He has simply yet to determine a suitable position for him, thus allowing him to serve as a placeholder. At present, within the Immortal Sect, there is only the position of Elder, which holds immense importance. Wang Feng will only confer such a title upon summoned strong individuals. Although the Great Demon of Xiansha possesses the requisite qualifications, he has not yet garnered sufficient trust from Wang Feng. It seems that establishing the sect's base in this small world is inherently limiting. Wang Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Not to mention the currently feeble spiritual energy within this small world, which fails to create a conducive cultivation environment. The isolation of the sect's base further discontented Wang Feng. After some contemplation, he resolved to establish another base for the Immortal Sect in the valley where the thatched cottage resides. Once the Immortal Sect has fully developed, this small world base could serve as the inner sect, while the valley of the thatched cottage would be the outer sect. Previously, he had entered the small world base with great excitement, not considering these factors. Now, as the Immortal Sect grows in strength, it is only fitting that Wang Feng reflects on the grand blueprint for the sect. His aspiration is to develop the Immortal Sect into the foremost sect across all realms. How could he act hastily? With this thought, Wang Feng did not hesitate to summon Yaoyu, instructing her to inform the Great Demon of Xiansha to establish the sect's base in the valley. Only in this manner could the Immortal Sect gain widespread recognition. Otherwise, hiding within this small world, while indeed secretive, would hinder its development. Upon receiving Wang Feng's command, Yaoyu promptly departed from the Lord's Hall. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Feng's eyes flickered with anticipation for what kind of sect base the Great Demon of Xiansha would establish. Within the sect, aside from the Great Demon, Wang Feng struggled to think of any suitable candidates. Relying on the sword enthusiasts Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui seemed utterly implausible. Yao Yu might be a fitting choice. Yet Wang Feng harbored concerns that her aloof demeanor might lead to a distorted representation of the Sect's base. After much deliberation, he concluded that the great demon of Xiansha was indeed the most appropriate choice. After all, he possessed ample experience and knowledge of how to establish a sect base. Moreover, the great demon of Xuansha's cultivation level is currently at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. While he may not have the terrifying ability to reshape the world, he certainly possesses the means to establish a sect base. System utilized the random summoning opportunity. Wang Feng thought to himself, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning Yen Shi-san. Would the host like to view his attribute panel? The cool voice resonating in his mind sent a shiver through Wang Feng. This sword demon is indeed well known. Under his pen, he has crafted 4 great sword masters: the sword god Shimin Shui, the sword immortal Yi Guqing, the sword emperor Xie Xiaofeng, and the sword demon Yen Shi-san. In the present day, 3 of the 4 formidable swordsmanship masters have been summoned by him. Wang Feng eagerly anticipates the day when his celestial sect can gather all 4 of these illustrious sword masters, allowing their names to resound throughout this extraordinary realm. He nodded without hesitation. Ding! The attribute panel of Yen Shi-san is as follows. Name: Yen Shi-san Cultivation. Pinnacle of the Profound Emperor Realm. Profound Technique. 13 Deadly Swords, respectable grade. Profound Weapon. 13 Pearl Swords, respectable grade. As he gazed upon Yen Shi-san's attributes, Wang Feng felt a tremor coursing through him, and an echo of a phrase resonated in his mind. Sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 states. In Wang Feng's heart, Yen Shi-san stands as the strongest among the 4 swordsmanship masters, a man wholly devoted to martial arts, obsessed with the sword, and possessed by the art of swordsmanship. In truth, the fates of the sword demon Yen Shi-san and the sword emperor Xie Xiaofeng bear a striking resemblance to those of the sword god Shimin Shui and the sword immortal Yi Guqing. Both pairs engaged in exceedingly splendid pinnacle battles, which can only be described as the most glorious encounters among swordsmen. Similar to Yi Guqing, when Yen Shi-san unleashed his 15th sword, he could have slain Xie Xiaofeng, but out of kindness and in an effort to obliterate that fearsome blow, he chose to sever his own throat. Wang Feng is unaware of whether Yen Shi-san's 15th sword surpasses Yi Guqing's ultimate manifestation of the celestial sword. But he is certain that Yen Shi-san's arrival in this other world is not solely bound to the fatal cost of unleashing the terrifying 15th sword. He might even forge the 16th and 17th swords. Wang Feng harbors no doubts regarding Yen Shi-san's swordsmanship aptitude. Buzz! Just as Wang Feng was lost in thought, the void within the main hall of the sect quivered, and a figure clad in black suddenly emerged from the ether, appearing within the sacred chamber. Upon the arrival of this figure, Wang Feng was immediately enveloped by an aura of solitude and nobility. It felt as though he were gazing not at a person, but at an aloof sword. This figure emanated an ingrained coldness and fatigue, yet harbored a menacing, killing intent that made Wang Feng's heart tremble. Yen Shi-san's chill is distinct from that of Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui. It is as if he has grown cold-hearted after taking countless lives. Chapter 22. The Sword, an ancient sacred artifact. Yen Shi-san, I pay my respects to the sect master. A hoarse, icy voice emerged from Yen Shi-san. As his gaze fell upon Wang Feng, it felt as though a sword imbued with murderous intent was aimed directly at him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. There is no need for excessive formalities. Wang Feng gestured lightly with his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Yen Shi-san stood silently, refraining from further dialogue. Observing Yen Shi-san's demeanor, Wang Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. While he was elated to summon Yen Shi-san and Shimin Shui, these sword enthusiasts were either cold or aloof. He felt it may be a daunting task to expect them to mentor the disciples of the celestial sect. It would be splendid if Shimin Shui and Yin Shisan could voluntarily take on disciples. Regrettably, Wang Feng shook his head, pondering how long it would take to realize such an ambition. There are still 2 masters of swordsmanship within the sect. You may seek them out, he murmured, casting a glance at Yin Shisan, who stood quietly beside him. He felt a twinge of anticipation for the confrontation between Yin Shisan, Yi Guqing, and Shimin Chue Shui. Yes, Sect Master. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Yin Shisan's eyes shimmered with a flicker of brilliance as he rasped in response. With that, he vanished from the Sect Master's hall in an instant. I wonder how that rascal Li Qing is faring these days. Wang Feng mused, his chin in hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. He held Li Qing in high regard. Once Li Qing's physique was fully awakened, even Li He, the reincarnated Emperor of Mysteries, would pale in comparison to him in terms of potential. Contemplating this, Wang Feng resolved to check on how Li Qing was faring under Ling Fei Wu's rigorous training. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted, causing Wang Feng's eyelids to flutter and a wry smile to form on his face. He had anticipated some trouble, though he hadn't expected it to arise so swiftly. Wang Feng moved swiftly, exiting the Sect Master's hall and following the sound. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Yin Shisan and Shimin Chue Shui hovered in the air, their gazes locked, both emanating a formidable sword intent that illuminated the entire small world, akin to 2 divine swords clashing in opposition. Nearby stood Yi Guqing, who similarly exuded a fierce sword intent, his eyes fixated on Yin Shisan, excitement flickering within his proud gaze. The long sword he held trembled slightly, a manifestation of his exhilaration at encountering such a formidable opponent. Below them stood Li He and Yao Yu. Yao Yu remained expressionless, while Li He appeared visibly shaken, his eyes glued to the 2 figures above, which resembled divine swords. If they were merely at the level of the Emperor of Mysteries, Li He would not have exhibited such astonishment. However, both Yin Shisan and Shimin Chue Shui evoked an indescribable feeling within him. Their mastery of swordsmanship moved even him, a former peak practitioner of the Emperor of Mysteries. What sort of sect is this Divine Immortal Sect to possess such extraordinary sword masters? Li He thought, glancing between the 2 figures above and the equally fierce Yi Guqing nearby. The sword, an ancient sacred artifact, holds the highest esteem among mortals and deities alike. While many cultivators with some aptitude can delve into the sword path, reaching its pinnacle is no simple feat. Even those at the Emperor of Mysteries level cannot easily master the sword path unless they are truly devoted to it. Yin Shisan, Shimin Chue Shui, and even Yi Guqing give Li He the impression of having perfected their swordsmanship. Perhaps, at this moment, their cultivation may only be at the Emperor of Mysteries realm. But when they ascend to even greater heights, their sword mastery will undoubtedly reveal a brilliance that captivates the world. Buzz. At that moment, the previously still Shimin Chue Shui and Yin Shisan simultaneously drew their swords. The air trembled violently as 2 dazzling beams of sword light shot forth, instantaneously tearing through the void and colliding fiercely in the sky above. Initially, the 2 extraordinary sword lights remained locked in a stalemate, but soon erupted in a tremendous explosion, unleashing an endless wave of sword energy that rent the ground asunder, sending fragments of stone flying. The fierce sword aura compelled Li He to swiftly evade. Buzz. In the midst of this sword energy, a flash of light sliced through, severing a strand of Shimin Chue Shui's hair. Following this singular strike, neither combatant drew their swords again. Instead, they stood in silence, locked in a gaze of mutual respect. Not far away, Wang Feng observed this spectacle, his heart stirred. Though he had never practiced the sword path, he had absorbed the profound techniques of both Yi Guqing and Shimin Chue Shui, granting him a nascent understanding of the sword's essence. The clash between Yin Shisan and Shimin Chue Shui imparted to him an ineffable sensation, as though each strike encapsulated the ultimate truths of swordsmanship. Then, as Wang Feng was momentarily lost in thought, both Shimin Chue Shui and Yin Shisan vanished, along with Yi Guqing, leaving behind only the myriad scars of their swords upon the ground. Witnessing their disappearance, Wang Feng was not surprised. Although the two had exchanged but a single blow, it represented the pinnacle of their sword philosophies. In terms of cultivation, Shimin Chui Shui may have faltered. Yet in the realm of swordsmanship, he had not been bested. In truth, Wang Feng was more eager to witness a duel between Yin Shisan and Yi Gucheng. Both possessed a remarkable sword technique, and their confrontation might yield greater benefits for them both. Subsequently, Wang Feng glanced at Li He, remaining silent, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable meaning. With a shift in his form, he vanished, leaving Li He alone in the arena. After the others departed, Li He traced the fissures in the ground, feeling the extraordinary sharpness contained within. His heart trembled, even in his past life. He had never encountered such a pinnacle master of swordsmanship. He had initially assumed the so-called Immortal Sect to be an insignificant faction, yet it had repeatedly exceeded his expectations, igniting within him an ever-deepening curiosity about this sect. Back in the Sect Master's Hall, Wang Feng slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been so distracted by Shimin Chui Shui and Yin Shisan that he had forgotten his intention to visit Li Qing. Alas, with Fei Wu present, Li Qing would likely be safe. With his mortal cultivation, he was not yet suited for more formidable challenges. Better to allow Fei Wu to hone him for a while longer, Wang Feng mused to himself. System utilized 10,000 Sect points to exchange for 10 lottery chances. Commence the draw, he thought. Now possessing over 40,000 Sect points, he could certainly indulge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1/10 of Yin Shisan's cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Yin Shisan's arcane technique, the 15 deathly swords. Ding! As Wang Feng's words faded, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Wang Feng smiled with satisfaction, anticipating another surge in power. In this round of 10 consecutive draws, aside from obtaining Yin Shisan's 15 death swords, the rest were enhancements to either Yin Shisan's or other individuals' cultivation levels. System, bestow the 15 death swords upon this host, Wang Feng declared without hesitation. As his words echoed, a colossal and terrifying memory surged within his mind. Visions of Yin Shisan during his training with the 13 death swords, as well as the memories of Yin Shisan evolving the 13 death swords into the 14th and 15th variations. After a lengthy pause, Wang Feng finally opened his eyes, a fierce glint flickering within them, a radiance that seemed to rend the fabric of the void. An ethereal sword intent subtly emanated from him. Indeed, it is Yin Shisan. Wang Feng exhaled softly, marveling at the madness with which Yin Shisan pursued the sword. In that moment, Wang Feng exuded the aura of a true sword master. Having undergone the enhancement of 3 swordsmanship experts' ultimate techniques, he might not possess the terrifying sword cultivation of Yi Gucheng and his ilk. Yet he had undeniably become a formidable swordsman himself. Bestow cultivation, Wang Feng continued. As his voice fell, a terrifying force materialized from the void, violently surging into his body, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm in an instant. System, bestow the remaining cultivation enhancements upon Yi Gucheng. Feeling the explosive increase in his own strength, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction and spoke aloud. This time, he had ascended to the peak of the Xianhuang realm with just a few enhancements, and with several remaining. He chose to bestow them upon Yi Gucheng. Once Wang Feng's words were uttered, Yi Gucheng, who was in the loft contemplating the sword with Shimin Chui Shui and Yin Shisan, suddenly trembled all over, hastily channeling the energy within him. Moments later, Yi Gucheng's cultivation also ascended to the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm. Ding! Yi Gucheng's cultivation has been elevated to the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm. The crisp voice resonating in Wang Feng's mind prompted him to nod in satisfaction. Thus, all 4 elders of his immortal sect had achieved mastery in the Xianhuang realm. Subsequently, Wang Feng refrained from further draws, opting instead to consolidate and refine his rapidly increasing cultivation. Excessive elevation could lead to an unstable foundation. While Wang Feng focused on his cultivation outside the main hall of Lingyun's sect, Elder Lin, appointed by Marquis Chonglin, stood respectfully, awaiting the summons of the Marquis. "Enter." A detached voice resonated from within the hall, causing Elder Lin to tremble. He adjusted his robes, his expression solemn, and stepped into the hall as if on a pilgrimage. "Greetings, Lord Marquis." Upon entering, Elder Lin dared not meet the gaze of the imposing figure, bowing deeply in deference. "What is it?" "Our disciples of Lingyun's sect have discovered a resplendent pavilion emerging suddenly from a valley. It belongs to a sect known as the Immortal Sect. Notably, the last location where young Marquis Yun Yi was spotted was also within that very valley. However, when a young Lord of the Clouds made his appearance, the valley was devoid of the unfamiliar sect known as the Divine Immortal Sect." Upon hearing the words of Lord Changlin, Elder Lin lowered his head even further, not daring to be negligent, swiftly responding. Chapter 23. Leaving no trace of the enemy, are you certain? Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Lord Changlin abruptly rose, his voice resonating with authority as a heavy pressure enveloped his formidable frame, causing the air within the hall to thicken, leaving Elder Lin trembling in fear. "Indeed, I am certain," Elder Lin stammered. "Linny." Lord Changlin's eyes narrowed, his tone a commanding growl. "At your service." A shadowy figure materialized in the hall, bowing respectfully to Lord Changlin, exuding an overwhelming aura of peak strength. "Gather the Changlin army. We shall pursue that audacious wretch," Lord Changlin declared, his body radiating an insatiable bloodlust. "Yes." With that, the shadowy figure vanished once more. "Lead the way. If that individual truly is the murderer of my son, I shall ensure the eternal prosperity of your Lingyun sect." Lord Changlin then cast a glance at Elder Lin, speaking indifferently. "Your command shall be followed." Hearing Lord Changlin's words, excitement flickered across Elder Lin's face, his entire being trembling with exhilaration as he bowed deeply. With Lord Changlin's assurance, the rise of their Lingyun sect seemed inevitable, and those who dared to humiliate them would meet a gruesome end. As Lord Changlin stepped out of the hall, Elder Lin promptly ceased his daydreaming and followed suit. Upon exiting, Elder Lin beheld the Changlin army standing in perfect formation before the hall, a magnificent aura emanating from them that left him in awe. His cultivation was merely at the Xinjiang realm, while each soldier of the Changlin army was of equivalent strength, truly deserving of their imperial status. Terrifying indeed. "Greetings, my lord." Upon seeing Lord Changlin, the soldiers of the Changlin army spoke in unison, their formidable presence shaking the very peaks of Lingshao, stirring all disciples of the Lingyun sect, who gazed enviously at the imperial soldiers. Although they were disciples of the sect with a status higher than ordinary cultivators, before this imperial army, they felt as insignificant as ants. Lest apart, Lord Changlin surveyed the ranks of the Changlin soldiers, waving his hand emphatically. With that, he led the Changlin army with great momentum towards the valley where the Divine Immortal Sect resided, with Elder Lin following closely to guide them. At the same time, Wang Feng was inspecting the stronghold established by the great demon of the abyss alongside Yao Yu, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he nodded in approval. Indeed, entrusting this matter to the great demon of the abyss was a wise decision. At this moment, the entire valley had been transformed beyond recognition by the grand demon Xianxia. In the heart of the valley, where the thatched cottage once stood, a magnificent grand hall had been erected by Xianxia, serving as the main temple of the Immortal Sect. Flanking the main hall were numerous pavilions and a grand avenue, entirely composed of jade stones, stretched from the main temple to the mouth of the valley. In front of the main hall lay an expansive plaza, while the surrounding mountains had been carved with small stone paths, each leading to a pavilion. At the entrance of the valley, a colossal stone tablet stood, inscribed with the 3 characters of the Immortal Sect. The entire residence, though perhaps lacking the ethereal aura of the Shao World residence, was nonetheless imposing and remarkable. Wang Feng felt it far more stately than the so-called Lingyun Sect's residence, noble yet unpretentious, understated yet imbued with a hint of brilliance. Upon hearing Wang Feng's admiration, the grand demon Xianxia revealed a trace of pride. Unbeknownst to him, his sense of belonging to the Immortal Sect was growing stronger. and even Wang Feng's mere praise filled him with immense pride. Suddenly, Wang Feng furrowed his brow and cast a sharp gaze into the distance, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Moments later, both Yao Yu and the Grand Demon Xianxia sensed it simultaneously, turning to the direction Wang Feng was staring at, their faces reflecting a chilling demeanor. Xianxia boldly suggested, "Sect Master, these people are approaching with ill intent. Shall we send disciples to intercept them at the outskirts? Let us see what unfolds," Wang Feng replied, waving his hand and striding toward the valley's exit, with Xianxia and Yao Yu hastily following suit. As they reached the mouth of the valley, a group of figures descended before them, led by an individual clad in blood-red armor, exuding a fierce aura. The moment they landed, a profound silence enveloped the forest. All beasts retreated far away, fearful of provoking these formidable humans. "My lord, it is he!" exclaimed Elder Lin of the Lingyun sect, standing beside Lord Changlin, as he caught sight of Wang Feng. A glimmer of frenzied, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile. In Elder Lin's perspective, with Lord Changlin's arrival, Wang Feng and his companions were doomed, and thus he would avenge the Lingyun sect's leader and secure his own position as the sect's master. As Elder Lin gasped, Wang Feng noticed him, and a chill ran through his eyes. Although he had not closely examined the Lingyun sect members earlier, he could still recall several of their elders. He never anticipated that his act of kindness would not elicit gratitude, but rather revenge from them. Noticing Wang Feng's gaze, Elder Lin wore a triumphant smile, lightly stroking his neck, implying a foreboding sense of doom. "How dare you, an insignificant ant, presume to bear the name of an immortal? I ask you, did you slay my son?" Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, the gaze of Lord Changlin turned icy, then shifted towards Wang Feng, coldly stating, his lofty demeanor laid bare without a hint of concealment. Considering that Lin Yunyi's last known whereabouts were in this valley and the celestial sect possessed sufficient power to annihilate his son, an overwhelming urge for vengeance surged within Lord Changlin. To him, the so-called celestial sect bore the greatest suspicion. Where there is suspicion, there must be death. "May I inquire about your son?" Upon hearing Lord Changlin's inquiry, Wang Feng replied nonchalantly, discerning from Lord Changlin's stance that a confrontation was inevitable. "I am Lord Changlin, and my son is Lin Yunyi." At the revelation of this name, Wang Feng's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated that someone from the Lingyun sect would inadvertently lead Lord Changlin to the culprit behind Lin Yunyi's demise. How could Wang Feng forget Lin Yunyi? That was the very individual he had compelled Ling Feiwu to slay. "Indeed, it is you, vile scoundrel, who dare to slay my son. I shall rend your body to pieces." Wang Feng's silence confirmed to Lord Changlin that Wang Feng was indeed the murderer of his beloved son. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, and an icy aura of deadly intent erupted from him as he thundered. The chilling presence descended, lowering the temperature around them, causing Elder Lin, standing beside Lord Changlin, to involuntarily shudder. "Changlin army, assemble, follow me, and let us eradicate this scoundrel's sect without leaving a trace." Lord Changlin commanded with a sweeping gesture, his voice booming. "Charge!" As Lord Changlin's voice faded, the Changlin army responded in unison, their formidable presence shaking the very heavens and earth. An overwhelming force surged from the ranks of the Changlin army, filling the atmosphere with a weighty, oppressive aura. It felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon them, rendering one nearly breathless. Clang! The soldiers of the Changlin army drew their swords in unison, a fierce energy erupting forth. In that moment, the entire Changlin army resembled a legendary beast poised to devour all in its path, radiating terror beyond measure. Elder Lin, standing beside Lord Changlin, held his breath, afraid to make a sound. The wrathful Lord Changlin and the formidable Changlin army left him trembling in fear. Who would have thought that this Lingyun sect would inadvertently lead you to our sect? Indeed, we killed Lin Yunyi. Despite Lord Changlin's fury and the predatory glares of the Changlin army, Wang Feng remained unperturbed, responding with a calm demeanor, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect, displaying no concern whatsoever. "You seek death. With Wang Feng's admission, Lord Chonglin's fury ignited, nearly consuming his rationality in flames of anger. Unable to contain himself any longer, a terrifying force erupted from his being, altering the very winds and clouds of the world around him. The midstage of the Marquis realm was unleashed at that moment, resonating throughout the surroundings. Boom! In a sudden burst of energy, Lord Chonglin extended his hand, unleashing the power that surged within him. The ethereal energies drifting in the surrounding atmosphere were irresistibly drawn to him, converging upon his broad palm, which radiated a resplendent light. With a decisive motion, he struck downwards, channeling the overwhelming energy into a colossal palm imprint that blotted out the sun, hurtling towards Wang Feng with the intent of crushing him, as if he were but a fragile insect. As the palm imprint traversed the space, fissures marred the void, and the air trembled with the force of its passage, casting a shadow that dimmed the very heavens. Only the dazzling imprint remained, pressing inexorably down upon Wang Feng. Lord Chonglin had no intention of granting Wang Feng a swift demise. Rather, he sought to torment him psychologically, to induce madness and tremors before the inevitable end. A fitting retribution for the loss of his beloved child. Beside him, Elder Lin's face bore a malevolent delight at the sight of the enormous palm descending upon Wang Feng and his companions. Finally, this villain would meet his end. The Lingyun sect would no longer suffer under his threat. Yet, he felt a twisted sense of gratitude towards this miscreant for having slain the previous sect master. For without that act, he would not have ascended to his current position, nor would he have been able to align himself with Lord Chonglin. Chapter 24. The Dark Iron Demon Staff Impudent. Just as the enormous palm imprint was about to descend upon Wang Feng, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air, followed by a terrifying aura erupting from Wang Feng's side, a manifestation of the dark demon's might. With a look of fierce determination, he extended his hand, channeling a torrent of energy that coalesced into his palm. He struck out, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the colossal palm imprint into scintillating fragments that scattered like stars in the sky, reminiscent of an exquisite firework display. This spectacle caused Lord Chonglin's pupils to constrict in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment as he exclaimed, "Peak of the Marquis realm." He could scarcely fathom that within this small sect on the outskirts of the Xingyao mountain range lay a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, the very murderer of his beloved son. The imposing aura emanating from the Chonglin army behind him faltered at that moment, their soldiers equally shaken. As members of the Sunlit Empire's military, while many among the Chonglin army were merely at the level of Xian general, their understanding far exceeded that of ordinary Xian generals. They were acutely aware of what a peak Marquis realm expert represented, a being comparable to the Empire's most esteemed marquises. Though Lord Chonglin held a certain status within the Sunlit Empire, he was not truly part of its upper echelons. Only those at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm could lay claim to such a position of true authority. In general, only the foremost sects within the Radiant Sun Empire possess such formidable powers. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly insignificant sect on the periphery of the Starry Mountain Range harbors such terrifying strength, leaving the soldiers of the Chonglin army profoundly shaken. Beside the Marquis of Chonglin, Elder Lin trembles with fear, unable to fathom that those who had humiliated his Lingyun sect were backed by such a fearsome presence at the pinnacle of the Prince Realm. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from provoking Wang Feng and his companions. After all, even the Marquis of Chonglin is merely at the mid-stage of the Prince Realm. What the peak of the Prince Realm? Should they dare to slay my beloved son, I shall spare no effort to make them pay the price. After the initial shock, a ruthless glint flickers in the Marquis's eyes, and gritting his teeth, he declares with a thunderous voice, "The enmity of slaying a son is irreconcilable." Despite the formidable cultivation displayed by the Xianxia demon, which instills a sense of trepidation in the Marquis, he is not alone. Behind him stands the entire Chonglin army, the full might of the Radiant Sun Empire. Chonglin army, join me in vanquishing this fiend. The Marquis of Chonglin raises his arm and calls out, his presence erupting with overwhelming power. The authority of an imperial lord permeates the heavens and the earth, and a sheer force causes the very void to tremble. Yes, the soldiers of the Changlin army respond with fervor, their voices echoing across the 100-mile radius. Each one unleashes their ferocious might, engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of strength. At this moment, the Marquis and the Changlin army seem to coalesce into a singular entity, their terrifying aura subtly countering that of the Xianxia demon. Faced with the formidable presence of the Marquis and his army, the Xianxia demon exhibits no sign of fear. Instead, a sinister smile spreads across his face, and a wave of murderous intent surges within him. Yet, he refrains from striking immediately, instead turning his gaze to Wang Feng, awaiting further instructions. As a demon who once instilled fear in the Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago, the Xianxia demon is acutely aware of the Empire's might and its terrifying foundation. Had he not underestimated the strength of the Radiant Sun Empire 1,000 years prior, he would not have faced oppression. He understands the dreadful consequences of slaying a Marquis. Even though the Marquis of Changlin may not be the pinnacle of the Empire's lords, the assassination of a Marquis would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Radiant Sun Empire, inciting the wrath of his longtime adversary. The Xianxia demon is well acquainted with the temperament of that old rival, stingy yet prideful. Should the Marquis of Changlin truly perish here, the Xianxia demon is certain that soon the periphery of the Starry Mountain Range will be besieged by the forces of the Radiant Sun Empire. Moreover, the immortal sect would encounter unending troubles. Thus, the Xianxia demon dares not make unilateral decisions. Nevertheless, he holds a firm belief in the strength of the immortal sect, recognizing that it would not be so simple for the Radiant Sun Empire to obliterate them. In fact, he harbors an inkling that should the Radiant Sun Empire dare to oppose the immortal sect, it would be the empire that faces annihilation. This feeling, inexplicably intensifying, resembled the ancient and hidden sects like the Immortal Clan, whose formidable might remained unfathomable, leaving no one capable of discerning the true extent of their power. Eliminate him. Perceiving the scrutinizing gaze of the dark demon Xianxia, a ruthless glint flickered across Wang Feng's countenance as he spoke indifferently. If one hesitates to sever, chaos will ensue. Wang Feng had no desire to repeat the tragic fate of the Lingyun sect. Had he annihilated them at the outset, it would be far more difficult for the Longlin Marquis to track him down. Moreover, the enmity he bore towards the Longlin Marquis was irreconcilable. Releasing him would merely be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains, inviting greater troubles. To eliminate him directly might also incur complications, but they would not arise as swiftly. Understood, Sect Master. Upon hearing Wang Feng's indifferent command, a sinister smile emerged on the face of the dark demon Xianxia. Subsequently, Xianxia suddenly directed his gaze towards the Longlin Marquis, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him, sending a tremor through the Marquis' entire being. Boom! The dark demon Xianxia extended his hand, and in an instant, a massive black iron staff inscribed with intricate runes materialized in the air. As he grasped the staff, his aura transformed dramatically, becoming ferociously formidable, akin to a legendary beast of prey. The transformation of Xianxia drew Wang Feng's attention. He cast a deep glance at the staff in Xuancha's grip, his instincts informing him that this weapon was anything but ordinary. The black iron demon staff. You are truly formidable. Upon witnessing the staff, the Longlin Marquis' expression changed drastically, his voice filled with shock. However, before he could finish speaking, he sensed the terrifying offensive force emanating from the dark demon Xianxia. With the black iron staff in hand, Xianxia unleashed a torrent of energy into the weapon, causing it to tremble violently before erupting with a dark luminescence. Bang! The dark demon Xianxia swung the staff with tremendous force, a terrifying pillar of power sweeping across the void, as if the fabric of space itself were being torn asunder. That formidable pillar of energy surged irresistibly towards the Longlin Marquis and his companions. Attacked together, faced with the dark demon Xuancha's overwhelming strike, the Longlin Marquis swiftly suppressed his apprehensions and bellowed. A formidable aura suddenly erupted from his entire being, a powerful wave of energy manifesting in his hands. Simultaneously, The Longland army behind him also unleashed their own potent energy, flooding into the Marquis's body. In that moment, the Longland Marquis and his army coalesced into a single entity. Empowered by the collective strength of his forces, the aura radiating from the Longland Marquis grew increasingly terrifying, surpassing his own cultivation level and reaching a point where it could rival that of the dark demon Xianxia. With such augmented power, the Longland Marquis's confidence soared. He concentrated his energy into his hands, and the overwhelming force caused the surrounding void to visibly warp. In a critical moment, he unleashed a powerful strike, two fist blades erupting forth in an instant. The ground shook with thunderous roars. The two formidable fists collided with the terrifying long pillar in an instant, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the realm. Following the resounding blast was an overwhelming force that surged outward, shattering the towering trees into splinters, with wood shavings and dust swirling about. The ground itself cracked open, revealing gaping fissures akin to deep chasms. Moreover, this dreadful force sought to sweep into the valley where the divine sect resided, but it was thwarted by an inexplicable power, unable to advance even an inch. This terrifying energy directly hurled Elder Lin away, crashing him heavily to the distant ground, fracturing it into pieces. His eyes reflected sheer terror as he dragged his injured body far away, fearful of being caught in the aftermath once more. Should he be affected again? He feared he would not survive. After a considerable duration, the dreadful power gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Marquis Changlin and the great demon Xianxia. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Marquis Changlin's mouth, his complexion pale, while the soldiers of the Changlin army behind him also appeared ashen and trembling. Though the great demon Xianxia bore no injuries, his grip on the long staff trembled slightly. It was not that he could not overcome Marquis Changlin and his associates. Rather, he dared not unleash his full might, especially when wielding the long staff. If he were to unleash his complete power, it would inevitably alert his old adversary. Consequently, the strike he had just executed was, in truth, only a fraction of his pinnacle strength at the sovereign level. Without the support of the 500 formidable Xian generals, that blow could have easily annihilated Marquis Changlin. However, with their backing, Marquis Changlin managed to muster strength that nearly matched the potency of the great demon Xuancha's previous strike. Step aside, let this elder take charge. Just as the thought of risking detection by his old rival to fulfill Wang Feng's command crossed the great demon Xuancha's mind, a voice, cold yet alluring, echoed in his ears. Turning to look, he saw the breathtakingly beautiful woman who left him trembling. He quickly nodded, stowing away the iron staff as he withdrew. With her intervention, there was no doubt that Marquis Changlin and his men would meet their doom. Simultaneously, Yao Yu's graceful figure moved, standing abruptly in the void. A glint of icy resolve flashed in her exquisite eyes, and a chilling aura of death emanated from her enchanting form, one that could make any man succumb to her allure. Chapter 25. Hostile mission activated when Yao Yu's stunning visage was unveiled before Marquis Changlin and the Changlin army. Even Marquis Changlin was momentarily entranced. The entirety of the Changlin army found themselves spellbound, their previously unleashed might momentarily halted. Particularly, the combination of her cold, noble demeanor and delicate beauty ensnared them all, even prompting Marquis Changlin to marvel at how such beauty could exist in this world. The enchanting beauty of Yao Yue, along with her alluring figure, led both the Changlin Marquis and the Changlin army to overlook the fierce killing intent she emanated. Suddenly, as they were lost in reverie, a glint of icy resolve flashed in Yao Yue's captivating eyes, her delicate hand extended, and an immense surge of profound energy coalesced into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, striking fiercely towards the Changlin Marquis and his men. As this giant hand manifested, the heavens themselves seemed to convulse. Darkness enveloped the sky, and the void above the Changlin Marquis cracked under the tremendous pressure. This overwhelming force jolted the Marquis and his men from their stupor, their faces turning pale as they hastily summoned all their strength to withstand Yue's devastating blow. They had not anticipated such terrifying power to erupt from her exquisitely formed body. Yet, to their horror, just as they began to channel their energy, that dreadful hand descended upon them. No, the Changlin Marquis could only let out a desperate roar before he and his army were engulfed by the cataclysmic force of that titanic hand. The ground trembled violently as it struck, splitting apart, sending debris flying, and leaving behind a fearsome pit shaped like a hand amidst the forest. Elder Lin, hidden at a distance, trembled at the terrifying spectacle, his eyes wide with terror as he cautiously turned to flee from this soul-shaking place. However, as he turned, a cold glare sliced through the air, and his body was cleaved in two, torrents of blood staining the earth beneath him. As the dust settled, the horrific scene within the hand-shaped pit caused Wang Feng to avert his gaze in dismay. Inside the pit lay scattered limbs and torn flesh, a crimson tide coursing through it, the stench of blood saturating the air around the forest. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the woods, broken only by the sound of blood flowing in the pit. Cough, cough. In this stillness, a weak cough echoed, followed by bloodied hands emerging from the pit, dragging a blood-soaked figure, the once formidable Changlin Marquis, struggling to crawl out. He had not perished yet, but death was imminent. Wang Feng, accompanied by the demon of Xian Sha and Yao Yue, approached the Marquis, towering over him with a gaze of indifference. The Marquis, sensing their scrutiny, managed a grim smile, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Yet his heart burned with resentment. He had yet to avenge his son's death, and now he faced his own demise at their hands. Kill me, and you shall not escape your fate either. The Emperor will avenge me. Lord Changlin lifted his gaze to the indifferently stern Wang Feng, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, Lord Changlin was well aware of His Majesty's temperament. In the event of his demise, whether for the sake of preserving dignity or pacifying the imperial elite, the Emperor would surely take action to avenge him. With the Emperor's involvement, his grievances would ultimately be addressed, which slightly assuaged the dissatisfaction simmering within Lord Changlin's heart. How could mere ants comprehend the might of a divine dragon? If this sect were to cower, you would not find yourself in such dire straits. Upon hearing Lord Changlin's words, Wang Feng scoffed disdainfully. So, tell me, why was the Ling family annihilated? Did you take in Ling Feiwu? Realizing Wang Feng's inquiry, Lord Changlin gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Feiwu has become a disciple of my immortal sect. If you respond appropriately, I may allow you to retain your corporeal form. Wang Feng nodded nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, you are as good as dead. To have accepted Ling Feiwu, both you and your entire sect are doomed. That one will spare no effort in obliterating you. At Wang Feng's proclamation, Lord Changlin erupted into a maniacal laughter, his bloodied visage illuminated by a glimmer of satisfaction, as if he were already reveling in Wang Feng's impending misfortune. Lord Changlin's words caused Wang Feng's eyes to narrow slightly, confirming his suspicions that the extermination of the Ling family was far from straightforward. Yet, observing Lord Changlin's demeanor, he surmised that extracting the secret behind the Ling family's downfall would be an impossible task. With this thought in mind, Wang Feng flicked his finger, and a glimmer of cold light emerged, piercing through Lord Changlin's forehead, plunging his consciousness into utter darkness. Yao Yu, take care of this, Wang Feng remarked, casting a glance at the bloodied pit and the lifeless body of Lord Changlin. His brow furrowed. The pungent stench of blood, if left unaddressed, would not only attract attention, but also draw forth numerous beasts. Although Wang Feng was unafraid, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing his command, Yao Yu nodded, extending her delicate hand to grasp the air. A nearby small mountain was instantly drawn to her, subsequently suppressed over the gaping pit, restoring the ground to its former evenness, leaving only a small mound, with the foul odor significantly diminished. Master, are you referring to the Ling family of Yaofeng City? As Yao Yu worked her magic, the great demon Xinsha, standing beside Wang Feng, suddenly inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. You know them? Wang Feng replied, astonished as he glanced at the great demon Xinsha. It dawned on him that the great demon had been a formidable presence a millennium ago, renowned throughout the Radiant Sun Empire, and had even clashed with that individual. Perhaps he possessed some hidden knowledge. If the Ling family you speak of is indeed from Yaofeng City, then I possess some insights. Do share, Wang Feng urged. The great demon Xianxia hastily continued. Though the Ling family of Yaofeng City may not rank among the elite families within the Radiant Sun Empire, it is a lineage with a rich heritage, boasting nearly 5 millennia of history, making it one of the more ancient families in the empire. It is said that the Ling family has never been able to truly flourish due to a treasured heirloom that can only be activated by those of pure bloodline within the family. Once this heirloom is awakened, the Ling family will undergo a complete transformation, easily ascending to the ranks of the world's most prestigious clans. However, this remains merely a legend. Nevertheless, the disciple mused that the inexplicable demise of the Ling family might indeed be significantly connected to this tale. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the dark demon as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. Treasures are indeed captivating, and the dark demon's analysis holds considerable weight. Perhaps it is even close to the truth. However, the specifics require thorough investigation. Having accepted Ling Feiwu as a disciple, Wang Feng naturally intends to safeguard the interests of his sect as disciples. The likes of Marquis Changlin are merely the beginning. None who contributed to the downfall of the Ling family shall escape unscathed. This matter should not be disclosed to Feiwu. Let her focus on her cultivation, and when she has attained mastery, our sect will allow her to exact her vengeance personally. Wang Feng then cast a glance at the dark demon, stating with unwavering conviction, "Understood, Sect Master." The dark demon replied hastily, "Sect Master, since Ling Yun's sect dares to seek retribution, should I send disciples to annihilate them?" The dark demon inquired again, harboring a strong desire to eliminate the audacious Ling Yun sect. Not for the time being. Sometimes, mere survival can be the greatest torment. Moreover, without them, how could our immortal sect rise to prominence? Wang Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively as he murmured. Wang Feng's words sent a shiver down the dark demon's spine. Although there was no hint of chill in Wang Feng's voice, his cold demeanor radiated an icy intensity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Marquis Changlin and the Changlin army. This marks the host's first defeat of a noble-level expert and an entire military faction, thus rewarding the host with a random summoning opportunity and 30,000 sect points. Simultaneously, due to the host's slaying of Marquis Changlin, the Sun Emperor has developed a hatred towards the host, activating the hostile mission. Would the host like to spend 10,000 sect points to fully unlock the hostile mission system? The chilling voice echoing in his mind left Wang Feng startled. He had not anticipated such generous rewards for defeating Marquis Changlin and the Changlin army, equating to that of accepting an unparalleled genius. Furthermore, it had activated the so-called hostile mission system. What is the purpose of this hostile mission? Wang Feng pondered inwardly. Ding! The hostile mission has been activated, automatically identifying the Sun Empire as an adversarial force. Whenever a hostile mission arises, the host or disciples of the Immortal Sect can complete the mission to receive rewards. If the host completes the hostile mission, the rewards will be given directly to the host. If any disciple of the Immortal Sect completes the mission, the rewards will be granted directly to them. Hearing the cold voice resound in his mind, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to grasp the mechanics of this hostile mission. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively declared, I will spend 10,000 sect points to fully unlock the hostile mission. Even if he does not initiate a hostile mission, the Empire of Radiance is destined to be his adversary, for he has slain the esteemed Lord of Longlin and the Longlin army. An act sufficient to enrage the Emperor of Radiance and incite him to mobilize his forces to hunt him down. It would be wiser to directly embark on a hostile mission. This way, the disciples of the sect can refine their skills through the challenge while also reaping rewards from a system. Truly a dual benefit. Crucially, should the system deem a mission unachievable, the disciples would be exempt from undertaking it, thus providing them with a measure of protection and preventing any unwarranted arrogance. Chapter 26. The Divine Wind Empire. Mu Yunfei Ding. Congratulations, host. You have fully initiated the hostile mission. The opposing force, the Empire of Radiance, has been confirmed, and your first hostile task is as follows. Lead the disciples of the sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference hosted by the Empire of Radiance, and secure the first position, placing the disciples atop the Demon Sealing rankings. Special mission requirements. During the Demon Sealing Conference, endeavor to recruit exceptionally talented disciples from other sects into the Immortal Sect or eliminate them to seize their fortune. Furthermore, after claiming first place in the conference, provoke the Emperor of Radiance. Mission rewards. 5 random summoning opportunities and the establishment of an internal mission hall, a place where the hostile forces can issue tasks for the sect disciples, allowing the host to select and display hostile missions for disciples to choose from. Additionally, for each talented disciple recruited or defeated, a certain amount of sect value will be awarded, determined by their innate talent. As Wang Feng's words faded, a series of chilling tones reverberated in his mind, causing him to shudder, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. This system truly enjoys stirring up trouble. Wang Feng smirked, feeling somewhat helpless. To provoke the Emperor of Radiance is a perilous endeavor for an ordinary person. However, I do have a penchant for poaching talented individuals. With a sly grin, he thought to himself that while acquiring talent from other sects may not be a simple task, careful planning would be essential. System: how does one seize fortune? Wang Feng pondered as he meticulously reviewed the first hostile task. When the host or the disciples of the sect eliminate a talented disciple, the system will automatically seize their fortune, requiring no action from the host. The clear and cold voice in his mind made Wang Feng nod in satisfaction. This is indeed convenient. Afterward, Wang Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, with only a few days remaining until the Demon Sealing Conference. The Empire of Radiance likely remains unaware of the Lord of Longlin's demise at his hands. After all, no one would anticipate that someone would dare to undertake such a reckless act as slaying a noble of the Empire. Thus, it would facilitate his efforts to lead the sect's disciples in the upcoming conference. Otherwise, should the Empire discover that the Lord of Longlin has been slain, they would undoubtedly dispatch their forces to obliterate the Immortal Sect, making participation in the Demon Sealing Conference exceedingly difficult. However, given the current cultivation level of the disciples from the Immortal Sect, their chances of securing the top position in the Demon Sealing Conference appear rather slim. The most formidable disciple within the sect is undoubtedly the reincarnator Li He, who possesses the cultivation of the transformation realm. Although this level seems impressive, when one considers the entirety of the Radiant Sun Empire, it is likely that the pinnacle of prodigies would at least match this cultivation. Wang Feng mused privately. It seems that further lotteries are necessary to bestow the acquired powers upon the sect's disciples, thereby enhancing their cultivation. While Wang Feng was deep in thought, the Grand Demon Xianxia and the Moon Invitation did not dare to disturb him, standing quietly beside him. Is there a senior of the profound Emperor realm present? I am Mu Yunfei, passing through this area and sensing the aura of a senior. I have come to pay my respects. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar, accompanied by a powerful presence of the Marquis realm. This voice jolted Wang Feng from his reverie. Following the sound, he observed a flickering black dot in the distance, which soon descended before them, revealing a handsome young man dressed in simple robes. Upon the arrival of this striking youth, Xianxia and Moon Invitation, who stood beside Wang Feng, narrowed their eyes, exuding an icy aura that permeated the atmosphere, creating a palpable sense of oppression that made Mu Yunfei involuntarily shudder. I was unaware that 3 seniors of the profound Emperor realm were present. I apologize for the intrusion. Upon seeing Wang Feng and the others, Mu Yunfei's expression froze momentarily, and he hastily clasped his hands in greeting. The trio emanated an unfathomable aura, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. As he glanced at Wang Feng and his companions, he could not help but be captivated by the breathtaking beauty of Moon Invitation, momentarily losing his composure. However, in an instant, he regained his clarity, lowering his gaze to avoid further gazing upon her. Witnessing Mu Yunfei's reaction, a hint of surprise crossed Wang Feng's face. It was the first time he had seen an outsider recover so quickly upon encountering Moon Invitation's unparalleled beauty. "How did you know that we are formidable beings of the profound Emperor realm?" Wang Feng remarked with a sly smile, intrigued by the young man named Mu Yunfei, who dared to approach despite being aware of the presence of such powerful cultivators. Earlier, a surge of profound Emperor realm aura erupted in this vicinity, and as I was here to undergo training, I sensed it and thought to pay a visit. Mu Yunfei quickly responded upon hearing Wang Feng's question. Observing the respectful yet confident demeanor of Mu Yunfei, Wang Feng nodded inwardly, finding himself more intrigued by this individual. At such a young age, having reached the Marquis realm, you must possess an extraordinary background, Wang Feng remarked with a light chuckle, appraising Mu Yunfei. Mu Yunfei was just over 20 years old, yet had attained the Marquis realm. Such a level of cultivation is not easily achieved by even the most gifted of independent cultivators. Only those with a deeply rooted background can reach such heights at this age. "I hail from the Divine Wind Empire," Mu Yunfei replied with poise, not deigning to show inferiority. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, Mu Yunfei harbored considerable interest in him as well. Although Mu Yunfei was unable to discern the cultivation levels of Wang Feng and his companions, he could certainly sense the terrifying presence of the two formidable figures, Xinsha Demon and Yao Yu, who clearly regarded Wang Feng as their leader. What was particularly unusual was that Wang Feng did not exhibit the slightest hint of his cultivation aura, nor did he emit even a trace of power fluctuations. He appeared far less intimidating than Xinsha Demon and Yao Yu, yet it was evident that this individual, who seemed to be of similar age as Mu Yunfei, was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, a glint of brilliance flickered in Wang Feng's profound gaze. He was no longer the naive newcomer who had just arrived in this world. He possessed a considerable understanding of the surrounding area of the Radiant Sun Empire. In this region, apart from the Radiant Sun Empire, there existed two other formidable empires, the Divine Wind Empire and the Azure Cloud Empire. All three empires maintained a delicate balance of power, engaging in mutual rivalry, restraint, and occasional alliances. Wang Feng was surprised to discover that Mu Yunfei, a person from the Divine Wind Empire, had the audacity to venture into the Radiant Sun Empire for training. His courage was indeed remarkable, and given Mu Yunfei's level of cultivation at such a young age, it was likely that his standing within the Divine Wind Empire was quite significant. "Do you not fear being slain by the powerful of the Radiant Sun Empire while training here?" Wang Feng remarked with a teasing glance at Mu Yunfei. Training inherently entails risk. If one is afraid, how can one truly train? Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, Wang Feng scrutinized him closely, setting aside his innate talent. Mu Yunfei's temperament suggested that achieving the rank of a noble at such an age was entirely reasonable. Could it be that certain predecessors were from the Celestial Sect? At that moment, Mu Yunfei's gaze fell upon a massive stone tablet standing not far behind Wang Feng, along with the palace complex that flickered into view within the valley. He exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that hidden within the outer reaches of the Xingyao mountain range was a sect that even he had not previously known about. A sect with a formidable presence housing experts of the Xianwang realm. Though he was not a resident of the Radiant Sun Empire, he was not so naive as to arrive there without prior knowledge. Before venturing into the Xingyao mountain range, he had meticulously researched all information pertaining to it. Yet, just as Mu Yunfei believed he had grasped all information about the outer reaches of the Xingyao mountain range, the mysterious and powerful celestial sect emerged, leaving him utterly astonished. "Indeed, I am the sect master of the celestial sect, and these two behind me are an elder of our sect and a disciple," Wang Feng stated candidly, without concealing the truth. At this moment, his thoughts began to race. Given Mu Yunfei's remarkable cultivation at such a young age, his potential was undoubtedly exceptional. If he could recruit Mu Yunfei into the celestial sect, it would be a tremendous gain. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei was taken aback, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He glanced at Xinsha Demon, an expert of the Xianwang realm, who was merely a disciple of the celestial sect. Due to Mu Yunfei's status as merely an initial stage Wangho, he was unable to perceive the true cultivation level of the Xinsha Demon. Moreover, The aura exuded by the Xianxia demon instilled a sense of dread akin to that of a Xuandi-level being, leaving Mu Yunfei unaware that the Xianxia demon was actually at the pinnacle of the Wangho stage. However, it could be argued that the Xianxia demon was in essence a formidable Xuandi-level entity. Should he unleash his full power without restraint, his combat prowess would rival that of an ordinary Xuandi-level master. I surmise that your journey here is not merely for training, but rather an escape from a certain predicament, Wang Feng remarked, his eyes glinting with certainty. Given Mu Yunfei's cultivation, it was evident that his background was anything but ordinary. If Mu Yunfei truly claimed to be here for training in the Xingyao Mountains, the forces behind him would certainly not allow him to venture here unaccompanied, especially since he hailed from the Xinfeng Empire. While the three great empires appeared amicable on the surface, beneath that facade lay a deep-seated animosity, with each wishing to obliterate the other. A prodigious talent like Mu Yunfei would be pursued relentlessly by the higher-ups of the Yaori Empire if they were to discover his existence. Whether to eliminate him or to capture him as leverage, both of which would greatly benefit the Yaori Empire. Thus, it was inevitable that a powerful guardian would be dispatched covertly to protect him. However, after keenly sensing his surroundings, Wang Feng found no trace of any such protector. With his own cultivation at the pinnacle of Xuandi, he could not be deceived by any presence below the Xianzun level. Even fellow Xuandi masters of the same rank could not evade his perception. As for those who transcended the Xuandi stage, Wang Feng had not even considered their existence. The ostensible strongest beings among the three great empires were merely at the Xuandi pinnacle. Even if there were hidden Xianzun masters within the three empires, there would undoubtedly be ancestral figures who would not be dispatched to escort a young disciple. Even if Mu Yunfei were the son of the emperor of the Xinfeng Empire, such privileges would be inconceivable. Upon Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei's expression shifted, his heart shaken. He had not anticipated that Wang Feng could deduce his circumstances from so little information. Senior, you are indeed an extraordinary Xuandi master. Your depth is truly unfathomable. I am but a mere junior in comparison, Mu Yunfei replied with a wry smile, accepting the revelation without the desire to conceal it further. With your talents, you must be among the most exceptional of the younger generation in the Xinfeng Empire. How could the great emperor of Xinfeng not recognize your worth? Wang Feng remarked, casting a penetrating gaze at Mu Yunfei, his surprise evident. Wang Feng was unaware of the circumstances beyond the three empires, but at least within them. A youth possessing Wangho cultivation at such a young age was indeed a treasure, garnering respect and admiration, instantly commanding authority. To speak frankly, I was previously nothing but a mere waste. It was only by chance that I stumbled upon an opportunity during a moment of respite, leading to my current cultivation level. Mu Yunfei confessed, a shadow flickering in the depths of his eyes as he spoke. Simultaneously, after uttering those words, he fixed his gaze intently on Wang Feng and the others, a mysterious aura surging quietly from within him. To have such an opportunity is a testament to your extraordinary fortune. Would you be willing to join our celestial sect? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng initially nodded, but then shifted his tone. A mere waste of a person, during his journey of exploration, seizes a chance and instantaneously achieves greatness. Could this not be the quintessential protagonist narrative? Such an individual must certainly be drawn to our celestial sect. Wang Feng could even envision the future of Mu Yunfei. With an unparalleled presence, he would return to the Divine Wind Empire, flaunting his prowess and crushing all those who had previously humiliated him. What? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, stammering in disbelief. He had assumed that Wang Feng and his companions would be intrigued by the opportunity he spoke of. After all, what monumental fortune could elevate a mere waste to the realm of nobility in such a short span? Surely, any practitioner of the profound emperor realm would be envious. He had originally intended to utilize the trump card acquired from this opportunity to eliminate Wang Feng and his two companions, thereby seizing their wealth and instantly enriching himself. However, he was taken aback when Wang Feng and the others did not follow the expected course of action. Of course, It was not entirely out of the question that Wang Feng and his companions intended to recruit him into their sect before attempting to seize his opportunity, though this seemed unlikely. After all, they were three profound emperors, and it would be rather absurd for them to go to such lengths to deal with someone at the early stage of nobility. Wouldn't this invite ridicule? Although you have obtained that opportunity, it is likely that, given your previous circumstances, no strong mentor has guided you. Joining our celestial sect, you would receive one-on-one instruction from a powerful, profound emperor. With your aptitude, I dare not make grand promises, but I am confident that you could attain the profound emperor realm. Wang Feng glanced at Mu Yunfei and spoke again. Upon hearing Wang Feng's proposal, Mu Yunfei was indeed tempted. Even his elder brother, a figure who overshadowed all the younger generation of the Divine Wind Empire, had never had the privilege of such personalized instruction from a profound emperor, receiving only occasional teachings. Nevertheless, Mu Yunfei still harbored reservations. He did not doubt Wang Feng's words. From a mere presence of the three profound emperors, he could infer the might of the celestial sect, which surely must be the legendary ancient sect of reclusive giants. If I were to join the celestial sect, it would undoubtedly attract endless troubles. Are you certain you wish to recruit a junior, like me? Mu Yunfei gazed earnestly at Wang Feng, his expression serious. Setting aside his sensitive identity, he feared that his elder brother, with his domineering nature, would dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate him upon learning of such an opportunity. Consequently, the celestial sect would inevitably be embroiled in turmoil because of him. Mu Yunfei held a favorable view of Wang Feng and his companions. He did not wish for his presence to place the sect in jeopardy. The foundation of an empire cannot be compared to that of a mere sect, even one as legendary as the ancient celestial sect. Here in our sect, no trouble is deemed insurmountable. With a mere word from us, the very fabric of the universe can be altered. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's concerns, Wang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound, murmuring softly. Though the voice was soft, it reverberated in Mu Yunfei's ears like a thunderclap, especially given the enigmatic aura that surrounded Wang Feng, causing Mu Yunfei to tremble. If it were anyone else, he would have scoffed in disdain. However, with Wang Feng, for reasons unknown, he felt an undeniable sense of truth in his words. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Gazing at the inscrutable Wang Feng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, Mu Yunfei's eyes flickered with determination. He then composed himself and addressed Wang Feng earnestly. Senior, I wish to join the immortal sect. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be an outer disciple of the immortal sect. Above you, there exists a senior brother, a senior sister, and a third senior brother, Wang Feng replied, nodding in satisfaction at Mu Yunfei's declaration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a destined protagonist disciple. Earning rewards, 50,000 sect points, and 2 random summoning opportunities. The cold voice resonating in his mind sent a thrill through Wang Feng. He had not anticipated that Mu Yunfei was indeed the destined protagonist, and the rewards he garnered from him surpassed those acquired from Li He, the reincarnated being of the Xian Emperor. His efforts had not been in vain. However, glancing at the 3 accumulated random summoning opportunities, Wang Feng's expression soured. Due to the constraints of sect level, he could summon only one more formidable being. Presently, including the great demon Xian Sha, he had merely 5 disciples, still lacking 5 to elevate to a second-tier sect. How frustrating it was for a sect leader like himself to humble his stature, endure such trials, and only manage to recruit 5 disciples. Truthfully, just 4, as he still needed to find others. Xian Sha, summon them all to the outer sect. Shaking his head, Wang Feng temporarily dismissed the troubling matter of disciple recruitment and instructed the great demon Xian Sha beside him. Yes, sect leader. Xian Sha responded promptly, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Feng, accompanied by Yao Yu and Mu Yunfei, proceeded to the outer sect's main hall. He intended to keep his operations within the outer sect until the immortal sect grew stronger, though the sect's residence in the small world was advantageous. The thin aura of the Xian Qi was not conducive to the disciples' cultivation. Only after extracting the Xian veins would Wang Feng gradually transition to the Sect's residence within the small world. System utilized the random summoning opportunity. As he made his way to the outer Sect's main hall, Wang Feng seized the moment to summon the last elder position. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the Shadow Empress Zhu Yuyan. Would the host like to view her attribute panel? When a cold voice echoed in his mind, Wang Feng momentarily froze. He had speculated that perhaps he would summon the Sword Emperor Xie Xiaofeng, but instead, it turned out to be the Shadow Empress Zhu Yuyan. Wang Feng was well aware of who Zhu Yuyan was, the leader of the foremost sect of the Demon Path, and the pinnacle among the 8 masters of the Demon Sect. Had she not been deceived by the evil king Shi Zhishuan, preventing her from mastering the 18th layer of the celestial devil art, her strength would undoubtedly be unfathomable. View. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng decisively nodded, ready to proceed. Ding. The attributes panel of the Empress Zhi Yuyan is as follows. Name, Zhi Yuyan. Cultivation, mid-level Xian Wang realm, Xian technique. Heavenly demon great method, Jade stone annihilation, Xian weapon. Empress sword. Observing the attributes panel of Empress Zhi Yuyan, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, as the Empress, she may not possess the terrifying prowess of Yan Shisan, yet she is undeniably formidable. Upon summoning Empress Zhi Yuyan, Wang Feng and his companions arrived at the outer sect master hall. By the time they entered, Shimin Chue Shui and others were already waiting within the hall. The 3 esteemed elders of the immortal sect, Shimin Chue Shui, Yi Guqing, and Yan Shisan, were seated at the elders' positions, while the formidable Xian Sha demon sat at a lower seat. The disciples, including Ling Fei Wu, stood within the hall. Salutations, sect master. Upon seeing Wang Feng, everyone in the hall bowed respectfully, including even the proud swordsman like Yan Shisan. There is no need for such formalities. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, calmly taking the seat of honor. This is our new disciple in the immortal sect, Mu Yunfei. Wang Feng gestured towards Mu Yunfei, stating clearly. Yunfei pays respects to all elders. Mu Yunfei glanced at Yi Guqing and the others, his spirit shaken. He quickly bowed respectfully, not daring to raise his gaze. With his princely cultivation, he could deeply sense the terrifying sword intent emanating from Yi Guqing and the others, as if they were extraordinary swords, sharp and awe-inspiring, making it difficult to look directly at them. Seeing Mu Yunfei's demeanor, Yi Guqing and the others nodded slightly, while Mu Yunfei was greeting them. Wang Feng's attention shifted to the long-unseen Li Qing. Upon noticing that Li Qing had visibly lost weight, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Though Li Qing remained immortal, his physique had evidently strengthened, and Wang Feng could sense a mysterious yet potent force gradually awakening within him, likely due to the relentless training from Ling Fei Wu, which had begun to activate his potential. Noticing Wang Feng's gaze, Li Qing wore an expression of deep resentment, resembling a wronged wife. Wang Feng chose to ignore Li Qing's sulking demeanor, intending to speak when suddenly he perceived a tremor in the space around them. Upon raising his eyes, he noticed Shimin Chue Shui and the others radiating a sharp and fierce aura. Buzz, a captivating figure, brimming with alluring charm, stepped forth from the void. As the visage of this enchanting figure was revealed, the entire hall seemed to dim in comparison, with only the moon invited appearing slightly more radiant. Her delicate brows arched elegantly, and her eyes, as black as lacquer, sparkled with brilliance, capable of entrancing any man with a mere glance. Coupled with her flawless, porcelain-like skin, Mu Yunfei and the other disciples felt their hearts race uncontrollably. They quickly lowered their heads, fearing that if they dared to gaze any longer, their souls would be utterly captivated by this woman. Even the formidable demon of Xiansha, once a paragon of malevolence, lowered his head, captivated by the extraordinary grace of the figure before him. Your Excellency, the Empress, a voice, enchanting and gentle, emerged from the lips of the Empress. Upon her utterance, those who had previously radiated unparalleled brilliance, including the likes of Shimin Chue, instantly fell into a hush. In the midst of the gathering, only Yao Yu, with half-closed, beautiful eyes, regarded the Empress with a cold stare. Perhaps the Empress's beauty was slightly inferior to hers, yet her aura was no less formidable, igniting in the typically proud Yao Yu a desire to compete with the Empress. There's no need for excessive formalities. Observing the Empress's resplendent demeanor, Wang Feng felt his heart tremble, striving to suppress his excitement as he spoke softly. At that moment, upon realizing that this mesmerizing woman belonged to the immortal sect, disciples such as Mu Yunfei were deeply stirred, especially the newly inducted Mu Yunfei and Li He. The aura and profound presence exhibited by the Empress led them to deduce that she was undoubtedly a formidable being of the Xianwang realm. With 5 such powerful beings already present in the hall, the mysterious strength of the immortal sect left Mu Yunfei and Li He awestruck. In the realm of the 3 great empires, identifying a sect with 5 Xianwang realm masters was no trivial pursuit. The 3 great empires likely never anticipated that such a terrifying sect lay hidden in the periphery of the Xingyao mountain range. Besides the shock felt by disciples like Mu Yunfei, the demon of Xianxia was equally shaken, further affirming his belief that the immortal sect was an ancient, reclusive powerhouse. For how else could there be a continuous emergence of Xianhuang realm experts? It seemed that the powers of the immortal sect were gradually awakening. This is our 5th elder, the Empress Zhu Yuyan. Wang Feng surveyed Li Qing and the other disciples, gesturing towards the Empress as he spoke solemnly. We pay our respects to Elder Zhu. The disciples, including Li Qing, immediately straightened, bowing respectfully to Zhu Yuyan and proclaiming in unison. Witnessing the deep respect shown by Li Qing and the others, the Empress smiled graciously, her smile radiant enough to cause the flowers to pale, leaving Li Qing and his companions momentarily entranced. Oof! A sharp sound broke the spell, jolting Li Qing and the others back to reality. They turned to see that the source of the voice was Yao Yu, who also elicited a sense of trepidation. Instantly, they fell silent, standing still. Yao Yu's cold huff also captured the Empress's attention. Upon observing Yao Yu's beauty and demeanor, the Empress was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Yao Yu. Faced with the gaze of the Empress, Yao Yu naturally did not dare to show weakness. The 2 locked eyes, and it seemed as if sparks were colliding in the air, filling the hall with an inexplicable chill that caused Li Qing and the other disciples to shiver involuntarily. Ahem! Observing the fierce standoff between these 2 extraordinary beauties, a bitter smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. With a light cough, he pondered that if it was already so intense with just the 2 of them, what would happen if he summoned even more stunning women? Would the celestial sect be torn apart by these women? As the most powerful man in the celestial sect, he felt the need to intervene. At the moment Wang Feng's cough echoed through the hall, both Yao Yu and the Empress simultaneously averted their gazes, behaving as if nothing had occurred, sitting across from each other without further confrontation. Their obedient demeanor momentarily left Wang Feng taken aback. Li Qing, Li He, Mu Yunfei stepped forward. Wang Feng commanded as he scanned Li He and the other disciples. Upon hearing his words, Li Qing and the others did not dare to delay and promptly stepped forward. Even the proud reincarnator Li He, confronted with the imposing presence of 5 Xianhuang realm experts, felt compelled to refrain from any semblance of arrogance. Esteemed elders, these 3 are the current outer disciples of the celestial sect. Please choose one of them, Wang Feng stated in an undeniable tone as he glanced at the 5 elders. Without demonstrating the authority befitting a sect leader, one could hardly expect these aloof elders to accept disciples. It might take ages, he mused. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Qing and Mu Yunfei were filled with excitement, realizing that their leader had indeed spoken the truth about one-on-one guidance at the Xianwang realm. I choose him. To Wang Feng's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Shimen Shui raised his hand and declared, pointing directly at Mu Yunfei. Yunfei, you shall henceforth follow Elder Shimen. Although surprised, Wang Feng nodded in agreement and addressed Mu Yunfei. Yes. Mu Yunfei quickly responded, his face alight with enthusiasm as he moved to stand behind Shimen Shui. After accepting Mu Yunfei, Shimen Shui embraced his sword and closed his eyes, falling silent. I choose him, Yao remarked coldly, pointing at Li Qing. Upon feeling her gaze upon him, Li Qing trembled, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Among the 5 elders of the celestial sect, Yaoyue was the one he feared the most. Not only her breathtaking beauty, but also her aloof and proud demeanor made him exceedingly uneasy. He had not held any hope, knowing he was merely a mortal with no cultivation compared to the other disciples. Yet unexpectedly, the elder he dreaded most chose him as her disciple. Very well, Li Qing. You shall henceforth follow Elder Yaoyue. Wang Feng nodded and stated solemnly. Hearing his words, Li Qing felt a surge of despair, but dared not refute it. Silently making his way to stand behind Yaoyue. After accepting Li Qing, Yaoyue arched an eyebrow and cast a triumphant glance at Empress Yin, her eyes brimming with a sense of provocation. Then I choose him. Upon noticing the provocative gaze of Yaoyue, the Empress Yin smiled softly, extending her exquisite, flawless hand to point at Li He. Very well, Li He, from now on, you shall follow Elder Zhu. Wang Feng nodded in agreement. Li He remained silent, quietly stepping behind the Empress Yin, feeling quite content with this outcome. After all, the Empress's captivating beauty was a sight to behold. And as a reincarnated being of a peak Xian emperor, he hardly required the guidance of a Xian sovereign. However, being a disciple of the immortal sect, he could not refuse. Thus, having a stunning woman as a mentor was certainly preferable to a solitary man. 10 days hence, we shall take you all to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. During these 10 days, you are to diligently follow your respective mentors in your training, Wang Feng declared, casting a glance at Li Qing and the others. Yes, sect leader, we shall not disappoint you. Li Qing and the other disciples responded earnestly. Then you may disperse for now. Xian Sha, lead them to select their residences. The 5 elders, please remain. Wang Feng continued. Yes, sect leader. Xian Sha and the disciples promptly complied, and then Xian Sha led the disciples away from the sect leader's hall. Yaoyue, Li Qing possesses the rare tortoise spirit Xian immortal physique, one of the strongest special constitutions in the world. However, it has yet to be tamed and requires external stimulation to awaken the bloodline within. Our sect hopes you can activate a portion of Li Qing's tortoise spirit Xian immortal physique within these 10 days. As he watched Xian Sha and the others depart, Wang Feng's eyes flickered as he turned to Yaoyue. Since they had all accepted their disciples, Wang Feng naturally needed to inform them about the disciples' circumstances, allowing for better guidance. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Yaoyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that her casual gesture would point out such an extraordinary talent. Wang Feng then addressed Empress Yin once more. Empress, your disciple Li He is a reincarnated peak Xian emperor. You must pay close attention and, if necessary, assert some authority. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing this, Empress Yin's entire body trembled slightly as she bowed respectfully. She had not expected her disciple to be a reincarnated Xian emperor, which made her task somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, she set aside her concerns. Regardless of Li Hei's past, he was merely at the realm of the manifestation now, and before her, he would have to submit. Now, you may go. Remember to teach well, and do not disappoint our sect. Wang Feng nodded, casting a serious look at Yaoyue and the other elders who had accepted disciples. Yes, sect leader. In response to Wang Feng's words, Yaoyue and the others bowed, and then with a flash of their figures, they vanished from the sect leader's hall. Despite their lofty aspirations, they dared not defy Wang Feng when he was truly serious. Watching Yaoyue and the others leave, a hint of helplessness appeared on Wang Feng's face. If it were not for his insistence, persuading these proud elders to accept disciples would have been far from easy. The system, having amassed a substantial sum of 100,000 sect points, prompted Wang Feng to indulge in a lottery. Sitting upon the throne of the sect leader, he contemplated this decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Heavenly Demon Great Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1/10 of the cultivation of the Heavenly Demon. A cool, clarion voice echoed within his mind, filling Wang Feng with immense satisfaction. Although the majority of his gains comprised the cultivation levels of various elders, this was precisely what he required at this juncture. System, Please bestow the heavenly demon great technique upon me, Wang Feng silently commanded. As the essence of the heavenly demon strategy, the intricacies of the technique were profound, and he was eager to master it. A tremendous surge of memories flooded Wang Feng's consciousness, the enigmatic heavenly demon great technique inducing a sensation of vertigo. He could not help but marvel at its complexity, truly befitting the core of the heavenly demon strategy. Now, at the pinnacle of the profound emperor realm, each enhancement in cultivation not only augmented his strength and longevity, but also fortified the resilience of his soul. Given his 2 lifetimes, his soul's strength already surpassed that of the average individual. It could be said that his current soul strength was nearly on par with that of a profound venerable. Yet, even under the infusion of the heavenly demon great technique, he experienced a disorienting dizziness, a testament to the technique's remarkable profundity. Moments later, a shift in Wang Feng's aura occurred, rendering him somewhat demonic in appearance. His exceptionally handsome visage exuded an alluring charm. System. Will the cultivation levels I have drawn suffice to elevate my prowess to the profound venerable realm? Wang Feng inquired inwardly after absorbing the heavenly demon great technique. Achieving the profound venerable realm would render him impervious to all threats, establishing his sect as the preeminent force within the 3 great empires. Ding! The strength of a profound venerable has already begun to touch upon the principles of the laws. To ascend to the profound venerable realm, mere infusion of the cultivation of a profound emperor is insufficient. The host must summon a profound venerable to extract their cultivation to elevate oneself to that level. Of course, the host may enhance the purity of their profound energy with the drawn cultivation, though will not raise their cultivation level. Upon hearing the cool voice in his mind, Wang Feng nodded, unsurprised. If ascending to the profound venerable realm were so simple, the 3 great empires would not have only profound emperor realm experts in the open. Furthermore, he did not wish to become overly reliant on the system. He knew that self-cultivation would ultimately prove more reliable. System. Let the cultivation I have drawn subtly enhance Mu Yunfei, Li He, and Ling Fei Wu over the next 10 days. Wang Feng contemplated aloud. His disciples at the Immortal Sect were a mixed bag with varying levels of cultivation. He aimed to equalize the strengths of Mu Yunfei and the others, after which they would together participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. As for Li Qing, the primary focus remains on the activation of his physique. Once Li Qing's constitution is fully awakened, he is destined to surpass others, potentially eclipsing the likes of Ling Fei Wu in a remarkably short span due to the terrifying nature of his capabilities. Subsequently, Wang Feng summoned the Xianxia demon. With the Demon Sealing Conference approaching, he needed to thoroughly understand the intricacies of this event, particularly the location of the Xianxia demon's seal. Upon meeting the sect leader, the Xianxia demon, unsure of the purpose behind the summons, entered the main hall and respectfully bowed to Wang Feng, inquiring about the matter at hand. Witnessing the increasingly formidable power of the Divine Immortal Sect, the Xianxia demon felt a growing reverence for Wang Feng. The ability to command such an ancient and formidable hidden sect as the Divine Immortal Sect indicated that Wang Feng was far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Where was the Radiant Emperor's seal placed? Wang Feng inquired, nodding in satisfaction at the Xianxia demon's respectful demeanor. Shenlin, Ancient Land. The Xianxia demon responded, his tone grave, not daring to exhibit any nonchalance. Shenlin, Ancient Land? What manner of place is this? Wang Feng asked, his curiosity piqued by the noticeable change in the Xianxia demon's demeanor. Despite the Xianxia demon's overt reverence, Wang Feng understood that as a grand demon from a millennium past, capable of contending with the Radiant Emperor, his pride was not something easily matched by ordinary beings. The mere mention of a location could invoke such gravity from one so proud as the Xianxia demon, underscoring the enigma surrounding the Shenlin Ancient Land. The Shenlin Ancient Land lies at the confluence of the 3 major empires, within a no-man's land that none dare to disturb. The apparent tranquility among the 3 empires is largely attributable to the existence of this Shenlin Ancient Land, the Xianxia demon stated with a serious expression. "Oh, please continue." Wang Feng urged, his interest in the Shunlin ancient land intensifying, his eyes narrowing slightly to encourage the Xianxia demon to elaborate. Long before the establishment of the three major empires, the Shunlin ancient land already existed. In truth, it is a vast pit, said to have been formed by the fall of a deity. Throughout this ancient land, an immense pressure pervades the atmosphere. Although formidable, it does not induce death, thus attracting many powerful beings and ferocious beasts who venture there to experience the pressure and hone their skills. Furthermore, the depths of the Shunlin ancient land remain uncharted. Even the emperors of the three major empires do not dare to enter. It is rumored that deep within the ancient land, a haunting melody resonates each night, a sound potent enough to terrify even the most formidable experts. Encouraged by Wang Feng's gesture, the Xianxia demon continued to narrate, his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Wang Feng, upon hearing the Xianxia demon's recounting of the Shunlin ancient land, narrowed his eyes, his fascination growing. Regardless of whether the legends were mere fabrications or held some truth, it was evident that the Shunlin ancient land was extraordinary, perhaps concealing unparalleled opportunities within its depths. Given the immense pressure that the divine ancient land exerts, why did you initially choose to establish the battlefield within its confines? Wang Feng inquired curiously, casting a glance at the Xianxia demon. Such pressure may not be sufficient to annihilate formidable cultivators, yet would undoubtedly impede their combat prowess. It was that accursed Sun Emperor who claimed that the battle within the divine ancient land would be fairer. Should one perish, they could die within that sacred ground, resting alongside the divine. Moreover, at that time, we were merely positioned at the outskirts, where the pressure was not overwhelmingly daunting for peak Xianhuang realm experts. Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, the Xianxia demon seethed with rage, his eyes momentarily flashing crimson. His desire to eliminate the Sun Emperor was palpable. Acknowledging Wang Feng's question, he nodded and responded, "What precisely is the nature of the pressure within the divine ancient land?" Soon, he would lead the disciples of the Immortal Sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, which was also to be held within the divine ancient land. Thus, it was imperative for him to acquire a thorough understanding of it. Furthermore, Wang Feng intended to explore the depths of the divine ancient land after the conference, for there might be great opportunities awaiting him. Though endowed with a system, he recognized that it did not exempt him from seeking other fortuitous encounters. The pressure throughout the divine ancient land manifests in a gradient, increasing from the periphery to the core. The further one ventures inward, the greater the pressure becomes. Even peak Xianhuang realm experts can only traverse to the vicinity of the central area. Beyond that, the terrifying pressure could easily crush them, should they exceed their limits. The pressure of the divine ancient land could indeed be lethal. The Xianxia demon elucidated, as one who had been sealed within the divine ancient land for a millennium. He possessed considerable knowledge of its intricacies. Listening to the Xianxia demon's explanation, Wang Feng nodded, a weight of seriousness settling within him. Although he was eager to explore the depths of the divine ancient land, he understood the necessity of acting within his capabilities. He did not harbor the delusion that possessing a system made him the favored child of destiny, blessed with unparalleled fortune, capable of traversing any realm. Even with a system, one must exercise caution in such enigmatic territories. In situations beyond his reach, preserving oneself is paramount. No matter how great the opportunity, it is of little consequence if one loses their life. Rest assured, when the time is right, our sect shall provide you with an opportunity for vengeance, Wang Feng murmured, turning his gaze toward the Xianxia demon. Throughout this period, he had come to understand the Xianxia demon, finding him not as malevolent as the rumor suggested, but rather possessing a commendable restraint. Moreover, their immortal sect now bore an irreconcilable enmity with the Sun Empire, whether due to the slaying of the Longlin Marquis or the secrets of the Ling family. The Sun Empire would not let the Immortal Sect off the hook. "Thank you, Sect Master." Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the Xianxia demon's expression brightened, and he promptly bowed in respectful gratitude. For a millennium, He has been consumed by thoughts of vengeance, diligently contemplating the means to break the seal. Simultaneously, the great demon Xianxia has been engrossed in unraveling the techniques of the Radiant Sun Emperor. At this moment, should he regain his peak power at the Xianhuang realm, the great demon Xianxia would possess considerable confidence in overcoming the Radiant Sun Emperor. Thus, you may withdraw, Wang Feng commanded, attend the Demon Sealing Conference. But take care to conceal your identity for now. Should the identity of the great demon Xianxia be revealed, he would be compelled to confront the Radiant Sun Emperor prematurely, rendering participation in the conference utterly impossible. Wang Feng held the rewards of the conference in high regard and wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize his mission's outcome. In truth, it would have been most prudent to prevent the great demon Xianxia from accompanying him. However, considering the demon's familiarity with the divine ancient land, Wang Feng ultimately decided to allow him to join. With the great demon Xuanxia's slight concealment, coupled with his own, it was likely that even the Radiant Sun Emperor would not discern the demon's true identity. Wang Feng was quite aware of his current capabilities. Even if his cultivation had been solely enhanced by the system, his foundation remained solid, and his combat prowess surpassed that of an ordinary peak Xianhuang realm practitioner. Chapter 30. Divine Arrival City. 10 days swiftly passed. On this day, within the square of the Immortal Sect, Mu Yunfei, Li He, and Ling Feiwu stood silently, facing their mentor, Shiminxia, among others. On the opposite side, the great demon Xianxia also stood quietly. Creak! The sound of a door opening echoed, and Wang Feng's figure appeared before the square. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon Wang Feng's arrival, Shiminxia and the others respectfully bowed in unison. There is no need for such formality. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, his voice resonating. He then surveyed Mu Yunfei and the others, noticing the robust aura of their cultivation and smiling with satisfaction. Thanks to the subtle enhancements Wang Feng had provided, the cultivation of Mu Yunfei and the others had surged dramatically within these 10 days. Mu Yunfei had advanced to the mid-stage of the Marquis realm, Li He to the early stage, and Ling Feiwu had reached the pinnacle of the entry phase realm. Had outsiders known of such remarkable progress in a mere 10 days, the Immortal Sect would have gained immense renown across the 3 great empires. At this moment, both Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu gazed at Wang Feng with awe, feeling profoundly grateful to have joined the Immortal Sect. Even Li He, a reincarnated emperor, had developed a deep admiration for the sect. During these 10 days, under the tutelage of the enigmatic Queen Jian, Li He felt as though he had been granted divine assistance, witnessing a meteoric rise in his cultivation. The speed of his progress left even a reincarnated emperor like him astonished. He understood that despite being a reincarnated emperor, and having experienced a significant increase in aptitude due to a rare treasure, it was improbable to elevate his original early entry phase cultivation to the early Marquis realm without any extraordinary artifacts and within such a limited time frame. This indeed represents an entire grand realm. The sole explanation lies in the fact that the Immortal Sect conceals peculiar circumstances unknown to him. This conjecture heightened Li He's curiosity towards the Immortal Sect, compelling him to uncover its secrets. Let us depart, Wang Feng proclaimed, his resonant voice echoing throughout the square. As his words fell, the formidable Xianxia demon swiftly reached into his belongings, summoning an exquisitely adorned dragon-headed flying vessel that suddenly materialized in the Immortal Sect's plaza, casting a shadow over the entire area. Upon witnessing the magnificent dragon-headed vessel, a twitch of skepticism crossed Wang Feng's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia demon, suspecting that he was intentionally causing him trouble. During the past 10 days, he had instructed Xianxia demon to craft a mode of aerial transport to facilitate the participation of the Immortal Sect's disciples in the Demon Sealing Convention. However, he merely sought a place to rest, and Xianxia demon, not being a specialized craftsman, was unlikely to produce anything of quality. Yet, he never anticipated that Xianxia demon would transform such a simple request into an extravagant spectacle. The fierce and majestic dragon head, coupled with the sleek and ornate hull, might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe it was a pinnacle of aerial treasures. Very well, I shall make do with it, Wang Feng mused, observing the pride radiating from Xianxia Demon, who seemed elated by having crafted such a splendid vessel. He sighed in resignation. It would be unreasonable to reproach Xianxia Demon for this trivial matter. Alas, his intention of maintaining a low profile had likely been thwarted. Regardless of the vessel's quality, its appearance alone commanded attention. Most notably, a grand flag emblazoned with the 3 golden characters of the Immortal Sect stood proudly at its center, a sight that might surpass even the mightiest sects within the 3 great empires. Shaking his head, Wang Feng dismissed the distracting thoughts and stepped aboard the vessel, followed closely by Shimen Chui Shui and the other elders, while Xianxia Demon took the helm. The power of a peak Wang Ho realm surged through the vessel, causing it to ascend slowly into the air, and with a sudden whoosh, it soared forth. Although the vessel's appearance was ostentatious, it was, in reality, quite ineffectual, lacking the autonomy of a true flying instrument. It functioned merely as an ordinary treasure that required the strength of a robust individual to propel it. In this venture, Wang Feng was accompanied by the elders Shimen Chui Shui, Yin Ho, and Yi Gu Cheng, leaving behind Yao Yu and Yin Shi San to guard the Immortal Sect. Standing atop the vessel, Wang Feng surveyed the rapidly passing mountains below, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. This marked his first departure from the Immortal Sect, and it was also a moment when the name of the Immortal Sect resonated throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire and the 3 great empires. As the saying goes, one does not stir unless provoked. Once stirred, the world is astonished. 1,000 meters away from the god-S descent ancient land, there lay a grand city known as Divine Arrival City, a collaborative creation of the 3 great empires, sprawling nearly 1,000 miles. This city was established to provide a resting place for practitioners who ventured to the god-S descent ancient land for training. As the Demon Sealing Conference approaches, an increasing number of sects and cultivators flock to the city of Divine Arrival. Once a relatively quiet place, the city now buzzes with activity, its streets teeming with people. The inns of Divine Arrival are fully booked. Only those of notable status can secure accommodations. This grand event, which stirs the entire Radiant Sun Empire, attracts not only participants, but also cultivators from other empires eager to witness the spectacle. In this city, even the 3 great empires, which secretly harbor animosities, adhere to an unspoken rule of restraint. It is rumored that several of the top sects within the empire have dispatched their prodigies to partake in the event. Within one of the inns, a strong cultivator spoke with anticipation. Indeed, one cannot help but look forward to the prowess of the elite from the foremost sects. One wonders how far they have progressed. It is said that Yi Feng, a direct disciple of the Feiyu sect, has cultivated the Feiyu Cloud Dragon to the 9th level, possessing strength that rivals the nobility. Astonishing. To achieve such prowess by the tender age of 20 is a testament to the formidable nature of a direct disciple from the prestigious Feiyu sect. Moreover, it is said that Li Tianxin, the celestial maiden of the Tianxin sect, also possesses strength on par with the nobility. What? Li Tianxin is attending the Demon Sealing Conference as well? To witness one of the 5 most beautiful women of the Radiant Sun Empire is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. It is rumored that the Crown Prince harbors affections for Li Tianxin. Perhaps it is best not to entertain wild thoughts. Amidst the cacophony of discussions regarding the impending conference, in a secluded courtyard deep within Divine Arrival, stood a woman clad in white. Her bright, clear eyes and snow-like complexion, coupled with her graceful figure, were enough to captivate anyone who beheld her. The world knows of the beauty of flowers, yet few understand that flowers too yearn to break free from their branches, to fall and be reborn as towering trees. A gentle voice broke the silence, revealing a hint of sorrow upon her exquisitely beautiful visage. "Exiner, why not come inside?" A woman in a Taoist robe approached, her gaze directed towards the white-clad woman, imbued with an inexplicable significance. Upon the appearance of this woman, the sorrow on the face of the white-clad girl dissipated, her demeanor growing colder. "Exiner wishes to be alone for a while. There is no need for Master to worry. She replied softly, "What nonsense is this? As your elder, it is only natural for me to care for you," the Taoist-robed woman retorted, her brows furrowing in mild annoyance. At this, the girl remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the azure sky. "By the way, Ixen, it is said that the Crown Prince will also attend the Demon Sealing Conference. Be sure to stay close to him and do not neglect him," the Taoist-robed woman said, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. "Is that your wish, or the sect leaders?" The moment the Taoist-robed woman finished speaking, the white-clad girl's expression turned frosty as she replied softly, her words laced with an icy undertone. "It is the will of the entire Tianxin sect." Upon hearing the inquiry from the woman in white, the expression of the Tao-clad matron turned icy, and her demeanor shifted considerably. She spoke in a solemn tone. "Is it truly necessary for our esteemed Heavenly Heart sect, the pinnacle of the Radiant Sun Empire, to have its female disciples curry favor with the Crown Prince?" The woman in white, upon hearing the matron's words, displayed a fleeting look of desolation, retorting with sarcasm, "How audacious! How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? As a disciple of the Heavenly Heart sect, nurtured by its guidance, you ought to dedicate yourself to the sect." The woman's scorn ignited a flicker of indignation in the matron's eyes, prompting her to raise her voice. The woman in white, upon hearing this, allowed a glimmer of disappointment to surface in her gaze, falling silent. "Sheener, you must understand that although our Heavenly Heart sect stands as the foremost in the Radiant Sun Empire, that sovereign has always regarded us with trepidation. Rumors circulate in the court that he may turn against the great sects of the empire. If our sect does not seek an ally, how can we withstand his potential wrath? The Crown Prince's affections for you present an exceptional opportunity for our sect. Should you forge a union with him, our sect would stand invincible. This is a fortune that other sects could only dream of." As if recalling a certain concern, the Tao-clad matron suppressed her rising anger and implored the woman in white earnestly, "If you believe this is a blessing, then go and win the Crown Prince's favor yourself." The disappointment in the woman's eyes deepened, and she replied frostily, "How presumptuous! If the Crown Prince were to take a liking to my master, it would hardly be your place to interfere. This matter is a collective decision of the Heavenly Heart sect. You must comply, whether you wish to or not." Unable to contain her fury any longer, the Tao-clad matron roared, flinging her hand dismissively as she departed. The reverberation of her furious words echoed in the ears of the woman in white, causing her delicate frame to tremble, a shadow of sorrow etched across her visage. The world knows her, Li Tianxin, as the unrivaled beauty of the Heavenly Heart sect, yet none comprehend her incessant desire to escape this prison. She would willingly embrace a life of ordinariness to attain freedom. To her, the Heavenly Heart sect is but an emotionless institution, unscrupulously seeking to align with the powerful. Chapter 31. A grand entrance into the city Sheener. I say, why not simply rebel against this wretched Heavenly Heart sect? A worthless sect is unworthy of your presence. A commanding voice resonated from within the woman in white. "Master, with your formidable strength, you could indeed aid me in rebelling against the Heavenly Heart sect. But can you protect only me? Well, my entire family." Upon hearing this declaration, Li Tianxin managed a bitter smile, her voice laced with despair. Her family was not strong, merely an ordinary one, and they resided within the precincts of the Heavenly Heart sect. If she were to rebel, the fate of her family was all too clear to her. Her family comprised her parents and siblings. How could she bear to see them suffer? Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, the voice within her fell silent. Although she was indeed formidable, at present she was merely a wisp of a lingering soul, capable of protecting only Li Tianxin herself. To safeguard her entire family would require her to unleash all her power, after which she would be rendered unable to protect Li Tianxin any longer. Furthermore, while she might be able to protect a family for a fleeting moment, could she truly safeguard them for eternity? If only there existed a sect unafraid of the Radiant Empire and the Tianxin sect, then, my dear Exen, you could directly rebel against the Tianxin sect and join them. With your prodigious talent, no sect would dare to refuse you. After a long pause, The voice within Li Tianxin sighed once more. Hearing this, Li Tianxin's expression darkened, and she remained silent. How could such a thing ever come to pass? Within the realms of the three great empires, although many formidable sects existed, the mightiest were undoubtedly the three great empires themselves. Those so-called great sects were, in truth, beholden to the whims of the empires. Which sect would dare to oppose the empire, risking annihilation? The following day, numerous cultivators in the city of Divine Arrival gathered in the inn as usual, discussing the many prodigies set to participate in the upcoming Demon Sealing Conference. Look, what is that? Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air, echoing throughout the street, causing the conversing cultivators to turn their gazes in unison. A collective gasp arose as they beheld a colossal object in the distant sky, leaving all cultivators momentarily speechless. Before Divine Arrival City, a massive flying vessel emerged in the void, its fearsome dragon head emanating an inexplicable aura of power that instilled trepidation among the cultivators. What sect is this? How could they possess such a magnificent flying vessel? It seems to be called the Immortal Sect. Do we have such a sect within the Radiant Empire? Only the top sects within the Empire could afford such a grand vessel and dare to make such a display. Yet among the elite sects, none bore the name Immortal Sect. Indeed, and a sect daring to name itself after immortals must either possess unfathomable strength or be a naive frog at the bottom of a well. After a moment of astonishment, the cultivators began to whisper among themselves, their words laced with curiosity and uncertainty. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the inn, there were lavish private rooms, occupied either by top-tier prodigies or powerful sect members of notable standing. In one such room, Li Tianxin sat opposite a woman clad in a robe, who directed her gaze toward the flying vessel in the sky. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she snorted derisively. Such superficial grandeur can astound these mundane beings? How utterly laughable. As a master of the noble realm, the robed woman discerned the true nature of the dragon-headed vessel at a glance and held it in contempt. This so-called immortal sect, lacking even a genuine flying vessel, was surely a frivolous sect, resorting to such ostentatious theatrics merely to attract attention. In contrast to the disdain of the elegantly clad woman in Taoist robes, Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes were fixated on the dragon-shaped flying vessel, her gaze shimmering with an inexplicable significance. For reasons unknown, she sensed that this so-called celestial sect was rather extraordinary. Typically, a sect of modest strength would tread carefully, remaining inconspicuous to avoid incurring the wrath of formidable foes, thus safeguarding themselves from potential demise. In contrast, a powerful sect would command respect without the need for ostentation. Yet, this celestial sect, unheard of until now, dared to make such a grand spectacle and boldly claimed the appellation of celestial, rendering its intentions somewhat inscrutable. Sheener, this sect is anything but ordinary. A voice echoed within Li Tianxin, tinged with a hint of gravity. Did Master perceive something? The words reverberated in her mind, causing her delicate face to shift as she pondered silently. Not quite. Within that vessel resides an unparalleled sharpness. Master dared not probe too deeply. Such a presence, radiating such brilliance, must possess an exceptionally formidable perception. Should I delve further, it might very well trace back to Master S' existence. Upon hearing this voice, Li Tianxin's delicate form trembled. Although she was unaware of the true nature of the remnant soul within her, she was acutely aware that since its awakening, no one had evaded her sensory grasp. Even the sovereign of the Xianhuang realm within the Tianxin sect was not beyond her reach. Yet now, she hesitated to approach this so-called celestial sect's flying vessel. Casting a deep glance at the dragon-shaped vessel, a sudden thought ignited within her. So it is not a genuine flying vessel, merely a facade. How naive of me to believe that any sect could afford such extravagance, even for participation in the Demon Sealing Conference. As the vessel lingered in the sky, numerous powerful figures began to discern its true nature, promptly spitting in disdain. Damn it, a trashy sect daring to be so arrogant is merely courting death. Indeed, lacking true strength yet making such a spectacle. Are they not afraid of attracting the attention of other prominent sects? It's utterly laughable. As more cultivators recognized the vessel's pretense, their attitudes shifted, openly expressing their contempt for the audacity of this so-called celestial sect. Amidst their scornful murmurs, the floating vessel abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by several figures before the gates of Shenlin City. At the forefront stood a striking young man clad in a white robe adorned with gold trim, his profound gaze intimidating to behold. However, what truly captivated the assembled cultivators was the enchanting figure beside this handsome youth. Her exquisite beauty rivaled that of the 5 renowned beauties of the Radiant Sun Empire, and the allure of her curvaceous form radiated an undeniable maturity. Who would have thought that this so-called celestial sect harbored such a beauty? Indeed, upon seeing her, my heart races uncontrollably. How dare you gaze upon such a beauty? Even a single glance leaves me feeling inadequate, rendering me incapable of looking any longer. The cultivators present engaged in fervent discussions, their words imbued with passion. Even the esteemed experts of the royal realm displayed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, their demeanor becoming somewhat restrained, as they feared leaving an unfavorable impression on such exquisite beauties. To my astonishment, upon the arrival of our celestial sect in the Divine City, we were met with such a multitude of welcoming faces. How embarrassing! Wang Feng gazed upon the throngs of people atop the city walls and the countless figures at the city gates, expressing his heartfelt astonishment. As soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of the Shadow Empress and Mu Yunfei, standing behind him, flickered with discomfort. Shaking his head, Wang Feng chose not to dwell on it and led the Shadow Empress and others into the Divine City. This marked Wang Feng's first visit to a human-populated city since his descent into this world, and thus he curiously surveyed his surroundings. The city exuded a charm reminiscent of ancient cities from a bygone era. Upon entering through the city gates, a broad avenue unfolded before him, flanked by towering pavilions. Numerous vendors lined the street, peddling alchemical potions and weaponry, essential resources for cultivation. After some contemplation, Wang Feng guided the Shadow Empress and the others to an inn. As they stepped inside, an immediate hush fell over the establishment. The previously carefree cultivators straightened in their seats, their gazes occasionally darting toward the enchanting figure beside Wang Feng. "Welcome to the Qinyan Pavilion. May I inquire what services you esteemed guests require?" A young attendant approached briskly, a smile adorning his face. Upon sensing the attendant's cultivation level, Wang Feng's expression shifted momentarily, and he scrutinized the entire Qinyan Pavilion. He was taken aback that even a myriad possessed such remarkable qualities. Even this attendant had attained the spirit communication realm. Accommodation. Though surprised, Wang Feng did not linger on his astonishment, resolutely stating, "With only 3 days remaining before the Demon Sealing Conference commences, we shall remain in this divine city during this time. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a room. How many rooms do you require?" The attendant promptly responded, noting that due to their exorbitant prices, only the strongest from major sects could afford to stay at the Qinyan Pavilion. Initially, he believed they were merely posturing, but he was astonished by their substantial financial capability. "How many?" Upon hearing the attendant's words, Wang Feng was struck with disbelief, staring at the attendant in astonishment. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a room? Surely this must be a scam. At that moment, Wang Feng realized he possessed only a few hundred spirit stones, gifted by Mu Yunfei, and found it absurd that as the venerable leader of the celestial sect, he was unable to afford a single room. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a room. Noticing the astonished expression on Wang Feng's face, the attendant maintained his smile, displaying no hint of impatience. Despite sensing that Wang Feng and his companions might not be staying, he continued to greet them warmly. In the grand hall, the cultivators seated with poise witnessed Wang Feng's astonishment and could not help but smirk disdainfully. They had assumed that Wang Feng and his companions, with such substantial wealth, could afford a room costing 1,000 lower-grade mystic stones, only to discover he was merely an inexperienced youth. Chapter 32. You dare not. But our sect dares. Wang Feng's expression grew increasingly grim as the esteemed leader of the celestial sect. He felt utterly humiliated that he could not even afford a single room, presenting an impression of destitution. System, what has become of the wealth of Lin Yun and others, including Prince Chonglin, after I eliminated them? He suddenly recalled, his thoughts racing. Previously, he had overlooked this aspect, valuing the sect's prestige as his foremost treasure, but now, faced with such a predicament, he recognized the significance of worldly currency. Beep. The assets have been deposited into the host's system space. The host may inspect them at will. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng eagerly probed into his system space, and his spirits soared. There he found lower-grade, mystic stones piled high like a mountain, alongside an array of weapons, treasures, and various grades of elixirs, including many middle-grade mystic stones. His countenance transformed from despair to elation, with wealth in hand. He felt an unshakable confidence. My lady, I can certainly secure a room for you. Just as Wang Feng prepared to exuberantly reserve 7 rooms, a playful laugh echoed, causing him to squint and glance in the direction of the sound. The other cultivators also turned their gazes, a flicker of indignation evident in their eyes. Although they too admired the beauty, they would never dare to tease her so brazenly. Who was this audacious individual, so dismissive of her grace? Under the collective scrutiny, a young man adorned in splendid silk garments, elegantly wielding a feather fan, descended gracefully from the second floor of the pavilion. "Ah, it is he," gasped the onlookers. Xiaoang Feng, the young master of the Four Directions Hall. Panic spread through the crowd. The beauty would surely be ensnared by his charms. Indeed, as the young master of a premier sect, Xiaoang Feng's status surpassed even that of the prodigies from other grand sections. His notorious reputation as a womanizer was well known, and who would dare provoke him? What was most alarming was that, despite his indulgent lifestyle, Xiaoang Feng's cultivation had not faltered. He had reached the realm of nobility, standing among the top-tier prodigies. Rumors circulated that he secretly practiced a nefarious technique to enhance his vitality while reveling in pleasures. Yet the veracity of such claims remained unproven. Upon catching sight of the young man's visage, the cultivators present were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves with a hint of trepidation. As Xiaoang Feng descended the stairs, he slowly approached Zhu Yuyan, his eyes ablaze with desire, fixated solely upon her, as if he yearned to consume her entirely, oblivious to the presence of others around him. At this moment, Xiao Chongfeng's heart was tumultuous. He questioned whether he could remain untouched amidst the myriad blossoms. Yet before Yin Ho, he found himself ensnared. Observing the approaching Xiao Chongfeng, Wang Feng exhibited a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, softly inquiring, "Oh, this esteemed brother is willing to part with 7,000 low-grade Xian stones for us? Do you believe yourself worthy? Aside from beautiful women, no one else can compel me, Xiao Chongfeng, to offer my assistance willingly." Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Xiao Chongfeng shot him a glare, impatiently rebuking him, before immediately redirecting his gaze towards Yin Ho, as if even a moment's attention to Wang Feng was an affront to his vision. Those present were not the least surprised by Xiao Chongfeng's words. This renowned young master of the Four Directions Palace, known for his disdain towards all but beautiful women, drew amused glances from the gathered cultivators. They were eager to witness whether Wang Feng could safeguard the fair maiden. Yet their estimation suggested that Wang Feng would likely succumb to Xiao Chongfeng. The title of Young Master of the Four Directions Palace represented the pinnacle of power within the Radiant Sun Empire. The assembled cultivators had hoped for a wealthy patron to exploit, only to discover he was merely another impoverished individual. Xiao Chongfeng's rebuke darkened Wang Feng's countenance, who then glanced at Xiao Chongfeng and scoffed. Wang Feng's mocking laughter resonated clearly throughout the hall, causing the cultivators to widen their eyes in disbelief. To mock the young master of the Four Directions Palace was tantamount to courting death. If not for the sanctuary of this Qinyun pavilion, your life would already be forfeit. However, it would be wise for you to remain here. The moment you step outside, your demise is assured. Xiao Chongfeng's eyes narrowed, his gaze finally departing from Yin Ho to fixate upon Wang Feng, his voice cold and laced with murderous intent, chilling the entire hall. The palpable threat emanating from Xiao Changfeng sent shivers through the gathered cultivators, their eyes filled with pity for Wang Feng. In the Radiant Sun Empire, who could survive offending the young master of the Four Directions Palace, save for those of high status or the progeny of great clans? You ought to realize your position. You should declare, to offend this young master is to ensure that no one can protect you in this world. Xiao Changfeng's threat did not instill fear in Wang Feng. Rather, he chuckled, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that suggested he thought little of Xiao Changfeng. Wang Feng had heard the whispers of the cultivators and thus understood Xiao Changfeng's identity. Yet he remained unfazed. If he deemed the Radiant Sun Emperor inconsequential, how much less would he regard this so-called Xiao Changfeng? Moreover, he intended to display his audacity, only to be interrupted by Xiao Changfeng's contemptuous gaze fixed upon Yin Ho. What of being poor? Does poverty preclude one from companionship with a beautiful woman? Furthermore, was he truly impoverished? From the outset, Xiao Changfeng had been arrogant and brazen, openly coveting Yin Ho. Could Wang Feng tolerate such insolence? He would retaliate until Xiao Changfeng wept in anguish. Has he lost his mind? Surely he must be foolish to speak such nonsense. It was utterly laughable. This individual seemed to have emerged from some obscure corner of the world. Indeed, the Qinyun Pavilion spans the three great empires, its influence unfathomable. Who would dare to act against the Qinyun Pavilion? As long as one possesses sufficient wealth to reside there indefinitely, even offending the imperial families would pose no threat. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the cultivators present were not shaken. Instead, they regarded him with a look reserved for the doomed. In their eyes, Wang Feng was as good as dead for daring to provoke Xiao Changfeng. Once outside the Qinyun Pavilion, his demise was inevitable, a frog at the bottom of a well, laughably ignorant of its own limitations. Xiao Changfeng, however, did not express anger. He merely cast a cursory glance at Wang Feng and sneered coldly. Though he held the title of Deputy Lord of the Four Directions Hall, he would not dare to act within the Qinyun Pavilion, for even the three great empires held it in considerable regard. What chance did their sects have? It is safe to say that within the territories of the three great empires, the Qinyun Pavilion is the sole entity bold enough to disregard the existence of the imperial families. Fortunately, the Qinyun Pavilion merely operates an inn and shows no interest in meddling with the political affairs of the three empires. Otherwise, the empires would surely find themselves in turmoil. You dare not act within this Qinyun Pavilion? Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Feng remained unfazed, looking at Xiao Changfeng with a smile that bordered on mockery, asking in astonishment. In response, Xiao Changfeng shook his head, having lost interest in conversing with Wang Feng. He never anticipated that one day he would harbor such a desire to kill someone, especially a mere insect like Wang Feng. You may not dare, but our sect will. Just as Xiao Changfeng turned to leave, a chilling voice suddenly erupted, followed by an overwhelming surge of terrifying power that caused Xiao Changfeng's expression to change drastically. However, he had no time to mobilize his inner strength to counter that terrifying force. He was struck directly by it, a mouthful of blood violently erupting from his lips as his complexion turned ashen, and he was sent flying. With a resounding crash, Xiao Changfeng's body slammed against the wall of the pavilion's grand hall, causing the entire Qinyun Pavilion to tremble. The ground, crafted from exquisite jade, shattered into countless fragments. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the hall. Wang Feng's sudden strike astonished everyone present. Even the powerful figures observing from the upper floors were left in shock. All eyes in the hall were incredulously fixed on Wang Feng. Did he truly dare to act within the Qinyun Pavilion? Moreover, Xiao Changfeng was a formidable warrior of the Marquis realm. Even if ambushed, he should not have been caught off guard to the point of sustaining severe injuries. They had initially thought Wang Feng to be a lowly insect of little cultivation, only to discover he was, in fact, a master concealing his true prowess. To inflict such grievous harm on Xiao Changfeng in a surprise attack, one would have to be at least a formidable warrior of the Marquis realm, and not just any ordinary one. After all, despite Xiao Changfeng's indulgence in pleasures, his reflexes and combat abilities as a top-tier talent were nothing to scoff at. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a faint sound abruptly pulled them back from their astonishment. They turned to see Xiao Changfeng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, trembling as he rose to his feet. In that moment, he appeared utterly wretched. His robe was drenched in crimson, a stark contrast to the affluent young master he had been moments before. His gaze was fixed fiercely upon Wang Feng, an overwhelming fury surging within him. Xiao Changfeng was oblivious to how long it had been since he last suffered an injury. He could hardly believe he had been ambushed by this metaphorical frog at the bottom of the well, resulting in such grievous harm. He must die. He must die. Xiao Changfeng's heart screamed in rage. Audacious. A thunderous roar echoed through the hall, followed by the sudden appearance of several figures beside Xiao Changfeng. Leading them was a rugged middle-aged man, his muscles resembling iron, emanating an explosive power that was immediately apparent. To dare harm the young master of the Four Directions Hall is to court death. The middle-aged man fixed his piercing gaze on Wang Feng, a palpable killing intent radiating from him, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet. The immense aura of the Xianhuang realm bore down upon the many formidable figures present, rendering them nearly breathless. In that moment, the cultivators within the hall held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the middle-aged man. They had initially thought this incident a mere farce, only to witness such a dramatic turn of events. Now, with the Xianhuang realm expert stepping forth. Chapter 33. A sword shocking the world, the Qinyun Pavilion comprised 7 levels. And the numerous powerful figures from the major sects gathered in Shindao City were all located on the 5th level, including the Tianxin sect. This lad truly seeks death, not only acting recklessly within the Qinyun Pavilion, but also against the young master of the Four Directions Hall. Once Elder Gui Xiong makes his move, this child is as good as dead. The elegantly robed woman shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. Arrogance must be tempered with discernment. Within the 3 great empires, many powerful sects had refrained from taking action in the Qinyun Pavilion. This young man, however, was like a naive calf unafraid of tigers. Yet this reckless act would surely cost him his life. In contrast to the disdainful scoff of the robed woman, Li Qianxin beside her gazed at Wang Feng with a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. His audacity and the mysterious power supporting him captivated her. Perhaps on the 5th level, other powerful sect members also wore expressions of cold derision, already anticipating Wang Feng's fate. Oh, then do give a try. Upon hearing Elder Gui Xiong's icy words, Wang Feng showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, he remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke with nonchalance. You seek death. Wang Feng's provocation ignited the fury of Elder Gui Xiong, a Xianhuang realm expert, his eyes turning a deep crimson as he glared at Wang Feng. The oppressive aura emanating from him intensified, saturating the hall with a heavy, stifling pressure. Yet, despite his seething anger, Elder Gui Xiong hesitated to strike. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have already extinguished Wang Feng with a single blow, but within the Qinyun Pavilion, even he, as a Xianhuang realm expert, had to exercise caution. Your Excellency, you are undoubtedly aware of the regulations of the Qinyun Pavilion, are you not? Just as this stalemate persisted, a gentle and graceful voice resonated throughout the hall, causing everyone to stir and turn their gazes. Even Wang Feng lifted his eyes in curiosity. This voice, soft and elegant, enveloped the listeners in a refreshing embrace of spring, evoking an irresistible desire to behold its owner. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a woman clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with crystal shoes gracefully emerged from the rear of the hall. Her enchanting figure stirred the hearts of many, as her swaying form revealed glimpses of her snow-white skin, captivating all present. From the moment she appeared, she drew the attention of everyone, reminiscent of a queen, her beauty rivaling that of the most alluring figures, with the distinction lying solely in their respective auras. If the queen exuded a mature allure, this woman embodied elegance and nobility. Esteemed Elder Zhuqin, upon catching sight of the woman, Elder Gui Xiong felt a jolt of reverence, suppressing the burgeoning anger towards Wang Feng. and offered a slight bow in respect. It was indeed unexpected that even Elder Zhu Qin was stirred. After all, she is the head of the Qingyun Pavilion in Shunting City, a formidable expert of a Xianwang realm. The fact that she was moved indicates that this young man's fate is already sealed. To witness two extraordinary beauties in a single day is truly a remarkable fortune. Indeed, yet I am far more intrigued by the fate that awaits this young man. As Elder Gui Xiong's words settled in, the various practitioners in the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. A single glance can captivate a city, and a second can enthrall a nation. We are fortunate to encounter such a lady today. It is enough. I apologize for any offense. Please grant your forgiveness. Wang Feng wore a faint smile, greeting her with elegance, his demeanor exceptional and distinguished. Goodness, this fellow has gone mad, daring to provoke Elder Zhu Qin? Heavens! Had I not been present in the hall, I might have believed him to be a gentleman of integrity. Indeed, it is laughable. He does not even consider his current predicament. Not only does he fail to kneel in supplication, but he also dares to tease Elder Zhu Qin. As Wang Feng's words echoed, the practitioners in the hall were left in stunned silence, gazing at him in disbelief, having never encountered such a fearless individual. Within the realms of the three great empires, who does not know the name of Elder Qinju? Yet, no one has ever dared to provoke her. Given her beauty and noble demeanor, she would have been pursued by countless suitors in any other faction. Yet even those with significant backgrounds do not dare to utter a word of flirtation here. Why? Simply out of respect for the Qingyun Pavilion. Who could have anticipated that Wang Feng would be so oblivious to the gravity of his situation, daring to jest with Elder Zhu Qin? Meanwhile, Elder Gui Xiong wore a cold smirk, regarding Wang Feng as one with a doomed soul, clearly believing that this young man would meet his demise within the Qingyun Pavilion. To be frank, even with Elder Gui Xiong's extensive experience, he had never encountered anyone as reckless as Wang Feng. Your courage is truly remarkable. Unexpectedly, in response to Wang Feng's teasing, Elder Zhu Qin not only refrained from anger, but instead chuckled softly. It is not that grand, merely a trifle. Wang Feng smiled faintly and replied, "You have acted in my Qingyun Pavilion, thereby disrupting our rules. What do you intend to do about it?" Upon hearing this, Elder Zhu Qin remained noncommittal, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Wang Feng as she spoke softly. At that moment, her words, though still gentle, were laced with a formidable authority. "Here it comes. This young man's time has come." As Elder Zhu Qin's voice fell, the expressions of the many powerful figures present shifted, their anticipation of Wang Feng's dismal fate palpable. At this juncture, nearly everyone in attendance wished for Wang Feng's demise, for he, an inconspicuous nobody, had dared to do what they themselves did not have the courage to attempt. Most of them lacked the standing to converse with Elder Zhu Qin, yet Wang Feng, by infringing upon the rules of Qingyun Pavilion, had engaged with her audaciously, even daring to jest. Such a person could only find peace in death, restoring balance to their hearts. Our sect does not wish to offend Qingyun Pavilion, but if one does not provoke us, we shall not provoke them. In any situation, those who dare to offend our sect must perish. The fact that this young man is still alive is merely our sect showing leniency out of respect for Qingyun Pavilion. Hearing Elder Zhu Qin's words, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, unflinchingly meeting her gaze, and calmly responded. His composed demeanor and assertive words sent a tremor through the assembly. What audacity! Not only do you dare to harm the young master of the Sifang Hall, but you also have the gall to speak so brazenly in Qingyun Pavilion. As Wang Feng's words echoed, before Elder Zhu Qin could respond, Elder Gui Xiong could no longer contain his fury. The formidable might of the Xianhuang realm erupted from him, a surge of overwhelming power radiating from his broad palm, distorting the very fabric of the air around them. Elder Gui Xiong did not strike immediately. He glanced at Elder Zhu Qin and, noticing her lack of opposition, felt a surge of delight, casting aside all reservations. In an instant, he lunged forward like a wraith, his palm shimmering with astonishing power, aimed directly at Wang Feng. The fierce gust of his hand left all the formidable beings in the hall aghast. At this moment, the crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the rare sight of a Xianhuang realm expert in action, unwilling to miss a moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Changfeng, surrounded by several elders of the Sifeng Hall as he recovered, also fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. With Elder Gue Xiong's intervention, he envisioned Wang Feng's inevitable downfall. A wicked thought surged within him. Not only did he wish to witness Wang Feng's demise, but he also longed to see the woman beside Wang Feng endure unspeakable torment. Only then could his heart's resentment be quelled. As the esteemed young master of the Sifeng Hall, he had suffered a grave loss of face in front of the crowd. This enmity, this grudge, could not be extinguished as long as Wang Feng lived. As the formidable Gue Xiong made his move, Elder Zhu Qin's captivating gaze fixated intently on Wang Feng. From the moment she arrived, Wang Feng's extraordinary courage and demeanor left her with a profound impression, leading her to believe that he was not an ordinary individual. Thus, when Gue Xiong acted, she chose not to intervene. She wished to witness whether Wang Feng truly possessed formidable allies or was merely a conceited fool. Although her esteemed Qinyun Pavilion adhered to strict rules against interference, she pondered whether such rules truly held any significance in the eyes of genuine powerhouses. In truth, within the three great empires, none had yet compelled her esteemed pavilion to breach these conventions. In the midst of this tension, a tremulous sound reverberated, akin to a haunting echo, startling all present. Among the assembly were practitioners of the sword, their souls quivering, overtaken by an instinctive urge to prostrate themselves in reverence. The swords in their hands trembled violently. As they sought to discern the source of this peculiar phenomenon, an extraordinarily brilliant light flashed before them, compelling them to instinctively close their eyes. In that fleeting moment of darkness, a piercing scream erupted within the hall, sending shivers down the spines of the practitioners, who hurriedly opened their eyes to locate the source of the sound. Upon observing the scene within the hall, they were rendered speechless, their minds blank. The Qinyun Pavilion's hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with even the sounds of breathing nearly inaudible. Overcome by sheer shock, every practitioner instinctively held their breath, fearful to make a sound. Even Elder Zhu Qin trembled, her fair face betraying a look of astonishment. She had envisioned countless possible outcomes, but none had prepared her for this. On the fifth floor of the Qinyun Pavilion, the prominent sect leaders rose in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief as their bodies quaked involuntarily. How could this be? In a room nearby, a beautiful woman clad in the robes of the Tianxin sect gasped in shock, her spirit in turmoil. The arrogant youth she had scorned was accompanied by such a terrifying figure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tianxin's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, her entire being trembling with excitement. Chapter 34. The Divine Presence of the Qinyun Pavilion's Vice Master. How is this possible? Who are you? At this moment, within the Qinyun Pavilion's hall, Elder Gue Xiong clutched his bleeding arm, his pallid countenance betraying his fear as he trembled uncontrollably. Nearby, a severed and bloodied arm lay quietly. Gue Xiong's gaze was fixated on the figure standing beside Wang Feng, Shimin Chue Shui, whose cold and indifferent eyes sent chills through Gue Xiong's very being. As Gue Xiong's exclamation echoed through the hall, it jolted the onlookers from their stupor, a collective gasp resounding in unison. How could this be? The Gue Xiong, a formidable practitioner at the Xianhuang realm, had been disarmed with a single strike? What manner of being is this? Just now, I could scarcely perceive how he drew his sword. Indeed, as a practitioner of the sword, I found myself overwhelmed with a sense of reverence. This individual must undoubtedly be a true master of the sword path. It is frightening. I initially thought this youth merely a trifling clown, yet he is shielded by such formidable strength. To sever the arm of a being at the Empyrean sovereign level with a single stroke, such a presence must rank among the elite within the three great empires. All present were rendered speechless, their voices filled with profound astonishment, as the scene of the elder Gue Xiong's severed limb deeply stirred their souls. Meanwhile, at the back, Xiao Changfeng's sinister grin abruptly faded, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror, his body trembling with unease. The elder Gui Xiong was his greatest reliance at that moment, and seeing him defeated so decisively instilled genuine fear within him. In that instant, Xiao Changfeng and the several elders from the Sifong Hall beside him felt an unspoken threat of death looming silently. Given the strength of the formidable individual by Wang Feng's side, coupled with Wang Feng's audacity, if he truly sought to eliminate them, even Elder Zhu Qin might not be able to safeguard them. Our sect does not seek conflict, yet does not cower from it. Throughout this ordeal, I trust the lady is aware of the right and wrong of this matter, and she should be able to discern the truth. Should the lady truly wish to oppose our sect for the sake of so-called rules, then today we shall dismantle your Qinyan pavilion. Wang Feng paid no heed to Elder Gui Xiong's exclamation, but turned his gaze towards Elder Zhu Qin, his eyes filled with indifference as he coldly declared. Given Elder Zhu Qin's own Empyrean sovereign cultivation, she could have intervened before Elder Gui Xiong made his move, yet she refrained, which displeased Wang Feng greatly. The world of cultivation is a realm where the weak are prey for the strong, and indeed it is so. Had he not possessed such formidable power, he might have perished beneath Elder Gui Xiong's palm long ago. This woman, so beautiful, yet so cold-hearted, had misled him into harboring a trace of affection. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the crowd erupted once more, astonished. It was the first time they had heard someone dare to utter the intention to dismantle the Qinyan pavilion. Not even the emperors of the three great empires would voice such sentiments. Although they were awed by Shimen Shui's prowess, they still deemed Wang Feng excessively arrogant. You wish to dismantle my Qinyan pavilion, based on what grounds? Upon hearing Wang Feng's declaration, Elder Zhu Qin's enchanting eyes flashed as she glanced at Shimen Shui, then fixed her gaze on Wang Feng, letting out a disdainful huff. Shimen Shui's strength indeed unsettled her, but the Qinyan pavilion had more than just one Empyrean sovereign on its side. The lady may certainly test that. Wang Feng chuckled lightly, his demeanor calm, exuding an air of confidence that was profoundly moving. Observing Wang Feng's unwavering self-assurance, Elder Zhu Qin fell silent, her charming face reflecting a tumult of emotions. Wang Feng was shrouded in mystery, and the mere act of Shimen Shui drawing a single sword had caused even her, a mid-level Empyrean sovereign, to tremble in her heart. Elder Zhu Qin understood clearly that she was no match for Shimen Shui, and should a stalemate occur, only the Qinyan pavilion would suffer. Upon this realization, Elder Zhu Qin cast a fierce glare at Xiao Changfeng, pondering how her esteemed Qinyan pavilion could have fallen in such a predicament had it not been for him. In light of the recent events, your actions were justified, and thus I shall make an exception for you this once. However, you have punished Xiao Changfeng, and Elder Gui Xiong has suffered a grievous injury. Shall we consider this matter resolved? Just as Elder Zhu Qin hesitated, an aged voice resonated from the rear of the hall. A stooped old man emerged, devoid of any discernible aura, yet his mere presence instilled an inexplicable fear. Heavens, even Elder Qin, the deputy head of Qinyan Pavilion, has been stirred. Xiao Changfeng likely never anticipated that his momentary lust would not only endanger his own elder, but also attract such a formidable figure. Indeed, Elder Qin commanded respect even from the imperial family. As the venerable figure appeared, all present cultivators trembled slightly, whispering in hushed tones, their voices laced with reverence. Even the formidable sect leaders on the 5th floor of Qinyan Pavilion offered a subtle gesture of respect. None dared to exhibit any semblance of negligence in the presence of Elder Qin. Elder Qin, upon witnessing the elder's arrival, Elder Zhu Qin's countenance softened with respect as she spoke in a low tone. Elder Qin waved his hand, signaling her to forego formalities. His weathered gaze fixated upon Wang Feng. Meeting the elder's penetrating eyes, Wang Feng narrowed his own, equally locking his gaze onto Elder Qin. He had not anticipated the presence of a peak Xianyuan realm expert within the Qinyan Pavilion. It was no wonder that such a powerful faction instilled trepidation across the three great empires. To think that even a branch of a city could possess such profound depth and strength The Qingyun Pavilion was indeed more formidable than Wang Feng had imagined. Naturally, we shall honor Elder Qin Shi, Wang Feng remarked with a slight smile, acknowledging the elder. The Qingyun Pavilion, shrouded in mystery and power, was not worth antagonizing for the sake of a few individuals like Xiao Chongfeng. After all, once they departed, Wang Feng could deal with them as he pleased. His earlier actions were merely to instill fear and announce the principles of his immortal sect. With his objectives achieved and the other party showing deference, there was no reason for continued stalemate. Thank you, esteemed elder. This time, all expenses within my Qingyun Pavilion shall be waived, and you shall be granted the status of a distinguished guest. Whenever you visit any branch of Qingyun Pavilion within the empire, you shall enjoy a discount of 20%. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, a smile illuminated Elder Qin Shi's wrinkled face as he produced a platinum card and presented it to Wang Feng. As Elder Qin Shi's words echoed through the hall, the gathered cultivators shuddered, their faces betraying disbelief. They had not anticipated that such a significant matter could be settled so simply, and moreover, with the Qingyun Pavilion conceding. What left them most astounded was that Wang Feng, regardless of the reasons, had ultimately violated the rules of the Qingyun Pavilion. And yet Elder Qin Shi not only refrained from pursuing the matter, but also bestowed upon him a platinum VIP card. This card was a prestigious token of the Qingyun Pavilion, and few throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire had the privilege of possessing one. Even ordinary practitioners at the profound Emperor realm often found themselves unable to attain such an honor. Elder Zhu Qin, standing beside Elder Qin Shi, was momentarily dumbfounded. Her lips parted in disbelief. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Elder Qin Shi silenced her with a mere gesture. Thus, my gratitude. Wang Feng extended his hand to receive the platinum VIP card, bowing slightly as he spoke. One treats others with the measure they accord. The manner in which Elder Qin Shi conducts herself is undeniably agreeable. At least in light of her actions, I found it impossible to harbor any lingering resentment. Please, this way. Noticing Wang Feng's demeanor, a broader smile spread across Elder Qin Shi's face as she gestured for him to proceed. In response, Wang Feng did not immediately ascend the staircase leading to the second floor of the Qingyun Pavilion. Instead, he turned to the trembling Xiao Chongfeng and remarked with a cold smile, I hope you refrain from stepping outside the Qingyun Pavilion. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. As the words fell, Wang Feng flicked his fingers and a sharp glint shot forth, obliterating the severed arm of Elder Gue Xiong in an instant, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. Upon witnessing the destruction of his arm, Elder Gue Xiong's expression darkened with fury, and he nearly unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, the frigid gaze of Shimin Shui compelled him to swallow his words. Nevertheless, his eyes brimmed with an overwhelming hatred. Had his arm remained intact, with his cultivation at the profound Emperor realm, he could have reattached it, and after a period of recovery, it would have healed completely. But now, with his arm destroyed, he was doomed to remain one-armed, and even his esteemed status as a profound emperor offered no means of restoration, save for the elusive resurrection pill, a treasure far beyond his reach. Elder Gue Xiong had not anticipated Wang Feng's ruthless decisiveness, effectively shattering any hope he harbored of reuniting with his severed limb. The other practitioners present, witnessing the devastation of Elder Gue Xiong's arm, trembled in their very cores, the gruesome sight leaving an indelible mark upon their minds. Wang Feng's brutality and audacity had profoundly impressed the assembled powerhouses, instilling a shadow of fear within them. Elder Qin Shi raised her gaze to the heavens, feigning ignorance, while Elder Zhu Qin followed suit, pretending not to notice Wang Feng's actions. Elder Qin Shi, please. Subsequently, a gentle smile graced Wang Feng's features as he addressed Elder Qin Shi, his expression now devoid of the earlier ferocity. After you. Elder Qin Shi smiled in return, leading Wang Feng and the others to ascend to the upper levels of the Qingyun Pavilion. Even after their departure, the gathered practitioners remained in a state of disarray, unable to regain their composure for an extended period. Upon hearing the final words left by Wang Feng, Xiao Chongfeng's entire soul trembled. A shadow of despair etched upon his face. He never anticipated that the tides would turn so swiftly. Only moments ago, he had been the one threatening Wang Feng, and now the roles had reversed. The crux of the matter lay in the terrifying strength displayed by Wang Feng, who possessed the true capability to end his life. Chapter 35. Defeated by heaven's favor, esteemed Elder Gui Xiong. What course of action should we take? After Wang Feng and his companions ascended the steps, Xiao Changfeng approached Elder Gui Xiong, his expression rife with fear, his voice barely above a whisper. His entire being quaked, particularly in response to Wang Feng's final threat, which sent shivers down his spine. The other elders of the Four Directions Hall shared his terror, even the formidable Elder Gui Xiong. A practitioner at the initial stage of the profound Emperor realm had suffered the loss of an arm to a single sword strike. How could they, the peak of the Marquis realm, withstand the might of the dread sword master by Wang Feng's side? The numerous cultivators present observed Xiao Changfeng's abject fear with a sense of grim satisfaction. As the young master of the Four Directions Hall, his status was unparalleled, second only to the royal offspring within the Radiant Sun Empire. To witness such a powerful figure reduced to such a state was immensely gratifying for those who had previously looked up to him, especially given Xiao Changfeng's already tarnished reputation. They entirely forgot that they had also scorned Wang Feng mere moments ago. Now, they regarded him with profound reverence and trepidation. You must possess the communication talisman from the Hall Master, do you not? Seeing Xiao Changfeng's terrified demeanor, Elder Gui Xiong suppressed his fury, speaking in a hushed tone. Had it not been for this inept young master, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. While he harbored resentment towards Wang Feng, he also directed ire towards Xiao Changfeng. However, despite Xiao Changfeng's current disgrace, his status remained a source of intimidation for Elder Gui Xiong. Even in his heart's darkest corners, he dared not confront Xiao Changfeng, for he needed the young master and the entire Four Directions Hall to deal with Wang Feng. Since breaking through to the profound Emperor realm, he had always been treated with utmost respect. He had never faced such humiliation before. Despite the terror instilled by Shimen Chui Shui's prowess, his desire for vengeance remained insatiable. Only by shattering Wang Feng into 1,000 pieces could he assuage his fury, and he recognized that accomplishing this feat would be impossible without the entire Four Directions Hall support. Yes, my father bestowed upon me a communication talisman before my departure. Upon hearing Elder Gui Xiong's inquiry, Xiao Changfeng nodded, seemingly grasping the elder's intent. Contact the Hall Master immediately and instruct him to lead the powerful members of the Four Directions Hall here to slay this fiend within the confines of Divine City. If not, we shall all perish. Elder Gui Xiong's eyes flickered with a remarkable hatred as he spoke with gravitas. Only Xiao Changfeng could compel the Hall Master of the Four Directions Hall to take such drastic measures, for he was the Hall Master's sole son. Moreover, despite Xiao Changfeng's infamous reputation, his progress in cultivation remained unimpeachable. Throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire, he is regarded as one of the most exceptional prodigies, heralded as the future hope of the Four Directions Hall. In such circumstances, should Xiao Changfeng encounter any misfortune, Elder Gui Xiong can only imagine the extent of madness that the fiercely protective Hall Master would unleash. Indeed, I shall contact my father at once. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changfeng felt a surge of determination and promptly declared, before immersing his consciousness into the spatial ring and activating the ancient communication talisman. What shall we do next? After relaying the message to the Hall Master, Xiao Changfeng turned his gaze back to Elder Gui Xiong and inquired. Although Elder Gui Xiong had proven to be no match against the Sword Master by Wang Feng's side, he remained a formidable figure at the Celestial Emperor level. Even with the loss of an arm, his prowess still surpassed that of an ordinary peak prince-level expert. Wait, Elder Gui Xiong exhaled softly, refraining from further conversation as he concentrated on suppressing the terrifying sword intent coursing through his body. The sword strike from Shimen Chuyue had not only severed an arm, but had also allowed a dreadful sword intent to invade his being, wreaking havoc within him. Should he fail to subdue it promptly, he feared he might lose his cultivation in the Celestial Emperor realm. With this thought, Elder Gui Xiong's animosity towards Wang Feng intensified. Shall we refrain from participating in the demon sealing conference, then? Xiao Changfeng asked, his voice tinged with concern. The demon sealing conference was a grand event for the Radiant Sun Empire. Missing it would make future participation exceedingly difficult, as the rules varied each time. If you wish to court death, then by all means, participate. Elder Gue Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Changfeng before responding in a stern tone. It was evident to Elder Gue Xiong that Wang Feng and his companions were certainly attending the conference. While he was unaware of the exact strength of the disciples from Wang Feng's sect, the mere presence of the sword master beside him spoke volumes about their capabilities. Moreover, Xiao Changfeng had already been gravely injured by Wang Feng with a single strike. Even a sneak attack was sufficient to demonstrate that Wang Feng's strength far surpassed that of Xiao Changfeng. If Xiao Changfeng were to partake in the demon sealing conference, Elder Gue Xiong could almost foresee that he would not emerge from it alive. After all, the threats within the conference were not limited to Wang Feng and his associates, but also included the dangers posed by the already corrupted demonic beasts. With his words concluded, Elder Gue Xiong had no desire to engage further with Xiao Changfeng and turned to leave, unwilling to remain under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Today, as the elder of the Four Directions Hall, he had utterly lost face as a celestial emperor. Upon hearing Elder Gue Xiong's words, Xiao Changfeng trembled, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he hurried to follow Elder Gue Xiong. Witnessing Elder Gue Xiong and the others depart, the cultivators present could only express their astonishment. Who would have imagined that the esteemed young master of the Four Directions Hall, a pinnacle sect within the Radiant Sun Empire, would one day find himself in such a predicament? As Wang Feng and his companions ascended to the 5th level of the Qinyan Pavilion alongside Elder Qin Sheng, Wang Feng found himself momentarily stunned. In the 5th tier, there lay a grand hall encircled by numerous private rooms. At this moment, the hall was filled with people, each leader exuding a formidable presence, followed closely by a retinue of strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Upon the arrival of Wang Feng and his companions, these individuals greeted them with warm smiles, paying their respects. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept upon Wang Feng's lips. As he ascended to this 5th tier alongside Elder Qin Sheng, he had inquired about it and learned that only the most formidable figures from the top sects could enter. Indeed, a judicious display of authority bore fruit. Otherwise, such a gracious reception would be unattainable. Greetings, esteemed friends. Wang Feng returned the courtesy with a friendly nod, maintaining a humble demeanor. Although he was destined to become adversaries with the Radiant Sun Empire, and these individuals might very well turn into his foes in the future, it was still prudent to remain amicable for the time being. Ladies and gentlemen, this esteemed friend is the master of the Immortal Sect, Lord Wang Feng. Elder Qin Sheng's aged face broke into a smile as he gestured toward Wang Feng. Remarkable. To assume leadership of a sect at such a young age is truly extraordinary. Indeed, his poise is exceptional, and among the younger generation, Master Wang's accomplishments are genuinely enviable. Pray tell, where is the Immortal Sect located? We would undoubtedly pay a visit when time permits. As Elder Qin Sheng's words resonated through the hall, the powerful figures from various sects beamed at Wang Feng, their demeanor so respectful that any onlooker would be astounded. It was indeed astonishing that such esteemed experts from the Radiant Sun Empire would extend such courtesy to a young man like Wang Feng. Our immortal sect resides in a valley on the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range. Should any of you wish to visit, our doors are always open. Wang Feng replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. While this group sought to uncover the secrets of his sect, he too desired to propagate the name of the immortal sect through them. Master Wang, to my knowledge, there is no sect as formidable as the immortal sect on the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range. Perhaps you are reluctant to disclose the true location of your esteemed sect for fear of disturbance? Queried one of the experts in the Xianhuang realm. Indeed, Master Wang. Although we have not ventured to the outskirts of the Starry Mountain Range in quite some time, we are well acquainted with the various powers that reside there. Chimed in several others. A sect capable of severing the limbs of Xianhuang realm experts with a mere sword must possess unparalleled strength. Surely such a sect could not remain undiscovered by these top sects. as the powerful figures from various sects voiced their inquiries. Both Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Qin Zhu turned their gazes toward Wang Feng, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. They too wished to uncover the secrets of Wang Feng, or rather, the secrets of the Immortal Sect. The Celestial Sect is shrouded in mystery and possesses unparalleled strength. Even a single individual, Shimin Chui Shui, is enough to instill profound apprehension in these esteemed sections. Should they remain oblivious to the intricacies of the Celestial Sect, they would likely find themselves restless and anxious. Upon hearing the doubts expressed by these formidable figures, Wang Feng smirked, swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and proclaimed with clarity, "Esteemed friends, I must candidly share that the Celestial Sect is an ancient and reclusive sect that has only recently awakened. We have come to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, bringing our disciples along to offer them a chance for experience and growth. I am the 5th-generation sect leader, known as the Master of the Heavens, whose cultivation reaches the heavens. In my battle against the heavens, I was defeated and cursed, compelling the Celestial Sect to conceal itself from the curse of the heavens. Though hidden, our sect has tirelessly sought to unravel this curse throughout generations. Fortunately, our 9th-generation leader, the great sage Qi Tian, emerged and ultimately deciphered the curse, allowing our sect to once again bask in the light of day. Regrettably, the great sage perished in the process, bequeathing the leadership to me. As we step into the world for the first time, I humbly ask for your guidance." Chapter 36. The thoughts of Li Tianxin as Wang Feng's words resonated within the grand hall on the 5th level. A palpable shock coursed through all present. The hall fell into a profound silence, with every individual, including Elder Qin Sheng, staring at Wang Feng in a daze. An ancient and reclusive sect. Such a sect had only existed in the pages of ancient texts for them. This was the first time they had encountered it in the flesh. If the Celestial Sect is indeed as Wang Feng has described, it will be truly formidable, and even the royal families of the 3 great empires would treat it with utmost respect. An ancient sect passed down through the ages possesses an unfathomable depth of heritage, the extent of which is beyond their imagination. Moreover, the 5th-generation leader, the Master of the Heavens, who could contend with the heavens and only fell slightly short, is a terrifying prospect indeed. Every practitioner understands that on the path of cultivation, the greatest adversary is oneself, followed closely by the heavens. Whether battling for survival or seeking gain, one must contend with the heavens, albeit their cultivation has yet to reach such heights. They cannot fathom the terror of someone who can truly combat the heavens. While these powerful beings were undoubtedly shaken, they did not fully believe Wang Feng's words, as they were far too astonishing. Though the Celestial Sect is indeed mysterious and formidable, it has yet to reach such extraordinary heights. However, without a doubt, Wang Feng had planted a seed of possibility in the minds of all present. The Celestial Sect may indeed be an ancient and reclusive sect, and even if its heritage does not match Wang Feng's grandiloquent claims, it remains undeniably significant. Observing the astonished expressions of the gathered powerful figures, Wang Feng smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, "Just wait and see how I bamboozle you all." In the previous life, during the era of information explosion, Wang Feng was well-versed in various myths. Crafting a legacy for the Immortal Sect would be an effortless task for him. However, he did not anticipate that his words would not only deceive the many formidable figures present, but also gull his own 3 disciples. At this moment, Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei were trembling with excitement, fully aware of the ancient and hidden legacy of the Immortal Sect, yet astonished by the terrifying heritage they had just learned of. They felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for joining the Immortal Sect, knowing that with such a powerful sect as their backing, there was little to fear in this world. Even Li He, a reincarnated being of the Xian Emperor realm, was deeply moved. As a former powerhouse of that realm, he understood the sheer terror of beings capable of contending with the heavens. Such entities were beyond the might he had wielded at his peak, capable of delivering a fatal blow with a mere hand. Moreover, during this time, having witnessed the mysteries of the Immortal Sect, Li He found himself subtly convinced by Wang Feng's words, for they provided an explanation as to why the sect consistently saw inexplicable, powerful entities awaken. I never imagined the immortal sect had such a remarkable origin. My Qinyan Pavilion has indeed been remiss. I hope Sect Master Wang will not take offense. Elder Qinshi looked towards Wang Feng, bowing with a gentle smile. Please, Elder, it is my sect that has been presumptuous. I hope you will not hold it against us. Wang Feng promptly returned the gesture, speaking earnestly. Following this, Wang Feng and Elder Qinshi exchanged knowing smiles, embodying the spirit of reconciliation. We have yet to witness the true essence of an ancient hidden sect in our lifetime. If we intrude in the future, may Sect Master Wang be forgiving. The other powerful figures from various sects also smiled and clasped their hands in greeting towards Wang Feng. Regardless of the truth behind his claims, the strength the immortal sect had exhibited was enough to warrant their camaraderie. Certainly, I welcome all of you to engage with my immortal sect. We have secluded ourselves for too long and find ourselves somewhat out of touch with the current times. Wang Feng's smile broadened as he spoke. Absolutely. Since that is the case, we shall not disturb Sect Master Wang's rest any further. If we encounter your disciples at the Demon Sealing Conference, we hope you can show them some leniency. The many esteemed figures voiced their sentiments, not out of fear of the immortal sect, but merely to foster goodwill. Without a doubt, Wang Feng nodded and smiled, then led Shimin Chue Shui and the others into their private chamber. Watching them depart, the remaining powerful figures exchanged glances before returning to their own chambers, clearly needing to strategize after the unexpected revelation regarding the immortal sect. Elder Qinshi, accompanied by Elder Zhu Qin, made their way back to the depths of Qinyan Pavilion. Elder, how credible do you believe Sect Master Wang's words to be? Elder Zhu Qin inquired as they walked. If the celestial sect is indeed as formidable as Wang Feng described, our Qinyan Pavilion may have to tread carefully. The truth shall soon be revealed. Upon hearing the words of the Bamboo Qin elder, a profound smile graced the wrinkled face of the Qin Sheng elder, who murmured softly, Are you suggesting? The Four Directions Hall is not to be trifled with. If they can withstand it, there is a 5-part credibility. If they cannot, mere jesters. The Qin Sheng elder shook his head and spoke gently. At these words, the Bamboo Qin elder shuddered, her beautiful eyes flickering with a glimmer of anticipation. She was eager to witness whether the celestial sect was truly as terrifying as Wang Feng claimed. What nonsense is this celestial sect, unheard of until now? And what of battling the heavens? Utterly ridiculous. If they were indeed that powerful, this world would have long been theirs. In the private chamber of the Heavenly Heart sect, a beautiful woman clad in a Taoist robe spoke with indignation, her face a mask of fury. Wang Feng's recent acclaim among various formidable sects irked her greatly. As a distinguished elder of the Heavenly Heart sect, a practitioner of the Xian Emperor realm, she had not received such reverence from the great sections. What merit did this young lad possess? Though the Taoist woman had indeed been startled by the sword of Shimin Chue Shui, what of it? He was merely one strong individual. How much weight could he carry? Humph, this impudent youth. I shall see how your so-called ancient hidden sect stands against the wrath of the Four Directions Hall. With a sudden thought, the Taoist woman let out a cold laugh. In stark contrast to the Taoist woman's fury and jealousy, Li Tianxin maintained her serene and elegant demeanor. Yet, inwardly, she too questioned, Master. Do you think what that Sect Master Wang said holds any truth? There is a significant possibility it is true. A solemn yet gentle voice resonated in Li Tianxin's mind, causing her entire being to tremble. Why? Have you uncovered something? Li Tianxin inquired hastily, for if it were true, perhaps the notion in her heart could be realized, allowing her to escape this merciless abyss. Having observed the Sect Master Wang at close range, even though a mysterious power shielded him, there was a fleeting moment that allowed her master to sense his cultivation level. What is the cultivation level of that Sect Master Wang? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes as she quickly asked. The peak of the Xian Emperor realm. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, Li Tianxin felt shaken yet increasingly perplexed. Are you wondering why the leader of such an ancient hidden sect with such a terrifying legacy, possesses only the peak of the Xian Emperor realm? Indeed, upon hearing her true master's words, Li Tianxi nodded. The peak of the Xian Emperor realm is indeed formidable, but it scarcely befits the identity of the leader of an ancient hidden sect. What if I told you he is merely in his early 20s? What? Li Tianxin's pupils constricted, a storm of emotions surging within her. Though Wang Feng was youthful and extraordinarily handsome, Li Tianxin had always assumed that as the leader of a prestigious hidden sect, he must have lived for countless years, possessing merely the art of preserving his youth. Indeed, although I only took a fleeting moment to observe without drawing attention, I employed secret techniques that allowed me not only to ascertain his cultivation level, but also to discern his bone age. It is precisely for this reason that I surmise the words of that esteemed sect leader are indeed true. To reach the pinnacle of the profound emperor realm in one's early 20s, such exceptional talent is unheard within the three great empires, is it not? Upon hearing the thoughts echoing in her mind, Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes momentarily glazed over. She held an unwavering trust in her true master. Yet the implications of her master's words were astonishingly extraordinary. Such prodigies are not only absent within the three empires, but are also likely non-existent in the vast world beyond. To achieve the pinnacle of the profound emperor realm at such a tender age, what an extraordinary concept. The future accomplishments of such a being would far exceed the imagination of ordinary individuals. Moreover, what else is there? Li Tianxin instinctively pondered, her mind reeling with astonishment. And yet a surge of excitement coursed through her. This meant the thoughts she harbored might indeed have a chance of realization. The 2 men and 1 woman accompanying the sect leader were at least formidable, profound Emperor Realm experts, and not just any ordinary ones. A single strike from them could easily eliminate an elder of the Tianxin sect. Although my master could not ascertain the exact cultivation levels of these 3, she could sense the unfathomable power within them, a strength that far surpassed that of typical profound Emperor Rel practitioners. Master, if I were to join this celestial sect, would I be able to escape the Tianxin sect and safeguard my family? Li Tianxin could no longer contain herself, her thoughts echoing in her mind. To send out 4 formidable, profound Emperor Realm experts so casually, each one extraordinary in their own right. Such a display is beyond what even the royal families of the 3 great empires could afford. My master hesitated to make a judgment, for the sect leader is no ordinary individual, but it is worth a try. Only within this celestial sect do you have a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this voice in her mind, Li Tianxin felt a surge of determination. Her eyes sparkled with resolute intent. Were it not for her family, she would have long ago severed ties with the heartless Tianxin sect, a sect that regarded her merely as a tool rather than a disciple. Chapter 37. The conference commences 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the plaza of Shunlin City, a multitude of figures stood densely packed, with all sects gathered to await the proceedings in a grand square. The only spacious area was occupied by the elevated platform erected in the center of the square. At this moment, the platform bore witness to numerous powerful figures from the Radiant Sun Empire, with Wang Feng and others prominently included. Initially, the Celestial Sect had no right to occupy a place on the platform. Yet after Wang Feng's impressive display of strength, they were temporarily granted a position. Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin were seated beside Wang Feng and the others. Although the Qin Yun Pavilion did not participate in the sealing of Demons Conference, due to its esteemed status, the Imperial Court would invite them to witness the event. Elder Qin Sheng, who will preside over this sealing of Demons Conference? Wang Feng inquired softly, casting a glance over the throng in the square. This time, it is said to be presided over by the esteemed General Chun Lai of the Empire. Elder Qin Sheng's eyes flickered as he spoke. Who is this person? General Chun Lai is renowned as the god of war of the Empire, having attained the pinnacle of the profound Emperor realm. He commands the entire Imperial Army and is regarded as the backbone of the Radiant Sun Empire, second only to the Radiant Sun Emperor himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Radiant Sun Emperor would place such significance on the Demon Sealing Conference. Dispatching a master of the profound Emperor realm merely to preside over it. At this thought, Wang Feng could not help but cast a glance at the nearby Xiansha demon, who wore a cold smile, clearly fearful of his potential breakthrough. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed across the skies above Divine City, causing all to tremble. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal object appearing in the sky, obscuring the sun and dimming the entire Divine City. It was a gigantic flying vessel, akin to Wang Feng's own, a dragon-head ship. Yet while Wang Feng's was merely ornate in appearance, this one was a true flying vessel. The entire ship manifested in the form of a dragon, soaring through the heavens, its hull adorned with scales reminiscent of a genuine divine dragon. As the vessel descended, an overwhelming pressure swept over the square, leaving all present awestruck. In this moment of collective attention, several figures flickered from a ship, standing poised above the square. Leading them was a robust man clad in dark red armor, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter, evoking visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood with a mere glance. Beside him stood a handsome young man dressed in a jade dragon robe, exuding an air of noble authority. Behind them was a cadre of armor guards, each radiating a potent aura of violence. Having encountered the Crown Prince and General Chenlai, the prominent figures on the high platform rose, clasping their hands in respect as they spoke aloud. At this moment, these once haughty leaders appeared exceptionally humble, while only Elder Qin Sheng of Qinyan Pavilion, along with Wang Feng and a few others, maintained their composure. There is no need for such formalities. A gentle voice resonated throughout the square. It was the handsome young man in the jade dragon robe, the Crown Prince Yu Fei of the Radiant Sun Empire. Subsequently, with the warm reception of the esteemed figures, Yu Fei and General Chenlai ascended to the highest throne on the platform, sitting side by side. Observing the imposing presence of Yu Fei, Wang Feng's eyes flickered. He had not expected that this imperial prince had reached the late stage of the Marquis realm. In the span of 3 days, Wang Feng had come to witness the remarkable talents of the prominent sects within the Radiant Sun Empire. The most formidable among them were predominantly at the initial stage of the Marquis realm, with only a few having reached the mid-stage. The existence of these sects under the shadow of the Radiant Sun Empire was not without justification. The disparity among the younger generation was evident. The rules of this demon sealing conference were straightforward. Without any restrictions, the victor would be the one who slays the most demons within 3 days. Once seated, Chenlai, beside Yu Fei, wasted no time in scanning the crowd before proclaiming in a voice that resonated like thunder across the divine square. Hiss! With such a rule, this demon sealing conference is likely to turn into a river of blood. Indeed, in the pursuit of the top position on the demon sealing list, these young disciples would undoubtedly fight fiercely, leading to a life-or-death scenario upon confrontation. Some might even resort to deliberately hunting the young prodigies. Upon hearing Chenlai's declaration, the multitude of cultivators in the square erupted in astonishment, and even the powerful figures on the high platform frowned. While the simplicity of the rules was evident, it was precisely this simplicity that rendered them all the more brutal. All disciples participating in the Demon Sealing Conference, please proceed to the high platform to collect your demon sealing orders. Chenlai, undeterred by the uproar, continued with his announcement. As his words echoed, several armored guards emerged from behind him, each carrying a box filled with dark tokens, which they brought to the high platform, with the demon sealing order in hand. Each time you slay a demon, the order will automatically absorb the essence of the demon, converting it into points. Higher points are awarded for demons of greater cultivation, and conversely, lower points for lesser foes. Furthermore, the demon sealing orders can be seized. This time, only points matter. The one with the highest score shall claim the title of the Demon Sealing List Champion and the victor of the conference. Chenlai surveyed the strong individuals in the square once more before reiterating his proclamation. Following his announcement, the top prodigies each radiated a glimmer of combat spirit, while those of lesser cultivation displayed expressions of trepidation. The Demon Sealing Conference imposed no restrictions against killing, only against theft. The countenance of the powerful sect leaders darkened as they exchanged glances, recalling the rumors that had circulated within their sections. It seemed that His Majesty might indeed take action against them, Otherwise, why would such a ruthless demon sealing conference be convened? It was worth noting that previous conferences had regulations forbidding harm to life, especially since this was a gathering for the young prodigies. For every sect, the top talents represented the future pillars of their sect. Losing even one could cripple the entire organization. Despite confidence in their sect's talents, they could not guarantee their survival in this brutal arena. Of course, those who lack confidence in their abilities may choose not to participate. Chun Lai proclaimed once more. However, as General Chun Lai's words resonated through the air, the once apprehensive prodigies steadied their expressions and fortified their resolve to participate. As the younger generation, how could they lack the spirit of striving? The Demon Sealing Conference, despite its perils, presented a remarkable opportunity. Those determined to join ascended the high platform to receive the Demon Sealing Order. At the sound of General Chun Lai's announcement, countless prodigies surged towards the platform to claim their orders, while Wang Feng instructed Mu Yunfei and others to obtain theirs as well. This time, Wang Feng intended to participate in the conference, for his age was appropriate, and amid such brutal regulations, despite the extraordinary talents of his sect's disciples, he felt a twinge of unease. Moreover, he sought to seize this chance to recruit a few exceptional talents. As for Shimin Chui Shui and the others, they had already surpassed the age limit for the Demon Sealing Conference and could only remain outside. After a while, all the prodigies who confirmed their participation collected their Demon Sealing orders, standing silently in the square, awaiting the commencement of the conference. Observing this, General Chun Lai turned to the Imperial Prince, Yu Fei. Although he was the overseer of the conference, he had to show deference to the prince's esteemed status. Noticing General Chun Lai's gaze, Yu Fei inclined his head slightly. I hereby announce the commencement of the Demon Sealing Conference. Everyone, under the guidance of the Imperial soldiers, proceed to the sacred site of the Demon Sealing in the ancient land of the fallen gods. At Yu Fei's signal, General Chun Lai's eyes gleamed as he bellowed, his resonant voice reverberating throughout the square. Simultaneously, several Imperial soldiers sprang into action, prompting the many prodigies eager to partake in the conference to hasten their steps in pursuit. In an instant, the once crowded square became desolate. Seeing this, Wang Feng wasted no time. He instructed Shimin Chui Shui and the others to remain in Shunlin City, while he took Mu Yunfei and the others to the ancient land of the fallen gods. Shortly after Wang Feng's departure, the Imperial Prince made his way to the ancient land of the fallen gods, accompanied by numerous disciples from prestigious sects, with Li Tianxin prominently among them. Elder, what is Sect Master Wang planning? Elder Zhu Qin inquired. A look of confusion etched across her face as she observed Wang Feng and his companions leaving. In her eyes, despite Wang Feng's youth, his position as a sect master suggested he was no ordinary individual. Under such circumstances, what purpose could there be in following them? Although the Empire did not conduct specific age tests, entering without sufficient strength would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Conversely, should one possess adequate strength yet exceed the age limit, failing to secure a ranking could raise suspicions. If a ranking was achieved, scrutiny would surely follow, leading to a thorough investigation by the Empire. If the investigation confirmed any discrepancies, the outcome would be dire, thus rendering it exceedingly rare for anyone ineligible to dare participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. Perhaps he intends to escort his sect's disciples to the ancient land of the fallen gods, Elder Qinshi speculated, a look of uncertainty on her face as she shook her head. Elder Qinshi's thoughts, akin to those of Elder Qinzhong, regarded Wang Feng as a peculiar being skilled in the art of maintaining youth. After all, at this moment, none of the younger generation from the great sects possessed the qualifications to assume the role of a sect leader. Chapter 38. Tianxin's desire to join the immortal sect. The entire Xinzhui ancient land resembled an immense celestial pit, akin to a colossal crater formed by some cataclysmic impact. At this moment, Wang Feng and his companions stood beside this abyss, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the vast chasm. Wang Feng squinted slightly. Merely being near the Xinzhui ancient land allowed him to sense an ancient and profound aura enveloping him. Surrounding the celestial pit was a suffocating energy that permeated the air. Any ordinary cultivator arriving here would feel as though a massive stone were pressing upon their hearts, inducing an overwhelming discomfort, while Wang Feng pondered in silence. The talented individuals participating in the Demon Sealing Conference had already begun to enter the Xinjue ancient land, making their way toward the sealing grounds. In no time, even those remarkable talents had stepped inside, for the entirety of the Demon Sealing Conference would span 3 days, and every moment counted. They naturally wished to make the most of their time. By the celestial pit, the only ones still standing were Wang Feng and his companions, along with Prince Yufei of the Radiant Sun Empire and several prominent talents from the great sects who had been instructed by their respective sects to align with the prince. "Your Highness, shall we also enter?" inquired one of the great sect's talents, directing his gaze toward Yufei. Although the top position in this Demon Sealing Conference was destined for Prince Yufei, they still aspired to compete with other exceptional talents from the great sections. If they could not surpass the Imperial Prince, they would certainly strive to outshine the elite from other sections. "Tianxin, you shall accompany me, my prince." Upon hearing the words of the talented individual, Prince Yufei nodded and turned to the ethereal figure beside him, his eyes shimmering with warmth as he gently spoke. "There is no need." In response to the prince's kind words, Li Tianxin replied with indifference. For most women, being treated with such gentleness by the imperial prince would be akin to a stroke of fortune. However, for Li Tianxin, it was nothing but profound disdain. She understood all too well the madness concealed beneath the seemingly refined exterior of this prince. While he presented himself as a paragon of virtue, he was, in truth, a demon lurking in the shadows. Had she not witnessed that shocking scene with her own eyes, she would never have believed that this prince, who had always treated her with such kindness, was capable of such madness. From that moment onward, Li Tianxin recognized that the prince's apparent affection for her was merely a reflection of his desire to satiate his twisted cravings for her beauty. "Li Tianxin, how dare you refuse the prince's invitation?" As Li Tianxin's indifferent words fell upon their ears, one of the great sex talents, standing beside Prince Yufei, glared with intensity and admonished her. Other prominent figures from the major sects were poised to voice their dissent, yet were halted by Prince Yufei. Despite the gravity of the situation, his demeanor remained unperturbed, adorned with a gentle smile as he softly advised, "This magic sealing conference has stringent rules. Tianxin should refrain from being willful and stay by this prince's side for safety." "That will not be necessary. I already have companions," replied Li Tianxin indifferently. Thereafter dismissing Prince Yufei and his entourage, slowly making her way towards Wang Feng and his group. "Stop!" Li Tianxin's demeanor incited great ire among the other sect disciples, who were ready to shout in protest, only to be restrained by Yufei. Following Li Tianxin's path, Yufei's gaze narrowed as he spotted Wang Feng and his companions, an inexplicable chill emanating from him. Without uttering a word, he turned and entered the ancient land of Divine Fall. Witnessing Yufei's actions, several illustrious disciples from the major sects did not dare to linger, hastily following suit. However, they cast one last glance towards Wang Feng's direction, their expressions akin to that of gazing upon the deceased. "Master, shall we also enter the ancient land of Divine Fall? The magic sealing conference lasts only 3 days. If we delay, the magical beasts may be exterminated by those prodigies," exclaimed Mu Yunfei anxiously, noticing Wang Feng still standing silently. Little did they know the vast number of magical beasts dwelling within the confines of the magic sealing domain. This time, the prodigies participating in the conference numbered in the hundreds, if not 1,000, each possessing formidable strength. How many magical beasts would be required to sate their thirst for battle? An anxious expression also flickered across Ling Feiwu's delicate features, while only Li He remained unruffled. For him, this so-called magic sealing conference was merely a trivial affair. What is there to fret about? If the magical beasts are eradicated, we can seize the spoils from those prodigies instead. Why expend effort slaying magical beasts? Wang Feng chided, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Yunfei. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu's eyes brightened. "Indeed, we can claim the treasures from those prodigies. Master is truly wise. It is no wonder he remained so composed." At that moment, a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, floated through the air, prompting Mu Yunfei and the others to turn towards the source. Upon catching sight of the graceful figure, Mu Yunfei felt a jolt of astonishment. Although he had encountered the aloof beauty Yao Yu and the maturely enchanting Yin Ho within the immortal sect, he had never before seen a woman as serene and elegant as Li Tianxin. Moreover, in terms of beauty, Li Tianxin was not inferior to Yin Ho. Only Yao Yu could surpass her. While Ling Fei Wu might be considered an exquisite beauty elsewhere, she paled in comparison to the likes of Yin Ho and Li Tianxin. "What brings you to our sect, Miss Li?" Wang Feng inquired, unperturbed by Li Tianxin's appearance. He had sensed her approach long before she reached them, and it was his curiosity regarding her intentions that had delayed his journey to the magic sealing domain. Regarding the beauty and elegance of Li Tianxin, Wang Feng remained rather indifferent. Having grown accustomed to the enchanting allure of both Yao Yue and Yin Ho, he had developed a certain immunity to feminine charms. Li Tianxin expressed her desire to accompany Sect Master Wang and her fellow Taoists into the demon sealing land, inquiring if such a possibility existed. Her captivating gaze fixed upon Wang Feng as she spoke softly. Upon learning of Wang Feng's true age and cultivation level, Li Tianxin surmised that it was highly probable he would enter the demon sealing land as well. Her suspicions were confirmed when she beheld him in the ancient site of Xinjue. Consequently, she recognized that remaining alongside Wang Feng during the demon sealing conference would ensure her safety, for he stood at the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, capable of withstanding even the formidable demon who once wreaked havoc upon the Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago. Moreover, only by staying close to Wang Feng could she aspire to realize her own ambitions. However, Li Tianxin did not anticipate that her eagerness would raise Wang Feng's suspicions. "How do you know our sect intends to venture into the demon sealing land?" Wang Feng inquired, his brow furrowing as he cast a piercing glance at Li Tianxin. He had only disclosed his plans to the members of his sect, leaving outsiders entirely in the dark, and yet this woman seemed to possess knowledge of it. The authoritative tone that resonated in her ears caused Li Tianxin to tremble, a hint of panic flickering in her beautiful eyes. Seeing Sect Master Wang present, she thought to take a chance, hoping for the fortune to journey alongside him. Suppressing her rising anxiety, Li Tianxin spoke up. However, her visible distress did not escape Wang Feng's keen perception. A cold smile crept across his face as he declared, "Miss Li, do you presume my sect to be so easily deceived? If you do not disclose your true intentions, do not blame me for being ruthless." Even though Li Tianxin's beauty was breathtaking, if she harbored ulterior motives against him or his disciples, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. Wang Feng was astute enough to recognize that it was not merely his commanding presence that could entice a woman of her caliber to seek his affection. Thus far, he had only engaged in a conflict with Xiao Changfeng, the vice master of the Four Directions Hall. To think that such an encounter would lead a beauty like Li Tianxin to desire his company was utterly preposterous. Wang Feng discerned that Li Tianxin had already attained the early pinnacle of the Wang Ho realm, indicating that her exceptional appearance was matched by her outstanding talent, placing her among the elite within the Radiant Sun Empire. A person of her caliber wishing to follow him, without ulterior motives, was something Wang Feng found utterly implausible. As Wang Feng's gaze intensified, Li Tianxin felt a shiver run through her entire being. She had not anticipated that her eagerness would expose such a significant flaw. "Foolish child," a gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Since he has discovered your intentions, it is best to speak plainly. If it succeeds, well and good. If not, so be it." Gradually calming her turmoil, Li Tianxin resolved, "To be honest, I wish to join the Divine Immortal Sect, and I hope Sect Master Wang will consider accepting me." Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, both Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that such an exquisite beauty as Li Tianxin would wish to join their esteemed immortal sect. Conversely, Wang Feng did not find clarity in this revelation. Instead, he grew increasingly skeptical. His gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a grave tone. "Miss Li, why would you forsake the illustrious Tianxin sect to join our immortal sect? Do you truly believe we would accept such a claim?" Although Wang Feng had boasted before numerous prestigious sects that the immortal sect was a hidden powerhouse, Those were merely superficial words. How could the great sects possibly believe him? Wang Feng was acutely aware that they would not be swayed by his assertions. He merely intended to plant a seed of curiosity among them. Was it not somewhat absurd that Li Tianxin, inspired by his grandiose declarations, sought to align herself with his immortal sect? Despite his eagerness to recruit disciples, Wang Feng would never accept those whose intentions were impure, regardless of their exceptional talents. The Tianxin sect? It was nothing but a ruthless den of demons. While Tianxin appeared glamorous, she had reached a point of being unable to act freely, were it otherwise. She would not be the sort to casually betray her own sect. Upon hearing Wang Feng's remarks, Li Tianxin offered a bitter smile and responded. Chapter 39. Li Tianxin's Hidden Card. Observing the pitiable and desolate expression on Li Tianxin's face, which seemed genuine, Wang Feng felt a stir of concern and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu also turned their gazes toward Li Tianxin, and upon witnessing her sorrowful smile, they could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Once, Tianxin had believed that the Tianxin sect would be her sanctuary. However, she discovered that this sect, which appeared to be among the elite of the Radiant Empire, was, in truth, akin to a shameless cabal. Over the years, as her talents had continued to emerge, the Tianxin sect had increasingly regarded her with favor. But their interest was merely a ploy to exploit her beauty and abilities to gain favor with the crown Prince Yufei of the Radiant Empire. As Wang Feng listened to her words, he perceived a flicker of desolation in her eyes, and she began to explain slowly. Were it not for a glimmer of hope she harbored for Wang Feng and the Immortal Sect, she would not have dared to disclose her predicament in front of outsiders. As a premier sect in the Radiant Empire, why would the Tianxin sect need to lower itself to curry favor with a mere prince? In response, Wang Feng expressed his confusion. The status of the crown prince of the Radiant Empire, while esteemed, was merely that of a prince. The Tianxin sect, being a formidable power in the empire, possessed extraordinary strength and depth. Why would it need to stoop to pursue a prince? As long as he did not ascend to the throne, the prince would forever remain just that, a prince, and could be supplanted at any moment by a more powerful royal. The empires in the realm of cultivation do not operate like those in the mortal world, where the replacement of a prince involves extensive deliberation for fear of causing upheaval. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. It is the only true foundation. Yet, the premier sects within the empire have remained steadfast, and while there appears to be a disparity in status, in reality, every prominent sect within the empire holds an extraordinary position. For some time, there have been rumors that the Sun Emperor intends to take action against the top sects within the empire, aiming to transform it into an unassailable fortress. Consequently, many leading sects have been discreetly seeking to align themselves with promising royal offspring. Among them, the Heavenly Heart sect has set its sights on the imperial prince, Yufei. Particularly after the recent Demon Sealing Conference, it is anticipated that various sects may openly pledge their allegiance to their chosen prince. Such a move would not only preserve their foundational interests, but also curry favor with the Sun Emperor, potentially dissuading him from his intentions. Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, Wang Feng suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Should the empire indeed take action, the sects would be incapable of withstanding such a force. However, Wang Feng leans toward the belief that the rumors may have originated from the Sun Emperor himself. The Emperor, it seems, harbors no genuine desire to confront these elite sects, but rather employs this rumor as a means to draw them closer to the empire. Indeed, if the empire were to act, it could obliterate these top sects, yet such a course of action would come at a significant cost. Though the empire is formidable, the collective strength of the sects should not be underestimated. If Wang Feng's suspicions hold true, the strategies employed by the Sun Emperor are rather ingenious. With merely a whisper of rumor, he manages to eliminate those parasitic sects while simultaneously bolstering the empire's power, a true double victory. Should these sects choose to align with the princes, it would signify their acceptance as advisors or supporters of those royal figures. Should they fail to act in the empire's or the prince's interests, the empire would possess a legitimate pretext to deal with them, paving the way for their inevitable downfall without challenge. Though the Heavenly Heart sect may appear to exploit you, The status of the imperial prince is undoubtedly deserving of your consideration. Setting aside these fanciful thoughts, Wang Feng turned to Li Tianxin and inquired. The identity of the imperial prince is, without question, the pinnacle of status among the younger generation within the Sun Empire. Furthermore, should this prince ascend to the throne, the prince consort would become the queen of the nation, a rare opportunity that many women would struggle to attain. Indeed, Tianxin once harbored dreams of such a union, recognizing the esteemed status of the imperial prince, even if it meant being utilized by the sect. Yet, she was unprepared for the revelation that this seemingly refined prince was, in truth, a beast in disguise. On one occasion, when Tianxin visited the prince's residence in search of him, she witnessed firsthand the prince, once dignified, transform into a visage of cruelty as he mercilessly tortured a beautiful maid to death. With her teeth clenched and her eyes aflame with rage, Tianxin spoke coldly, her delicate visage even betraying a hint of murderous intent, though she had no acquaintance with the maid. Witnessing such brutality inflicted upon a fellow woman was a harrowing experience that plunged her into despair. It was at that moment that Tianxin utterly renounced any thoughts of uniting with the imperial prince. Then why did you not simply defect from the Heavenly Heart sect at that time? Wang Feng asked, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Previously, Wang Feng regarded the imperial prince Yu Fei as a refined and cultured individual, truly deserving of his noble title. Little did he expect that beneath that exterior lay a beast in human guise. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Wang Feng couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life. If you do not love, please do not harm. This imperial prince was not merely causing harm. He was directly responsible for death, and in a manner that involved excruciating torment. Even someone like Wang Feng felt a surge of murderous intent towards the imperial prince. When the time came for him to confront the radiant Sun Empire, he would offer this beastly prince as a sacrifice to his blade. My family resides within the territory of the Heavenly Heart sect. Furthermore, this imperial prince has taken an interest in me. Should I betray the Heavenly Heart sect, I might escape, yet my family would undoubtedly face total annihilation at the hands of those merciless individuals. Though Tian Xin was reluctant to associate with such a beast, she was even less inclined to see her family perish because of her actions. A pallor crossed Li Tian Xin's exquisite face as she spoke with a hint of melancholy, expressing that if given the choice, she would have preferred never to have joined the Heavenly Heart sect, wishing instead to lead a life of ordinary simplicity. Then why do you wish to join my celestial sect? Are you seeking to leverage my sect to shield yourself from this fate? Wang Feng's eyes narrowed as he regarded Li Tian Xin, his voice deepening. At this moment, how could Wang Feng not react to the unexpected? He wondered why an extraordinary beauty would seek to join his celestial sect, although he knew that his sect was destined to become a dominant force in the world. Others were unaware of this fact. At present, Wang Feng was aware of his sect's capabilities. While it was indeed powerful, its reputation was still not sufficiently established. Indeed, within the entire empire, no significant sect dares to oppose the imperial forces. Only you and the celestial sect have offered Tian Xin a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Tian Xin dared not conceal her intentions and spoke candidly. In such circumstances, any attempted deceit would only lead to Wang Feng's disdain. Only through honesty could there be a chance for understanding. Hope, are you certain that my celestial sect would engage in conflict with the empire on your behalf? Are you convinced that my sect possesses the strength to challenge the empire? Wang Feng inquired, a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze as he turned to Li Tian Xin. Though Tian Xin was unsure, she resolved to seize any semblance of hope with all her might. She refused to bow to destiny, nor to yield to those demons. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Tian Xin's face grew earnest as she fixed her gaze upon him and declared resolutely. Acknowledging Li Tian Xin's determination, Wang Feng nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Despite her intention to utilize his celestial sect, he could not help but appreciate her unwillingness to submit to fate, even when aware that her defiance could lead to her own destruction. This tenacity was commendable. Most importantly, Wang Feng could discern that Li Tian Xin was genuine in her intentions, devoid of any deceit. Otherwise, his feelings would have been quite different. What qualification do you possess that would compel my sect to accept you? Or rather, what value do you offer that would persuade us to risk enmity with the Radiant Sun Empire for your sake? Although the thought of accepting Li Tianxian had already crossed his mind, Wang Feng chose to remain patient, directing his inquiry towards her. In the Celestial Sect, they only recognize me as a prodigy of unparalleled talent, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that I am, in truth, a master alchemist. My genuine gift lies in the art of alchemy, rather than in the cultivation of spiritual power. The prowess I have attained thus far is solely attributed to the elixirs I have meticulously crafted. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Qianxin clenched her teeth, gazing intently at him, and spoke in a solemn tone. It could be said that aside from the lingering remnant of her soul, she had laid bare all her trump cards before Wang Feng. She had exerted every effort to conceal her alchemical talent, with the hope of one day finding a sect that could genuinely protect her, and the emergence of the Immortal Sect had ignited a flicker of hope within her. Undoubtedly, had her true master not uncovered certain information regarding Wang Feng and the Immortal Sect, she would not have recklessly approached him. Oh! Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, a flash of surprise crossed Wang Feng's face as he scrutinized her from head to toe. He had not anticipated that she had been hiding her true gift, and that her actual talent was in alchemy. As Wang Feng spent more time in this realm, his understanding of it deepened. He was acutely aware of the significance of being an alchemist in this world. It was said that in the distant past, for reasons unknown, the lineage of alchemists and formation masters was severed, leaving only a scant few remnants of these esoteric paths. Among these, alchemists held the highest esteem, with each one possessing an extraordinarily noble status. Within the boundaries of the Radiant Sun Empire, there were no more than a handful of alchemists, each a guest of honor in the court of the Radiant Sun Emperor. Only the nobility and formidable sects of the empire had the privilege to procure elixirs from these esteemed alchemists. As for the Longlin Marquis, at this very moment, the elixirs he purchased lay within Wang Feng's system space, unexpectedly benefiting him. Chapter 40. You, Li Qianxin, shall be protected by our sect. Contemplating this, Wang Feng glanced at Li Qianxin and inquired, "To what rank have you attained as an alchemist?" If she were merely a low-level alchemist, he would not regard her with much significance. What kind of existence was the Immortal Sect? With the aid of the system, even without an alchemist, he could still elevate the cultivation levels of his sect's disciples at an astonishing rate. For other sects, an alchemist might be an invaluable asset, but for the Immortal Sect, they were merely optional. Although the legacy of alchemists is now exceedingly rare, they still possess ranks, which range from apprentice alchemists, master alchemists, alchemical grandmasters, to alchemical venerables, each further divided into 9 tiers. In truth, apprentice alchemists are quite numerous within the Radiant Sun Empire, yet they cannot be deemed true alchemists. They are at best assistants to the alchemists. Only master alchemists can be considered genuine alchemists. Within the Radiant Sun Empire, there exist 8 master alchemists, each enjoying an extraordinarily elevated status. An 8-tier master alchemist. Upon hearing Wang Feng's inquiry, Li Tianxin did not hesitate and replied directly. Her exquisite visage now adorned with a hint of pride, for she possessed unwavering confidence in her alchemical talents. As her words fell, both Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei were taken aback, their bodies trembling as disbelief washed over their faces, staring at Li Tianxin in astonishment. Despite hailing from different empires, both Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei were well acquainted with the esteemed status of alchemists. Among the 3 great empires, each boasted 8 or 9 master alchemists, totaling over 20. Yet, among these, those who attained the 8th rank or above could be counted on one hand. The fact that Li Tianxin, at the tender age of 20, could reach the rank of an 8th-grade master alchemist was nothing short of terrifying. What extraordinary potential must her alchemical aptitude possess? Yet, this remarkable individual, who had achieved such heights at a young age, was now seeking to join their immortal sect. In that moment, a profound sense of honor surged within Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei. Which sect within the 3 empires could claim an 8th-grade master alchemist yearning to join their ranks? It was a rarity Indeed, and only their immortal sect could lay claim to such an exceptional occurrence. Wang Feng also nodded in silent acknowledgement. In an era where the lineage of alchemists was scarce, Li Tianxin's accomplishment of becoming an 8th grade master alchemist at the age of 20 was undeniably extraordinary. However, while Wang Feng recognized her talent, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. This expression left Li Tianxin feeling inexplicably anxious. She had anticipated that revealing her status as an 8th grade master alchemist would evoke shock or even joy from Wang Feng, yet he remained as tranquil as a still lake, as if her esteemed rank was of no significance. It was worth noting that, should she disclose her identity now, she would be treated as an honored guest in any sect she approached. Even the most prestigious sects would welcome her with open arms. The 3 great empires would surely extend olive branches to her. For not a single master alchemist within their realms had achieved such a rank at the tender age of 20. Most were aged and lacked the potential that Li Tianxin possessed. Why, then, did she not reveal her identity outright? Wang Feng's eyes flickered as he inquired in a low voice. While Li Tianxin's status as an 8th grade master alchemist might not hold great significance for him or the immortal sect, the 3 great empires would undoubtedly covet her. Should she choose to join, the other 2 empires would surely roll out the red carpet, accommodating her every request, as long as it wasn't too excessive. An individual who could attain the rank of 8th grade master alchemist at such a young age was an enigma to predict. Yet one thing was certain. Possessing Li Tianxin would yield immense benefits for any faction she aligned with. I refused to become a mere instrument of the empire. Even if I were to pledge my allegiance to the 2 great empires, the Radiant Sun Empire would undoubtedly never allow me to step beyond its borders. As the master of a sect, you should be well aware of the intentions of those in power. If they cannot possess you, they will annihilate you. Li Tianxin's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Wang Feng as she spoke with conviction. How can you be certain that our sect will not treat you as a tool? Wang Feng inquired, a glimmer of intrigue dancing across his features as he playfully responded to Li Tianxin's words. If Tianxin were to claim intuition, would Sect Master believe her? Let us depart. Wang Feng gestured dismissively, his tone decisive. Sect Master. Upon hearing his words, Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with urgency. They had not anticipated that such an extraordinary alchemical talent as Li Tianxin would not be welcomed into the immortal sect. Both Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei felt a deep sympathy for her plight, hoping that the sect master would extend his assistance to her. Yet they were left astonished. Forgive the intrusion. I must take my leave, Li Tianxin implored, her spirit somewhat shattered. She bowed deeply to Wang Feng and the others, her voice tinged with sorrow. With that, she turned and walked away slowly, her silhouette elongated under the sun's rays. Where do you intend to go? I have stated that we are heading to the Demon Sealing Grounds to attend the Demon Sealing Conference. Your request has been granted. From this day forth, you Li Tianxin shall be a disciple of our immortal sect. I vow to protect you and your family. Anyone who dares to harm you shall face death, even the Radiant Sun Empire. Just as Li Tianxin had taken a few steps, a commanding voice resonated from behind her, causing her to freeze momentarily, her body trembling with overwhelming joy. Thank you. Sect Master, I, disciple Li Tianxin, shall dedicate myself entirely to the immortal sect from this day forth. She swiftly turned, bowing deeply to Wang Feng with utmost sincerity, her exquisite face radiating a serious demeanor. Li Tianxin harbored no doubts regarding Wang Feng's words. Whether it was his formidable strength, the mystique of the immortal sect, or the lingering spirit within her that had judged the sect, she understood that the immortal sect was far more complex than it appeared. Enough. Let us proceed to the Demon Sealing Conference. Wang Feng waved his hand, turning toward the ancient land of descent. Li glanced at Li Tianxin, but chose to remain silent, following Wang Feng closely. Welcome to the sect, junior sister. Do not mind it. The sect master treats us quite well. Ling Feiwu quickly approached Li Tianxin, offering a warm smile. Welcome, junior sister. Mu Yunfei echoed, his expression equally cheerful. Both were astonished at the unexpected turn of events, genuinely delighted at Li Tianxin's inclusion. "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Tianxin is grateful." Li Tianxin responded with a slight bow, her smile reflecting her joy. At that moment, she felt a rare happiness that had eluded her for days. "You need not worry that the sovereign will forsake you for the Radiant Sun Empire. Even without you, our immortal sect is destined to be the adversary of the Radiant Sun Empire. Rather, the Radiant Sun Empire is fated to be our enemy," Ling Feiwu remarked softly, gazing at Li Tianxin. As a woman herself, Ling Feiwu felt a deeper sympathy for Li Tianxin's plight, and her own experiences were equally harrowing. Her entire clan had perished, a fate even more tragic than that of Li Tianxin. Thus she comprehended her feelings profoundly. "Why?" Both Li Tianxin and Mu Yunfei looked at Ling Feiwu in astonishment upon hearing her words. "Before you joined the immortal sect, our sovereign had just vanquished the lord of the Radiant Sun Empire, the Changlin Marquis, and annihilated the entire Changlin army," Ling Feiwu said mysteriously. "What?" Mu Yunfei and Li Tianxin trembled at once, their faces reflecting shock. Even Mu Yunfei, who resided in the Divine Wind Empire, had heard of the infamous Changlin army, while for Li Tianxin, the name resonated like thunder. Perhaps the Changlin army was not the most elite legion within the Radiant Sun Empire, but it undoubtedly served as the sharpest blade wielded by the emperor. Numerous sects, large and small, that had offended the empire were eradicated by the Changlin army. Thus, while the Changlin Marquis and his army may not have ranked among the empire's pinnacle forces, they were held in high esteem by the emperor. Neither of them had anticipated that the Changlin Marquis and his army had already been annihilated by Wang Feng, with no news of this calamity having spread. Had the news of the annihilation of the Changlin Marquis and his army emerged earlier, the entire Demon Sealing Conference would have likely been suspended, and the emperor would have surely unleashed his wrath, sending an army to besiege the immortal sect. Li Tianxin had never imagined that she had inadvertently aligned herself with a sect already fated to become an enemy of the Radiant Sun Empire. "Fear not. Our immortal sect is formidable, with countless powerful beings within, though they currently remain in slumber. Once they awaken, they shall surely stir the world. The mere Radiant Sun Empire is insignificant," Ling Feiwu declared with narrowed eyes, her confidence unwavering. "How do you know our sect's powerful beings are in slumber? Did the sovereign tell you?" Mu Yunfei quickly inquired, while Li Tianxin's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Ling Feiwu. Even the remnant soul within her stirred with interest. "Of course, it is merely my conjecture, but it is likely accurate. When I joined the immortal sect, the elders Yin and you had not yet awakened. They only recently revived," Ling Feiwu replied with a playful blink. "Come on, let us hurry." Before Mu Yunfei could press further, Wang Feng's voice rang out, prompting Ling Feiwu to stick out her pink tongue playfully, wave at Mu Yunfei and Li Tianxin, and scamper after Wang Feng. Seeing Ling Feiwu's adorable demeanor, Mu Yunfei shook his head in amusement, suppressing his curiosity and astonishment as he followed suit. Li Tianxin, too, felt a sense of urgency. Her curiosity about the immortal sect was growing, and her confidence in overcoming her predicament was steadily rising. Chapter 41. The cloud-devouring demon ape. Upon stepping into the ancient land of divine fall, Wang Feng immediately felt a profound heaviness enveloping him. As a gravitational force several times more potent than that of the outside world suddenly bore down upon him. Even as a peak expert at the Xianwang realm, he found himself momentarily unaccustomed to such immense pressure. Similarly, Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei, along with others behind him, shared in this discomfort. Even Li Tianxin, once a top disciple of the Tianxin sect, felt the strain for the first time in this ancient land. The only individual remaining unfazed was Li He. As a reincarnated pinnacle expert of the Xian Emperor realm, he had witnessed countless scenarios. This mere increase in gravity was hardly daunting to him. In fact, he had encountered pressures hundreds of times greater. Yet, Li He was not entirely at ease. A grave expression crossed his face. As a reincarnated being of the Xian Emperor realm, he was uniquely attuned to the extraordinary nature of the ancient land of divine fall. The moment he entered, he sensed a subtle yet palpable aura of oppression pervading the entire area. This pressure was not overtly strong. It posed no threat even to those at the spirit communication realm. However, the ancient and noble will it contained stirred a deep resonance within Li He, the reincarnated Xian emperor. Furthermore, as he ventured deeper into the ancient land, he felt this oppressive aura intensifying. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, who was oblivious to Li Hei's peculiar condition, he led the group towards the Sealing Land. Although Wang Feng had never visited this place before, the Sealing Edict provided guidance, ensuring they would not become lost in the vast expanse of the ancient land. After nearly an hour of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of the Sealing Land. Before them lay an endless and majestic forest, strikingly different from the lush greenery they were accustomed to. The trees here were an ominous shade of black, and curiously, they grew inverted, with roots exposed to the void above, while branches and leaves remained buried beneath the ground of the ancient land. This eerie forest instilled a sense of gravity in Wang Feng's heart. He spoke softly, urging caution. "Everyone, be vigilant and do not stray from my side." As a peak expert of the Xianhuang realm, he could sense an inexplicable and mysterious aura permeating the forest, sending a shiver down his spine, compelling him to remain on high alert. Heeding Wang Feng's words, Ling Feiwu and the others bore serious expressions, their powers subtly surging as they encircled Wang Feng protectively. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped into the enigmatic forest. Though they sensed its strangeness, Wang Feng, undaunted as a peak expert of the Xianhuang realm, pressed forward. Within the forest, there was nothing else to be seen. Not even a single stone graced the ground, only those eerie trees standing silently. However, upon entering the forest, Wang Feng could distinctly perceive something extraordinary. Upon entering this enigmatic forest, the ethereal energy of the world seemed to surge with greater vitality. In merely a few breaths, Wang Feng felt he had absorbed more of this energy than he typically would in an hour of cultivation, causing his eyes to narrow with intrigue. Logically, the ancient land of the Divine Fall should not possess such vibrant energy. It resembled an otherworldly paradise. What secrets lay hidden within this ancient realm? Behind Wang Feng, Ling Feiwu and the others were also jolted, their faces lighting up with delight as they greedily absorbed the surrounding, intensely active ethereal energy. Suddenly, a colossal roar echoed from the front, causing ripples of sound to reverberate through the air, disorienting Ling Feiwu and her companions, their bodies tensing as the energy within them surged. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, accompanied by the crashing sounds of trees being struck down, mingled with the ferocious roar of a beast that sent shivers down their spines. Wang Feng squinted, his gaze fixed intently ahead as he sensed a formidable presence drawing near, a powerful aura at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. It was likely an infected beast, possibly the same peak level. "Who among you shall engage?" he inquired softly, turning to Ling Feiwu and the others, as he had no intention of intervening himself. From the thunderous roar, Wang Feng discerned that this beast was unlike any common creature. Its growl was devoid of intelligence, a primal howl of wild ferocity. Though this infected beast might reach the peak of the Marquis realm, Wang Feng's disciples were all exceptional in their own right. He intended to let them test their mettle, planning to step in only if they found themselves overwhelmed. If he were to intervene at every turn, it would not only deprive Ling Feiwu and the others of valuable experience, but would also undermine his own stature as their leader. Wang Feng was quite adept at maintaining an air of dignity. Li Qianxin, who had just joined the Immortal Sect, was momentarily taken aback by Wang Feng's words, staring blankly at him. After all, that beast was at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. Did the sect master truly trust her seniors so completely? In the entire Radiant Sun Empire, even the most gifted individuals Li Tianxi knew would likely struggle to confront a beast of such caliber. After all, the beasts within the ancient land of Divine Fall were unlike those in the outside world. They did not weigh the odds or feel fear. They were devoid of reason, driven solely by a relentless savagery. "I shall take on this challenge." Mu Yunfei stepped forward, his spirit ignited with a profound sense of combativeness. Had he not joined the Immortal Sect, he would not have dared to face a beast of the Marquis realm. However, now, he felt a surge of confidence in his abilities. Not only had he broken through to the mid-Marquis realm, but under the guidance of his mentor, Shimin Chue Shui. His swordsmanship had significantly advanced, allowing him to easily surpass his former self. Thus, Mu Yunfei was the first to speak up, eager to demonstrate his progress to the sect leader. Wang Feng nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing, as he too was curious to see how much Mu Yunfei had grown under the tutelage of Shimin Chue Shui over the past 10 days. Meanwhile, Li Tianxin, with her exquisite features, rolled her eyes in disbelief. How could such a formidable beast at the pinnacle of the royal realm appear to be nothing more than a mere creature in the eyes of the sect leader and senior brother Mu? As if it could be easily bullied? Boom! At that moment, the source of the roar revealed itself. A massive figure casting a shadow that engulfed the area where Wang Feng and the others stood, plunging them into sudden darkness. They felt a cold, merciless gaze fix upon them, and, as they looked up, they beheld the fearsome visage of the beast. It was a towering, vicious ape, its body covered in dense, jet-black fur resembling steel needles, glinting ominously. Its muscular frame was robust and imposing, exuding explosive power at first glance. This was a corrupted Tongyun ape, bearing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Tongtian ape. Alas, it had now become a mindless monster devoid of any intelligence. Bang! In an instant, the savage Tongyun demon ape charged forward, its colossal fist striking out, causing an explosive sound to resonate throughout the area as a wave of energy surged forth. What a welcome challenge! Facing the oncoming punch of the Tongyun demon ape, Mu Yunfei laughed heartily, unafraid, as a surge of battle intent erupted from him. In his hand, a slender sword had appeared, shimmering with a remarkable cold light. His expression turned serious as the power within him surged violently, causing the sword to tremble slightly, its tip radiating a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a fierce sword intent emanating from his being. To Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, Mu Yunfei seemed to transform into an unparalleled divine sword, radiating an endless edge. However, Wang Feng, who had mastered several extraordinary sword techniques, shook his head gently. Although Mu Yunfei appeared imposing, Wang Feng perceived numerous flaws. Instead of swiftly unleashing a decisive strike, he was unnecessarily prolonging the confrontation. He still needed refinement. Wang Feng mused inwardly. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the Xianwang realm since arriving in this world, his actual combat experience was limited. Nevertheless, Wang Feng had his own strategies regarding battle. He believed in efficiency. If a single stroke could resolve the issue, then why complicate it? Elaborate techniques held little value. Only those capable of delivering a fatal blow were truly worthy. Like Shimin Chue Shui and others, their battles were always decisive and straightforward. Mu Yunfei was oblivious to the fact that his sect leader was secretly criticizing him. At that moment, all his focus was directed towards the enormous fist of the Tongyun demon ape. As the colossal fist was about to strike him, he swiftly shifted his feet, appearing like a shadow at the side of the beast. In a swift motion, he thrust his sword, which gleamed with a menacing cold light, enveloped by a formidable sword aura. As he executed the thrust, the sheer sharpness of the blade caused tiny fissures to appear in the surrounding void. Boom! Despite Mu Yunfei's quick reflexes and immediate counterattack, the Tongyun demon ape was no pushover. Although it lacked intelligence, it certainly possessed formidable combat instincts, far surpassing that of ordinary demonic beasts. Mu Yunfei's fierce strike was met with the ape's unyielding claws, which deflected the blow, though the sharp sword aura grazed its palm. The injury was trivial for a creature devoid of reason. Roar! This only served to enrage the Tongyun demon ape, its enormous eyes flashing crimson as it let out a thunderous roar. Chapter 42. A lesson for the youngster. The enraged Tongyun demon ape emanated a more ferocious aura than before, its massive fists brimming with violent energy as it charged towards Mu Yunfei. Sensing the terrifying power radiating from the colossal fist, Mu Yunfei did not dare to be careless. His expression sharpened, and he raised his sword, its edge glimmering fiercely, to brace against the impending strike. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the forest as an overwhelming force surged, sending Mu Yunfei tumbling through the air before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce smile spread across his face, his aura intensifying. Though he found himself at a disadvantage in this clash, fear did not grip him. Instead, it ignited a fierce resolve within him. With renewed spirit, he charged forth, his internal power surging wildly, radiating an aura of sharpness as if he had fused with his sword, thrusting forward with unyielding determination. The Tongyun demon ape, oblivious to the concept of fear, swung its massive fists in a furious assault. Despite its bulk, it exhibited remarkable agility, evading Mu Yunfei's sword strikes while retaliating with powerful punches. The deafening sound of their collisions echoed through the dark forest, sending ripples of force radiating outward, toppling numerous eerie trees. As the sword auras clashed with the force of the punches, they obliterated the fallen trees, scattering dark wooden debris across the air. In this chaotic dance of ferocity between man and beast, Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin watched with wide eyes, their expressions frozen in a delightful astonishment. Ling Feiwu never anticipated that this junior brother, who had joined the immortal sect later than she, possessed such formidable strength. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within her. After all, as the senior sister, how could she be overshadowed by her own junior? It was imperative that she intensified her training. As the leading female disciple of the immortal sect, she must embody the commanding presence befitting her status. Li Qianxin, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. As a practitioner at the initial stage of the Marquis realm, she could distinctly sense that Mu Yunfei was currently unleashing power only at the mid-stage of the Marquis realm. Yet, the combat prowess he exhibited was sufficient to contend with the peak of the Marquis realm, the Tongyun demon ape, engaging in a fierce exchange without yielding an inch. How terrifying was this? Were all disciples of the immortal sect this formidable? This represented a battle across two minor realms, particularly within the Marquis realm. Had it been the Spirit Connection realm or the mysterious General realm, Li Qianxin would not have been the least surprised. Any top-tier prodigy in those realms could battle across two minor realms. However, as one ascends in cultivation, crossing realms in combat becomes increasingly arduous, especially beyond the incarnation realm, where being able to battle across even one minor realm is a remarkable feat. Yet this fourth senior brother within the Marquis realm could still contend across two minor realms. Such strength was likely unparalleled throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire. Momentarily, Li Qianxin felt immensely fortunate for her decision to actively join the immortal sect, a mysterious and powerful order worthy of her pursuit for inclusion. Only Li He regarded Mu Yunfei, who was fiercely battling the Tongyun demon ape, with disdain. In the eyes of this peak Xian Emperor reincarnate, Mu Yunfei had several opportunities to injure the Tongyun demon ape, yet each time, the beast evaded harm, which he found utterly unacceptable. Had he intervened, a single strike would have made the Tongyun demon ape howl in agony. 2 strikes would leave it severely injured, and 3 would ensure its demise. As a peak Xian Emperor reincarnate, even with his current cultivation at the initial stage of the Marquis realm, he held such confidence. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Mu Yunfei and the Tongyun demon ape briefly separated, standing opposite each other. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mu Yunfei grinned menacingly at the Tongyun demon ape. At this moment, his robe was tattered, his body adorned with wounds, appearing rather disheveled, yet his fighting spirit remained undaunted. Conversely, the Tongyun demon ape radiated even greater fury, its massive form marred by numerous sword wounds, crimson blood seeping from the gashes and staining its colossal body a vivid red. Although Mu Yunfei's sword light had not entirely breached its defenses, merely breaking the skin, the sheer number of cuts made the beast appear more wretched than Mu Yunfei. Though the Tongyun demon ape was incredibly agile, Mu Yunfei was no slouch either. Furthermore, the beast's enormous body was essentially a target for him. No matter how swift the Tongyun demon ape might be, it could never outpace his sword. This can be attributed to Mu Yunfei's lack of combat experience. Otherwise, given his displayed prowess, the Tongyun demon ape would, at the very least, have sustained grave injuries, if not met its demise. Roaring in fury, the Tongyun demon ape unleashed a thunderous cry, its massive form radiating an even more ferocious aura. It pounded its chest, producing a sound akin to booming drums, as a formidable wave of power surged from its being. With a sudden extension of its colossal arm, an overwhelming force coalesced upon its limbs, its hardened claws glinting with a chilling brilliance, cutting through the air like a dragon's talon, rending 5 fissures in the void. The lethal edge of this strike was so potent that it tore apart distant trees, cleaving them in two with a relentless ferocity that sent shivers down the spines of Li Tianxin and Ling Feiwu, whose beautiful eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. The sheer might of the Tongyun demon ape's assault left them genuinely worried about whether Mu Yunfei could withstand such an onslaught. In contrast, as the Tongyun demon ape unleashed its savage attack, Mu Yunfei remained surprisingly composed, grasping his sword firmly against his chest with one hand. He delicately placed the other in a poised gesture atop the blade, his gaze shimmering with a glint of determination. In that instant, a piercing sword intent surged forth from within him, exuding a grand yet ethereal aura reminiscent of mist. Tianhong's sword, he bellowed, as the immense power within him surged through his poised fingers into the sword. The blade trembled violently, and suddenly, an unparalleled sword light erupted forth, resembling a long rainbow. This radiant beam of light tore through the void, creating a slender chasm in the air. As the Tongyun demon ape's lethal claw descended, Mu Yunfei did not flinch. Instead, he lunged forward, sword and body merging into a single, fierce thrust. At that moment, both he and the beast captivated the attention of Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, their eyes fixated on the battlefield, palms instinctively clenching tightly. Meanwhile, Li He, despite his disdain for Mu Yunfei's combat prowess, found his gaze drawn to the clash. A surge of power quietly stirring within him, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Having begun to recognize the prowess of the immortal sect, Li He, though proud, would not allow his junior to face peril alone. Wang Feng, also observing the battlefield, suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward a specific point, as if penetrating through layers of obstruction to perceive something significant. Very well, this will serve as a lesson for that young man, he murmured, releasing his clenched fist and glancing at the impending collision between man and beast. Meanwhile, several figures concealed beneath a towering black tree, hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, watched in awe as the confrontation between Mu Yunfei and the Tongyun demon ape loomed imminent. Brother Feng, who is this person? How can he possess such terrifying combat capabilities? Can one truly contend with the pinnacle of the royal realm, the illustrious cloud-devouring demon ape? A figure gazed upon the striking young man at the forefront, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, Senior Brother Feng, we are all aware of the prodigious disciples from the Empire's foremost sects, yet we have never encountered this individual. With such remarkable cultivation and combat prowess, it is likely that even the Imperial Prince would pale in comparison. As the words of this figure resonated, another voice joined in, equally astounded. At this moment, the concealed figures were profoundly shaken, their hearts racing at the sight of the battle between the solitary man and beast in the distance. This individual must either be an unparalleled genius hidden away by a great sect or have come into possession of some extraordinary opportunity. The handsome young man referred to as Senior Brother Feng analyzed, his eyes shimmering with insight. In Senior Brother Feng's estimation, which of these two possibilities seems more plausible? Following his inquiry, one of the disciples hastily posed the question. As this disciple spoke, the other figures turned their gazes towards Senior Brother Feng, who was renowned as the apex talent within their sect and held considerable repute among the younger generation of the entire Radiant Sun Empire. His judgment bore significant weight for those who looked to him for guidance. I firmly believe this individual must have encountered some fortuitous event to possess such extraordinary combat prowess. Senior Brother Feng declared with unwavering certainty, his eyes glinting with brilliance. Oh, pray tell, why is that? The previously speaking disciple pressed for clarification. Do you truly believe that a prestigious sect would conceal an exceptionally formidable genius? As disciples of top-tier sect, We should understand that whenever a sect produces a prodigious talent, they are eager for the world to know, using it to instill fear in others. Thus, we can dismiss the first possibility, leaving only the second. Senior Brother Feng asserted with confidence. Upon hearing his analysis, the gathered figures nodded in realization, acknowledging the astuteness of Senior Brother Feng. Senior Brother, if that is the case, why do we not? A sharp-featured disciple's eyes glinted with a hint of ruthlessness as he whispered, though he did not articulate his intentions. Both Senior Brother Feng and the other disciples comprehended his meaning. Chapter 43. The deadliest foes in the shadows, murder and plunder, are the norms in this brutal realm of cultivation. It all depends on the circumstances. Senior Brother Feng's eyes narrowed, fixating on the imminent clash between man and beast, murmuring softly. Though he himself had reached the early stages of the royal realm and ranked among the elite within the sect, witnessing Mu Yunfei's combat capabilities left even the typically proud Senior Brother Feng in a state of grave seriousness. He questioned himself, believing that if he were to confront the cloud-devouring demon ape at its peak, his only recourse would be to flee. Yet Mu Yunfei, with his mid-stage royal realm cultivation, could stand against it. This level of combat prowess is undoubtedly at the zenith among the younger generation of the entire Radiant Sun Empire. From this, one can discern the terrifying opportunity that Mu Yunfei has acquired. Consequently, Senior Brother Feng is naturally captivated by Mu Yunfei's fortune. And even if the scruffy disciple did not voice it, he plans to resort to murder for treasure. However, the prerequisite for him to commit such an act hinges on Mu Yunfei suffering significant injuries from his encounter with the Tongyun demon ape. Otherwise, he would certainly make a hasty retreat. While treasures may entice the heart, one must possess the means to obtain them. Upon hearing Senior Brother Feng's words, the scruffy disciple and the others nodded in agreement. Were it not for Senior Brother Feng's presence, even if Mu Yunfei were severely wounded, they would never dare entertain such thoughts. Yet, unbeknownst to both Senior Brother Feng and his companions, their discussion had already reached Wang Feng's ears. At this moment, hundreds of meters away, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, an icy glimmer appearing on his face. How dare they harbor ill intentions towards a disciple of the Divine Immortal Sect? Were it not for the intention to teach this young man Mu Yunfei a lesson, Wang Feng would have swiftly dispatched these individuals. Boom! Simultaneously, the much-anticipated confrontation between man and beast erupted, the deafening explosion resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The violent waves of power surged outward in all directions, tearing away layers of earth, while the blackened trees were reduced to mere sawdust, scattering through the air. The overwhelming force caused Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin to tremble, instinctively seeking refuge behind Wang Feng, as if only there could they find sufficient safety. The palpable waves of power surged towards them, quickening their heartbeats. However, just as this force reached Wang Feng and the others, it was intercepted by a mysterious energy, diverting it away from them and allowing it to continue expanding outward. This prompted Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that Wang Feng had intervened. Once they relaxed, Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin fixed their gazes intently on the battlefield shrouded in sawdust, worry etched upon their beautiful faces. If the shockwave of power was so terrifying, they could hardly fathom the pressure that Mu Yunfei faced in direct confrontation with such force. Not only were Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin focused on the heart of the battlefield, but Senior Brother Feng and his companions, hundreds of meters away, were equally fixated on the unfolding events, as Mu Yunfei's condition would determine whether they could seize the extraordinary opportunity in his possession. This young man, though inexperienced, possesses commendable combat prowess, truly worthy of being a disciple of our Divine Immortal Sect. Wang Feng mused with a smile, his eyes narrowing. With his cultivation, he could effortlessly penetrate the layers of obstruction to discern Mu Yunfei's situation. As Wang Feng finished speaking, the swirling sawdust gradually settled, revealing the circumstances within the battlefield. Upon discerning the scene before them, Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin's exquisite faces instantly brightened with joy. At this moment, Mu Yunfei appeared battered and bloodied, his garments in tatters. resembling a figure drenched in crimson. Yet, his sword remained steadfastly embedded in the heart of the Tongyun demon ape. The massive form of the ape now knelt before him, its colossal arms hanging limply, eyes dimmed and devoid of life. Even in its prostrate state, the creature's size rendered Mu Yunfei akin to an ant standing before a giant. Yet to Li Tianxin and Ling Feiwu, his figure radiated an aura of magnificence. With a cultivation level in the mid-stage of the sovereign realm, he had vanquished a beast at the pinnacle of the same realm, a display of formidable prowess that was unparalleled among the prodigies known in the entire Radiant Sun Empire. This young man is commendable. Although inexperienced, his combat strength is indeed formidable. Exiner, your decision to join the Immortal Sect was undoubtedly sagacious. As Li Tianxin reveled in Mu Yunfei's might, a soft, affirming voice echoed in her mind. Master, Mu Shixiang's strength already ranks among the elite within the Radiant Sun Empire. Is it merely considered not bad? Upon hearing the voice, Li Tianxin's delicate frame trembled, and she retorted with indignation. In her eyes, Mu Yunfei's power was nothing short of terrifying. If the great sects of the Radiant Sun Empire were to learn of him, they would undoubtedly vie for his allegiance. Even the empire itself would be compelled to act. Such an extraordinary talent could not be overlooked by any force. Exiner, do not confine your perspective to just the three great empires. There are always greater beings beyond. While this young man may indeed be among the foremost prodigies within the three empires, in the broader expanse of the world, his strength is merely average. Sensing Li Tianxin's discontent, the remnant soul within her spoke with a hint of profundity. Out there, in the realm of the three great empires, Mu Shixiang is the strongest. Li Tianxin pouted defiantly as the voice echoed once more in her mind. Yes, you are correct, Exiner. The remnant soul replied with a trace of exasperation. Yet there was an undercurrent of satisfaction in its tone. It was the first time it had witnessed Li Tianxin exhibit such demeanor since her awakening. Clearly, the Immortal Sect had allowed her to relax significantly. Ahem. As Li Tianxin conversed with the remnant soul within her, Mu Yunfei's complexion paled. Blood coughed forth as he leaned heavily on his sword, struggling to rise. Although he had successfully slain the Tongyun demon ape, he was grievously wounded, now in a state weaker than an ordinary entrant into the realm of appearance. Junior brother. Noticing Mu Yunfei's pitiful condition, Ling Feiwu hurried over, supporting him as they made their way back to the group. Sovereign, your disciple has fulfilled his mission. Straining against the pain within, Mu Yunfei managed a smile as he addressed Wang Feng, now assisted by Ling Feiwu. Sovereign, Mu Shidi has already proven his strength. Please, tend to his wounds swiftly. Ling Feiwu implored Wang Feng, convinced that Mu Yunfei's performance had been nothing short of exceptional. Brother Mu, this is the Jade Essence Healing Pill, an 8th grade master-level remedy that can aid your recovery. Li Tianxin, standing nearby, gracefully presented a jade vial to Mu Yunfei, her voice soft and gentle. The concern expressed by Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin filled Mu Yunfei's heart with warmth. Although Li Tianxin had only recently joined the Immortal Sect, her willingness to offer an 8th grade healing pill was a rare sight in the harsh realm of cultivation. However, despite his gratitude towards Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, Mu Yunfei remained still, his gaze firmly fixed on Wang Feng. Compared to the care offered by Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, he yearned more for Wang Feng's affirmation. Your crisis is not yet over. This is a trial that belongs to you alone. Our sect hopes that you will confront it on your own. Sometimes, do not merely focus on the visible enemy. The hidden foes are the true threats. Wang Feng cast a deep glance at Mu Yunfei, his voice grave. His words caused Mu Yunfei's expression to shift, a cold glint flashing across his face. He understood Wang Feng's meaning all too well. Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin also paled slightly, their beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with intensity, while Li Hei narrowed his eyes, emanating an inexplicable aura. It was my oversight, and I shall heed the sect master's counsel. Mu Yunfei bowed slightly to Wang Feng, speaking softly. Suddenly, a series of claps echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and a mocking voice. Who would have thought I would encounter a powerhouse of your caliber? I, Feng Mo, am truly fortunate. I wonder how much strength you can still muster at this moment. As the mocking voice rang out, Feng Mo and his companions, who had been several hundred meters away, appeared before Wang Feng and the others. Feng Mo, with a playful smile, let his fiery gaze sweep over them. Given Mu Yunfei's current state, he was utterly incapable of withstanding Feng Mo at his peak. Not only could Feng Mo seize Mu Yunfei's extraordinary opportunity, but he also relished the thought of triumphing over a prodigy far superior to himself, filling his heart with delight. Feng Mo, is that you? Upon hearing Feng Mo's words, Li Tianxin's expression hardened as she exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect to find the fairy of Tianxin's sect, Sister Li Tianxin here. What's this? Is this person your friend?" At the sound of Li Tianxin's voice, Feng Mo's eyelids flickered as he turned to see her, immediately relaxing somewhat and responding with mockery. Although Li Tianxin was also in the early stages of the Marquis realm, she had not achieved remarkable feats, and her reputation in the Sun Empire stemmed primarily from her beauty. Thus, Feng Mo regarded her with little apprehension. Moreover, at this moment, Li He and Ling Feiwu's cultivation levels were concealed by Wang Feng, leaving Feng Mo unaware that another formidable Marquis realm expert was present, one who was exceedingly terrifying. Feng Mo, as a top prodigy of the Songhai sect in the Sun Empire, how dare you engage in opportunistic behavior? I advise you not to bring disgrace upon your Songhai sect. Upon hearing Feng Mo's mocking words, Li Tianxin's charming face flushed with anger, and a palpable aura of killing intent enveloped her as she spoke in a stern voice. Chapter 44. The Murderous Sword of Li Tianxin. You truly are a sheltered flower, so naive. Do you not understand the rule that strength commands respect? Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, Feng Mo scoffed. He then scrutinized her from head to toe, and as his gaze lingered on her exquisite figure and breathtakingly beautiful face, his heart raced, and a wicked thought took root in his mind. In this place, aside from you, a mere early-stage noble, there are only these few worthless individuals. Do you really believe they can withstand me? However, if you are willing to serve me well, I might consider sparing these worthless fools. Feng Mo grinned at Li Tianxin, unabashedly revealing his sinister intentions. In his perception, Wang Feng and his companions were nothing more than useless low-level warriors. Not only could he handle them, but even one of his own disciples could easily subdue them. Therefore, he regarded them with utter disdain. As for Li Tianxin, though she possessed early-stage noble cultivation, he dismissed her as well. How could a mere novice without any accomplishments possibly compare to him, who had risen through countless battles? Indeed, there were rumors that the imperial prince had taken a liking to Li Tianxin, but this was a forbidden land, isolated and devoid of witnesses. After indulging himself, he could eliminate Li Tianxin and her companions without anyone knowing. The thought of claiming the prince's beloved before he could even have her filled Feng Mo with perverse delight. Ha! Li Tianxin, to be favored by Brother Feng is indeed your fortune. Yes, Brother Feng is the pinnacle of talent in our Songhai sect. It hardly tarnishes your reputation. I advise you to obediently serve Brother Feng, lest you suffer a painful fate. After Feng Mo's words, the disciples of Songhai sect behind him chuckled ominously, their eyes gleaming with covetousness for Li Tianxin. A beauty of her caliber would surely be irresistible to any man. You seek death. Upon hearing Feng Mo's unbridled insults, Li Tianxin could no longer contain her fury. Her lovely face was overshadowed by frost, and a torrent of immense power surged within her. She extended her delicate hand and struck out fiercely. Boom! A palm imprint, entirely composed of formidable, profound energy, shot forth in an instant, shaking the very void. Utterly feeble. Witnessing Li Tianxin's attack, Feng Mo sneered, his expression rife with contempt. He too extended his hand, unleashing a force even more overwhelming than hers, striking back fiercely. Bang! The two palm imprints collided instantaneously, sending a wave of tremendous energy radiating outward, crashing toward Li Tianxin. Her expression shifted as she was forced back several steps, her delicate hand trembling slightly, though she has attained the initial stage of nobility in her cultivation. Her prowess has been artificially augmented through the elixirs she concocted herself. In terms of combat strength, how could she possibly contend with a prodigy like Feng Mo? With a single strike, she found herself at a disadvantage. I have stated before that you are merely a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Cease your struggles and obediently serve me, for perhaps I might spare your life. A sinister smile flickered across Feng Mo's face as his eyes, imbued with malice, fixated on Li Tianxin. He intoned darkly, "Have you learned your lesson today?" Just as Li Tianxin was about to respond, a calm voice resonated, causing her impending words to falter as she quietly returned to Wang Feng's side. Upon hearing this voice, Feng Mo's smile momentarily faltered as he turned to see a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an ethereal aura, addressing the mysterious prodigy he held in great disdain. Disciples shall remember this and never forget it in this lifetime. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei's face shone with solemnity as he replied earnestly, "Our sect initially intended for you to face this alone, to ensure you remember today's lesson. But alas, this buffoon has become intolerable. I wish to see him no longer." Wang Feng nodded indifferently. He then turned to Li He, commanding, "Li He, you may act. Eliminate these clowns." Individuals like Feng Mo are unworthy of his direct intervention, even allowing Li He to engage would tarnish his hands. Yet Feng Mo's eagerness to court death by insulting a disciple of the celestial sect ensures that no divine intervention will save him. "Understood," Li He responded, stepping forward to stand before Wang Feng and the others, his gaze devoid of emotion as he regarded Feng Mo and his companions. "Huh, I never anticipated you worthless fools to possess such audacity. If you seek death, I shall oblige." At Wang Feng's words, Feng Mo laughed in fury, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. As he spoke, a violent aura erupted from his entire being, transforming him into a ferocious beast, the chilling malevolence lowering the temperature in the vicinity. He thrust out his hand, clenched into a fist, as an overwhelming force surged within, causing his fist to radiate a brilliant light akin to a miniature sun. The immense fluctuations of power emanating from him would instill dread in any initial stage noble cultivator. With a powerful thrust of his heel, the ground beneath him erupted into a crater as he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. As he swung his fist, the very air quivered, and that punch, laden with a tempest of force, hurtled toward Li He. Even before it reached Li He, the two standing behind him, Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin, could feel the terrifying energy of that punch, their skin prickling with intensity. In the face of Feng Mo's onslaught, Li He remained utterly unperturbed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. He even turned to Mu Yunfei, calmly instructing, "Bring forth the sword. Observe closely." In this moment of peril, Li He's audacity to converse with Mu Yunfei left Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin in a state of apprehension. They admired Li He's composure, which epitomized the legendary ability to remain unperturbed even in the face of imminent danger. Upon hearing Li He's words, Mu Yunfei hesitated briefly before hastily relinquishing the sword in his grasp to Li He. Once Li He took hold of the sword, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Where once he had appeared nonchalant, he now radiated the essence of a blade poised to be unsheathed, its latent sharpness barely concealed. As Mu Yunfei sensed this shift in Li He's aura, his eyes sparkled with intensity, fixating on Li He. Throughout his time in the Immortal Sect, Mu Yunfei had maintained a respectful distance from his senior brother due to Li He's aloofness and pride, which created an aura of intimidation. Yet in this instant, he realized that Li He was deliberately offering guidance. With a hum, as Feng Mo charged towards Li He, both man and fist ready to strike. The sword clutched by Li He trembled violently. A blinding flash of light erupted, prompting Ling Feiwu and the others to instinctively shut their eyes. When they reopened them, they beheld Li He gradually sheathing the sword. Meanwhile, Feng Mo remained frozen in his attack posture, his fist hovering perilously close to Li He's cheek, mere centimeters away. Just as Ling Feiwu and Li Qianxin exchanged bewildered glances, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. As Feng Mo uttered his first word, a fissure abruptly appeared in his neck. crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With a thud, Feng Mo fell, his head rolling grotesquely amidst the sanguine pool, stopping right before several disciples of the Songhai sect, his wide-open eyes fixated on them, instilling a paralyzing fear. The sheer horror of the spectacle left the Songhai disciples stunned. They fell to their knees, pallid and trembling uncontrollably from terror. The event transpired with such swiftness that they were unable to comprehend how Feng Mo had met his demise. Just moments before, they had been mocking him, contemplating whether he would share his spoils after dealing with Li Tianxin. Yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a nightmarish reality, engulfed in an overwhelming chill and dread. Li Tianxin and Ling Feiwu stood with mouths agape, their exquisite eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Li He. Particularly for Li Tianxin, the revelation of Li He's formidable prowess was utterly staggering. Feng Montauk, a top prodigy of the Songhai sect, despite his loathsome character, possessed considerable strength, ranking among the elite in the Sunlit Empire. Yet now, he had been slain by Li He's sword with such swiftness that even he had not perceived the threat until it was too late. Returning to simplicity, the sword, exquisitely minimalist, radiates an unparalleled brilliance. This young man truly embodies the essence of the celestial sect's prodigy. The remnant soul within Li Tianxin stirred, whispering in awe. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Among the disciples of the celestial sect, Li He was undoubtedly the most dependable. Li He paid no heed to the astonishment of Ling Feiwu and the others, nor to the petrified disciples of the Songhai sect. Instead, turning to Mu Yunfei and stating with nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei shook his head. The sword strike delivered by Li He was extraordinarily swift and elusive. Despite his efforts to keep his eyes open, his eyelids refused to comply. By the time he managed to open his eyes again, Li He had already sheathed his sword. The sword, the king of all weapons. It is a weapon of death, not a mere performance. A sword capable of taking life is a good sword. One that cannot is of no use, no matter how ornate. Li He declared calmly. He then drew his sword once more, this time not as swiftly as when he had dispatched Feng Mo, but with a gentle thrust. Yet, this seemingly gentle action unleashed an overwhelming sharpness that the disciples of the Songhai sect felt acutely. Chapter 45. Only in death does one lose their name what appeared to be a solitary strike, yet plunged the Songhai disciples into an icy abyss, rendering their bodies immobile, unable to muster even a shred of strength to resist. Buzz, under the terrified gazes of the Songhai disciples, this strike inevitably ushered them into the depths of hell, their bodies collapsing with muffled thuds. Did you understand now? Li He did not glance at the fallen bodies, but turned again to Mu Yunfei, inquiring. Mu Yunfei nodded. This time he comprehended. His spirit was profoundly shaken. In comparison to his own flamboyant swordplay, Li He's strike appeared unremarkable, stark in its simplicity, yet the force it unleashed far surpassed his ostentatious technique. In that single strike, he perceived a certain profundity. Li He had concentrated all his power at the sword's tip, condensing all sharpness into a singular point. It seemed ordinary, yet was immensely powerful. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Mu Yunfei quickly bowed respectfully to Li He, speaking earnestly. Li He remained silent, tossing the sword to Mu Yunfei, continuing to stand quietly, exuding an air of solitary pride. However, in that moment, Mu Yunfei felt a newfound closeness to Li He. Though he appeared aloof, Li He was, in truth, a person of warmth. The kindness in his guidance would forever be etched in Mu Yunfei's memory. At the same time, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin gazed at Li He with admiration, both astonished that this typically reticent, proud figure concealed such formidable prowess. Feiwu, go and transfer their points from the demon sealing order. Seeing this, Wang Feng tossed the demon sealing order to Ling Feiwu, speaking up. At this moment, apart from Mu Yunfei, who possessed points, the others had yet to accumulate any. Since Feng Mo and his companions had perished, their wealth and points could not be overlooked. Excellent. Ling Feiwu took the sealing order from Wang Feng, her voice melodic as she briskly approached the corpses of Feng Mo and the others. It is noteworthy that Mu Yunfei had slain the pinnacle of the Wangho realm, the Tongyan demon ape, earning a total of 10,000 points. Master here. In no time, Ling Feiwu returned with Wang Feng's sealing order, beaming as she presented it to him. Observing the over 5,000 points displayed on the token, Wang Feng nodded, affirming that seizing was indeed the swiftest method to accumulate points. This sum of over 5,000 points likely stemmed from Feng Mo and his companions' frenzied hunting of demonic beasts since their entrance into this sealed land. They surely did not anticipate that the points they had painstakingly earned would ultimately benefit Wang Feng, costing them their lives in the process. Focus and calm your mind. With that, Wang Feng flickered and appeared behind Mu Yunfei, resting a hand on his shoulder as he spoke softly. Mu Yunfei, not daring to delay, quickly steadied his breath and activated his cultivation technique. Subsequently, he felt an immense and formidable force gently surge into his body, continuously mending his damaged meridians. After a moment, Wang Feng withdrew his hand and nodded. Although Mu Yunfei was gravely injured, he had not sustained any fundamental harm, thus requiring little effort for recovery. Thank you, Master. Now restored to his peak, Mu Yunfei felt invigorated, even sensing a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. He promptly bowed in gratitude to Wang Feng. Let us proceed deeper. Wang Feng gestured with his hand and spoke. Following this, Wang Feng and his group continued their journey into the heart of the sealed land. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Divine Lin City, General Chen Lai and numerous powerful leaders from various sects remained seated atop the elevated platform, undeterred by the many prodigies venturing into the sealed land. Shimen Shui Shui and others were also present, yet unlike the prominent sect leaders, they appeared indifferent, meditating with their eyes closed. The formidable leaders paid little heed to Shimen Shui Shui and his companions, instead focusing on the glowing leaderboard that materialized above the platform, engaging in hushed conversations among themselves. Before the platform, a colossal leaderboard shimmered with golden light, displaying names that continuously glimmered. As they gazed upon the illustrious name that consistently topped the chart, a sense of admiration washed over the faces of the powerful sect leaders. Prince Yu Fei truly exemplifies the leading figure of the younger generation of the empire. Within a short span, he has amassed 30,000 points. Such an achievement would certainly rank among the top in past sealing conferences. One powerful sect leader remarked with genuine admiration. While these leaders held immense confidence in their own sect's top prodigies, they felt overshadowed in the presence of Prince Yu Fei. Indeed, among the younger generation of the three great empires, Prince Yu Fei is unquestionably the most exceptional. Another sect leader concurred. The foremost position in this demon sealing conference undoubtedly belongs to Prince Yu Fei. To my surprise, the young master of Shanghai sect Gulongji has remarkably secured the second place with an impressive score of 20,000 points. Elder Feiyu cast a glance at a figure seated nearby and said in a solemn tone, Elder Lin, your young master Yutai is hardly inferior. He is already closing in on our young master from Shanghai sect. The figure being scrutinized by Elder Feiyu chuckled heartily and replied, But he cannot compare to your Shanghai sect. Your sect boasts several top disciples who rank within the top 20, while our Feiyu sect has merely 3. Elder Feiyu shook his head with a smile and gently remarked, The demon sealing conference has only just begun. These current standings mean little. Elder Lin, do not overpraise those young men. An elder from Shanghai sect interjected, his words seemingly dismissive, yet laced with a tone of pride. At present, among the many great sects listed on the demon sealing rankings, it is Shanghai sect disciples who occupy the most positions, much to the delight of the Shanghai sect elder. Elder Chun, what has happened to Feng Mo from your Shanghai sect? He seems to have suddenly vanished, suddenly remarked a keen-eyed strongman from another great sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Chun from Shanghai sect cast an annoyed glance at the strongman, retorting, Vanished? What are you talking about? Surely, Feng Mo has simply improved his score and ranking. Despite his disdain, Elder Chun turned his gaze to the demon sealing rankings, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he squinted, scanning the entire list without finding Feng Mo's name. What is going on? Elder Chun exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated any trouble for Feng Mo, merely assuming there was an issue with the rankings. As a top prodigy of Songhai Sect, Feng Mo possessed initial stage king-level strength, making him one of the elite among the young generation in the Radiant Sun Empire. Among the talented individuals participating in this conference, few could contend with Feng Mo, and those who were well aware of Songhai Sect's formidable power, daring not to provoke him lightly. Even the Imperial Prince Yufei would not risk antagonizing Songhai Sect over a mere few thousand points. General Chen Lai. The name of our prodigy, Feng Mo, has suddenly disappeared from the rankings. Do you think there might be an issue with the demon ceiling rankings? Elder Chun, perplexed, directly addressed General Chen Lai with utmost respect. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, many powerful figures from various great sects turned their gaze toward General Chen Lai, sharing the same belief as Elder Chun that the rankings must have encountered an error. Among the numerous great sects in the Radiant Sun Empire, Songhai Sect stands as a pinnacle of strength. Although the rules of this demon ceiling conference are exceptionally brutal, there are still individuals whom no one dares to challenge. Figures such as the Imperial Prince Yufei or the prodigious offspring of top sects like Songhai Sect are generally beyond the reach of other talented youths. After all, while they may all be disciples of great sects, the disparity in both strength and status between the elite disciples of top sects and those of lesser sects is quite significant. The demon ceiling list, crafted by His Majesty himself, is beyond reproach. The only conceivable explanation for the absence of Feng Mo's name is that he has met his demise at the hands of another. Upon hearing the words of Elder Chun, General Chen Lai cast a disdainful glance at him and replied coldly. Were it not for Elder Chen's status as a mid-stage Xianhuang powerhouse and a senior elder of the esteemed Songhai Sect, he would have long since sent him flying for daring to slander the treasures forged by His Majesty. Who dares to harm the pride of my Songhai Sect? Upon hearing General Chen Lai's words, Elder Chun erupted with the ferocity of an enraged lion, exuding an aura of menace as he growled. Scanning the assembly of prominent sect masters, Elder Chen did not question General Chen Lai's assertion. He trusted that the general would not deceive him in such matters. Hence, the likelihood that Feng Mo had been slain ignited a fury within him. Witnessing Elder Chen's uncontrollable rage, the other sect leaders fell into a profound silence, none willing to provoke Elder Chun at such a moment. Simultaneously, they were enveloped in confusion. Who could dare to strike down the elite of the Songhai Sect within the demon ceiling grounds? Even the Imperial Prince, Yufei, would not undertake such reckless actions. Among those present, the only two profoundly stirred were Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin, seated beside Shimenchui Shui and the others. Unlike the other sect leaders, they were far more concerned with the Shenshan sect, for it was the only sect that had eluded their grasp, leaving them entirely in the dark. The other sects had been scrutinized to varying degrees by their Qin Yin Pavilion. Thus, their focus remained fixed on the Shenshan sect, eager to observe the performance of its disciples. After the sudden disappearance of the Songhai sect's prodigy, Feng Mo, both elders beheld a name they were intimately familiar with, which, like a rocket, surged from obscurity into the top 20 rankings. That name belonged to none other than the leader of the Shenshan sect, Wang Feng. Chapter 46. An intriguing performance elder. This? Elder Zhu Qin gasped in astonishment, turning sharply to Elder Qin Sheng. Sensing the urgency, silenced her with a penetrating gaze. After stifling Elder Zhu Qin's words, Elder Qin Sheng's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he beheld the name within the top 20. He had initially thought that Wang Feng was merely escorting the disciples of the Shenshan sect to the Godfall ancient grounds for the Demon Ceiling Conference. Little did he anticipate that Wang Feng himself would participate. What does this signify? It implies that Wang Feng, despite his youthful appearance, has ascended to the position of leader of a reclusive major sect with an unfathomable level of cultivation. This realization rendered Elder Qin Sheng even more wary of Wang Feng and the Shenshan sect. As the saying goes, it is better to avoid trouble than to invite it. While the Songhai Temple may strike fear into the hearts of ordinary folk as a formidable imperial sect, it pales in comparison to the enigmatic Shenshan sect, which fills Elder Qin Sheng with trepidation. He was unwilling to betray Wang Feng, fearing the wrath it might incur. For Elder Qin Sheng valued the favor of Wang Feng and even the Divine Immortal Sect far more than that of the Songhai Sect. Judging by the previous displays of power from Wang Feng and the Divine Immortal Sect, it was evident that even if they were not a hidden major sect, they were certainly formidable. Such a mysterious sect should be befriended whenever possible, and if not, they must never be offended. This was the guiding principle of the Qin Yin Pavilion. However, Elder Qin Sheng did not anticipate that although he remained silent, others would speak out instead. Elder Chen, look. The points of Wang Feng, the leader of the Divine Immortal Sect, are identical to those of Feng Mo. Perhaps he was the one who killed him. Otherwise, how could this be so coincidental? The moment Feng Mo's name vanished, Wang Feng immediately surged into the top 20. A feminine voice rang out from the high platform, drawing the attention of the furious Elder Chun from the Songhai Sect. The other powerful figures from major sects also turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, discovering it was none other than the elegant Taoist-robed woman from the Tianxin sect. Upon recognizing the elder from the Tianxin sect, Elder Chen wasted no time. His eyes sharply scanned the demon's ceiling rankings. Upon seeing Wang Feng's name accompanied by a series of points, he erupted in fury, declaring in a deep voice, "Wang Feng, you are audacious. How dare you kill the prodigy of my Songhai sect?" His voice echoed across the platform, unmistakably laced with rage and a fierce intent to kill. Elder Chun was well aware of Wang Feng's reputation. He had previously engaged in a brief exchange with him on the 5th floor of the Qinin Pavilion. Initially, he had sought to win over the enigmatic leader of the Divine Immortal Sect, but he never anticipated Wang Feng would possess such boldness to slay a prodigy of the Songhai Sect. After witnessing Wang Feng's points, Elder Chun was almost certain that he was responsible for Feng Mo's demise. Otherwise, how could the timing be so fortuitous? With Feng Mo's name disappearing, Wang Feng had vaulted into the top 20, his points mirroring those of Feng Mo. Since Wang Feng dares to harm the prodigy of my Songhai sect, you must not blame this elder for being ruthless. As he has slain one of our disciples, I shall take vengeance upon you. Following this, Elder Chen's gaze turned sharply towards Shimin Chue Shui and others, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, his voice piercingly cold, exuding an aura of chilling malice that was suffocating. Although Elder Chen harbored a deep respect for Shimin Chue Shui's prowess in severing the arm of the ghost hero elder from the Four Directions Hall, at this moment, he was consumed by a tempest of anger. Feng Mo, while not the most talented prodigy of the Songhai sect, was among the top contenders. Regarded as a pillar of their future, the loss of such a talent was a grave blow to any major sect. Meanwhile, the Taoist-robed woman from the Tianxin sect, who had informed Elder Chen, observed his furious demeanor and the cold malice emanating from him with a cold smile. For reasons unknown, she harbored a disdain for the Divine Immortal Sect. Perhaps it was due to her apprehension towards Shimin Chue Shui, or perhaps her dissatisfaction with Wang Feng's incessant boasting about the Divine Immortal Sect, leading her to wish for their humiliating downfall. In this moment, Elder Chun of the Songhai sect harbors a profound animosity towards the Immortal Sect, which may soon find itself utterly humiliated before the myriad great sections. Although Shimin Chue Shui possesses remarkable strength, Elder Chun is a formidable figure at the mid-level of the profound Emperor realm, renowned throughout the empire. Suddenly, a tremendous force emanates from Elder Chun, causing the entire platform to be enveloped in tumultuous winds and ominous clouds. This terrifying aura sends shockwaves throughout the platform, startling the powerful spectators below who were intently observing the changes on the demon ceiling list. What has transpired? Why is Elder Chun of the Songhai sect in such a furious rage? Perhaps it is connected to the mysterious disappearance of the prodigy Feng Mo's name from the list. Speculations abound among the onlookers, who exchange puzzled glances and murmur their theories. Although Elder Chen's earlier outburst was resounding, these powerful individuals were unaware of the commotion occurring on the platform, as General Chan Lai had cast a protective barrier around it, rendering the inner sounds inaudible from the outside. On the platform, the esteemed figures of various sects direct their attention towards Elder Chun and Shimin Chue Shui, all equally astonished by the unfolding events. However, they show no inclination to intervene. With Elder Chun taking action, they are eager to discern the true nature of the so-called immortal sect. Elder Chun, the matter remains unresolved. It is still debatable whether your disciple Feng Mo was slain by Sect Master Wang. I suggest you temper your rage, for it would be prudent to investigate thoroughly after the conclusion of the Demon Sealing Conference, lest you inadvertently harm the innocent. Elder Qin Sheng rises, his weathered gaze fixed upon Elder Chun as he speaks. Even Elder Qin Sheng, who had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events, chooses to advocate for the immortal sect due to his favorable disposition towards them. Elder Qin Sheng, I respect you, but that does not imply that the Songhai sect fears you. The immortal sect has dared to take the life of my disciple, and today there shall be no peaceful resolution. I implore you not to meddle, or else, as Elder Qin Sheng's words linger in the air, Elder Qin's crimson eyes swiftly dart towards him, his voice cutting like a blade. Though the strength of the Qin Yun Pavilion is unfathomable and arguably surpasses that of the Songhai sect, it does not grant you the liberty to interfere in our affairs. Should you choose to act, you shall meet your demise. Just as Elder Qin Sheng is about to respond, a voice devoid of emotion resonates across the platform, startling him into silence. It is Shimin Chue Shui. Even with Elder Qin Sheng's temperament, he cannot help but feel a surge of frustration as he strives to defend the immortal sect and quell Elder Chen's wrath, only to have Shimin Chue Shui's words ignited anew. Enough, enough. Do as you please. Elder Qin Sheng's expression darkens, and he chooses silence, taking a seat. Foolish individuals, I am eager to witness how you intend to bring about my end. The words of Shimin Chue Shui provoked an explosive reaction from Elder Chun of the Songhai sect. A surge of profound energy emanated from his entire being, warping the surrounding void in an observable manner. Elder Chun swiftly extended his hand, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, causing his palm to radiate a blinding light. His expression was icy, and a torrent of murderous intent surged through him as he forcefully struck, instantly forming a colossal palm imprint that descended upon Shimin Chue Shui and his companions, as if intending to reduce them to mere pulp. Witnessing such a formidable display of power from Elder Chun, the numerous formidable figures on the high platform were inwardly astonished. Truly, he was a mid-stage profound emperor. Even this singular strike evoked trepidation among those at the early stages of the profound emperor realm. The elegantly robed woman from the Tian Xian sect revealed a cold smile, seemingly envisioning the demise of Shimin Chue Shui and his companions. General, shall we intervene? Whispered a soldier clad in crimson armor beside General Chun Lai. There's no need. It's rare to witness such a spectacle, a splendid way to pass this tedious time, replied Chun Lai, waving his hand with a cryptic smile, softly murmuring. As Elder Chin's formidable strike approached, Elder Qin Sheng's expression shifted slightly. He grasped Elder Zhu Qin's arm, retreating away from Shimin Chue Shui and his companions. Harboring no intention of intervening, merely offering words of support was already commendable. His fondness for the immortal sect had not yet reached the threshold that warranted his assistance. While retreating, Elder Qin Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Shimin Chue Shui. His reluctance to act stemmed from a desire to discern the true capabilities of the immortal sect. Observing Shimin Chue Shui's calm and composed demeanor, he began to sense that Elder Chun of the Songhai sect might be on the brink of failure. Not only was Elder Qin Sheng shaken by Shimin Chue Shui's tranquil composure, but the other prominent figures present also felt a surge of astonishment. They questioned whether they could maintain such poise when faced with Elder Chen's strike. Undoubtedly, the immortal sect, with its sudden emergence, boasted extraordinary figures like Sect Master Wang Feng and Shimin Chue Shui, whose dignified and noble demeanor commanded respect even from these powerful sect leaders. As the terrifying palm of Elder Chun was about to crash down upon Shimin Chue Shui and his companions, Shimin Chue Shui moved. He looked up, unflinchingly meeting the colossal palm imprint with eyes devoid of emotion, utterly indifferent. His thumb pressed against the hilt of the long sword cradled against his chest, gently nudging it, causing the blade to slide partially out of its sheath. In an instant, a brilliant sword radiance erupted, cleaving directly towards the gargantuan palm imprint. Chapter 47. Purple Spirit Profound Flower. Initially, the assembly of formidable sect leaders scoffed at Shimin Shue's seemingly unrefined motion, deeming him arrogant and presumptuous to dare act thus in the face of a mid-stage, profound emperor like Elder Chun of the Songhai sect. Yet, when that dazzling sword light burst forth, the cold smiles on their faces instantly froze. As formidable beings in the realm of the profound emperor, how could they fail to perceive the ultimate sharpness contained within that sword beam? The sheer intensity of its brilliance seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens, causing their souls to tremble. Shimen Shue, seemingly merely nudging with his thumb, unleashed such an astonishing strike. The mastery of his swordsmanship left these great sect leaders utterly astounded. Even the ever-composed General Chun Lai felt his pupils constrict. This single strike evoked trepidation even in the heart of Chun Lai, a peak profound emperor, as the overwhelming sharpness was unfathomable, emanating from such an unassuming gesture. The expression of General Chun Lai, who had initially anticipated a mere spectacle, shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded Shimen Shue with newfound respect. He had thought this to be a farce, yet the so-called immortal sect possessed such a swordsmanship virtuoso. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ultimate sword light collided with the oppressive palm print descending from above, unleashing a fierce wave of power that rippled across the entire platform. Had it not been for the swift reactions of the numerous profound emperor cultivators present, who protected themselves while shielding the platform, it would have surely been crushed by that overwhelming force. How could this be? At that moment, a gasp drew everyone's attention. It was Elder Chun from the Songhai sect, his face betraying a look of terror as he gazed upward in disbelief. Elder Chen's unexpected reaction piqued the curiosity of the other great sect leaders, who followed his gaze. Upon witnessing the scene above, they were all struck with shock, their bodies trembling in unison. The ultimate sword light, upon colliding with Elder Chen's unleashed palm, effortlessly cleaved through it, shattering the terrifyingly immense hand, one that had instilled fear even in the hearts of these profound emperor experts, like fragile foam. Subsequently, the unstoppable sword light surged forth with an overwhelming might, aiming directly at Elder Chun. Even before its arrival, the piercing sharpness caused a stinging sensation on his skin. This very sting jolted Elder Chun from his stupor, prompting him to frantically channel the energy within him. Layer upon layer of formidable protective shields, composed of robust, profound energy, materialized before him, enveloping his entire being. Shimen Shue's strike had quelled all of Elder Chen's fury, leaving only fear in its wake. Moments ago, he had not held back in his palm strike, deploying all his strength with the intent to obliterate Shimen Shue and his companions. Yet, this all-out effort had failed to withstand even a fraction of a second against Shimen Shue's sword, which had simply been annihilated. Had Shimen Shue employed a more ornate sword technique, it might have been more bearable, as it would at least appear that he exerted all his strength. Instead, it was merely a nudge with his thumb that had unleashed such a terrifying strike, a thought that was truly chilling. As the sword emerged by a mere fraction, it unleashed a breathtaking strike. One can only imagine the terrifying spectacle that would ensue were it fully drawn. Bang! Just as Elder Chen's mind was swirling with myriad thoughts, Shimen Shue's sword came crashing down upon the protective barrier before him. The razor-sharp brilliance of the blade instantly cleaved through several layers of defense, delivering an immense force that sent Elder Chun hurtling backwards, crashing fiercely onto the platform above. The entire platform trembled, and where Elder Chun landed, the ground shattered into fragments, debris flying in all directions. The formidable figures present paid little heed to the scattering stones, their gazes fixated on the cloud of dust that enveloped the scene. They had contemplated numerous possible outcomes, yet none had anticipated that Shimen Shue would triumph over Elder Chun of the Songhai sect with a single stroke. How dare you? As the esteemed figures discerned Elder Chen's plight, their expressions turned to astonishment. At that moment, Elder Chun knelt half-crouched upon the ground, blood staining his knee, the earth beneath him erupting into a massive pit. With disbelief etched upon his face, he gazed at Shimin Chue Shui, stammering incoherently. Suddenly, a crimson line split open across Elder Chen's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and then he collapsed, completely losing consciousness. Hiss! In the wake of this scene, a collective gasp resonated throughout the platform. Even General Chun Lai's countenance shifted dramatically. He stood abruptly, staring at the lifeless body of Elder Chun, his expression one of bewilderment. To slay a mid-stage Xianhuang realm elder with a single strike was a result General Chun Lai had never envisioned. The peculiar manner in which Shimin Chue Shui wielded his sword, capable of such formidable power, sent tumultuous waves through General Chun Lai's mind. As a peak Xianhuang realm expert, he might have been able to defeat Elder Chun, yet he could never achieve such effortless grace. Indeed, it was simpler than slaughtering a chicken. After the initial shock, General Chun Lai furrowed his brow, casting a deep glance at the composed Shimin Chue Shui, whose calm demeanor ignited a flicker of wariness in his eyes. What sort of celestial sect is this? He had never even heard of it. Yet he had not anticipated that such a terrifying figure as Shimin Chue Shui would emerge from this sect, with the power demonstrated in that single sword strike. Even he, Chun Lai, could not afford to underestimate Shimin Chue Shui. Investigate the origins of this celestial sect. General Chun Lai commanded softly to the red-robed soldier beside him. The soldier, roused from his stupor, nodded eagerly and hurried away. What manner of sect is this celestial sect? Meanwhile, as General Chun Lai pondered the origins of this mysterious sect, Elder Qin Sheng's wrinkled visage reflected profound astonishment as he murmured to himself. He could scarcely fathom such an outcome, and recalling Shimin Chue Shui's earlier warning that the strike would mean death only intensified the tumult within his heart. Before making a move against Elder Chun of the Songhai sect, Shimin Chue Shui already possessed the confidence to slay him. Beside Elder Qin Sheng, Elder Zhu Qin's cherry-red lips parted slightly, her charming face adorned with a look of astonishment. The prowess of Shimin Chue Shui continuously reshaped her worldview, as if no one could withstand his single strike. With a mere sword, he severed the arm of the formidable Elder Gui Xiong from the Sifong Hall. Similarly, he would eliminate Elder Chun of the Songhai sect with a single blow. It seemed that there was nothing which Shimin Chue Shui could not resolve with his sword. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman in Taoist robes from the Tian Xin sect trembled, concealed among the many powerful figures of the grand sects, fearful of being noticed by Shimin Chue Shui. She had not anticipated the sheer terror of his strength. That one strike had utterly shaken her resolve. After a considerable time, the numerous powerful figures gradually emerged from their shock, gazing at the meditative Shimin Chue Shui. Their thoughts heavy, they quietly returned to their seats, not uttering a word. Even General Chun Lai remained silent, leaving the high platform enveloped in an eerie stillness. At that moment, the name of the Shunxian sect was indelibly etched into the minds of General Chun Lai and the many formidable figures present. Long after this event, they would likely find it impossible to forget Shimin Chue Shui's awe-inspiring strike. It was a blow capable of astonishing the world. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, situated in the demon ceiling land, the commotion caused by Shimin Chue Shui had reached such a magnitude. Even if he were aware, he would only feel joy and admiration for Shimin Chue Shui's splendid feat, which had elevated the reputation of his Shunxian sect. At this moment, Wang Feng was concealed beneath a dark, towering tree, accompanied by Mu Yunfei and others, observing the standoff between two factions not far ahead. Among these factions, one comprised monks clad in kasayas, while the other consisted of practitioners adorned in Taoist robes embroidered with feathers. Master, the two factions consist of disciples from the elite sect Fei Yu Zone, led by the exceptional Yi Feng, and disciples from the formidable Wu Xiang Zone, led by the outstanding Wu Nian. Li Tian sin quieli e labodet besai Wan Feng. The warm breath caressed his ears, and the enticing fragrance stirred his spirit. Had it not been for his formidable temperament, he might have transformed into a ferocious beast at this moment. Was Li Tian Xin perhaps coveting her remarkably handsome sect master? Is the Wuxiang sect comprised of Buddhist and Taoist practitioners? Wang Feng dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind and inquired about the two factions. In this world, the cultivation of Xian Qi is the prevailing norm, but there exist other ancient methodologies of cultivation, with Buddhism and Taoism being among them. Indeed, Master, the Wuxiang sect is the only Buddhist and Taoist sect within the three great empires. While its strength may not reach that of the top sects, it should not be underestimated, especially given the peculiar and elusive nature of its attacks. Li Tian Xian nodded, her tone laced with a hint of caution regarding the Wuxiang sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng acknowledged her words and refrained from further conversation, directing his gaze back to the two factions, pondering whether they would grant him the opportunity to act as the unseen observer. Between the two factions stood a budding purple flower, exuding an ethereal beauty. This enchanting blossom, known as the purple spirit profound flower, was the very catalyst of the standoff. It was a pinnacle treasure of royal status, capable of bestowing a 20% chance of enlightenment upon any practitioner who consumed it, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Furthermore, when combined with other rare herbs, it could be refined into the purple spirit profound pill, significantly increasing the likelihood of a peak royal cultivator breaking through to the profound emperor realm by 50%. However, within the three great empires, no alchemist had yet succeeded in refining the purple spirit profound pill, as it required at least a master-level alchemist to achieve such a feat nevertheless. For the prodigies of the royal realm, this treasure held immense allure. Possessing the purple spirit profound flower would grant them at least a year's advantage over their peers. A year might seem trivial, but for top-tier talents, it was ample time for considerable advancement. Yet Wang Feng found little interest in the flower itself. His true curiosity lay with the two factions. Should the opportunity arise to acquire the flower effortlessly, he would welcome it with open arms. Brother Wunyan, this purple spirit profound flower is vital for my younger brother. Might you consider parting with it? If you do, I shall owe you a favor. And whenever you require assistance, just a word from you will summon me, Yi Feng of the Feiyu sect said, his eyes gleaming with intent as he addressed Wunyan of the Wuxiang sect. Though they were both mid-level royal cultivators, Yi Feng held a measure of respect for Wunyan. As the only Buddhist sect among the three great empires, the Wuxiang sect, though not among the most powerful, boasted a deep and ancient heritage that instilled a sense of caution even among the top-tier sections. Dear Donor Yi, material wealth is but a transient thing. It would be wiser for this purple spirit profound flower to return with me to the Wuxiang sect for the greater good, lest it tempt the hearts of men. Wunyan replied with a gentle smile. Impudent monk, do not overstep your bounds. My senior brother Yi's willingness to owe you a favor is already a great concession. Do not be ungrateful. A disciple from the Feiyu sect retorted angrily upon hearing Wunyan's words. Wunyan remained unperturbed by the outburst, casting a casual glance at the disciple before refocusing on Yi Feng. Possession of treasures belongs to the capable. If you refuse to yield, then we shall inevitably clash. Yi Feng's gaze hardened as he regarded Wunyan, his previously gentle demeanor now replaced with icy resolve. Should Wunyan be willing to relinquish the purple spirit profound flower, Yi Feng would gladly embrace a brotherly bond. If not, he would not hesitate to fight for it. Very well. The monk could only seek the esteemed guidance of Master Yi. Wunyan pressed his palms together and spoke softly. The Wuxiang sect, inheriting the ancient Buddhist teachings, does not adhere to the mortal realm's strictures against killing. In the realm of cultivation, how could one avoid such acts? Conversely, both the ancient Buddhist path and the present Wuxiang sect abide by the belief that a Buddha may save or slay, with all truths determined by the heart, unperturbed and unbound. Fight! Upon hearing Wunyan's words, Yi Feng hesitated no longer. He let out a fierce roar, his entire being radiating a formidable surge of mysterious energy. Resembling a battle deity, an overwhelming pressure erupted in an instant, causing the very void to tremble. 1,000 feathered blades. Suddenly, the mysterious energy erupting from Yi Feng coalesced into a multitude of feathers behind him, each glimmering with an astonishing chill. as these countless feathers materialized. An incredible sharpness caused the disciples from both sects present to change their expressions drastically, retreating hastily while their gazes remained fixated on Yi Feng and Wunyan. In response, Wunyan first offered a slight smile. Then his expression turned serious, a brilliant light enveloping him as if a Buddha had descended. A profound Buddhist might descended upon them. And as the disciples of the Flying Feather sect sensed this divine presence, they felt as if the Buddha himself smiled upon them, igniting within their hearts a yearning to pay homage. Go! Yi Feng's eyes sharpened as he bellowed. The dense array of feathers behind him surged forth like a rain of swords, striking terror into the hearts of all present. This powerful shout roused the disciples of the Flying Feather sect, who quickly retreated again, their eyes filled with dread as they regarded Wunyan. They were taken aback by the monk's formidable power, for merely his divine aura had nearly ensnared them in an illusion. Wuxiang Buddha Flame. In the face of Yi Feng's fierce assault, Wunyan exclaimed sharply. A surge of Buddhist power erupted from him, and a golden flame suddenly ascended from his being. Though this flame appeared ethereal, it emanated a terrifying heat that filled the air. Then, Wunyan struck forth with a palm, condensing the Wuxiang fire into a formidable imprint, which burgeoned with the wind, transforming into a colossal handprint that crashed into the dense barrage of feathers. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the disciples from both sects, the two forces collided violently, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that spread outward. The ground within 100 meters of Yi Feng and Wunyan erupted, as if a thick layer had been torn away, forming a colossal pit. As the force diffused, it cracked the earth, sending fissures sprawling across the ground. At that moment, the disciples of the Wuxiang sect and the Flying Feather sect had retreated 200 meters, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Feng and Wunyan. Curiously, at the moment when Yi Feng and Wunyan clashed, the purple spirit flower situated between them remained utterly unaffected. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern that this singular purple spirit flower was greedily absorbing the residual energy unleashed by their confrontation. Truly, it is a treasure of the highest caliber, worthy of being claimed. Engrossed in their battle, neither Yi Feng nor Wunyan noticed the peculiar behavior of the purple spirit flower. However, the concealed Wang Feng did. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured softly. He had no need for the purple spirit flower, yet it would not hinder him from acquiring it to reward the disciples within his sect. Moreover, his aspirations extended beyond merely this flower. If the opportunity arose, he would also consider undermining the Wuxiang sect, for disciples of the Buddhist order are a rare sight indeed. Wang Feng harbored no biases towards sect affiliations. His celestial sect was destined to embrace all, even those of a demonic nature, provided they possessed a pure essence and adhered to their principles. To Wang Feng, the world harbored neither true righteousness nor genuine malevolence, only individuals who faltered in maintaining their true selves. Boom! As Wang Feng pondered, Yi Feng and Wunyan continued their fervent clash, their fists and feet colliding with ferocity. The air resonated with the sound of explosive impacts, reducing the area within 100 meters of their struggle to ruins. Both were pinnacle talents of the royal realm, and each strike reverberated through the very fabric of the void, instilling fear in the disciples of the two sects observing from a distance. With a resounding crash, after yet another collision, Wunyan and Yi Feng momentarily separated, standing opposite each other, both slightly panting, their gazes locked in intensity. Brother Wunyan, you truly embody the prowess of Wuxiang sect's finest, Yi Feng remarked, his eyes fixed on Wunyan with a solemn expression. He acknowledged Wunyan's strength, having not anticipated it to be of such magnitude, matching him blow for blow and even gaining the upper hand. Yi Master also proves formidable, living up to the title of the top talent of Feiyu sect. Wunyan replied, his hands clasped together, a light chuckle escaping him. But with such efforts alone, you shall not compel my retreat. Yi Feng's expression hardened as he proclaimed, Feiyu Cloud Dragon, 9th layer, Cloud Dragon's heavenly wave. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, a terrifying wave of profound energy that undulated like roaring tides. Deep within, a faint dragon's roar echoed. Subsequently, the immense energy enveloping Yi Feng transformed into a dragon silhouette that coiled around him, radiating an aura of immense authority that instilled fear at a mere glance. Forcing Brother Yi to unleash the 9th layer of Feiyu Cloud Dragon, this insufferable monk has every right to take pride. Indeed, since Brother Yi mastered the 9th layer of Feiyu Cloud Dragon, he had never employed it before. At last, one could witness the divine might of this strike. Upon witnessing the ethereal dragon silhouette encircling Yi Feng, the 4 disciples of the Feiyu sect were instantly filled with reverence, their voices hushed, imbued with unwavering confidence in Yi Feng's impending strike. The Feiyu Cloud Dragon represents the pinnacle of the Feiyu sect's martial legacy, comprising 13 formidable layers. It is this very technique that has elevated the Feiyu sect to the esteemed status of a premier sect within the empire, underscoring the sheer terror that the Feiyu Cloud Dragon embodies. Wuxiang Prajna, Dawei Tianlong. With a thunderous roar, Wunyan echoed, his voice resonating like a Buddhist chant, reverberating in all directions. A brilliant aura enveloped him, rendering him akin to a diminutive golden deity, as overwhelming power surged forth, coalescing into a golden dragon silhouette that too spiraled around Wunyan. Unlike the spectral dragon that adorned Yi Feng, this golden apparition, though equally illusory, flickered with an enigmatic flame in its eyes, while Yi Feng's dragon shadow appeared hollow. Battle. With a simultaneous cry from both Wunyan and Yi Feng, the white and gold dragon silhouettes erupted with ferocity, akin to 2 divine dragons colliding, their latent power permeating the atmosphere and causing the disciples of both sects to tremble with trepidation. Nonetheless, their gazes remained fixated upon the 2 dragon figures, reluctant to miss even the minutest detail. In a cataclysmic instant, the white and gold dragons clashed, sending visible ripples of force radiating outward, uprooting the very ground beneath them. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield, as fragments of stone soared, creating small craters upon the distant blackened trees. The very fabric of the void seemed to warp under the strain of such a devastating spectacle, prompting the disciples of both sects to pale in fear and retreat hastily, wary of the residual shockwaves. Chapter 49. The coexistence of Buddha and demon in the void. A terrifying turbulence surged as the 2 dragon silhouettes intertwined like divine beasts, each striving to rend the other asunder. At this moment, both Wunyan and Yi Feng wore solemn expressions, as immense power continually emanated from their forms, feeding into the 2 dragon manifestations. Master, in your esteemed opinion, which of these 2 will emerge victorious? Asked Mu Yunfei, gazing at the entwined dragon figures with a serious countenance. His curiosity piqued. The prowess displayed by these 2 top disciples of the foremost sect was not to be underestimated. Even he felt a measure of apprehension. Yi Feng, Wang Feng murmured, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Oh, why so? Mu Yunfei inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he pressed for clarification. At this juncture, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin also turned their attention to Wang Feng, their expressions tinged with inquisitiveness. In Mu Yunfei's estimation, although Yi Feng and Wunyan appeared evenly matched, he sensed that the dragon manifestation emanating from Wunyan was slightly stronger. Wang Feng merely smiled without providing an answer, his gaze towards Yi Feng imbued with an inexplicable depth of meaning. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yunfei and his companions, though puzzled, refrained from further inquiries, their attention fixed intently upon the 2 dragon shadows that danced in the arena. A hum resonated through the air as the essence of the Buddhas, formless and intangible, manifested in a fleeting moment. In that instant, the eyes of the unconscious sage narrowed slightly, and with a low growl, an array of mysterious Buddhist patterns erupted from his being. As these patterns emerged, the golden dragon shadow in the void seemed to receive a divine enhancement, igniting with a fervent blaze. At the moment this fire ignited, the potency radiating from the golden dragon shadow surged to terrifying heights. The flame surged forth along the interwoven strands of the golden and white dragon shadows, launching an assault upon the latter. A roar echoed as in mere moments. The white dragon shadow became engulfed in this ethereal, searing fire. Sensing an imminent peril, the white dragon shadow emitted a piercing cry in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet it found itself ensnared by the golden dragon shadow's relentless grip. With a thunderous crack, the white dragon shadow was abruptly torn asunder by the golden dragon shadow, dispersing into countless specks of white light that vanished into the cosmos. In that instant, Yi Feng's complexion turned crimson, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his pallor shifting to an ashen hue as his entire form quivered with trepidation. How could this be? Brother Yi has actually been defeated? How could it be that this loathsome monk possesses such formidable strength? Even Brother Yi is not his match? Upon witnessing Yi Feng's injury, the 4 disciples of Feiyu Sect, positioned at a distance, bore expressions of disbelief, gasping in astonishment. For those who had followed Yi Feng, he was akin to a deity, an invincible entity. Yet now, with his defeat, it felt as if the very heavens had collapsed upon them, leaving them in a state of disarray. Indeed, Brother Wenyin is truly a paragon of our Wuxiang sect. This battle has undoubtedly showcased the might of Wuxiang's sect. Following this confrontation, Brother Wenyin's name shall surely resonate throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire, in stark contrast to the despair of the Feiyu disciples. The disciples of Wuxiang's sect were animated with excitement, their faces alight with exhilaration. It appears that Yi Shizhu has fallen. The purple spirit mysterious flower shall be claimed by Wenyin. In the void, the monk Wenyin cast a glance at Yi Feng, his hands clasped in reverence as he offered a bow, speaking softly. He did not display joy at having triumphed over Yi Feng. Rather, he maintained an expression devoid of emotion, as calm as a still pond. Hearing Wenyin's words, Yi Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, narrowing his eyes as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wenyin, a flicker of inscrutable brilliance igniting within his gaze. Yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, as the exchange unfolded between Wenyin and Yi Feng, Mu Yunfei and his companions, concealed in the distance, regarded Wang Feng's figure, their expressions shifting. The sect leader has misjudged. Should I remind the leader to look beyond appearances? They pondered, but as this thought crossed their minds, they shook their heads, dismissing it. Perhaps it is best not to court danger. Wang Feng remained oblivious to the thoughts of Mu Yunfei and his companions, his gaze fixated upon Yi Feng, as if he could perceive the anomalies within him through layers of obstruction. Li He, too, seemed to sense something, his eyes narrowing as they turned towards Yi Feng, shimmering with a captivating brilliance. In the void, the monk Wenyin exchanged glances with Yi Feng for a brief moment, joining his hands in reverence and proclaiming, "Thank you, Master Yi, for your generosity. I shall not be impolite." Upon hearing Wenyin's words, Yi Feng clenched his teeth, as if making a momentous decision, his entire aura shifting dramatically. In a tone of indifference, he remarked, "When did I ever intend to relinquish this purple spirit mysterious flower to you? This battle is far from over." "Oh, does Master Yi possess further prowess?" Wenyin inquired, his expression tightening as he regarded Yi Feng with newfound intensity. At this moment, the monk became vigilant, feeling the power within him subtly surging. Although he had previously held a slight advantage over Yi Feng, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. "This is my long-concealed trump card. I had no desire to confront Brother Wenyin, but his strength exceeds my expectations, compelling me to act." Yi Feng maintained an unparalleled calm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the monk as he spoke with deliberate composure. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Wenyin's countenance shifted, tension coiling around him as an inexplicable sense of unease began to swell within. Boom! Then, Wenyin felt the source of this disquiet. His pupils contracted as he regarded Yi Feng, astonishment flickering across his features. Before him, Yi Feng radiated an utterly terrifying aura, cold and oppressive, inducing a sensation akin to plunging into an ice cavern upon mere contact. At this moment, Yi Feng's visage was no longer that of the striking figure he once was. His skin was marred by numerous demonic patterns, resembling tadpoles, densely covering him and rendering him grotesque in appearance. Is this magic? Yi Feng, a distinguished prodigy of the Feiyu sect, have secretly delved into demonic arts, Wen Yin exclaimed in disbelief, his handsome features betraying shock and horror as he grappled with the revelation that Yi Feng had succumbed to such madness. Not only Wen Yin, but even the disciples of the Feiyu sect were taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the monstrous transformation of Yi Feng. They could hardly fathom that the object of their admiration was engaged in the clandestine practice of dark sorcery. Demons are inherently aggressive and belligerent, leaving desolation in their wake. They are the sworn enemies of the entire cultivation world. Any practitioner of sufficient strength is compelled to eradicate them. Legend has it that demons, originating from beyond the heavens, once invaded the entire Xianlan continent in ancient times, seeking to conquer it and enslave its cultivators. The cultivators of the Xianlan continent resolutely banded together, driven by the dual motives of preserving their realm and safeguarding their own lives, to engage in a cataclysmic battle against the invading demons. Ultimately, the Xianlan continent emerged victorious, albeit at a grievous cost, leading to the gradual disappearance of secondary disciplines such as alchemy in the aftermath of that monumental conflict. Nonetheless, remnants of those demons still lurked within the continent, albeit in a diminished capacity, incapable of inflicting harm, merely surviving in a state of despair. Consequently, the formidable factions on the continent refrained from launching a campaign against them, instead perceiving these demons as a means for the practitioners to hone their skills. The so-called demon race within the continent did not consist of true demons, but rather practitioners who had assimilated the legacy techniques left behind by the demons, thereby transforming into what was known as the demon race. For instance, the Xianxia Great Demon, which wreaked havoc upon the Radiant Sun Empire a millennium ago, was, in fact, a practitioner who had mastered the demon's legacy techniques. However, to attain the level of the Xianxia Great Demon required an adeptness in controlling the demon's techniques, rendering them impervious to the malevolent aura inherent within those techniques. Yet, it was evident that Yi Feng had not yet reached such mastery. As the demonic runes enveloped Yi Feng's form, his previously serene demeanor vanished, replaced by a visage of grotesque ferocity, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson, exuding an aura of unbridled savagery, akin to a merciless beast. What struck the monk Wen Yin with trepidation was not merely the violent aura radiating from Yi Feng, but also the palpable cultivation level he displayed at that moment, which had astonishingly attained the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. This level of power instilled a sense of despair in Wen Yin. As even the mid-tier Marquis, Yi Feng had posed a formidable challenge that required all of Wen Yin's strength to barely overcome. The peak of the Marquis realm, however, was a threshold he could not withstand, regardless of his efforts. Yet, he found himself compelled to confront this challenge. While others might flee, Wen Yin could not escape, for he was a follower of the Buddha. Historically, the forces of Buddha and demon have never coexisted. Where there is Buddha, demons cannot tread, and where demons dwell, Buddha cannot remain. Even with the knowledge of imminent death, Wen Yin was resolute in his commitment to battle the demons, to affirm his Buddhist convictions. As Wen Yin's unwavering faith solidified within him, the hidden figures of Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu, observing from a distance, were equally astounded, their faces betraying a mix of horror as they beheld Yi Feng, now adorned with demonic runes. Both Mu Yunfei and Ling Feiwu, prior to their affiliation with the Divine Immortal Sect, possessed distinguished identities and were well aware of the origins of demons. Indeed, any practitioner would recognize the terror that demons inspired. They were astonished to learn that Yi Feng, a distinguished prodigy of the Feiyu sect, was secretly engaging in demonic cultivation. Should this revelation come to light, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Radiant Sun Empire, and even the Feiyu sect could find itself embroiled in the ensuing turmoil. With Yi Feng facing a fate of utter despair, practitioners maintained an unwavering zero-tolerance policy towards demons, where only the outcomes of life or death could prevail. They could not fathom how Yi Feng dared to tread the path of demonic cultivation. Chapter 50. The Chance for Enlightenment. As Mu Yunfei and others were astonished by Yi Feng's demonic transformation, They gazed at Wang Feng with reverence. Could it be that the sect leader had foreseen Yi Feng's ability to conquer the darkness? Truly, the leader of the Divine Immortal Sect possesses remarkable insight. If Wang Feng were aware of the thoughts swirling in Mu Yunfei's mind, he might have smiled. Even though he stands as a pinnacle master of the profound Emperor realm, it would have been impossible for him to discern Yi Feng's true nature before his powers were unleashed. In truth, his confidence in Yi Feng's victory stemmed from sensing an extraordinary force within him. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng that this power was derived from the demonic arts Yi Feng practiced. The demon, a being that invites universal condemnation. Yi Feng, as a distinguished disciple of the Feiyu sect, willingly embraced the demonic path despite knowing the calamity it brings to the world. Such is a grievous sin. In the arena, the monk Wenyan fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, bellowing with a gravity that resonated through the air. The aura of Buddhist light emanating from him intensified, exuding an even greater might than before. What a demon! If strength can be attained, I would gladly embrace the guise of a fiend. Do you comprehend the number of lives I have taken and hearts I have consumed to master this devastating demonic technique? In this world, notions of righteousness or malevolence are irrelevant. The weak are destined for slaughter, while the strong dictate the rules. And you shall inevitably be devoured and refined by me. Ah, the pinnacle prodigy of the Wuxiang sect, how delectable you shall be. Should I assimilate you, coupled with the purple Xian spirit flower, I may very well transcend to the realm of profound emperor. Upon hearing Wenyan's declaration, Yi Feng erupted into a maniacal laugh, his crimson eyes glinting with a cruel light. His frenzied demeanor instilled fear among the disciples of the Feiyu sect, as they realized that the revered prodigy they once idolized now seemed utterly alien. You! The fury in Wenyan's voice was palpable. He was taken aback that Yi Feng, who appeared so refined, could harbor such heinous intentions. Indeed, the demon is devoid of humanity. Ha! A mere delay, but fret not. I shall savor your exquisite essence. However, prior to that, Yi Feng's cold smile met Wenyan's wrath. In an instant, Yi Feng moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing beside the four disciples of the Feiyu sect. In their disbelief, he unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! No! The terrifying palm imprint descended upon the disciples, the overwhelming pressure binding them in place. Their desperate screams echoed as they were obliterated into mere pulp beneath that single strike. They perished without ever anticipating that Yi Feng would turn his lethal hand against them. Yi Feng, you are utterly deranged. This scene astonished Wenyan, who shouted in fury. He too had not anticipated that Yi Feng would strike down the disciples of the Feiyu sect. The speed at which Yi Feng moved was so blinding that Wenyan could not react in time. The disciples had met their end before he could comprehend the unfolding horror. Transformed by demonic power, Yi Feng was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Do not rush, it is not yet over. Upon hearing the furious roar of the monk Wenyan, Yi Feng let out a chilling smile, his crimson eyes immediately fixating on the disciples of the Wuxiang sect. The murderous intent radiating from his gaze caused their faces to pale, prompting them to retreat in fear. Boom! Wenyan's expression shifted, and he unleashed a tremendous force that enveloped him in a radiant aura, resembling a Buddha descending upon the scene, standing resolutely before the disciples of the Wuxiang sect. Master, shall we intervene? Hidden in the distance, Mu Yunfei and others were taken aback by Yi Feng's slaying of the Feiyu sect disciple and quickly inquired. Ever since Yi Feng had succumbed to darkness, even Mu Yunfei felt trepidation, uncertain of his own ability to overcome Yi Feng at this moment. Wenyan's strength was insufficient to safeguard the disciples of Wuxiang sect in the face of Yi Feng. This is their trial. Those who can endure shall live, while those who cannot shall perish. Not everyone is worthy of our sect's intervention. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's question, Wang Feng shook his head, speaking with indifference. His words sent a shiver through Mu Yunfei and the others. They realized their lack of understanding regarding their leader. Wang Feng's temperament was capricious, sometimes gentle and kind, yet at other times cold and merciless, making him utterly unpredictable. Do you think you can impede me at this moment? Do you truly believe my demonic prowess was honed in vain? As Wang Feng and the others conversed, Yi Feng regarded the erupting Wen Yin with a derisive smile. Buzz! He moved, and like a shadow, several apparitions of Yi Feng materialized in the void, leaving Wen Yin unable to discern reality from illusion. In that moment of hesitation, anguished cries pierced the air from behind him. Turning to look, his eyes widened in horror, his body flooded with murderous intent. The chests of the Wuxiang sect disciples bore gaping wounds, their garments soaked in blood, while Yi Feng held a still beating heart, reveling in his gruesome feast, appearing as a true demon. Observing from afar, Wang Feng and the others furrowed their brows, with the two women, Ling Feiwu and Li Tianxin, frightened into hiding behind Wang Feng. May the Buddha show mercy! Wen Yin clasped his hands together in reverence, bowing to the Wuxiang disciples, then sighed deeply as an overwhelming force erupted from his being, warping the surrounding space visibly. Though the Buddha embodies compassion, wrath can also arise, and at this moment, Wen Yin was enraged. Boom! Wen Yin's expression grew solemn as a layer of Buddhist patterns enveloped his entire form. An immense wave of Buddhist power surged forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. Behind him, a colossal ethereal figure emerged, shimmering with radiant golden light, illuminating the darkened realm. The wrath of the Buddha determines life and death. Wen Yin roared, as the power within him surged like a tidal wave. The enormous figure behind him reached out, drawing in the cosmic energies of the universe, and a titanic palm imprint materialized, eclipsing the sky. As the imprint of a palm emerged, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire realm, distorting the very fabric of space. At that moment, the formidable might unleashed by the monk Wen Yin was comparable to that of a late-stage noble, yet it was evidently insufficient to contend with Yi Feng. Boom! The colossal palm imprint descended upon Yi Feng, as if the heavens and earth themselves conspired to suppress him. In the face of this fierce assault, a flicker of disdain flashed in Yi Feng's crimson eyes. He too extended his hand, striking forth with a palm, the demonic patterns upon it seeming to come alive, twisting and writhing with vitality. With each undulation, the power coalescing in Yi Feng's palm grew increasingly terrifying. Boom! Just as the immense palm imprint was about to crush Yi Feng, he did not hesitate, unleashing a counterstrike with his palm. The collision of the two palm imprints, one vast and one small, sent a tremor through the realm, followed by a force akin to a raging tempest, sweeping away everything within a radius of 300 meters, reducing the area around Wen Yin and Yi Feng to ruins. This cataclysmic wave of energy even reached the ears of numerous prodigies in the demon sealing land, causing them to turn their gazes toward the source of the disturbance. In a valley situated 10,000 miles away, the imperial prince Yu Fei and several disciples of major sects were resting when they suddenly stood up, their eyes drawn to the direction of the chaos. A grave expression etched upon their faces. Your Highness, such a fluctuation of power is likely significant. Should we investigate? Inquired a disciple, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Such a display of force could either signify a fierce battle among powerful prodigies or the emergence of a treasure. Either scenario warranted exploration. Very well. Prince Yu Fei narrowed his eyes and nodded in agreement. In an instant, the group soared into the sky, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, similar beams of light ascended from various locations in the demon sealing land, all converging toward Yi Feng and the others. Cough! Wen Yin crashed into the pit, his handsome visage marred by streaks of blood. Despair etched in his gaze. He looked up at Yi Feng, who approached him slowly. In that previous clash, even with his full strength, he could not withstand Yi Feng's palm strike, which not only shattered his offensive but also left him gravely wounded. In this moment, Wen Yin felt a deep resentment toward his own impotence, lamenting his inability to avenge the fallen disciples of the Wuxiang sect. The harrowing images of their tragic demise lingered vividly in his mind, leaving his spirit trembling with anguish. If vengeance were within his grasp, he would willingly pay any price, even his own life, for it would grant him the solace of confronting those disciples of the Wuxiang sect. Yet now, he finds himself powerless to avenge his grievances. an unprecedented feeling of helplessness washing over him. I have warned you, you are not my equal. Since the inception of his mastery over this dark art, he has endured in silence, never revealing his true strength. The mere fact that you have compelled me to unveil my powers is already a testament to your audacity. In deference to you, I shall savor your heart slowly. Rest assured, it shall be painless and swift. Yi Feng advanced toward the monk Wunyan with measured steps, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his words echoing like the voice of a demon across the vastness of this realm. Evil shall not triumph over righteousness. Even if I do not witness that day, it shall not be long before you meet a fate akin to mine. It is a lament that I, Wunyan, cannot personally slay you, this fiend. Upon hearing Yi Feng's taunt, Wunyan cast a piercing glance his way and bellowed in anger. If you desire to strike him down with your own hands, our sect can grant you that opportunity. However, once you have accomplished this, you must accompany us. Our sect offers you the chance for enlightenment, which will also be your singular moment of powerlessness in this lifetime. Chapter 51. If you achieve enlightenment. Wuxiang shall take pride in you at the sound of Wunyan's furious roar. Yi Feng wore a mocking grin. Yet the sudden voice caused his smile to falter as he turned sharply to look. Wunyan, too, was momentarily taken aback, drawn by the sound. Under their gaze, Wang Feng emerged from his concealed position, accompanied by Mu Yunfei and others, and approached the two monks. Upon seeing Wang Feng and his companions, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Feng's twisted visage. Their stealth indicated they had been hidden for quite some time, yet he had sensed none of their presence. Even after his transformation, rivaling the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, he failed to detect their essence. Though alarmed, Yi Feng attributed this to some artifact that masked their aura. For within the borders of the three great empires, no exceptional prodigy had yet attained the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. Since Wang Feng and his companions had come to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, there were likely prodigies of a certain sect, assuredly not surpassing the peak of the Marquis realm. Thus, Yi Feng felt no fear toward Wang Feng and his entourage. Instead, he grinned malevolently. I did not expect a few insignificant insects to hide away with such audacity. Upon witnessing my might, you dare to emerge? Tianxin of the Tianxin sect? You are not with Yu Fei, but rather among these mere ants? What is this? Do you wish to oppose me? As he spoke, Yi Feng's attention was drawn to the graceful figure beside Wang Feng. He licked his lips, an eerie smile spreading across his face. The name Li Tianxin was known throughout the empire, with none among the youth who did not admire her. He too held her in high regard, yet previously had refrained from acting due to the presence of the imperial prince. Now he had undeniably revealed his demonic prowess, rendering him devoid of any trepidation. He had not anticipated that he would be so fortunate today, not only devouring the monk Wunyan, but also acquiring an unparalleled beauty. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Tianxin remained unperturbed, silently standing beside Wang Feng, a scene that stirred Yi Feng's interest, his crimson gaze fixated on Wang Feng. Who was this person that could elicit such treatment from Li Tianxin? Who are you, young man? With this thought, Yi Feng did not hesitate to voice his inquiry, his countenance radiating arrogance, dismissing Wang Feng and his companions entirely. Now transformed by demonic energy, his strength was comparable to the pinnacle of the Marquis realm, and he felt no fear even in the presence of the imperial Prince Yu Fei, let alone a mere nameless figure like Wang Feng. What is your consideration regarding my proposition? Wang Feng disregarded Yi Feng, instead turning his attention to Wunyan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. Wunyan, startled by Wang Feng's question, initially believed it to be a jest, yet became evident that Wang Feng was indeed earnest. You wish for me to betray the Wuxiang sect and accompany you? Wunyan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Wang Feng, speaking in a low tone. Meanwhile, Yi Feng observed Wang Feng's indifference towards him, engaging instead with Wunyan, and did not feel anger. Instead, an enigmatic smile graced his lips. To him, Wang Feng and his companions were already as good as dead. He felt a sense of compassion, allowing them to reminisce in their final moments. Yi Feng held no belief that Wang Feng posed any threat. After all, Transformed by demonic power, he could withstand even the mightiest of the Xianhuang realm, let alone insignificant beings like Wang Feng. Unaware that Yi Feng regarded them as deceased, Wang Feng gazed intently at Wen Yin, nodding gently. On what grounds? Wen Yin retorted. Under normal circumstances, had someone dared to suggest he abandon the Wuxiang sect, he would have retaliated without hesitation. However, with the looming threat of Yi Feng, he found himself less incensed. In fact, he deemed Wang Feng and his companions rather laughable. Rather than fleeing from the terrifying adversary Yi Feng, they nonchalantly sought to recruit him, on the basis that our sect can grant you the opportunity for vengeance. On the basis that our sect can offer you the chance to achieve enlightenment. On the basis that our sect can ensure you will never again experience helplessness. Wang Feng's expression remained serene, his eyes, as profound as the vast cosmos, locked onto Wen Yin as he spoke softly. Though his words were gentle, they resonated in Wen Yin's ears like a thunderclap. You are quite amusing. This is perhaps the finest jest I have ever heard. Simply for sharing this jest, I might allow you to linger a little longer. As Wang Feng's voice echoed, before Wen Yin could respond, Yi Feng burst into laughter, his expression one of mockery. The opportunity for enlightenment? Do you even know what Buddha is? Wen Yin shook his head, responding, his tone devoid of sarcasm. Yet the skepticism was unmistakably evident. Within the territories of the three great empires, only he, the Wuxiang sect, belongs to the Buddhist lineage, possessing the transmission of the Buddha's path. Now, inexplicably, a person has emerged, claiming to offer him the chance to attain Buddhahood. Surely, no one would believe such a proclamation. They would only perceive this individual as mad. Attaining Buddhahood is akin to the immortality sought by practitioners of the Tao. It is but a dream, and dreams are deemed as such precisely because they are distant and require a lifetime of pursuit. Yet now, Wang Feng boldly asserts that he can provide him with an opportunity for enlightenment, prompting the monk Wen Yin to find it laughable. He too must be deranged for engaging in such prolonged discourse with someone like this. Buddha is for me, and I am for Buddha. Upon hearing these words, Wen Yin's entire being trembled as he gazed intently at Wang Feng, astonished. He had not anticipated that Wang Feng would grasp the profound essence of his Buddhist understanding. While the world believes that they cultivate the Buddha, only those who truly practice Buddhism comprehend that they are both the Buddha and their own true selves, embodying the essence of all sentient beings. Yet, this profound realization is often beyond the understanding of even ordinary practitioners of the Buddha's path. How could Wang Feng, devoid of any trace of Buddhist aura, possess knowledge of such lofty wisdom? Nonetheless, despite his astonishment at Wang Feng's insight into the essence of Buddhism, Wen Yin understood that mere words would not suffice to convince him. This was something Wang Feng recognized as well. Thus he continued, the Bodhi tree is fundamentally without form, and the bright mirror is not a platform. In essence, there is nothing. Where then can dust settle? As these words flowed from Wang Feng's lips, Wen Yin was rendered speechless, his mind ensnared by the profound resonance of Wang Feng's utterance, as though a Buddha were chanting sacred truths before him, drawing his very spirit into an inescapable trance. Meanwhile, Mu Yunfei and others beside Wang Feng, though unaware of the meaning behind his words, found their souls quieted, as if enchanted by the magic of Wang Feng's declaration, leaving them devoid of any worries. After a prolonged silence, Wen Yin finally regained his composure, staring at Wang Feng in awe, eager to articulate his thoughts, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Within him, a stirring had begun. Any individual capable of expressing such Zen wisdom must possess profound spiritual insight into Buddhism, surpassing even the leader of their Wuxiang sect. Only those truly adept in the Buddhist path could fathom such intricate sayings. Our sect invites you to join us, not to compel you to abandon your former beliefs, but to guide you towards a superior place for cultivation. Only through clarity of mind can one attain their true nature. Once you achieve Buddhahood, the Wuxiang sect shall take pride in you. Wang Feng cast a glance at Wen Yin and spoke softly. This declaration caused Wen Yin to tremble anew, solidifying his resolve. He regarded Wang Feng with earnestness and declared, I wish to follow you. Very well. From this day forth, You shall be a disciple of my divine immortal sect." Upon hearing the words of the monk Wunyan, Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Finally, I have managed to persuade this monk, a feat not easily accomplished. However, Wunyan, I once held you in high regard, especially since you previously caused me some minor troubles. Yet I never anticipated your profound foolishness." As Wunyan truly prepared to follow Wang Feng, Yi Feng, standing nearby, couldn't he help but mockingly laugh. "And who informed you that you could leave?" Yi Feng jested again, his eyes narrowing as an icy aura of murderous intent enveloped him. "Since you have entered my immortal sect, I shall grant you the opportunity for revenge." Wang Feng disregarded Yi Feng and spoke softly to Wunyan. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Wunyan was momentarily taken aback, and as he attempted to respond, he found himself utterly frozen in place. Wang Feng extended his hand, casually reaching towards Yi Feng, as if grasping at mere air. This action initially brought a smirk to Yi Feng's face, but in an instant, that smile vanished. A terrifying force surged from all directions, rendering him immobile. It felt as if an invisible pair of hands had seized his entire being, and as Wang Feng withdrew his hand, Yi Feng was propelled forward, crashing to his knees before Wunyan with a resounding thud. Wunyan was stunned, and so was Yi Feng. He had not comprehended the situation and found himself kneeling before the monk in a daze. He felt as if the power within him had ceased to function entirely. No matter how he tried to summon it, there was no effect. He remained unable to open his eyes against the oppressive grip holding him down, utterly devoid of any strength to struggle. How is this possible? After a moment of bewilderment, Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. He had transformed into a demonic entity, a figure on par with the peak of the royal realm. How could such a bizarre circumstance arise? Not only did his internal power fail to respond, but even his demonic abilities were rendered useless. Those invisible hands not only restrained his body, but also suppressed his cultivation and strength. What sorcery have you employed? Yi Feng's crimson eyes were filled with terror as he gazed at Wang Feng, shouting in rage. He wished to resist, yet he found himself utterly powerless, reduced to a state akin to that of an ordinary mortal, forgetting how to even struggle, consumed by impotent fury. Wunyan, however, had regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Feng, his eyes radiating brilliance. To be candid, after agreeing to Wang Feng's proposal, he had felt a twinge of regret, believing he had acted impulsively. Yet at this moment, any remnants of regret had vanished. Our sect has proclaimed, "If you come to slay, then slay. Once the vengeance is fulfilled, let it be laid to rest, for that is both an end and a new beginning," Wang Feng said, ignoring Yi Feng's insanity. As he turned his attention back to Wunyan, the monk Wunyan nodded gently, then slowly approached Yi Feng, joining his hands in a gesture of respect, and intoned, "Amit Ba, fellow disciples, Wunyan has avenged you. Once you reach the Pure Land, do not harbor any worries." As his words echoed, Wunyan brought down his palm, and in an instant, Yi Feng's head burst apart, blood splattering and staining Wunyan, rendering him an eerie sight. Yet, within Wunyan's heart, tranquility prevailed. Yun Fei, gather their sealing orders. Each of you should transfer your points into your respective sealing orders. Observing Yi Feng's fall, Wang Feng nodded at Mu Yunfei beside him. Understood, Sect Master. Without hesitation, Mu Yunfei collected the sealing orders from Yi Feng and several disciples of the Feiyu sect. After casting a glance at Wunyan, he awaited a nod from the monk before he also gathered the sealing orders from several disciples of the Wuxiang sect. This time, they amassed a total of 60,000 points. Wang Feng chose not to claim any for himself, and neither did Mu Yunfei. Instead, they divided the total equally among Ling Feiwu, Li Tianxin, and Li He, each receiving 20,000 points, aside from Wunyan, who possessed 23,000 points. Mu Yunfei and Wang Feng found themselves at the bottom of the ranking. However, Wang Feng paid it no heed. He gestured for Mu Yunfei and the others to assist Wunyan in burying the disciples of the Wuxiang sect before leading them away, leaving behind a scene of desolation. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Wang Feng and the others departed, a quarter of an hour later, several piercing sounds sliced through the air in the vicinity. shadows descended from the sky, and upon witnessing the devastation, astonishment flickered across their faces. "Your Highness, we have arrived too late. This battle has already concluded." The figures appearing were none other than the Imperial Prince Yu Fei and his companions, with a voice belonging to a prominent disciple beside him. The prince remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the ruins, a grave expression settling upon his features. From the wreckage alone, he could sense the ferocity of the conflict. It was undoubtedly a battle of those at the mid-stage of the royal realm or beyond, perhaps even more. "Your Highness, look." At that moment, a prominent disciple seemed to have spotted something, pointing with astonishment. The exclamation drew the attention of Prince Yu Fei and the other disciples, their expressions shifting in shock as they beheld several corpses lying nearby. A distinguished disciple swiftly moved towards the bodies, meticulously examining them. After a moment, his face shifted through various shades of emotion as he hurried to Prince Yu Fei, declaring, "Your Highness, the deceased are disciples of the Feiyu sect. Based on the residual energy, it appears they were attacked by demonic creatures. Furthermore, the top genius of the Feiyu sect, Yi Feng, has also perished here, and in a most tragic manner. Though his head is gone, his sealing order remains, yet contains not a single point." Upon hearing the words of this prodigious figure, the Imperial Prince Yu Fei and the several other distinguished talents present were instantly taken aback, their expressions transforming into ones of grave concern. Both the prince and the other eminent figures recognized Yi Feng. Apart from the prince, the remaining illustrious talents harbored significant trepidation towards him. However, they were utterly astonished to learn that such a formidable genius had met a tragic demise in this very place, and in such a brutal manner, that even his head was severed. Who could possess such cruelty? Who would dare to lay a hand on the foremost genius of the Feiyu sect? And what kind of terrifying strength must this assailant wield? From the disappearance of Yi Feng's magical sealing token, Prince Yu Fei and the other talents discerned that Yi Feng had been slain by a person, not by a beast, to so viciously annihilate a top-tier genius. The strength of this individual must be extraordinary. Thus, it would be prudent to exercise caution from this point onward. The Imperial Prince spoke, acknowledging that even he dared not underestimate such a ruthless figure. Though he did not believe anyone would dare to confront him, it was wise to remain vigilant. Unbeknownst to Wang Feng, had he been aware that the Imperial Prince had descended after their departure, he might have chosen to stay behind and reminisce with the prince instead. At this moment, Wang Feng, accompanied by Mu Yunfei and others, continued to delve deeper into the demon's sealing grounds. Meanwhile, the silent monk followed closely behind, his gaze filled with gratitude towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng had not only aided him in avenging his grievances, but had also gifted him the rare purple spirit mysterious flower, an item that would entice even the strongest of Xianwang realm experts. Such a feat would have been beyond the silent monk's own capabilities. Thus, even though the silent monk felt some hesitation about joining the immortal sect, it did not diminish his admiration for Wang Feng. A mere day had passed since the commencement of the Demon Sealing Conference, with 2 days remaining until its conclusion. During this period, you shall train independently. As they proceeded, Wang Feng suddenly halted, turning to scan Mu Yunfei and the others before speaking. "Master, what about you?" Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei and the others were taken aback and promptly inquired. "I intend to explore the depths of the divine, ancient grounds. As for your path ahead, you shall traverse it alone. I have but one expectation of you, to secure a position within the top 5 of the demon sealing rankings," Wang Feng declared solemnly, casting a glance at Mu Yunfei and the others. He was deeply intrigued by the divine, ancient grounds, and since the conference did not impose restrictions on leaving the demon sealing grounds, he seized the opportunity to investigate the depths of that ancient site. Moreover, fledgling eagles must learn to soar independently to truly mature. Should they remain by his side, Mu Yunfei and the others would lose the very purpose of their training. Given their strength, there was no one within the demon sealing grounds who could pose a threat to them. Even the peak beasts of the Marquis realm would be unable to withstand the combined prowess of the 5. As long as they exercised caution, they would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Additionally, The enigmatic Li He always eluded Wang Feng's understanding. Should true danger arise, he was confident that Li He would be capable of handling it. Even with Wang Feng's current peak Xianhuang realm cultivation, he could not ascertain the true extent of Li He's abilities. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Mu Yunfei and the others fell into a profound silence. They found themselves powerless to retain Wang Feng or to accompany him into the depths of the ancient land of Divine Fall. With their fragile constitutions, entering such a place would undoubtedly result in being crushed by the terrifying pressure. Rest assured, esteemed leader, we shall not disappoint your expectations. We will claim a position among the top 5 on the demon suppression ranking and uphold the prestige of our Divine Immortal Sect. After a moment of silence, Mu Yunfei and the others spoke with utmost reverence. Even the monk Wenyan, though somewhat uneasy, joined in. Only Li He maintained his proud demeanor, remaining silent yet nodding slightly. You 5 must remain united, Wang Feng said, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. I hope you will regard the Divine Immortal Sect as your true home, and consider every disciple as a reliable support. Yes, esteemed leader, Mu Yunfei and the others echoed, their hearts heavy, yet they did not wish to burden Wang Feng further. Nodding in agreement, if we do not return in 2 days, you must withdraw and seek Elder Shimin and the others. Remember, our Divine Immortal Sect fears no challenge. Anyone who dares provoke us shall face death, even the Imperial Prince. If you cannot defeat them, do not hesitate to flee. There is no shame in preserving your life. For as long as you live, there is hope. Wang Feng reiterated his instructions. He was uncertain of what awaited him in the depths of the ancient land of Divine Fall, or whether he would return in time. Thus he felt compelled to make all necessary arrangements in advance. Since arriving at this ancient land, a persistent voice within Wang Feng had been guiding him deeper into its mysteries. It was this very voice that compelled him to explore the depths of the land, to uncover what was drawing him in. Had it merely been curiosity, he would have waited until the conclusion of the Demon Suppression Conference to investigate. But the intensity of that voice grew ever stronger, urging him onward. Do not worry, esteemed leader, we understand, Mu Yunfei declared brightly. Wang Feng cast a detached glance at Mu Yunfei, remaining wordless, and with a swift motion, he departed. Brother, the leader has taken note of you. As Wang Feng left, Li Tianxin playfully remarked to Mu Yunfei, May the leader return safely. Few have ventured into the depths of the ancient land of Divine Fall. Mu Yunfei did not respond to Li Tianxin, but instead gazed in the direction Wang Feng had taken, murmuring softly, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Despite his unwavering trust in Wang Feng's abilities, he was acutely aware of the perilous enigma that lay within those depths. No one from the 3 great empires had ever dared to enter, not even the 3 emperors. So the fact that Wang Feng intended to step into this forbidden territory naturally filled Mu Yunfei with apprehension. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, Li Tianxin fell silent, and even Wenyan's expression grew somber. He had not anticipated that just after joining the Divine Immortal Sect, Wang Feng would venture off to a place where no one had ever set foot. Fear not, the leader's capabilities are beyond our comprehension. Do not judge him through the lens of ordinary folk. What we ought to concern ourselves with is how to secure a position within the top 5 of the demon ceiling rankings. If we fail to accomplish this, when the sect master returns, you shall face the consequences. Ling Feiwu waved her hand and smiled. Chapter 53. The eerie existence upon hearing Ling Feiwu's words. Mu Yunfei's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Rest assured, senior sister, we shall not disappoint the sect master. Although Li Tianxin and the monk Wenyan did not voice their thoughts, they both nodded seriously in agreement. After expressing their determination, Wenyan glanced at the silent Li He beside him, feeling an unsettling stir in his heart. Since joining the Immortal Sect, Li He had not uttered a single word. His demeanor as solitary and proud as that of a lone wolf. Moreover, with just a fleeting glance, Wenyan sensed that Li He was anything but ordinary. It was an instinctual feeling. Generally speaking, those who speak the least tend to be the most formidable, and when they do reveal their strength, it can be earth-shattering. Wenyan believed Li He to be such an entity. This sensation was peculiar, despite Li He appearing unremarkable, akin to an ordinary mortal. Wen Yin felt an underlying terror emanating from him. Let us proceed, then. We must gather points. Upon hearing Mu Yunfei's words, Ling Feiwu raised her brows and declared. With the sect master absent, she assumed the role of the leader, embracing the responsibility of a big sister. Under her guidance, the group commenced their endeavors in the demon sealing grounds to accumulate points. Meanwhile, Wang Feng sped through the void. He did not head directly into the depths of the demon sealing grounds. Instead, he flew out of the ancient Godfall grounds and re-entered from another side, delving deeper into the ancient land. Although this route was more convoluted, it was swifter. The demon sealing grounds were teeming with beasts, and even with Wang Feng's peak prowess at the Xinhuang realm. Traversing straight through the demon-infested territory towards the depths of the ancient Godfall would consume a significant amount of time. While he was uncertain if he could return after the conclusion of the demon sealing conference, Wang Feng aimed to save as much time as possible, hoping to return before the event's end. Before long, Wang Feng found himself back at the pit where he had initially begun. He surveyed the entire chasm, gazing into its unfathomable depths, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the Buddhist disciple, Wunyan monk, rewarding 30,000 sect points and one special lottery opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the exceptional talent, Li Tianxin, rewarding 30,000 sect points and one special lottery opportunity. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, startling him from his reverie. Damn it, this procrastinating system. Is it deliberately delaying? He had accepted Li Tianxin and Wunyan monk for quite some time, yet the system was only now bestowing the rewards. System, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to cheat my sect out of its rewards? Wang Feng thought to himself, feeling quite disgruntled. However, his words received no response from the system. What is a special lottery opportunity? Wang Feng scoffed, inquiring once more. A special lottery opportunity allows for the selection of unique techniques or special skills. This time, the system responded, and Wang Feng's expression shifted, his eyes glinting with excitement. Special skills? Could it be related to the monk Wunyan, a practitioner of Buddhism, and Li Tianxin, an alchemist? System, I shall utilize the two special lottery opportunities. Without hesitation, Wang Feng declared aloud. As he communicated with the system, he soared towards the depths of the ancient land of Divine Fall. Freed from the constraints of the magical beasts in the enchanted land, Wang Feng unleashed his full potential, his speed reaching its zenith, akin to a flash of light. With his mastery at the pinnacle of the Xinhuang realm, the pressure at the periphery of this ancient land posed no challenge to him, having no effect on his velocity whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Buddhist technique, the Arhut subduing demons divine art. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the complete compendium of elixirs. The two ethereal voices resonating in his mind caused Wang Feng to shudder with exhilaration. Indeed, as he had surmised, it was due to the unique influences of Wunyan and Li Tianxin. These two treasures held immense significance for both of them. The Arhut subduing demons technique, reputed as the foremost practice of the Buddhist sect, is profoundly intricate and an invaluable skill for practitioners of Buddhism. The complete compendium of elixirs, on the other hand, is a tome replete with countless alchemical formulas, aggregating the insights of master-level to grandmaster-level alchemists. While it may not encompass every formula in existence, it boasts at least hundreds of formulas for each grade, presenting an irresistible temptation for any alchemist. With Li Tianxin's prodigious talent in alchemy, acquiring this compendium would likely propel her to the status of a grandmaster in no time. A grandmaster-level alchemist corresponds to the Xinhuang and Xuanzun realms. Wang Feng was certain that should Li Tianxin achieve this breakthrough, even if she were to slay the imperial prince, the illustrious Sun Emperor would not dare to touch her. Indeed, it seems he must actively recruit more extraordinary talents in the future. Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction, contemplating inwardly. Boom! Just as Wang Feng reveled in his thoughts, a terrifying pressure loomed ahead, causing his expression to stiffen abruptly. This formidable force made him tremble. He hastily descended and landed on the ground, feeling somewhat relieved. Enduring that overwhelming pressure while flying through the void had consumed a tenth of his vital energy in merely that short span. It was no wonder even the rulers of the three great empires dared not venture into the deeper parts of the ancient land of Divine Fall. Even in this midsection, such a dreadful pressure existed, let alone the depths. Wang Feng dared not allow himself to be distracted. His countenance grew solemn as he cautiously advanced deeper into the ancient land of Divine Fall. Upon reaching its midsection, the voice within him grew increasingly insistent, continuously beckoning him toward the profound depths. This perplexed Wang Feng. He could not fathom the origin of that voice, or more accurately, that feeling, a relentless urge compelling him to proceed deeper into the ancient land of Divine Fall. The deeper Wang Feng delved, the more he sensed the ancient aura permeating the surroundings. Coupled with the desolation of this ancient land, it resembled the vast, bleak expanse of a primordial era, cold and barren. Suddenly, a faint sound startled Wang Feng, causing him to tense up. The energy within him surged forth instantaneously, forming a thick armor of mystic energy that enveloped him entirely. With a resounding crash, as the armor of mystic energy solidified around him, Wang Feng bent at the waist and was propelled backward as if struck by an unseen force. Spinning through the air several times, he barely managed to stabilize himself, scanning his surroundings with an expression of utmost gravity. He was oblivious to the nature of the lurking entity, but from the force of the earlier impact, he surmised that it must be of the realm of the mystic emperor. Even more concerning was the fact that, despite his peak cultivation at the mystic emperor level, he could not perceive the presence of this entity. As a hum resonated within his heart, another faint sound reached his ears, causing his expression to shift slightly. He discerned that this sound originated from behind him. Yet by the time he reacted and attempted to evade, he was struck once more by that terrifying force. He rolled forward again, and although he emerged unscathed from these two blows, the experience of being helplessly battered left him exceedingly vexed. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly bested since arriving in this foreign realm, utterly defenseless, or rather, possessing strength without means to wield it. The entity was enigmatic and possessed a speed that transcended his perception. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have been killed outright. Wang Feng's heart grew solemn. Even though he could not detect the mysterious entity, he refused to remain a passive victim. Taking the initiative was in his nature. Radiant sword Dao, he bellowed, his fingers aligning to form a sword. A 1-meter-long blade of mystic energy shot forth from his fingertips, and an overwhelming sword aura surged around him. Instead of attacking the elusive entity, he focused his gaze and began to wield his hands vigorously, channeling the mystic energy that flowed from within. In mere moments, a dense array of sword energy materialized around him, resembling a domain of blades that shielded him within. Each strand of sword energy shimmered with a lethal glint, enough to easily slay a peak noble warrior. And even those at the initial stage of the Mystic Emperor would hesitate to confront it head-on. Slash! Wang Feng roared, and with a violent tremor, the sword energy surrounding him erupted forth. Within 1,000 meters around him, everything fell within the range of his assault, front, back, left, right, and even above, creating a truly indiscriminate attack. Such a terrifying strike carved fissures into the very fabric of the void, while the ground beneath was similarly marred with deep cracks. However, Wang Feng did not feel joy. Instead, he appeared even more solemn. His sword energy was not merely a means of attack. Each strand of sword energy was imbued with a fragment of his perception. The moment these sword energies struck the enigmatic entity lurking in the shadows, he would be able to detect it immediately. Yet, he did not perceive that the peculiar being had been struck by his recent attack. Despite the seemingly formidable nature of his strike, Wang Feng, though reluctant to admit it, could not alter the fact that his efforts had yielded no tangible results. Buzz! As the sword energies dissipated, a faint sound echoed once more. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Feng remained composed as the profound energy within him surged forth, erupting like a tidal wave from his core. At that moment, It seemed as if he was recklessly unleashing his profound energy. To an outsider, it might appear that Wang Feng was succumbing to despair, for releasing such energy in the depths of the ancient land of divine descent was akin to courting death. This ancient realm did not possess the same dense, profound energy as the outside world. Rather, it was thin and scarce. To replenish, it was no simple task, especially for a powerful figure in the profound emperor realm, who required substantial amounts, despite their rapid absorption capabilities. Only Wang Feng understood that his explosive release was not solely for self-preservation, but also to hinder the speed of the enigmatic entity lurking in the shadows. Chapter 54. The Fireflies of the Other Shore. The speed of this peculiar being was astonishing, without finding a way to diminish its velocity. Wang Feng would be unable to even catch a glimpse of it, let alone retaliate. Although the entity's attacks could not inflict substantial harm upon him, being incessantly struck was undeniably vexing. Moreover, if this continued, even if Wang Feng reached the pinnacle of the profound emperor realm, he would eventually be worn down, especially in this ancient land of divine descent, where replenishing profound energy was a daunting challenge. Thus, Wang Feng resorted to this rudimentary method. Within a 10-meter radius around him, his vast, profound energy enveloped the space, causing it to solidify. It resembled a quagmire. Once ensnared, one could hardly escape. If an ordinary early-stage profound emperor were to find themselves within this 10-meter radius, they would be rendered immobile. Buzz! At that moment, the enigmatic sound resonated once again. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, and his overwhelming spiritual essence surged forth, enveloping his entire being. He refused to believe that he could not discern the shadow of this peculiar entity. Bang! Just as Wang Feng dispersed his spiritual essence, a tremendous force struck him anew, sending him hurtling backward through the void, tumbling several times before regaining his balance. However, this time, Wang Feng caught a fleeting glimpse of the mysterious figure. Although it was but a brief instant, it was enough for him to discern the entity's identity. To be frank, Wang Feng was taken aback by the revelation. He had not anticipated encountering such a being within the ancient land of divine descent. Fireflies of the other shore. Life and death in a fleeting moment. Profound fireflies extinguishing myriad realms. According to legend, on the other side of the infernal realm, there exists a creature known as the ethereal firefly, its form a dark yellow, measuring but an inch in size, and possessing a speed as enchanting as the mythical blooms of the other shore. This creature is unlike any other. It is devoid of a soul, life, or heart, yet it exists within this world, ephemeral and elusive, akin to a figment of imagination. It is said that this being is born with the cultivation of the celestial sovereign, and upon reaching maturity, the ethereal firefly becomes an embodiment of terror, capable of overwhelming even the legendary divine beasts with a single strike. Furthermore, upon reaching adulthood, it manifests a unique divine ability that is profoundly fearsome. Though it is merely a demon, it surpasses any divine beast in dreadfulness. In an era of heaven and earth, only one ethereal firefly is born. Wang Feng never anticipated encountering this ethereal firefly in the ancient land of divine descent, especially one in its juvenile stage, which caused a cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Fortunately, it was still in its infancy. Otherwise, he feared that in the very first strike, he might have met a death so sudden that he would not even comprehend it. Previously, he had scoffed at the tales of such creatures, dismissing them as mere folklore. Yet here he was face to face with one. However, he was perplexed as to why this ethereal firefly would manifest in this ancient land of divine descent. Should not such a being dwell in the legendary realms of the afterlife? As Wang Feng pondered, the eerie sound echoed once more, and he was propelled through the air again. This time, he caught a clearer glimpse of the ethereal firefly. Yet, he had not summoned his protective energy. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The ethereal firefly likely regarded him as a mere plaything, toying with him for amusement. Given its terrifying nature, after being struck so many times, he would not have stood a chance against it. Should he attempt something? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, whispering to himself. In a book titled Celestial Musings gifted to him by Mu Yunfei. He had come across references to this peculiar creature in one particular phrase that stood out. When encountering a firefly, only death awaits. The sole possibility lies in luring it with one's own blood. If it finds joy, it brings opportunity. If not, death is the only fate. At the time, he had laughed at the absurdity of it. How much blood would be sufficient to entice such a being? Little did he know that the wheel of fate would turn, and he would soon find himself resorting to this very method. After some contemplation, Wang Feng resolved to give it a try, for he wished to avoid being battered. Even with his ability to sense the ethereal firefly now, he was ill-equipped to confront it. Its speed was overwhelming, and at merely an inch in size, how could he contend with it? It would be far more likely for him to find himself perished at its hands, especially since it was in its juvenile phase and seemed to delight in his plight. Otherwise, had it not been for this playful disposition, given his utter inability to retaliate, he would have long since found himself on the ground, if not sprawled, then at least kneeling in defeat. Wang Feng extended a finger, channeling his profound energy to form a blade of ethereal force. With a gentle swipe across his other hand, vivid crimson blood instantly stained his palm. A faint, metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Then, before him appeared a small, fluffy creature of pale yellow hue, hovering in the void, its tiny head tilting from side to side as if it were sniffing the atmosphere. Wang Feng remained still, quietly observing, yet he extended his bloodied palm forward. He understood that despite the creature's adorable appearance, it possessed a deadly nature. A moment's inattention could cost him dearly. He found it perplexing how such immense power could be concealed within such a diminutive form. Were an ordinary person to encounter it, they might easily mistake it for a mere caterpillar. Indeed, the world is vast, filled with the extraordinary. Wang Feng steeled his resolve. Although he had a system, the myriad wonders of this realm demanded utmost caution. At that moment, he heard a sound akin to a dreamlike whisper. In an instant, he envisioned a torrent of yellow springs traversing countless worlds, or perhaps a surreal shore where enchanting, otherworldly flowers bloomed. When he regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he saw that the small creature had nestled in his hand, gradually siphoning his blood. Initially, he felt a slight sting, but soon a refreshing sensation enveloped him, and he found the experience oddly soothing. Its tendrils were remarkably soft, giving him the impression that he could easily crush it at any moment. Yet, he refrained from acting, sensing that if he were squeezed, the creature might survive while his own hand would surely burst. Such extraordinary beings of the world were unfathomable in their strength. Having successfully enticed it, he was keen to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Should the creature become agitated, he would be in grave peril. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Wang Feng, his expression shifting dramatically as the energy within him surged wildly toward his bloodied arm. The creature, seemingly unsatisfied after feasting on his blood, crawled into the tiny wound he had inflicted, making its way up his hand and toward his arm. Wang Feng was taken aback, his internal energy thrumming, desperate to expel the creature. This was the legendary Other Shore firefly, a most peculiar entity from the realm beyond the Yellow Springs. Would he truly allow it to invade his body? In that instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Wang Feng, the peak of his profound realm unleashing its full might, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding void. The power within him surged violently, coalescing in his arm as if forming a torrent of energy intent on expelling the Other Shore firefly. As Wang Feng erupted with the pinnacle cultivation of the Xianwang realm. On the opposite side of this ancient land of divine descent, a middle-aged man clad in a simple robe, bearing a broad sword upon his back, ambled through the sacred grounds, seemingly in search of something. At the moment Wang Feng released his aura, the man halted, casting a glance in Wang Feng's direction. After a brief pause, he turned and began to stride towards him. Initially moving at a leisurely pace, he soon quickened his steps until he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Damn it, it's over. Wang Feng felt despair wash over him. In a frenzied turmoil, he could not summon the elusive fireflies from the Other Shore, but rather incited them to greater excitement. He felt as though this little creature believed it was playing a game with him. Delving into his consciousness, he gazed at the diminutive being resting upon his heart, feeling as though his very essence was on the verge of exploding, an icy chill enveloping him. He considered himself quite audacious, yet the fact that a terrifying demon had taken his heart as a nest was enough to instill fear in anyone. With the little creature at the initial stage of the Xianhuang realm, a mere tremor from it could shatter his heart into mere fragments, akin to bubbles bursting. Cold sweat streamed down Wang Feng's brow. He wished to expel the creature, yet dared not act recklessly, for it was perched upon his very heart. If he attempted to force it out, mistaking his actions for a game, he could very well end up obliterating his own heart, and that would indeed spell his demise. Legends spoke of cultivators reaching a certain level, wherein even if their physical form were to explode, as long as their soul persisted, they could continue to live and even reconstruct their body. Yet Wang Feng felt that, despite his apparent strength at the pinnacle of the Xianhuang realm, he had not yet reached such a level. If he were to explode, it would be the end for him. System, is there a way to expel the fireflies from the other shore? Wang Feng inquired hastily, sensing that with the little creature present, his heart hesitated to beat. Recognize the master. The cool voice resonating in his mind filled Wang Feng with excitement. Indeed, the system was formidable. How do I recognize? Feed it with blood. How do I nourish it? Feed it. Wang Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. He suddenly wondered if the system possessed a soul of its own, for its mischievousness was quite pronounced. Do not trouble yourself. It is not just any blood that the fireflies from the other shore will absorb. They only consume blood once in their lifetime. What does that mean? Upon hearing the cool voice in his mind, Wang Feng was taken aback, seeking clarification. However, this time, the system offered no response. Chapter 55, Celestial Beings Beyond the Heavens. Wang Feng pondered for a moment. Since he could not force the fireflies from the other shore out, he would have to temporarily accept the situation. Ultimately, what compelled Wang Feng to adopt a wait-and-see approach was the system's words. As the master of the system, he trusted that if any danger were to arise, the system would undoubtedly intervene. Shaking his head, Wang Feng prepared to continue deeper into the ancient land of divine descent, when suddenly his brow furrowed and he turned to look back. Behind Wang Feng, a figure gradually approached him, a middle-aged man clad in simple robes, bearing an enormous sword upon his back. This sword was vast, towering above the man himself by a head's height. What weighed heavily on Wang Feng was the realization that the man had traversed 10 miles before he sensed his presence. Even though he had been captivated by the ethereal fireflies, such a delay was beyond comprehension. The sole explanation lay in the formidable strength of this middle-aged man, far surpassing the ordinary. Your sword is quite large, Wang Feng remarked, casting a glance at the man with a smile. You are quite strong, the middle-aged man replied, his voice gravelly, reminiscent of someone who had not spoken in ages. You are not too shabby yourself. Wang Feng responded with a non-committal grin. My sword desires to duel with you, the man proclaimed. Regrettably, I am rather occupied at the moment. My sword insists on battling you. Your sword is not yet sharpened. I am its edge. Wang Feng fell silent. This was the first time, aside from encounters with Yi Guqing and others, that he had met someone so utterly devoted to the sword. This man was a pure swordsman, akin to Yan Shisan, his life consumed solely by the art of the blade. To challenge me is quite costly. Wang Feng chuckled, glancing at the middle-aged man. The man remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wang Feng, eyes clouded and devoid of color. If I win, you shall accompany me, Wang Feng declared after a moment's contemplation, intentionally omitting the consequences of defeat, believing the man would grasp his implication. There was no enmity between them, nor did they know each other. Yet Wang Feng understood that should he falter, death would be the only outcome. The phrase "the sword is a weapon of murder" bore a weighty truth. The middle-aged man nodded slowly. Then, with deliberate grace, he unsheathed the colossal sword from his back, caressing its blade. Though he exuded no discernible aura, an oppressive chill surged toward Wang Feng from all directions. Wang Feng shrugged, surveying his surroundings, then approached a towering ebony tree, where he picked up a dark branch, grasping it firmly. Upon witnessing Wang Feng's actions, The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with confusion, his gaze fixed upon him. "This shall be my sword," Wang Feng explained with a smile. As his words fell, Wang Feng sprang into action, wielding the branch. The power within him surged wildly, and the innocuous branch suddenly radiated an exquisite brilliance, causing the very air to tremble at that moment. A vast sword intent enveloped Wang Feng, oscillating between the frigidness of ice and the fervor of flames. With this sword intent, he lunged forward. What appeared to be an ordinary motion transformed into an extraordinary display of brilliance, as the unparalleled sharpness surged toward the middle-aged man from all directions, rendering the space around him akin to a quagmire, immobilizing him in its grasp. As Wang Feng thrust his sword forward, the middle-aged man paused, his hand caressing the hilt of his great sword. In his murky eyes, a flicker of light sparkled, and then he swung the massive blade with great force. With that swing, a terrifying sword aura tore through the void, resembling a long rainbow as it struck out horizontally. The sheer sharpness of the attack caused the surrounding dark trees to shatter into fragments in an instant. Boom! The two sword auras collided violently, sending countless sword energies shooting out in all directions. Centered around Wang Feng and the middle-aged man, the ground was split apart, creating fissures, and the once dense forest was transformed into a clearing of 100 meters in mere moments. Neither Wang Feng nor the middle-aged man paid heed to the raging forces around them. Their gazes were locked onto one another, and they moved simultaneously. One wielded a branch, while the other held a great sword, seemingly an unequal battle, yet they clashed fiercely. The branch did not break, nor did the sword lose its edge. As they exchanged blows, the clearing expanding from 10 meters to 100. This was the first time Wang Feng experienced such exhilarating combat since arriving in this world, and he began to understand the bond between Yi Guqing and Shimen Chue Shui, as well as Yin Shisan and Xie Xiaofeng. It echoed the saying, "To have a confidant in life is enough." Boom! After a fierce clash, Wang Feng and the middle-aged man stood facing each other, both slightly breathless, their battle intent surging. The terrifying power coursing through them distorted the surrounding air visibly. At that moment, Wang Feng felt a profound shock, not from the might of the middle-aged man, but from the peculiar state within himself. During their combat, he distinctly sensed that his mysterious energy flowed more smoothly and rapidly, allowing him to swiftly absorb the thin, wandering energy even in this ancient, desolate land. Crucially, when his energy circulated through a complete cycle within his body, passing through his heart, the energy that returned from the heart was unexpectedly stronger, not in quantity, but in quality. Without a doubt, he recognized that this was due to the ethereal firefly resting upon his heart. "Your sword resembles that of one of my Sect's elders. Should you meet him, you might find a kindred spirit," Wang Feng remarked with a light chuckle as he glanced at the middle-aged man. "Who is he?" The middle-aged man asked, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes, his voice hoarse. "He is a pure soul, and compared to him, your sword falls short. Not just him, but several elders of my sect surpass your blade," Wang Feng replied candidly. The middle-aged man did not take offense at Wang Feng's words. Instead, his eyes brightened further as he stared intently at Wang Feng. "What do you mean? Their swords possess a soul. Yours does not yet have one," Wang Feng stated boldly. Though internally he mused, this facade is truly exhausting. The middle-aged man's sword was formidable, exceptionally so. Were it not for Wang Feng's training in the sword techniques of Yi Guqing and others, and the memories of their practice embedded in his mind, he would have truly doubted his ability to withstand a strike from this middle-aged man. "Your sword possesses no soul." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he cast a glance at Wang Feng, his voice hoarse. "For me, it is not the sword I cultivate, but the heart," Wang Feng replied with a smile. "I possess a sword. If you can withstand its might, I shall accompany you." The middle-aged man gazed deeply at Wang Feng and solemnly replied, "Please." As Wang Feng's words faded, the middle-aged man closed his eyes. The massive sword lay horizontally before him, his hands stained crimson as they caressed its blade, which trembled violently in response. A resonant, bell-like sound of the sword echoed throughout the area. At that moment, Wang Feng perceived an array of countless swords emerging behind the middle-aged man, tiny yet coalescing to form a colossal blade. The heavy sword bore no edge. In that instant, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, a bright light flashing within them. With a fierce roar, he plunged the sword's hilt into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. This strike was not aimed at Wang Feng, but rather a display, as if the man were performing for him. Just as Wang Feng pondered this, he was startled, suddenly looking up to behold an immense sword descending from the void above, reminiscent of the great sword from his past gaming experiences in Dalmatia. In that fleeting moment, he mused whether this middle-aged man had inherited the legacy of Dalmatia, claiming the legendary greatsword. The colossal sword fell slowly, yet with each inch it descended, Wang Feng felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, as if the very heavens were bearing down. The unparalleled pressure instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The heavy sword bore no edge, indeed, but it was undeniably heavy. With little time to contemplate further, Wang Feng sensed his body nearing the brink of being crushed by the great sword. His gaze sharpened, and memories of Yi Guqing's creation of Skyward Immortal flooded his mind, transforming his aura entirely, devoid of joy or sorrow. His heart became as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. In this state, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, his gaze fixated on Wang Feng, sensing an incredibly formidable sword intent blossoming from within him. Skyward Immortal. When the great sword hovered just a meter above Wang Feng's head, he let out a low roar, his figure suddenly vanishing, appearing above the massive blade in an instant. A beam of sword light erupted from the dark branch in his hand. This strike was as swift as a lightning flash, akin to a rainbow arching across the sky. The brilliance of the sword radiated with a chilling intensity, its unmatched edge terrifying and irresistible. As the sword fell, it shattered as Wang Feng descended gently from the void, quietly observing the stunned middle-aged man. At that moment, the man's pupils constricted, his gaze vacant as he stared at the twinkling stars in the void. Astonished by Wang Feng's strike, this sword was pure and flawless, a force that could rend the unbreakable. This sword is called heavenly immortal from afar. After a considerable time, the middle-aged man turned to Wang Feng and inquired. Wang Feng nodded slightly, feeling somewhat drained. This sword technique had consumed at least 80% of his profound energy. Had it not been for the peculiar state induced by the phantom fireflies, enabling him to swiftly absorb the profound energy from this ancient land, he would likely have been utterly exhausted by now. Did you create this? No, it was crafted by our esteemed elder, Yi Guqing, in our Divine Immortal Sect. There are currently 3 sword masters, each of whom has devised their own unique swordsmanship, none of which is inferior to this one. Wang Feng shook his head and solemnly replied to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man was visibly shaken. He stared intently at Wang Feng and asked, "May I join your sect?" Chapter 56. The Bronze Hall, the Crystal Coffin. Wang Feng laughed at this inquiry and replied, "Certainly, but you can only be a disciple." Those who might overhear this would surely be astonished. A peak expert of the profound Emperor realm could only be a disciple. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened slightly. He nodded, but remained silent. "What is your name?" Wang Feng asked, his gaze flickering. "Chong Feng." "A fine name." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a sword genius, earning a random summoning opportunity, and gaining 50,000 sect points." Wang Feng paid no heed to the cool voice echoing in his mind. He continued deeper into the ancient land with Chong Feng. With each step, they traversed dozens of yards, though their speed gradually diminished as they ventured further in. "How long have you been in this ancient land?" Wang Feng inquired while walking. 10 years. Wang Feng was taken aback by this revelation. To remain alone in this ancient land for a decade. What remarkable fortitude. Was it for sword training? Chong Feng nodded and replied, "This place suits me well." Indeed, it was quite fitting. Wang Feng refrained from questioning Chong Feng's background or why he had reached the pinnacle of the profound Emperor realm while remaining obscure within the 3 empires. All that mattered to Wang Feng was that Chong Feng was now a disciple of the Divine Immortal Sect. "Have you ventured into the depths of the ancient land?" Wang Feng asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. 10 years, surely. No one within the three empires knows this ancient land better than Chongfeng. Though the great demon of the abyss has lingered in the sealed area of this ancient land for a millennium, he was bound and unable to compare with Chongfeng's 10 years of exploration. Many powerful individuals have indeed come to this ancient land for training. Yet who among them has remained here for a decade, as Chongfeng has? At least, Wang Feng currently knows of no one else. Upon hearing Wang Feng's question, Chongfeng shook his head solemnly and stated, I once wished to enter, but the pressure there was overwhelming. After advancing merely 100 miles, I had to retreat. Wang Feng's countenance grew solemn. Although he was already aware of the terrifying nature of the depths of the abyss of divine fall, hearing such words from Zhong Feng still left him profoundly shaken. He was well acquainted with Zhong Feng's formidable prowess, and the entire celestial sect, apart from himself. Only Yin Shisan could match Zhong Feng's strength. The others, even the renowned Shimin Chui Shui, would find it impossible to overcome him. Perhaps Shimin Chui Shui's comprehension of swordsmanship surpassed that of Zhong Feng, but he was still merely at the mid-stage of the Xianwang realm. Such strength could only allow one to venture a mere 100 miles into the depths of the abyss of divine fall, which speaks volumes about the dreadfulness that lurked within. It was no wonder that even the rulers of the three great empires regarded it as a forbidden zone. Lost in contemplation, Wang Feng suddenly paused, gazing ahead with an unprecedented gravity. Unbeknownst to him, he and Zhong Feng had reached the very edge of the abyss of divine fall. Before Wang Feng lay not the dark woods, but rather colossal white stones, haphazardly standing in front of him, resembling a battalion of armored guardians, exuding an imposing aura. Did you encounter any dangers when you first entered the depths of this abyss? Wang Feng did not immediately step into the abyss of divine fall, but turned to Zhong Feng, seeking his insight. Zhong Feng shook his head and replied, only the terrifying pressure that makes one's very soul tremble. Upon hearing Zhong Feng's words, Wang Feng's seriousness deepened. Such a statement carried weight. For someone like Zhong Feng to utter such grave words, the depths of the abyss must indeed be fearsome. Nevertheless, Wang Feng felt somewhat reassured that the only perilous aspect of the abyss was the dreadful gravity. If there were other strange entities lurking within, he would have to reconsider his approach. Even a strong figure like Zhong Feng could not withstand that overwhelming gravity if ambushed by some bizarre force. Survival would be nearly impossible. Despite Wang Feng's desire to delve deeper into the abyss, he understood the importance of making prudent choices when faced with life and death. After a moment's thought, Wang Feng resolved to venture further. Having reached the brink of the abyss of divine fall, he was unwilling to turn back. If at any moment you feel unable to proceed, pause and wait for me. If the situation becomes untenable, we shall retreat, he instructed. Zhong Feng, taken aback by these words, nodded in agreement, refraining from displaying any bravado. With that, Wang Feng did not hesitate and stepped into the depths of the abyss. The moment he entered, an overwhelming heaviness enveloped him, as if his feet were mired in a quagmire, making it arduous to lift them. A terrifying pressure surged from all directions, akin to the oppressive force Zhong Feng had previously unleashed upon him, and perhaps even more dreadful. Wang Feng chose not to advance further immediately. Instead, he allowed his body to acclimate to the fearsome gravity before continuing onward. Behind him, Zhong Feng did not venture into the depths of the ancient land of divine fall, but instead stood at the edge, quietly observing Wang Feng. He understood that he could only traverse 100 miles. If Wang Feng surpassed that, he would undoubtedly be unable to follow. Conversely, if Wang Feng did not exceed that distance, he too would retreat. Thus, it seemed more prudent not to accompany him. Zhong Feng refrained from inquiring why Wang Feng chose to delve deeper into the ancient land of divine fall, just as Wang Feng had not questioned his origins, and the two maintained a tacit understanding. After traversing approximately a dozen miles, Wang Feng gradually acclimated to the overwhelming gravity. Though sweat continuously beaded on his forehead and his body trembled incessantly, he persevered onward. During this journey, Wang Feng made a remarkable discovery. The gravity was indeed formidable. akin to being compressed by colossal stones from all directions. Yet, alongside enduring this gravitational force, he also sensed the velocity of the mystical energy within him accelerating. Particularly after passing his heart, not only did the speed increase, but the energy became remarkably pure, surpassing even the pace at which he typically cultivated with all his strength. Although this did not enhance Wang Feng's cultivation level, it inconspicuously fortified his foundation, which brought him even more delight than a breakthrough in cultivation would have. Initially, he had attained the pinnacle of the mystical emperor realm through the system's enhancement, while devoid of any side effects and with a solid foundation. It lacked the terrifying solidity of an extraordinary prodigy. Now, after traversing this brief distance, Wang Feng could feel that the mystical energy within him had become at least 50% purer than before. This remarkable increase was unimaginable for any cultivator. Thus, despite the surrounding pressure causing his entire body to tremble and his muscles to ache, he resolutely continued onward. Wang Feng lost track of time. His consciousness became somewhat hazy, and the once white colossal stones disappeared, transforming into blood-red pillars, which then morphed into golden columns, resembling divine needles embedded in the ground. At this moment, the mystical energy within Wang Feng had become exceedingly condensed, and even his physical body had been tempered to a degree far superior to its previous state. However, a thick layer of blood crust had formed on his surface. The terrifying gravity had cracked his flesh, leaving fissures across his skin, rendering him a veritable figure of blood. Were it not for the continuous purification of the mystical energy within him and the regenerative power bestowed by the ethereal glow at his heart, he might have long since succumbed to the pressure and retreated. Just then, Wang Feng's nearly closing eyes widened significantly. He bit his lip, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, and his consciousness sharpened. Looking ahead, his pupils abruptly constricted, and his gaze widened in astonishment. Before him, within a distance of less than 10 miles, stood a bronze hall, tarnished with rust. This hall was neither large nor small, yet it loomed impressively. Merely gazing at the scene, Wang Feng felt an ancient, melancholic aura envelop him. Upon witnessing the bronze hall, the voice within him intensified, instinctively revealing that this very structure was the reason he had been drawn to the depths of this ancient land. He approached the bronze hall with measured steps, feeling the latent power within him stirring. Uncertain of the dangers that might lurk around him or within the hall itself, all he could do was fortify his defenses. Under the oppressive weight of gravity, Wang Feng's spiritual awareness was dulled, rendering him oblivious to his immediate surroundings, even within a meter's radius. At that moment, he had no option but to rely on his eyesight. If it was beyond his vision, it simply did not exist. As he stood beneath the bronze hall, his heart trembled. Gazing at the rusted facade, an inexplicable sorrow surged within him, a feeling that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Shaking his head to dispel the emotion, he gathered himself, channeling his energy to form a thick armor of mystical energy that enveloped him completely. Only after ensuring this layer of protection did he dare to touch the grand door of the bronze hall. Upon contact with the door, a cacophony of clashing metal resonated in his ears, and he perceived a shadowy figure, albeit indistinct and unclear. As Wang Feng widened his eyes, striving to discern the figure's details, he snapped back to reality, confronted once more with the imposing bronze door, now ajar just enough for a single person to pass through. He dismissed the fleeting image he had glimpsed, gritting his teeth as he stepped through the narrow opening into the hall. Upon entering, a sense of lightness washed over him. The oppressive pressure that had weighed him down vanished, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He shook his shoulders and looked ahead, only to be taken aback by the sight of a crystal coffin, resplendent and translucent, positioned at the center of the hall. Chapter 57. Fateful encounter. Surrounding the crystal coffin were 4 rusted bronze pillars. Aside from these pillars and the coffin, the grand hall was devoid of any other objects. Wang Feng's expression shifted. Rather than immediately examining the coffin, he approached the 4 pillars. As he drew nearer, he noticed that beneath the layers of rust, mysterious inscriptions adorned the surfaces of the pillars. At the first glance of these inscriptions, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his very soul quivered. Just as he felt compelled to avert his gaze, the sensation dissipated, leaving the inscriptions appearing mundane, as if the earlier dizziness had been a mere illusion. Wang Feng regarded the bronze pillars intently, but chose not to linger. He understood that these pillars and the hall itself harbored extraordinary secrets. Secrets that were currently beyond his comprehension. Then, Wang Feng slowly approached the crystal coffin, each step causing the power within him to surge. By the time he reached the coffin, a layer of mysterious energy armor had formed around his body. Faced with the enigmatic bronze hall and the crystal coffin, he dared not be careless, remaining ever ready to flee. Humans are inherently curious about the mysterious and fearful of the unknown. It is in their nature. As Wang Feng gazed upon the crystal coffin, he found himself frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped. Within the coffin lay a woman, and it was her presence that left him spellbound. She seemed to be enveloped in a veil of pure, white mist, her lustrous black hair cascading down the sides of the coffin. Her exquisite features were reminiscent of a masterpiece, with tightly closed eyes resembling a sleeping beauty. Clad in a flowing white gown, her waist was delicate as if it could be grasped with a single hand, exuding an air of fragility that was nonetheless captivating. Her skin, white and smooth as jade, glimmered softly, seemingly untouched by the harshness of the world. Wang Feng had encountered many beauties before, even in the celestial sect. There were several enchanting women, each capable of captivating countless admirers. Yet, he had never seen anyone like this girl, who appeared to be a celestial being, as if she had descended from the heavens, untouched by mortal concerns. What lingered in his mind was the radiant glow of her skin, akin to that of precious pearls and gemstones. As he beheld her, the once intimidating hall seemed illuminated and pure. Wang Feng found himself perplexed, pondering how this woman could exude such allure even in slumber, and why she radiated such a mesmerizing sheen. In that moment, his mind was a blank canvas, unable to contemplate anything but her presence, stirring within him an indescribable flutter. It felt as if he had known her before, as if his journey to this ancient, divine realm was destined for her, a serendipitous encounter written in fate. Initially, Wang Feng believed that if the moonlit beauty was not so distant, her allure might be enough to ensnare him. Yet, in this moment, he realized that there existed a beauty capable of enchanting not just mortals, but even deities. His heart raced wildly, threatening to leap from his chest. Unable to contain his emotions, he reached out to touch the crystal coffin, feeling its icy smoothness, which tempered the heat of his ardent heart. Through the coffin, he could not sense her breath or heartbeat, and merely wished to know if she still lived. He refrained from pondering why she lay in the crystal coffin or her origins. He simply longed to ascertain her vitality. Thus, he pushed against the coffin, uncertain of the danger that might lie ahead, yet he pressed on. With that push, the lid of the crystal coffin slid open effortlessly, without any hindrance. Without the crystal coffin, Wang Feng beheld the woman before him in all her ethereal beauty. At the moment the lid of the coffin slid open, a captivating fragrance enveloped him. In the stillness of the grand hall, his refined senses could detect the faintest sound, yet there was no heartbeat, no breath. In that instant, Wang Feng's gaze dulled. Could it be that such a celestial being had succumbed to death? It was indeed probable, for if she were alive, she would not be encased within this crystal sarcophagus. This must be her final resting place. Wang Feng shook his head, realizing that this sight would forever be etched in his memory. The beauty of this woman indelibly marked upon his soul. He cast one last glance at her before preparing to replace the coffin's lid. Despite not acquiring any treasures during his descent into this ancient site, he felt that this fleeting glimpse was the most exquisite memory of his life, rendering the journey worthwhile. However, just as he was about to close the coffin, he froze in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. For at that moment, the woman's previously closed eyes fluttered open, revealing a pair of luminous orbs that sparkled like the stars in the night sky, captivating him utterly. Their eyes met briefly before Wang Feng averted his gaze, his body stiffening as he grappled with how to confront this awakened beauty, his mind a blank canvas. Beloved, as he turned away, a soft, melodious voice gently graced his ears. Upon hearing such a dulcet tone, Wang Feng instantly recognized it belonged to her. Yet those words left him momentarily dumbfounded. He looked back at her and saw her smile, a charming dimple gracing her cheek, her bright eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, radiating pure delight and a playful charm. "What did you call me?" Wang Feng stammered, his thoughts in disarray, struggling to articulate his bewilderment. Since arriving in this world, indeed, since his very existence, he had never felt so lost, so chaotic. "Beloved," the girl giggled, her words imbued with joy, her dimpled smile enchanting, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons, utterly delightful. "Do you know what beloved means?" Though elation surged within Wang Feng's heart, the gentle spirit before him prompted him to inquire further. She resembled a sprite of the heavens, so breathtakingly beautiful that he could not utter a single discordant word. "I do know, beloved means beloved, and one can have only one for a lifetime," she replied, her laughter bubbling forth. Wang Feng found himself enchanted by her joy, simple and pure. "Indeed, one can have only one for a lifetime. Then, I shall be your beloved from this day forth," Wang Feng affirmed, a sudden wave of guilt washing over him as he pondered whether this constituted deception. Perhaps it did not, for she had called him beloved, and he had acquiesced, thus sealing the matter. Upon hearing his words, the girl laughed again, her curiosity piqued. "I am Yi Muqing. What is your name, beloved?" "Wang Feng," he replied. Her smile is truly enchanting. The more Wang Feng gazes upon the girl's radiant grin, the less guilt he feels within his heart. "Muqing, how did you come to be here?" Wang Feng inquired, his boldness allowing for a more intimate address. "I'm not quite sure," Yi Muqing replied, straightening her posture and tilting her head, flashing another smile. Wang Feng refrained from asking further questions. He simply smiled back at the girl before him. Strangely, the more he conversed with her, inhaling the familiar scent that surrounded her, the more comfort he felt, as if they had known one another for ages. Yet, he was certain he had never encountered a girl like Yi Muqing before. Anyone who caught a glimpse of her would likely remember her for a lifetime. What perplexed him most was the absence of any ethereal energy emanating from her, as if she were an ordinary mortal. However, how could one appear in the depths of this ancient, divine land, lying within this bronze hall's crystal coffin, if not extraordinary? Everything felt surreal, yet Wang Feng chose not to ponder further. In this moment, she was his wife, and he was her husband, and that was sufficient. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a romantic spirit in the afterlife. He had once been oblivious to this sentiment, but now it resonated deeply within him. He firmly believed that the girl would not bring him harm, a feeling that was inexplicably rooted in his heart. "Darling, come and take me outside." As Wang Feng lost himself in thought, Yi Muqing playfully gazed at him, extending her delicate, snow-white hand and waving it gently. Wang Feng took her hand, giving it a gentle pull. The sensation was soft and warm, a delightful experience. Suddenly, the girl's cheeks flushed a lovely shade of pink, her youthful shyness captivating. When she withdrew her hand, Wang Feng's gaze sharpened. He noticed that the backs of her hands bore a peculiar symbol. In that instant, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if his head might explode. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly diverted his gaze, shaken. "Do not look, my husband." Observing Wang Feng's reaction, the girl tenderly reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, her expression serious as she did so, devoid of laughter this time. "Do you know what this is, my dear?" Wang Feng, his heart heavy yet smiling, mustered the courage to change his address. "These are two paths. The left one is complete, while the right one has only just begun," Yi Muqing explained softly, shaking her snow-white hand. "Paths?" Wang Feng pondered, perplexed. Was it akin to the way of the sword or the path of cultivation? "Precisely. It's quite powerful. From now on, I shall protect you, my husband," Yi Muqing declared proudly, puffing out her chest in a grand manner that momentarily took Wang Feng's breath away. "Very well." Wang Feng nodded with a smile, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. In this journey through the ancient divine land, he had acquired the most precious treasure of his life, one he could never part with. He glanced at the girl beside him and softly said, "From now on, wherever you go, I shall follow." "Certainly, I understand." A husband and wife walked together. Chapter 58. The personal showcase of the immortal sect, Wang Feng did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet he was not the kind to be rendered speechless in the presence of beauty. He understood that Yimuching was undoubtedly of remarkable origin, but he could not suppress the emotions that seemed to stem from fate itself. It was indeed true that love knows not its origin, yet its depth is profound. He did not wish to harbor any ill intentions towards this ethereal girl. All he needed was to acknowledge that he was the husband and she was the wife. And that was sufficient. "Husband, let us depart." As Wang Feng pondered, a melodious voice beckoned him, and he turned to see Yimuching playfully gazing at him. Her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, instantly bringing him delight. "All right," Wang Feng replied with a smile, a soft hue illuminating his eyes as he nodded slightly. They walked side by side out of the bronze hall, inhaling the fragrant air that surrounded them. Wang Feng mused that the bonds of his heart had perhaps deepened yet again. Upon exiting the bronze hall, Wang Feng expected to feel the overwhelming pressure he had previously encountered, yet to his astonishment, there was none. Confused, he moved forward a few paces. Boom! As he stepped approximately 10 meters away from Yimuching, the terrifying pressure descended upon him once more, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hurried back to Yimuching's side, feeling an immediate lightness envelop him. This anomaly furrowed his brow. Casting a deep glance at the enchanting figure beside him, he chose to conceal his perplexity deep within his heart. Subsequently, Wang Feng guided Yimuching towards the periphery of the ancient land of Divine Fall. Within the depths of this mystical realm, he felt no passage of time and thus remained unaware of whether the demon sealing conference had concluded. This time, with Yimuching by his side and devoid of the oppressive pressure, their pace quickened considerably. Hand in hand, Wang Feng led Yimuching in flight, her melodious laughter resonating in his ears, a tender smile gracing his face. "How fortunate am I, Wang Feng? Whoever dares to lay a hand on her shall meet their demise," he resolved, casting a glance at the ethereal beauty beside him. Moments later, they beheld the solitary figure of Zhong Feng, who had been awaiting Wang Feng while honing his skills amidst the oppressive atmosphere. Upon noticing Wang Feng and Yimuching, Zhong Feng trembled at the sight of her. With just a glance, he quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to look further. Such a being exists in this world, he thought, nearly shattering his own resolve with a mere glance. "Chinger, this is Zhong Feng, a disciple of the Immortal Sect," Wang Feng remarked with a gentle smile, introducing her to the bashful figure beside him. "Immortal Sect?" Yimuching inquired, her expression revealing surprise. "Indeed, the Immortal Sect is the school I founded," Wang Feng replied, observing the astonishment on her face with a grin. "Then, does that make you the sect master's wife?" "Certainly." Yimuching laughed again, her laughter light and infectious. Yet her beauty was truly captivating. "Pleasure to meet the sect master's wife." Upon overhearing the conversation between Wang Feng and the others, Chong Feng's expression turned serious, and he promptly bowed, displaying an attitude of utmost respect, even more so than towards Wang Feng himself. The suddenness of Chong Feng's gesture startled Yimuching, who instinctively hid behind Wang Feng, gazing at Chong Feng with puzzled eyes, unable to comprehend the reason behind his actions. Wang Feng gently patted the back of Yimuching's hand and then turned to Chong Feng, shaking his head. The girl, much like a blank canvas, exuded an innocence that rendered her as enchanting as a spirit of nature, evoking a sense of tenderness. Chong Feng nodded, refraining from bowing again to Yimuching, standing quietly to the side, though his mind was rife with questions. For instance, why had the sect leader entered the depths of the Divine Fall ancient land alone, yet emerged accompanied by another? Additionally, why did the sect leader's wife appear so ordinary, yet manage to establish her presence in such a profound place? Despite the multitude of queries swirling in his mind, Chong Feng chose not to voice them, well aware of the boundaries of inquiry. "Let us depart," Wang Feng declared, casting a glance at Chong Feng. Following his words, he took Yimuching's hand and proceeded to soar towards the outskirts of the Divine Fall ancient land, with Chong Feng closely trailing behind without hesitation. At this moment, in the square of Shunlin City, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All the formidable figures from various sects stood transfixed, their gazes fixated upon the 5 resplendent names that appeared on the demon sealing list. Even General Chun Lai found his spirit shaken at this moment. What had commenced as a personal showcase by the Imperial Prince, Yu Fei, had unexpectedly transformed into a display by the Celestial Sect. What manner of sect was this Celestial Sect? General Chun Lai cast a deep glance at Shimin Chui, Shui, and the others, who were meditating, his heart filled with both curiosity and trepidation. Just as His Majesty was preparing to take action against the great sects within the Empire, another inscrutable entity, the Celestial Sect, had emerged. He could only imagine the fury that would ensue upon His Majesty's discovery of this development. At that moment, the 5 illustrious names displayed on the demon sealing list were as follows. First, Li He of the Celestial Sect. Second, Mu Yun Fei of the Celestial Sect. Third, Ling Fei Wu of the Celestial Sect. Fourth, Li Tianxin of the Tianxin Sect. Fifth, Wu Nian of the Wuxiang Sect. What a revelation! The top 3 spots on the demon sealing list had been entirely claimed by the Celestial Sect. How formidable! What kind of force was this Celestial Sect? Indeed, even the prince had been overshadowed by them. Fortunately, our Empire's sect had managed to secure a place in the top 5, thus preserving some semblance of dignity for our Empire sections. It was astonishing that Li Tianxin and Wu Nian were so powerful, surpassing even the prince. The numerous powerful figures present murmured in shock, unaware that both Li Tianxin and Wu Nian had joined the Celestial Sect. Otherwise, their astonishment would have only deepened. The elegantly robed woman from the Tianxin Sect felt a surge of joy upon seeing Li Tianxin ranked among the top 5. But her expression darkened as she beheld the names occupying the top 3 positions. Despite the absence of any conflict between her sect, the Heavenly Heart Sect, and the Immortal Sect, she harbored a profound disdain for the latter. Even with the 3 disciples of the Immortal Sect occupying the top 3 positions, she suspected foul play on their part. Meanwhile, the elders of the Qingyun Pavilion, Elder Qin Sheng and Elder Zhu Qin, exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with astonishment. They had anticipated that the Immortal Sect might gain significant renown this time. Yet they were unprepared for the prowess of both the elders and their disciples. As they grappled with their shock, Elder Qin Sheng let out a quiet sigh. The Empire was likely on the brink of tumultuous upheaval. Sometimes, an overwhelming brilliance could be a double-edged sword. Elder Qin Sheng observed the still meditating Shimin Chui Shui and his companions. Realizing they must have already recognized the strength of their sect's disciples, destined to claim the title at the Demon Sealing Conference. Otherwise, how could they remain so composed? Even prominent sects would revel in glory if their disciples secured such an honor. It was inconceivable for them to remain so tranquil. In that moment, Elder Qin Sheng's curiosity towards the Immortal Sect deepened, as did his apprehension. General, the Immortal Sect's Ling Fei Wu is the last remnant of the Ling family of Yaofeng City. A soldier murmured into General Chun Lai's ear. Upon hearing this news, Chun Lai's body trembled, his brow furrowing in concern. How audacious was the Immortal Sect to accept a remnant of the Ling family. As a Grand General of the Radiant Sun Empire, Chun Lai was well aware of the Ling family's history. Anyone familiar with the Ling family knew better than to provoke them. Even the most renowned sects feared them like venomous snakes. Yet, how dared the Immortal Sect? Moreover, Chun Lai was aware that the son of Marquis Long Lin had been slain while pursuing the Ling family's remnant, and the Marquis had yet to return as he sought vengeance for his son. Yet, here was this remnant at the Demon Sealing Conference. What on earth was happening? Chun Lai's mind was engulfed in gravity. Too many questions remained unanswered, and he felt as though a thick fog was descending upon the Radiant Sun Empire. Is there any news regarding the Immortal Sect? Chun Lai inquired softly. Recent reports indicate that the Immortal Sect has risen in the Starry Mountain Range, annihilating the first sect at the periphery, the Ling Yun Sect, in their first battle. They then participated in the Demon Sealing Conference, with Elder Shimin Chui Shui severing the arm of the formidable Elder Gui Xiong from the Four Directions Hall. The soldier hastily responded to Chun Lai's inquiry. Is there more detailed information? Chun Lai's expression grew more somber upon hearing the soldier's account. The efforts of the entire empire had yielded only this scant information. The soldier shook his head. This gesture only deepened Chun Lai's trepidation towards the Immortal Sect. He understood the extent of the empire's resources. and the fact that they could uncover nothing substantial indicated the terrifying nature of the Immortal Sect. Most troubling was his foreboding suspicion that Ling Fei Wu was intricately linked to the death of Marquis Longlin's son. How could the Marquis allow Ling Fei Wu to attend the Demon Sealing Conference unscathed? Yet, she had indeed arrived, unharmed, to participate in the event. Either Ling Fei Wu managed to evade the scrutiny of the Changlin Marquis, or if it were a typical Grand Sect, Chen Lai would not be so beset by worry. With a mere wave of his hand, the Imperial Army could effortlessly annihilate a large sect. However, the true nature of the Divine Immortal Sect remained inscrutable and profound, making it unwise to act hastily. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the skies above Shenlin City. The powerful figures of various grand sects atop the platform focused their gazes and beheld the rising stars returning from the demon sealing land, led by the Imperial Prince. Yu Fei, Ling Fei Wu, and others were also among them, albeit lingering at the rear, not standing alongside these illustrious individuals. As the prodigies made their appearance in the plaza of Shenlin City, they were greeted by a colossal floating leaderboard, where 5 golden names shone so brightly that it almost blinded them. Upon seeing the leaderboard, the expression of Prince Yu Fei darkened, an aura of chilling resentment emanating from him that caused the nearby Grand Sect prodigies to shudder involuntarily. They comprehended the reason for the prince's discontent. They too were incredulous. They had anticipated the prince would secure the top position without contest, yet the Divine Immortal Sect had unexpectedly claimed all 3 top spots on the demon sealing list. Chapter 59. The arrival of 2 sects. In the aftermath of their astonishment, the Grand Sect prodigies exchanged glances, a hint of mockery flickering in their eyes. Having followed the prince for so long, they were keenly aware of his temperament. To eclipse the prince's brilliance was to court death. The audacity of the Divine Immortal Sect to seize the top 3 spots on the demon sealing list and overshadow even the prince's luster raised questions about their true nature. How could their disciples be so formidable? The name Ling Fei Wu rang a bell. The prodigies returning from the demon sealing land were equally shaken upon seeing the names on the leaderboard. They glanced at the prince and then at Ling Fei Wu and the others, whispering among themselves. As the murmurs reached his ears, Prince Yu Fei's expression darkened further. He remained silent, leading the other Grand Sect prodigies back to their elevated seats in the plaza, enveloped in a thick silence. Initially, the Grand Sect powerhouses had not made the connection, but upon hearing the discussion surrounding Ling Fei Wu, they were suddenly jolted, their eyes glimmering with astonishment. The Divine Immortal Sect dared to accept a remnant of the Ling family? In an instant, those Grand Sect powerhouses who had intended to cultivate closer ties with the Divine Immortal Sect after the Demon Sealing Conference reconsidered, realizing that if they were willing to take in even a remnant of the Ling family, the Divine Immortal Sect was likely a fleeting star, merely a transient phenomenon. Meanwhile, the Taoist robed beauty from the Tianxin sect, upon noticing that Li Tianxin was not with Prince Yu Fei, but rather associating with those from the Divine Immortal Sect, saw her countenance darken. The audacity to defy the will of the Tianxin sect, to flout her own commands, was tantamount to seeking death. The Taoist beauty seethed with fury, unable to comprehend how Li Tianxin dared to disregard her directives. Li Tianxin also detected the furious gaze of the robed beauty, yet she paid it no heed, quietly following Ling Fei Wang and the others back to the side of Shimen Chui Shui and his companions. Just as Ling Fei Wang and the others returned to Shimen Chui Shui's side, he opened his eyes, casting a glance over them before turning his attention to Mu Yunfei. The implication unmistakable. The sect leader has descended into the depths of the divine, fall ancient land. Upon meeting Shimen Chui Shui's gaze, Mu Yunfei understood and murmured in response. Shimen Chui Shui nodded in silence, closing his eyes once more to meditate. Observing Shimen Chui Shui's demeanor, Mu Yunfei and the others exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness crossing their faces. They had anticipated that securing the top position on the demon sealing list would earn them accolades from the elders of their sect, but it seemed they had overestimated their expectations. Wu Nian stood behind Mu Yunfei, his gaze sweeping over the formidable figures of the great sections. When he caught sight of a particular figure, he trembled involuntarily, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but soon thereafter, his resolve solidified. The figure was none other than the middle-aged monk clad in a cassock, the Grand Elder of the Wuxiang Sect, Wuxiang. Elder, I have made the decision to join the Immortal Sect, Wu Yin conveyed through thought, his focus fixed on Grand Elder Wuxiang. At that moment, Inho's ears perked up slightly, a smile gracing her lips, while Shimen Shui Shui and Yiguqing also reacted subtly, though they refrained from any overt actions. Following Wu Yin's mental transmission, Wu Xiang's gaze turned toward him, devoid of any anger, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. He too communicated through thought. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Where there is a heart for the Buddha, there is Buddha everywhere. I seek the elder's support. Well then, go forth. At these words, Wu Yin felt a jolt throughout his being, his eyes moistening slightly. The Wuxiang Sect was his first home, and now the Immortal Sect would be his second. For this lifetime, he would live for both homes. Li Tianxin, come here at once. At that moment, a voice laced with fury echoed, drawing the attention of the many formidable figures who had been lost in their own thoughts. It was the robed beauty from the Tianxin Sect. I have joined the Immortal Sect. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Tianxin Sect. Upon hearing the robed beauty's furious declaration, Li Tianxin maintained a calm demeanor. She glanced at the robed beauty and softly replied. Though her voice was gentle, it resonated across the plaza, startling the esteemed figures present. As the most renowned beauty of the Tianxin Sect, famous throughout the Radiant Sun Empire, Li Tianxin's betrayal of her sect to join the Immortal Sect was shocking. Goodness, is the Immortal Sect truly so formidable? In that instant, the great sect leaders felt a stir of astonishment in their hearts, their faces adorned with inscrutable smiles. They looked from the robed beauty to the Immortal Sect, considering it a source of trouble. Counting the incidents, the Immortal Sect had stirred quite a few troubles during this demon sealing conference. First with the Four Directions Hall, then with the Canhai Sect, and now with the Tianxin Sect. Furthermore, they dared to accept the remnants of the Ling family. In an instant, the Grand Masters harbored an even deeper conviction that the Divine Immortal Sect was merely a fleeting phenomenon. You seek your own demise. Upon hearing Li Tianxin's words, the beautiful woman in the Taoist robe transformed into a visage of sheer ferocity, roaring with wrath, her delicate form suffused with a chilling aura of murderous intent. How dare Li Tianxin betray her sect? Furthermore, she had the audacity to join the Divine Immortal Sect, which she despised. It was truly a call for death. A reckless challenge. The woman's gaze fixated on Li Tianxin, and she needed no further contemplation to foresee the fury that would erupt from the sect leader upon learning this news. Not only would this wretched girl face death, but her entire family would also be condemned to perish. At that moment, Shimen Shui Shui opened his eyes, casting a dispassionate glance at the Taoist robed beauty. That single gaze felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe, causing her to shudder and suppress her fury. Her face flushed crimson, yet she managed to contain her rage. Unable to forget Shimen Shui Shui as formidable sword strike, or the tragic fate of that elder from the Canhai Sect. Observing this scene, General Qinlai maintained a calm exterior, though he was internally conflicted. Logically, he should have acted immediately to suppress the Divine Immortal Sect for daring to accept Ling Fei Wu, the remnant of the Ling family. However, the memory of Shimen Shui Shui as sword instilled immense caution in him. He was uncertain if he could subdue Shimen Shui Shui. Should he fail, a being comparable to the pinnacle of the Xian Huang realm could bring catastrophic calamity to the empire. This apprehension elucidated why he had yet to announce the conclusion of the Demon Sealing Conference and the victory of the Divine Immortal Sect's disciple. After some contemplation, General Chun Lai decided to wait for news from His Majesty. He had already dispatched word back at the moment the Divine Immortal Sect claimed its victory, and he believed that the message would arrive shortly. Casting a discerning glance over the expressions of the various grandmasters, he quickly comprehended the situation. The Divine Immortal Sect's brilliance shone too brightly. Having previously remained obscure, it suddenly emerged into prominence. Such a rise could not be so easily attained. Not only would His Majesty be displeased, but it was likely that these grandmasters would also harbor discontent. Reflecting on the fact that the Divine Immortal Sect had offended several major sects, the heavy stone in Chun Lai's heart began to lighten somewhat. He was adept at utilizing others to achieve his own ends. General, His Majesty's edict. At that moment, the soldier standing beside Chun-Li trembled, quickly whispering into his ear. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li's expression hardened, and he straightened his posture, speaking in a hushed tone, "Speak. If it can be killed, then kill. If not, proceed with caution." Upon receiving this directive, Chun-Li understood immediately. He cast a meaningful glance at the members of the Divine Immortal Sect, reflecting that while meteors may be beautiful, they are but a fleeting moment. Then, Chun-Li prepared to announce the conclusion of the Demon Sealing Conference. However, abruptly, his gaze sharpened as he looked into the distant void. The numerous grandmasters present also seemed to sense something, turning their attention toward that direction. Boom! A torrent of terrifying power surged forth at that moment, sweeping across the entire square like a tempest, causing the faces of the grandmasters to change drastically as they hurriedly shielded the disciples of their respective sections. Chun-Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized the formidable figures that had descended, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. The master of the Four Directions Hall. That was the leader of the Songhai sect. When dozens of powerful figures, radiating an overwhelming aura, finally arrived at the plaza of Shunlin City, the expressions of the attending sect masters changed, with hushed gasps escaping their lips. They then turned their gaze toward Shimen Chue Shui and his companions. The only reason the Four Directions Hall and Songhai sect would muster such a grand display was due to the prior grievances with the Celestial sect. Gradually, the powerful figures of the great sects relaxed, a smile creeping onto their faces. Would the Celestial sect be able to withstand this? Likely not. Meanwhile, the elegantly robed woman from the Tianxin sect wore a look of schadenfreude, as if she had already envisioned the downfall of Shimen Chue Shui and the others. Should I retrieve Li Tianxin's remains? Perhaps I should, allowing her to be buried alongside her family. After all, they shared a mentor-disciple bond. Just as the robed woman smirked at this thought, numerous powerful figures from the Four Directions Hall and Songhai sect descended upon the elevated platform in the plaza. Leading the Four Directions Hall was a robust, middle-aged man clad in a brown robe, his eyes glimmering with a fierce intensity, exuding an imposing presence even without raising his voice. This was Xiao Chun, the master of the Four Directions Hall. At the forefront of the Songhai sect was a rotund man dressed in a blue robe, his narrowed eyes flashing with a glint that suggested hidden daggers behind his smile. Behind them stood many formidable warriors from both the Four Directions Hall and the Songhai sect, marking a significant movement for the two sects after decades. This monumental action was all incited by a single sect, the Celestial sect. Previously inconspicuous, it had suddenly startled both sects into action. "Father, please take charge on my behalf." As a master of the Four Directions Hall led his powerful entourage, two figures soared from a certain point in Shunlin City, revealing themselves to be Xiao Chongfeng and the ghostly elder of the Four Directions Hall. Appearing before Xiao Chun, Xiao Chongfeng lamented with feigned grievance. Yet his eyes sparkled with a chilling murderous intent, internally mocking the situation, with his father and the entire might of the Four Directions Hall in attendance. The Celestial sect was surely doomed. No, those few women from the Celestial sect should be kept alive for some amusement. Chapter 60. The farce of dogs biting dogs. Feiyu sect stands as one of the premier sects of the Yaori Empire, nestled within the northern city of Yaoshue, occupying a significant portion of its territory. At this moment, Lin Tiansheng, the current sect master of Feiyu, was engaged in discussion with the Grand Elder Feng Luan, with only the two of them present in the hall. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, causing Lin Tiansheng and Grand Elder Feng Luan to frown in discontent. When did their sect members become so reckless? With their displeasure evident, a figure rushed into the hall. It was Elder Qingong, who managed the Soul Tablet Temple of Feiyu sect. Upon seeing that the visitor was Elder Qingong, both Lin Tiansheng and Feng Luan were momentarily taken aback. Elder Qingong presided over the Soul Tablet Temple, and it was inconceivable for him to step out unless a significant matter arose. A grave expression settled on their faces, for they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Soul Tablet Temple. Any incident would similarly signify a major crisis for their Feiyu sect. "Master, the Soul Tablet of Yi Feng has shattered," Elder Qingong declared as he stepped into the Grand Hall, his countenance marked by a palpable fury. "What?" At the pronouncement of Elder Qingong, Lin Tianqing and Feng Luan sprang to their feet, their expressions drastically altered, with Feng Luan exclaiming in shock. As the sect master and the grand elder of Feiyu sect, they comprehended the dire implications of a shattered soul tablet. A broken soul tablet signified death. The soul tablet was a vessel capable of containing a fragment of a person's soul, its sole purpose being to ascertain the life or death of the individual whose soul was imprinted upon it. Though its function was modest, it was exceedingly rare. Even within the illustrious Feiyu sect of the Radiant Sun Empire, only the sect master, several elders, and a few chosen disciples could qualify for such an imprint. In the Radiant Sun Empire itself, only royal offspring or individuals of significant stature, like Chen Lai, could have the privilege of imprinting an imperial soul tablet. Grand Elder, summon the Xianwang realm experts of our Feiyu sect to accompany me to Shunlin City. Lin Tianqing's eyes narrowed, a bone-chilling aura emanating from him as he turned to Feng Luan and spoke with a grave tone. The Feiyu sect had only 5 direct disciples, each a pillar of its future, chosen to become elders and successors. Now, with someone daring to kill Yi Feng, a direct disciple of the sect, how could he, as the sect master, fail to seek vengeance? What face would the sect have left? Even disregarding its reputation, the disciples of Feiyu sect would be disheartened. Master, rumors circulate within the empire that someone intends to strike against our esteemed sect. Feng Luan's complexion shifted slightly as he voiced his concerns in response to Lin Tianqing's words. No, he would not dare to act so brazenly. Even if he were to make a move, would the vendetta against Yi Feng go unavenged? Although he may hold dominion over this vast land, our sect must make him understand that there are consequences for targeting our direct disciples. If pushed to the limit, we shall ensure he lives to regret his actions. Without a demonstration of our might, does he think our Feiyu sect will simply submit to his whims? Lin Tianqing glared at Feng Luan and bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the hall, releasing an overwhelming power that swept across the space, causing the very hall to tremble. Yes, master, I shall gather the strong within our sect at once, Feng Luan replied, his body trembling from Lin Tianqing's roar. And he promptly turned to leave in haste. He too harbored a deep-seated fury over Yi Feng's demise. After all, Yi Feng was one of the 5 direct disciples of Feiyu sect. This act was a direct assault on the very foundation of their sect. If they did not avenge this wrong, how could they claim to be a great sect? Just as the master articulated, even if that individual were to act. Feiyu sect was not to be trifled with. On the lofty platform of Divine City, Xiao Chun gazed upon Xiao Chongfeng, his eyes reflecting a tender affection. He affectionately tousled Xiao Chongfeng's hair and assured him, "Do not worry. Your father will take care of everything. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to deceive you." "Thank you, father," Xiao Chongfeng replied, his face lighting up with joy as he promptly expressed his gratitude. He then stood respectfully behind Xiao Chun, his gaze directed at Shimin Chui Shui and the others, glinting with a fierce intensity. The humiliation he suffered days prior would soon be avenged, not merely in kind, but with a vengeance 100-fold. Xiao Chongfeng cast a significant glance at Yin Ho's curvaceous figure, a sinister smile flickering across his face as he pondered how best to torment her. The subordinate has failed to protect the young prince. "Please punish me, sect master," Elder Gui Xiong humbly stated, his empty sleeves igniting fury among the formidable figures of the Four Directions Hall behind Xiao Chun. How could an elder of the Four Directions Hall be so ruthlessly disarmed? Such disgrace demanded retribution 100-fold. "This battle is not your fault. Stand back and witness as our sect avenges you," Xiao Chun replied, his voice heavy with an icy resolve as he too noted Elder Gui Xiong's vacant sleeves. Elder Gui Xiong bowed once more before joining the ranks of the Four Directions Hall, an enigmatic smile shimmering in his eyes as he cast a chilling glance at Shimin Chui Shui and the others. This time, the celestial sect would surely perish. "Tian Zhongzhu, what do you propose?" Xiao Chen inquired softly, glancing at the grinning figure of the corpulent Tian Sang not far away, the sect master of the Zhonghai sect. Tian Sang was indeed a cunning fox. "Dividing and savoring such delicacies is best done slowly," Tian Sang replied, maintaining his smile. Even in the wake of the elder's demise at the hands of the celestial sect, he continued to beam, albeit with an even more pronounced cheerfulness. General Chun, we do not wish to disrupt the demon sealing conference, yet the profound grievances against our sect must be avenged. I hope for your understanding, Xiao Chun remarked, nodding to Tian Sang before addressing General Chen Lai with a respectful bow. At this moment, Tian Sang also turned his attention to Chen Lai. The esteemed general of the empire held great power. Should he choose to intervene, it would certainly complicate matters. Under normal circumstances, given the prevailing rumors, they would not dare to act so brazenly. However, their impatience was palpable. The celestial sect must perish. For their hearts could not find peace, nor their hatred be quelled until then. Chen Lai remained silent, merely glancing at Xiao Chun before closing his eyes to meditate. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs was surely something the emperor would relish, and he too was intrigued. Seeing Chen Lai's demeanor, Xiao Chun and Tian Sang exchanged knowing smiles. They had not been impeded, thereby sparing themselves considerable trouble. They needed to contemplate how to orchestrate the downfall of the celestial sect. Time had pressed upon them, leaving little room for consideration. Should they dismember their foes or feed them to dogs? Such labor. Perhaps they should do both. Together, Xiao Chun and Tian Sang turned their gaze toward Shimin Chui Shui and the others, their first direct scrutiny of the celestial sect since their arrival in Divine City. Yet, upon this mere glance, both Xiao Chun and Tian Sang were momentarily taken aback. Such audacity? Still meditating? The young beauty continued to smile. Xiao Chun and Tian Sang exchanged a glance, contemplating that perhaps dismembering the body to feed the dogs was a rather lenient fate. Unlike the typical vengeful outburst followed by a furious assault, they, accompanied by formidable individuals from their respective sects, advanced directly toward Shimin Chui Shui and his companions. As they moved, the experts from both sects gradually fanned out, subtly forming an encirclement that closed in on the members of the immortal sect. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the expressions of the other prominent sect leaders atop the platform shifted slightly. They hastily retreated to the edge of the platform with their disciples, unwilling to miss such a grand spectacle, fearing they would deeply regret it later. They cast glances at the many powerful figures from the Four Directions Hall and the Songhai sect, as well as at Shimin Chui Shui. Even now, they could not forget the brilliance of his sword strike, a moment of unparalleled glory. However, at this juncture, how many more times could his illustrious sword strike cleave through the air? The immortal sect was but a fleeting bloom. A dazzling edge could easily wound others, and even more so, oneself. How long had it been since the empire witnessed such a grand performance? Today, it was indeed a feast for the eyes. Those prominent sect leaders, now at the periphery, whispered amongst themselves, with not a single one harboring faith in the immortal sect. Even the disciples of the esteemed sects wore expressions of cold derision, their gazes towards Ling Fei Wu and the others tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. What use was it to hold the top spot on the demon sealing list? Wasn't it merely a precursor to death? They had expected a fierce tiger, only to discover a dying weakling instead. Perhaps it would spare His Majesty the trouble. Seated at the forefront, Chen Lai mused thus. Meanwhile, the imperial prince, Yu Fei, cast a glance at Li Tianxin, his eyes flickering with a trace of regret. It seemed this exquisite alchemical furnace would be of no use after all. The shadow of previous gloom had vanished from his face, replaced by a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, which felt oddly out of place in the tense atmosphere. Elder? Inquired Elder Zhu Qin, standing at the edge of the platform, her voice a low whisper. Although she had initially harbored some displeasure towards the immortal sect, her curiosity about Wang Feng and the sect had only grown. Now encircled by two formidable sects, could the immortal sect still achieve a remarkable resurgence? Could they still astonish the world with a single stroke of their sword? This trial they must face alone. There was no assistance to be rendered. Elder Qingsheng cast a glance over the arena, murmuring, "Boom!" At that very moment, a terrifying aura descended once more, startling Chen Lai as well as Xiaoqing and Tian Sang, who were making their way toward Shimin Chui Shui. They halted, turning back to gaze. Dozens of figures materialized in an instant, descending from the void onto the elevated plaza. As these figures landed, Lin Elder from Feiyu's sect and the young Master Yutai were taken aback. their expressions shifting as they swiftly position themselves before the newly arrived figures. Sect Master, what brings you here? Lin Elder inquired, bowing respectfully to the foremost figure, his astonishment palpable. Master, Yutai, the young master of Feiyu Sect, echoed the sentiment with reverence, his eyes reflecting a similar perplexity. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared. They were none other than Lin Tiancheng, the leader of the Feiyu Sect, along with numerous formidable experts from the sect. The distance from Yaoshua City to Shanlin City was not vast, and with the cultivation levels of Lin Tiancheng and his companions, they could reach their destination without taking much time at all. Yi Feng was dead. Who was responsible for his demise? Chapter 61. A mere immortal sect. How daring. Lin Tiancheng paid no heed to Elder Tai He and Elder Lin, casting a cold gaze over the gathered crowd as he spoke sternly. His eyes lingered for a moment on the imperial prince, Yu Fei. In Lin Tiancheng's estimation, the only one within the entire empire capable of slaying Yi Feng was none other than Prince Yu Fei. As Lin Tiancheng's words echoed, both Elder Tai and Elder Lin were momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a surge of fury. They had been puzzled by Yi Feng's absence, only to discover that he had been killed. What? Yi Feng of the Feiyu Sect was slain? This time at the Demon's Sealing Conference, so many top-tier prodigies had fallen? A grave situation had unfolded. The numerous powerful figures atop the platform exchanged hushed exclamations, casting glances at one another. It was no wonder the Feiyu Sect had mobilized such forces. The loss of top-tier prodigies was an exceedingly heavy toll, even for great sections. The intent to eliminate the Immortal Sect, held by Xiao Chun and Tian Sang, was abruptly halted. They were no longer in haste to act. They wished to see who had the audacity to slay the Feiyu Sect's elite. Chun Lai narrowed his eyes, having noticed Lin Tiancheng's earlier movements. He turned a glance at Prince Yu Fei, who subtly shook his head, alleviating Chun Lai's concerns. Only the Immortal Sect would dare to attack your esteemed sect's top prodigies, spoke a beautiful Taoist woman from the Tianxin sect in a soft voice. Shimen Shui Shui shot a glance at the Taoist woman, tightening his grip on his sword. Her audacity was quite remarkable. The Immortal Sect? Lin Tiancheng frowned, having never even heard of this so-called Immortal Sect. Elder Lin hurriedly stepped forward, whispering into Lin Tiancheng's ear. What you may not know, sect leader, is that the Immortal Sect has also slain top prodigies from the Songhai Sect and has offended the Sifang Hall. The Taoist woman continued. Her words caused both Tian Sang, the leader of the Songhai Sect, and Xiao Chun, the master of the Sifang Hall, to furrow their brows simultaneously. Although her statement was indeed factual, bringing up old wounds was always painful. Our disciple, Yi Feng, was killed by your hands. Lin Tiancheng glared at Shimen Shui and the others, his eyes flickering with a cold light. A tumult surged within him. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a dark horse at the Demon's Sealing Conference, radiating such brilliance. However, anyone daring to harm the top prodigies of the Feiyu Sect, regardless of their prowess, would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Wang Feng had just stepped out of the Shui ancient grounds with Yi Muqing and Cheng Feng when a chilling voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering an elite mission. Teach a lesson to the Feiyu Sect, Songhai Sect, and Sifang Hall, the three major sects that have come to cause trouble. Completion of the task rewards a special summon, 2 random summons, and a celestial soul pill. A chill swept through Wang Feng's eyes. This time, he would demonstrate the true strength of his celestial sect to the Empire. However, while Shimen Shui and the others were formidable, they might not withstand the pressure from the 3 supreme sections. Wang Feng was uncertain about the situation in Divine City at that moment. But if he truly wished to instill fear across the lands, his current power was insufficient. System, expend 10,000 sect points to elevate the system level. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng thought. Originally, he intended to wait until his disciples were fully recruited before enhancing the sect level. But now he could no longer afford to wait. Thus, he would first elevate the system level to raise the sect status. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the system to level 2, unlocking the fusion mechanism. The system can combine 5 random summon opportunities into a high-level summon chance, from which summoned beings will possess at least the cultivation level of the Xianzun realm. The cool, ethereal voice that echoed in his mind sent a thrill through Wang Feng. He felt a surge of excitement. The Xianzun realm. Once he summoned a being of that caliber, he would be invincible against the three empires, and his celestial sect would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of sects, surpassing the empires. Alas, he currently only had 2 random summon opportunities. If he could fuse them into a high-level summon chance, summoning a powerful Xianzun being, the trifling 3 sects would be of no consequence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You may spend 50,000 sect points to elevate the sect level. Would you like to proceed? Damn it, system. You are becoming increasingly greedy. Wang Feng's lips twitched in irritation, grumbling internally. Had he labored so hard to accumulate over 100,000 sect points only to see half of it vanish in an instant? Let us proceed. Although it pained him, Wang Feng resolved silently. Strength was paramount. The stronger he became, the more sect points he could accumulate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect level to 2, surpassing 10 elders and 100 disciples. Additionally, the host may establish one position with a quantity of 5. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed that spending 50,000 sect points was quite worthwhile. Reaching 10 elders and being able to set another position meant that before he upgraded the system to level 3, he could summon 10 formidable beings. How splendid! Ding! The system requires 200,000 sect points to reach level 3. Please continue your efforts, host. At that moment, the cool voice echoed in his mind, akin to a bucket of cold water drenching Wang Feng completely. Given the system's nature, upgrading the system alone required 100,000 sect points. So elevating the sect level would demand at least 500,000. Damn it! How long would that take him to accumulate? System, utilize the 2 random summon opportunities. Without hesitation, Wang Feng commanded. As he initiated the summons, he could already vaguely perceive that colossal entity, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Hopefully, Shimin Shui Shui and the others remained unscathed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the thoughtless monk. Would you like to view its attribute panel? Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning Xiao Shilong. Would you like to view his attribute panel? View! Wang Feng thought without hesitation. Ding! The attribute panel of the Wuxiang monk is as follows. Name: Wuxiang monk, cultivation. Peak of Xianwang realm, Xian technique. Wuxiang 10 styles, Xian weapon. Wuxiang Zen pearl. Ding! The attribute panel of Xiao Shilong is as follows. Name: Xiao Shilong, cultivation. Late Xianwang realm, Xian technique. Cutting deer's blade technique, Xian weapon. Cutting deer's blade. Upon seeing the virtual panels that emerged before him, Wang Feng's expression brightened. With the addition of these 2, the 3 major sects would think twice before daring to challenge his immortal sect. System: I shall use 20,000 sect points to exchange for 20 lottery chances and draw immediately. Wang Feng thought again. Although Shimin Shui Shui and others possessed formidable combat power, their cultivation was somewhat lacking. Since he aimed to instill fear across the world, he might as well make a grand display, allowing the name of his immortal sect to resonate throughout the entire Radiant Sun Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 1/10 of the Wuxiang monk's cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 1/10 of Xiao Shilong's cultivation. Ding! As Wang Feng's voice fell, a series of cold system notifications echoed in his mind. His eyes flickered slightly, and he thought, System, directly infuse the extracted cultivation into Shimin Shui Shui, Yigu Cheng, and the Empress Ing Yuyan. With this infusion, the cultivation of Shimin Shui Shui and the others should reach the peak of the Xianwang realm. At that time, he would possess 5 individuals at the peak of the Xianwang realm along with 1 at the late stage. Such strength would be more than sufficient to deal with the 3 major sections. Buzz! Just then, the void before Wang Feng and the others trembled violently, causing Chong Feng to tense up, his gaze fixed intently on the quivering space. A powerful aura emanating around him. Friends, do not be alarmed. Wang Feng smiled, waving his hand. Under Yi Muqing's curious gaze, a rift in the void suddenly tore open, and 2 figures stepped through. One was a monk clad in a red robe, with a snow-white goatee and 2 curved white eyebrows. Though he appeared aged, his skin was as smooth as an infant's, and his eyes, though seemingly contained, harbored unfathomable wisdom. The other wore a flowing, scarlet robe adorned with a vividly embroidered ink dragon, his long black hair cascading down, standing tall and imposing. We pay our respects to the sect master. Both the Wuxiang monk and Xiao Shilong bowed to Wang Feng in unison. At this moment, Chong Feng, standing behind Wang Feng, fixed his gaze on the Wuxiang monk and Xiao Shilong, recognizing at a glance that they were formidable experts, no less powerful than himself. Originally devoted to the sword, he suddenly felt a surge of curiosity towards the immortal sect. What indeed was this celestial sect? No need for such formalities. Wang Feng waved his hand, smiling. Without further delay, he led everyone swiftly towards the divine city. Meanwhile, in response to Lin Tianqing's inquiry, Shimin Shueishue opened his eyes, gazing indifferently at Lin Tianqing. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden tremor coursed through his entire being, compelling him to harness his internal strength to suppress the surging aura that threatened to erupt uncontrollably. Similarly, the shadowy figure behind him, the Empress Zhu Yuyan, along with Yi Guqing, found themselves in the same predicament. After a considerable moment, Shimin Shueishue finally absorbed the overwhelming power within him, and it was at this juncture that he spoke. What of it, whether it is so or not? A laugh echoed through the air as Lin Tianqing, enraged yet amused, reflected on how many years had passed since anyone dared to address him in such a manner, particularly since he assumed the mantle of the Feiyu sect's leader. Is sect leader Tian and sect leader Xiao also planning to intervene against the immortal sect? Lin Tianqing turned his gaze away from Shimin Shueishue and instead directed it towards Tian Sang and Xiao Chun. Naturally, sect leader Lin shall join as well. Although this individual did not affirmatively confirm, neither did he deny, and, as the elder of the Tianqing sect had stated during the Demon Sealing Conference, only the audacious immortal sect would dare to slay disciples of the Feiyu sect. Xiao Chun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tianqing and remarked, "A mere immortal sect dares to command the united might of our three great sects?" Lin Tianqing scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. It was a rare occurrence for the three foremost sects to unite against a single force, an event that had not transpired for centuries.